binding to a level 9 civilization system? What then are we, at a mere 0.7 level on Blue Star? Pray tell, I cannot manage this on my own. What am I to do? I may as well hand myself over to the state. Consequently, the entire world's atmosphere began to skew. Our mother returned from a trip to the moon, and something was amiss. Surely, she must have used a cigarette, but to scorch some extraterrestrial beings behind the moon. The striking beauty remarked, "Are you all serious about this controllable nuclear fusion for civilian use?" Ural inquired, "The Southern Heavenly Gate Project? Are you preparing for war?" Sakura responded, "I'm afraid not. Sakura has perished." Years later, within the council chamber at the center of the Milky Way. My sincerest apologies, esteemed extraterrestrial allies. We are merely a civilization devoted to the pursuit of nuclear peace. Chapter 1. The Youth of a Bay. Zhang Xiaobei's high school academic performance left much to be desired. Nevertheless, it enabled him to gain admission to a vocational technical college in City F. Upon graduation, due to the mediocrity of his diploma, he engaged in various occupations. As an intermediary, a preschool teacher, a salesperson, and a tour guide. Those who have worked with him all claimed he was extraordinary, without a father, without a mother, merely an orphan amidst his shattered existence. Contemplating that he was now 25 years old, the monotony and tedium of life stretched endlessly before him. Thus, he resolutely joined the ranks of the apathetic. After navigating a series of processes, he commenced his role as a worker in the XX community of City F. From that point forward, he embraced the routine of a 9-to-5 existence, mediating neighborhood disputes and conflicts. At this age, he possessed no car, no house, no savings, no family, and no connections. Yet he still found joy in his life, not for any other reason than that he had a commendable landlord. The landlord's husband was frequently away on business abroad, having received 2 apartments from a property redevelopment. Presently, he rented a cozy 65-square-meter unit across the way to Zhang Xiaobei. By the way, let me mention the landlord's wife. Her surname is Bai. She's a neat freak. Ever since Zhang Xiaobei moved in, various items in the house have consistently malfunctioned. In a bid to win her favor and persuade her to lower the rent, Zhang Xiaobei would always offer his assistance. However, after each endeavor, he would return home drenched in sweat, collapsing into bed immediately. Today is November 21st, 2025, and the weather is overcast. Every Friday, the leadership departs for a meeting in the city. Zhang Xiaobei, along with 3 elder female colleagues, stealthily slipped into the community's recreational room to play mahjong. Xiao Zhang, it's not that I'm trying to meddle. Wasn't the girl I introduced to you yesterday quite suitable? She's only 12 years older than you, which perfectly aligns with your zodiac signs. 8,000. I've calculated it. She brings good fortune. Aunt Wang, in her 40s, played a tile while encouraging Zhang Xiaobei. I'll draw. It's not merely the 12-year difference. The main issue is that you misled me about her height being 168. I only realized upon meeting her that was her weight. Next time, be clear, asking me if I have abs right off the bat. 9 of them. Zhang Xiaobei, while smoking, casually discarded a tile. Oh dear, nowadays, girls have no trouble finding partners. Boys need to work harder. If there's a suitable match, just get married. Moreover, that girl has a large frame and is good for childbearing. Sister Chun from the table chimed in, deliberately brushing against Zhang Xiaobei's hand while drawing tiles. How is it again with 5 dots? All pairs are completed. No more. I'll take 5 dots. I'm just saying, you're already 25, working here with a meager salary. So what if she's 168? Being able to eat is a blessing, in my opinion. I'll draw again. Zhang Xiaobei interrupted Sister Chun, casually discarding a 1-tube tile. Indeed, you have a point. She is quite capable of bearing children. But she has 3 kids. Do you think it's a good match for me? Am I just to become the father of 3 without doing anything? Sister Chun drew a tile, chuckling as she placed it in the center, pulling a 1 to push out. 3 children would be splendid. When you grow older, someone will take care of you. No need to take care. I'm done. Just 1 tile. Hey, how could you be done? Zhang Xiaobei pushed his tiles forward, declaring, all right, aunties, let's call it a day for mahjong. It's time to clock out. With that, Zhang Xiaobei stood, tidying up the table while stating, Aunt Wang, please don't keep trying to set me up. To be honest, I have my eyes on your daughter. She's only 22, just graduated from university, right? You could introduce her to me later. Hey, why are you going for the girl next door? Aunt Wang, flustered, quickly began to defend, my girl. Oh dear, she already has a boyfriend. No worries. I can still become part of the family. As Zhang Xiaobei spoke, he casually unplugged the mahjong machine, eyeing Aunt Wang up and down. If I can't be your son-in-law, I'll just be the father of your daughter. Your spouse has been gone for many years. Oh dear, Xiao Zhang, don't joke about Annie like that. Amidst the laughter of the 3 middle-aged women, Zhang Xiaobei slung his backpack over his shoulder and exited the unit's door. As he walked toward the subway station, he scoffed. What good is being handsome? Even if I were as dashing as those readers, it wouldn't withstand my lack of funds. Earning $2,800 a month, he wore a perpetual smile. With $800 for rent, $1,000 for meals, and $500 for cigarettes, daily necessities, and beverages. What do you mean there's still $500 left? That must be for the loans on Douyin. How'd he fall into debt? His ex was a tour guide, and one day, she received a small business package from company. Since that day, she began to thrive. Zhang Xiaobei watched her daily on social media flaunting bags, shoes, luxury items, and silk. He understood that a person who doesn't share will ultimately not be held onto. He thought it would be better to take the initiative, so Zhang Xiaobei arranged to meet her at his rental apartment. That night, as he stood up, afterward, lighting a cigarette, he declared, "Let's break up." Taking the initiative. After all, he wasn't a simp. There were no storms or hysterics. Only her words, "I miss you. Can you love me again?" When she received Zhang Xiaobei's affirmative response, she left with a sense of satisfaction. Beat, swiping cards, passing gates, queuing, boarding the train. In the rush hour of City F, the subway was packed, filled with the scent of work. Scanning the area, he found no available seats and had to settle for the moment. Across from him sat a girl clad in a form-fitting pink dress, complemented by shiny black stockings, capturing Zhang Xiaobei's attention. The reality was not as alluring as the animation, and certainly, it was not because Zhang Xiaobei was lecherous. Zhang Xiaobei would swear on the lives of his readers. Zhang Xiaobei, is absolutely not that kind of person. He merely has a penchant for grand spectacles. Do readers not enjoy such things? Retracting his gaze, he opened his mental opiate, tomato novels. Today was yet another day of sifting through gold amidst the muck. Upon opening, a book with a rather intriguing title appeared on the recommendation page. Doomsday in Half a Year? I'll escape with Huaxia first. Quite interesting, he mused. Chapter 1. Zhang Xiaobei could not help but voice his disdain. What is this nonsense? Is the author incapable of naming? Picking a name just like mine? Suppressing his discomfort, he continued to read. Is this author out his mind? The screen of his mobile device boldly displayed. Ding 1. Gift a random system 1. Nowadays, those who write novels are truly shameless, willing to deceive for replies. With that thought, Zhang Xiaobei clicked on the comments. Did you think I would believe this? Not a chance. Ding dong. We have arrived at Weiyang Square. He cast one last reluctant glance at the imposing figure across from him before being swept away by the crowd as he exited the subway station. He retrieved his phone once more, intending to scan for a shared bicycle to ride the final kilometer. In the next moment, a notification popped up. The author you follow has replied to your message. Curiosity piqued, he opened it to discover. Beimu Xiaohan Ding. Congratulations on obtaining the Level-9 Civilization Growth Transmigration System. Now, what a fool. Zhang Xiaobei promptly closed the novel app and cursed the author. It seemed this flop was amusing himself. He opened the bike-sharing app, and in the blink of an eye, his phone slipped from his grasp. For in his mind echoed, ding, due to the author's reward. Activating Level-9 Civilization Growth Transmigration System. What the hell? My adoptive father. You finally arrived. Chapter 2. What are you doing here? Zhang Xiaobei paid no mind to the phone that had fallen to the ground. Before him, a translucent blue panel suddenly materialized. Level-9 Civilization Growth Transmigration System. Loading 5100. Loading complete. Would you like to bind? No way. Is this for real? I swear on my life as a reader. That author. You are now my father. My biological father. Ding. Host response detected. Binding conditions met. Beginning binding. Binding successful. System description. This system is dedicated to enhancing the civilization level of the host. Completing tasks at each stage will yield rewards. Rewards include, but are not limited to, various large-scale technical blueprints, polymer material technology, solutions to the gravity floating issues encountered when installing toilets on spacecraft, how to scientifically raise pigs in space. No. What is this nonsense? Zhang Xiaobei picked up his fallen phone and sat down on the roadside at the subway entrance, beginning to study it. Dude, I'm in the city. I'm just a corporate drone. How am I supposed to engage in scientific endeavors? With what? My life. Can't you offer me some grand wealth system instead? Like every other reader, I just want to be handsome and rich, with a bank balance in the 9 digits. A new bride every night. I don't even know how I came up with that. Happy New Year to everyone. Ding. System has been bound. Cannot be changed. So I just leave. Listening to the cold, mechanical, synthesized voice, Zhang Xiaobei scratched his head. Fine. Since you're here, you're here. Enhancing civilization levels? How does one do that? Complete the transmigration tasks assigned by the system to receive rewards. Task conditions are variable. Rewards are unpredictable. Would you like to initiate the first task? Wait. You want me to work without any sweetness first? Don't think I haven tea read Western novels. Where's my newbie gift? Don't hide it, let me see. Ding. Newbie gift unlocked. You have received 3 exclusive rewards. Ding. Congratulations on receiving the newbie reward. Ataman Mimetic Alloy Battle Armor. Ding. Congratulations on receiving the newbie reward. Personal Space 1000M. Ding. Congratulations on receiving the newbie reward. Human Gene Modification Agent, Beginner. Oh, not bad. Before he could finish his sentence, the system's notification chimed again. Newbie gift distribution complete. Now releasing the newbie task. May I ask if the host would like to accept it now? Zhang Zebe gazed at the virtual screen before him. Without overthinking, he directly replied, accept. The moment he spoke, he instantaneously lost consciousness. In the next second, he vanished from the spot. It was peak commuting time, and no one even noticed the inconspicuous corner where Zhang Zebe had been. A military green SUV parked nearby bore a white license plate with black lettering. The occupants inside witnessed the scene unfold. What the hell? He disappeared? Rubbing his eyes to ensure he wasn't hallucinating, the man immediately grabbed his walkie-talkie. Give me the F-City Public Security Bureau. I want to see 360-degree surveillance footage of the Wiang Square subway entrance within 10 minutes. The man's resolute face bore a hint of seriousness as he glanced at the watch on his wrist. The time is between 6 o'clock and 6:10. Yes. Pull the records from all nearby cameras. Refuse their assistance. You retrieve it personally. Remember to delete the master file. I'll be parked by the roadside waiting for you. With that, the man hung up and swiftly exited the vehicle, striding towards the very spot where Zhang Zebe had vanished, his eyes reflecting a grave concern. In the bustling crowd, who would notice a person squatting by the roadside? Why had he happened to catch a glimpse? That individual. Could he be from the future? At that moment, a myriad of possibilities flooded his mind. Yet, his professional demeanor swiftly brought clarity to his thoughts. Damn system. Why didn't you say anything? Where's this? Is this still Blue Star? What are you doing to me? Zhang Zebe gazed at the dusky sky, surrounded by crumbling buildings. Standing on the rooftop, he was utterly bewildered. Ding. Task released. Welcome to the apocalyptic wasteland. Here are countless bloodthirsty zombies and numerous mutated creatures. Have humans truly lost their dominion over the planet? Task content. Please rescue 10 people from zombies and mutated animals within 24 hours. Task reward. Controllable nuclear fusion blueprint, 110. Task failure. No penalties. Zhang Zebe stared at the system's description, an icy shiver coursing through him. Just a second ago, he was in the city, and now he is thrown into the apocalypse? Unarmed. I can't even. I won't go back. Ding. Completing the task will enable return. Please check the newbie gift. Newbie gift. Zhang Zebe quickly scanned his surroundings, noticing the rooftop was quite high. Distant roars echoed, presumably the so-called zombies mentioned by the system. He immediately sat cross-legged and opened the panel. Click to claim. Seeing the pulsating characters, Zhang Zebe's heart raced with trepidation. What kind of space, armor, and potions are these? They sound fantastical. I wonder if they're truly as miraculous. Claim. In the next moment, Zhang Zebe found himself involuntarily lifting off the ground. His legs, which were previously crossed, hung in mid-air, and when he hastily attempted to stand, he continued to ascend. Until he floated 2 meters high, a faint purple space tore open before him. Countless densely packed metal components swiftly integrated into various parts of Zhang Zebe's body. What the hell? He exclaimed in shock. As he felt a warm sensation enveloping him, he could not help but emit a groan when a final faceplate sealed shut. Zhang Zebe transformed into a gleaming silver metallic entity. Ding. Reward distribution complete. Ataman Mimetic Battle Armor, crafted from the universe's hardest materials. Its mimetic function allows for body transformation. Simulate any person, object, animal, or plant you encounter. The energy module employs the most advanced vacuum zero-point energy of the 9th civilization. No more worries about endurance. Portable space, 1000M. Simply concentrate on collecting, and you can gather items within your line of sight. Note, the initial capacity of this space is 1000M. Subsequent upgrade tasks will be triggered periodically. Do your best. Human genetic modification serum, Beginner, has been directly administered to the host body. Can be freely viewed through the attribute panel. Zhang Zebe hesitated before speaking. Attribute panel? The blue holographic display before him transformed into personal information. Zhang Zebe, male, 25 years old. Health points 2571, 100, strength 51, 100, 100, speed 42, 100, 100, current civilization development progress, 0, 7 ninth level. Existing main quest, save 10 survivors, 0, 10, ninth civilization. Edmund, adaptive battle armor. Vacuum, 0 point energy. My middle school teacher never taught me this. Why do I feel like you're deceiving me? All functions of the battle armor have been activated. Please use them boldly. Oh, I'm rather curious to see just how formidable you truly are. Following the system's prompts, Zhang Xiaobei focused his mind. In the next instant, his right hand morphed into a long sword of dark red, emanating fiery energy. The sword measured a staggering 3 meters. What the? You can't be serious? Chapter 3. Let me guide you to the afterlife. After perusing the system introduction, Zhang Xiaobei gained some understanding of his predicament. Essentially, he needed to complete tasks to level up. For instance, saving 10 individuals would yield him 1/10 of the blueprints for controllable nuclear fusion. What does that signify? It represents limitless clean energy. It heralds a revolution in the energy era. However, how am I supposed to play this game? Manual grinding? Never mind. Let us focus on completing the task and returning home. It was already the peak hour for getting off work, and he had planned to order a takeout meal for a quick dinner. Instead, he found himself embroiled in an apocalyptic scenario. While clutching his slightly rumbling stomach, he reverted the adaptive battle armor back to its ordinary form, becoming once again that average office worker clad in a plaid shirt, just finishing his shift. In the National Security Building office of F City, S Province, the man wore a grave expression, fixated on the surveillance footage. Slow down the playback. Yes, frame by frame. It was right at this frame. The person vanished. The man bellowed excitedly. The technician beside him immediately frowned. The scenes from the other cameras show the same thing. They all disappeared in that same frame. Director Lin, have you encountered a ghost? Lin Changjun felt a mix of agitation and trepidation. Don't be absurd. We are staunch materialists. The technician, scratching his head in confusion, replied, Then how do we explain this disappearance? Explain? Oof. You better prepare yourself. We need to report this to higher-ups. Bring the hard drive. By the way, has the facial recognition system confirmed his identity? The identity has been locked. The technician then handed over a densely packed document comprising dozens of pages. With each page Lin Changjun turned, his expression grew more grim. Is this something a human can do? The document detailed Zhang Xiaobei's entire life history. Zhang Xiaobei, male, 25 years old, date of birth unknown, was discovered and adopted by an orphanage in F City on November 5, 1999. At 5, he snatched candy from a girl in kindergarten. At 6, he forced the same candy onto that girl. At 7, he caught snakes outside the orphanage to frighten his teachers. At 9, he built a foam boat and set out to fish alone, only to be rescued by a passing fishing vessel. At 12, he dismantled a high-voltage power tower to sell the scrap for arcade money. At 22, he saved up enough to travel abroad to Japan, where he urinated publicly at a shrine and was subsequently deported, fined 200 for public urination. At 23, when his employer refused to reimburse a 3,000 yuan dining expense for a distributor, he angrily sought AA with the boss, ultimately being dismissed due to a 1.9 million yuan order being botched. At 25, he became a temporary worker for the XX community in F City, receiving multiple complaints for taking the position of an elderly resident at Mahjong. How should one describe this person? Lin Changjun scratched his head helplessly and then ordered, Forget it. Gather your things and follow me to report. Yes. The seemingly harmless Zhang Xiaobei walked along the desolate streets at dusk. He observed and searched, realizing that the world had been in chaos due to a zombie uprising for quite some time. Although he was unaware of the current timeline, he could still see blood-stained newspapers scattered across the ground. The date read, July 11, 2012. This indicated that the timeline here was likely similar to reality. Yet, despite wandering for so long, he hadn't encountered a single survivor. Just as he thought this, he heard cries ahead. Hurry, run. 2 girls were frantically running towards him. Their gaunt faces bore no trace of vitality. Their cheekbones jutted out prominently due to prolonged starvation. Behind them, a dozen zombies were in hot pursuit, salivating as if they had spotted the most delicious prey. Ah, this is a delightful opportunity for accomplishments. Zhang Xiaobei shouted, Quick, this way, I can save you. However, upon hearing this, the 2 women froze in place, paralyzed with fear. Facing the possibility of being devoured by zombies, the man before them seemed far more terrifying. After all, in the 5 years of the apocalypse, they had learned the depths of human malice. Seeing the 2 women hesitate, Zhang Xiaobei furrowed his brow. Don't they want to live? I can save you. Come to me. Yet, instead of coming closer, the 2 women remained rooted in place. They had heard such promises far too many times. Countless companions had been lured away by various people. Some were kept as playthings due to their good looks, while others were simply consumed as food. The man before them appeared impeccably clean, his complexion fair. He must be a sheltered rich man. The more refined they looked, the more dangerous they could be. Their survival relied on the blood and flesh of the impoverished. Seeing them unwilling to approach, Zhang Xiaobei felt helpless. To complete his task, he had no choice but to step forward. With a flick of his hand, it transformed into a 3-meter-long flaming ion blade. Not enough. It needs to be longer. In the next moment, the blade extended to a length of 8 meters. Now, that was more like it, as he swung the 8-meter-long flaming sword. The staggering dozen zombies were swiftly decapitated. Their heads fell to the ground with a dull thud, leaving only the acrid scent of charred flesh mixed with a putrid odor lingering in the air. Restoring his hand to its human form, Zhang Xiaobei endeavored to present a friendly demeanor. He addressed the two women, who were now sitting on the ground in shock. "It's all right. You're safe now. I've dealt with them." The two women remained in a state of disbelief. What just transpired? Did they see that correctly? His hand transformed into a sword. A flaming one at that? "Are you human?" The shorter girl stammered, her voice trembling as she questioned Zhang Xiaobei. "Absolutely human, just with a few skills." Without delving too deeply into personal matters, it was merely brushed aside in a light manner. "Let us proceed. This ground is littered with zombies. Pray tell, what transpired?" "I have just arrived here, and the two women beside me appear somewhat bewildered. This world has been plagued by zombies for 5 years. Is there anyone unaware of the global situation? Can we first relocate to a safe zone? We have received news from the radio that not far ahead, within the confines of the Hope Cape supermarket, there exists a gathering of survivors. We merely wish to journey there in pursuit of survival," the shorter woman expressed, casting a pleading glance at Zhang Xiaobei. Yet, suddenly, the other woman burst into tears. "Weevil, you are so formidable. Why did you not appear sooner? If only you had arrived earlier, Aqiong and the others would still be alive." Weevil, the petite woman, witnessing her friend weep, felt a pang of sorrow in her heart. Indeed, had they arrived just 5 minutes earlier, they would have still been here. Zhang Xiaobei's expression turned fierce in an instant. His right hand transformed once more into an 8-meter-long flame blade. Swish! 2 headless corpses crumpled to the ground. Only 2 heads remained, their faces etched with disbelief. Fixed intently on Zhang Xiaobei. How outrageous! Such shamelessness. Surely they have fallen victim to the zombie virus. Allow me to grant you salvation. Chapter 4. Arrival at the supermarket. Gazing at the headless corpses of the 2 women sprawled in a pool of blood, a wave of nausea surged within Zhang Xiaobei. Despite having read numerous decisive narratives of slaughter, the reality of taking action himself was a psychological hurdle yet to be overcome. Ugh, System Ugh. Panel Zhang Xiaobei male. 25 years old. Health points 25 71 100. Strength 51 100 100. Speed 42 100 100. Current civilization development progress. Level 7. Current main quest. Rescue 10 survivors. 210 fortunately. After a brief pause, he noticed the panel indicating the completion of the 2-person task, confirming the viability of this approach. Good heavens! It seems one may slay without concern for burial. Zhang Xiaobei understood the crux of this mission. As long as he could save them at the brink of death, their subsequent fate was of little consequence to him. As the sun began to set, the streets gradually echoed with the growls of zombies. Although Zhang Xiaobei knew he could easily resolve the situation, the daunting environment still instilled a sense of trepidation within him. He needed to find a place to spend the night. Did they not mention that the Hope Cape supermarket housed a gathering of survivors? Without hesitation, Zhang Xiaobei set forth in the direction indicated by the 2 women. In the Dragon Nation, at the National Security Headquarters, Lin Changjun was currently being berated mercilessly. How was he to report such an incident? Report a supernatural phenomenon? There was no beginning, no process, no conclusion. You expect me to present this video to the higher-ups? What can a video elucidate? Lin Changjun scratched his head awkwardly. Minister Chi, you see, I was just sitting in the car when I witnessed that person's body simply vanish. It might not be evident on the surveillance, but I saw it with my own eyes. Even a staunch materialist would be shaken. Minister Chi urged, share your speculations. Facing the strikingly handsome man before him, Lin Changjun found it difficult to articulate his thoughts. Minister Chi, I wonder if it could possibly be akin to the time-traveling narratives found in those online novels. Upon uttering these words, an eerie silence enveloped the exchange. Comrade Shaolin, We must approach our work with a mindset of skepticism. We cannot dismiss this possibility. Immediately seal off the construction site at the subway entrance of Wiang Square in City F. In addition to barriers, install a roof. All civilian drones, satellites, and any form of signal must be shielded. Deploy armed personnel for a 24-hour watch at the location. Furthermore, dispatch another team to establish surveillance at the community where Zhang Xiaobei resides. I want to ascertain the true circumstances the moment he reappears. I must understand where he vanished during that time. The 5th hour of Zhang Xiaobei's disappearance. In City F, 5 construction vehicles, adorned with black and yellow stripes, suddenly arrived at the subway entrance of Wiang Square. Immediately, a cohort of crew-cut workers disembarked, donning safety helmets, and swiftly commenced the setup of barriers. Within a mere 10 minutes, the entire subway entrance was sealed off. Curious passers-by inquired, only to be met with the workers' sheepish grins. "We don't know either, ma'am." Subsequently, major media outlets in City F began broadcasting through the night. "Dear citizens, due to construction, the subway entrance at Wiang Square is temporarily closed. Please detour if you need to travel. We apologize for any inconvenience caused." Phew, here we are. Zhang Xiaobei gazed upon the damaged supermarket facade before him, finally discerning that the Hope Cape had transformed into Queen's Corner. After surveying the area, he found it deserted. He crouched down, scooping up a handful of dirt and rubbing it across his face. Then, he lay on the ground, rolling several times until he appeared disheveled, before approaching the modified steel door. "Is anyone there? I heard your radio broadcast. I come seeking refuge." His voice carried a hint of exhaustion born of hunger. Indeed, Zhang Xiaobei was quite famished. It was now midnight, and his last meal had been some time ago. Shortly thereafter, footsteps echoed from behind the steel door. A small observation slot opened, revealing a pair of slightly bloodshot eyes scrutinizing Zhang Xiaobei. Then came the unsettling creaking of the door as it swung open, revealing a middle-aged man, approximately 40 years old, with a prominent scar running from his brow to his mouth. Accompanying him were 2 subordinates armed with crossbows, vigilantly watching Zhang Xiaobei. "You haven't been bitten, have you?" No. Zhang Xiaobei hurriedly clarified. "I've gone several days without food. Do you have anything to eat?" The scarred man exchanged a knowing glance with his companions before warmly inviting him. "Come, step inside quickly. We have over 30 people here. We all huddle together for warmth. We have food for you. Come in." As he spoke, the scarred man cleared a path, and once Zhang Xiaobei entered, the steel door slammed shut with a resounding bang. The ground floor of the supermarket was utterly barren, with toppled shelves strewn about the windows. Following the 3 men upstairs, they arrived in a dimly lit room illuminated by a faint oil lamp. This space appeared to have once served as a cold meat storage facility, but had since been repurposed into a shelter. Upon entering, Zhang Xiaobei could not help but furrow his brow. The stench of excrement, the foul odor of decay, and the mingled scent of sweat assailed his nostrils, fiercely assaulting his lungs. "Allow me to introduce our newcomer." The scarred man clapped his hands, rousing the others as he pointed at Zhang Xiaobei. The group, weary and dulled by the apocalypse's 5-year duration, opened their eyes only to close them again. Their hearts had become numb, akin to a butcher's knife. Yet, several pairs of eyes among them instantly piqued Zhang Xiaobei's alertness. The few who stood at the window, keeping watch, regarded him not as a peer, but as if they had encountered a delectable feast. "Come, have some water." The scarred man presented a plastic bowl filled with a murky liquid, half full. Zhang Xiaobei hesitated. "Is this safe to drink?" "There's no choice. The filtration system is beyond repair. This can be regarded as the cleanest water source available. In this day and age, who would still be picky? Surviving is already a remarkable feat, never mind. I'm not thirsty anymore," Zhang Xiaobei replied politely, suppressing his discomfort. "Where did you come from?" The abrupt question from the scarred man caught Zhang Xiaobei off guard. Upon arriving in this world, he was still unaware of his exact location. Was it laid out similarly to his original world? He could only respond evasively. "I ran here from the north of the city." "Impressive. You managed to survive the journey of over 20 kilometers to reach us?" A fleeting glint of coldness flashed in the scarred man's eyes. Zhang Xiaobei immediately realized he had misspoken, just as he was contemplating a sudden outburst to knock out the scarred man before him. A shout from subordinate at the entrance interrupted. "Not good, boss. The zombies are going crazy. They're all rushing toward us." Chapter 5. I become reserve food. When the subordinate relayed the news of a large-scale zombie gathering outside, the scarred man's expression shifted dramatically. The calm demeanor he had maintained twisted under the light. revealing an unmistakable panic beneath his facade. After 5 years of apocalypse, he understood what a zombie gathering signified. Without a moment's thought for Zhang Xiaobei, he merely exchanged a meaningful glance with his two trusted subordinates. His gaze was sinister and ruthless, indicating for them to keep a close watch on the newcomer. Having completed this, the scarred man snatched up a makeshift crossbow and dashed towards the staircase. Upon reaching the rooftop, illuminated by the faint moonlight, he beheld a relentless tide of zombies surging from every direction, filling the streets like a ravenous ocean. They howled, dragging their mangled limbs, moving with an alarming speed that far surpassed the typical zombies. Like sharks sensing blood, their target was the supermarket. The blood drained from the scarred man's face as despair etched itself into the crevices of his features. With so many zombies, even the archers on the rooftop, let alone heavy weaponry, stood little chance of surviving until dawn. He frantically raced down the stairs, urgently whispering to the people in the warehouse, "Everyone quiet down. Anyone who dares make a sound will be tossed out to feed the zombies." No sooner had he spoken than his team members were already picking up their crossbows. They tread lightly, carefully ascending the stairs to fortify the rooftop on the 4th floor. The cold storage room fell into an eerie silence, the only sound being the crackling of the oil lamp, casting shadows on faces painted with numbness or fear. Zhang Xiaobei, feeling bored, brushed the dust off his pants and glanced at the woman huddled nearby. Her hair was yellowed and tangled, her face smeared with grime. She tightly clutched a child so emaciated that only bones remained. "Sister, how does this supermarket usually survive?" He attempted to strike up a conversation, his tone as friendly as possible. Yet, the woman merely glanced at him, her eyes devoid of warmth. She quickly lowered her gaze, fixated on the child in her arms, as if Zhang Xiaobei were merely a figment of air. Zhang Xiaobei felt a noseful of dust and was about to grumble when a young girl approached him. She appeared to be about 18 or 19, wearing oversized jeans she must have scavenged from somewhere. With a timid smile, she said, "I just arrived here today as well. They're quite nice. They gave me a pack of expired instant noodles and let me stay here." At this, the woman nearby suddenly let out a derisive laugh. The sound was sharp and cold, as if mocking some grand joke. A chill ran down Zhang Xiaobei's spine, instantly alerting him. Scenes from the apocalyptic novels he had read flashed through his mind, keeping living people as reserve food, deceiving women under the guise of false kindness, treating incoming survivors as mere property to be disposed of at will. A cascade of dark images piled up in his mind. Coupled with the wolfish gaze of the scarred man's subordinates as they looked at him, he began to comprehend. This was no sanctuary he had entered. He had become someone else's reserve food. A wave of cold crept up his spine, not from fear, but from irritation at this vile scheme. He slowly rose and feigned innocence as he approached the guard nearby. The guard was a young man in his 20s with dark skin. He held his crossbow steadily aimed at the center of the warehouse, his eyes scanning each person with vigilance. "Hey, need a hand?" Zhang Xiaobei rubbed his hands together. A naive smile plastered on his face. "Look at how many zombies are outside. I'm young and strong. I got some muscle. I can help move things or pass arrows. Who are you to talk?" The man snapped thrice, his tone brimming with impatience and disdain. He then slightly raised his crossbow, aiming it directly at Zhang Xiaobei's chest. "Stay put. If you keep wandering about, I'll shoot you and toss you to the zombies." Zhang Xiaobei maintained a smile, still appearing harmless as he advanced. He even slowly extended his hands, palms up, to indicate he bore no weapons. As he walked, he spoke in a familiar tone. "No need to be so angry, brother. I genuinely want to help." Suddenly, his eyes widened. He looked at the man with disbelief. "Hey, aren't you that guy?" He quickly scratched his head. "You know, the one." The guard's brow furrowed, his expression a mix of confusion. "Who are you?" "It's me." Zhang Xiaobei continued without breaking stride, now just a meter away from him. "Xiaobei. Zhang Xiaobei. We used to play together when we were kids. Do you remember?" This absurd declaration left the guard utterly dumbfounded, momentarily frozen in place. "When did I?" In that instant, the innocence in Zhang Xiaobei's eyes vanished, replaced by a glint of cold ferocity. He surged forward, his genetically enhanced speed reaching its peak. Like a specter, he closed in, his right hand morphing as the silvery battle armor materialized. A 3-meter-long dark silver spike shot forth from his hand. With a piercing glint, it plunged through the guard's chest with a sickening squelch. The sound of the spike piercing flesh was both muffled and jarring, warm blood gushing forth and splattering across Zhang Xiaobei's clothing. Without waiting for the guard to react, he swiftly covered the man's mouth with his left hand, forcefully stifling the scream that threatened to escape his throat. The guard's body thrashed violently, his eyes bulging in disbelief and terror. Immediately afterward, the fingers of Zhang Xiaobei's left hand transformed into 5 sharp metallic spikes, which he plunged mercilessly into the guard's throat and mouth. The sickening crunch of shattered teeth mixed with the sound of pierced flesh. The man could no longer produce coherent sounds, only bubbling blood escaping his throat. His body convulsed as he gradually lost strength. Leaning close to the guard's ear, Zhang Xiaobei whispered in a tone only they could hear, "Relax, it's normal to feel dizzy." His voice was eerily calm, as if soothing rather than killing. He gently lowered the lifeless body to the ground, making every effort to minimize the noise. Zhang Xiaobei raised his hand to wipe the blood from his fingers, casting a glance at the other people in the warehouse. Although the commotion had been minimal, many had witnessed it. The young girl was pale with fright, covering her mouth in silence, her body trembling uncontrollably. The previously derisive woman stared wide-eyed, her expression filled with shock as she regarded Zhang Xiaobei. The child in her arms whimpered softly, terrified, as she clamped her hand over his mouth. Other survivors either cowered in corners, shivering, or looked at him with a mix of emotions. A sense of fear, curiosity, and a hint of clandestine anticipation enveloped Zhang Xiaobei as he disregarded the gazes fixed upon him, his attention riveted on another guard stationed at the warehouse entrance. Oblivious to the predicament of his companion, the guard stood with his back turned, ear pressed against the door, straining to catch the sounds beyond. Chapter 6, Confirmation. It is Blue Star. Upon neutralizing the second guard, Zhang Xiaobei ensured that no extraneous sound escaped the man's lips. With precision, he pierced the guard's neck from behind. As the lifeless body crumpled to the ground, Zhang Xiaobei nonchalantly discarded it, dusting off non-existent grime from his hands before bending low and ascending the staircase. The corridor was shrouded in darkness, the only sounds being the sporadic whispers from the rooftop mingling with the anguished howls of the undead. Reaching the 4th-floor stairwell, he cautiously peeked out, instantly spotting Scarface and his 6 lackeys standing at the edge of the rooftop. All held their breath, crossbows aimed at the street below, their nerves taut as they fixated on the encroaching horde of zombies. The undead had amassed at the foot of the supermarket, a swarm of indistinct shadows writhing in the night, their roars deafening. "Focus your aim. Do not let them ascend," Scarface commanded in a hushed, trembling voice. Evidently still grappling with the despair of their earlier situation, Zhang Xiaobei scoffed, no longer concealing his presence. After all, these scoundrels were destined for demise. There was no need to waste time in stealth. In the next instant, a silver-white battle armor enveloped him, the anti-gravity system lifting him effortlessly into the air. A flash of light illuminated his left hand as a 5-meter-long gherkin knife materialized, its cold gleam blinding in the moonlight, with energy ripples shimmering along its edge. His right hand transformed into a half-man-high alloy shield, intricately etched with complex designs. "Who is it?" Scarface sensed the disturbance behind him. His voice barely above a whisper, and all his lackeys turned sharply. Before they could react, Zhang Xiaobei had become a blur, hurtling towards Scarface with incredible speed. Scarface felt a fierce gust of wind, accompanied by an icy metallic chill. He instinctively raised his bow to block, yet his reflexes were no match for Zhang Xiaobei's velocity. In an instant, his vision spun violently, the only sound left being the rush of wind and the sickening sound of flesh being torn at his throat. His head, propelled by inertia, rolled off the edge of the 4th-floor rooftop, tracing an arc through the air. With a resounding thud, it struck the ground, its echo discernible even amidst the cacophony of the undead. The remaining 6 lackeys stood frozen, their crossbows clattering to the floor unnoticed. Their eyes widened in disbelief, fixated on Zhang Xiaobei, who hovered in midair. Terror and shock filled their gaze. Suspended in flight, a 5-meter-long knife in his left hand, an alloy shield in his right. The silver-white armor shimmered with a divine radiance under the moonlight. This stance resembled that of a deity descending upon the earthly realm. "By the heavens!" one lackey gasped, his voice trembling with a mix of fear and awe. Zhang Xiaobei wasted no time, his figure flickering as he appeared before one of the lackeys, seizing him with one hand. "Tell me, where's this place?" His voice resonated through the armor, cold and mechanical. "And what are you wretched souls doing here?" The captured lackey, pale as a ghost, trembled uncontrollably, his lips quivering as he stammered. "This is the Cape of Good Hope supermarket in City F. We are just trying to survive together." "Survive together?" Zhang Xiaobei raised an eyebrow, lightly pressing the gherkin knife against the lackey's throat, the blade's chill sending shivers through him. "Are the individuals in that warehouse your companions? Or are they your dwindling food supplies?" Aye, the lackey's gaze darted, clearly lying. His throat bobbed as he dared not meet Zhang Xiaobei's eyes. Choose your words wisely, Zhang Xiaobei warned, applying slight pressure, the blade breaking the skin, a trickle of dark red blood seeping forth. It seems that allowing you scoundrels to live another moment is a waste. With that, he dragged the lackey towards the rooftop's edge. Below, the zombies had begun to scale the supermarket's walls, their decayed faces turned upward, drool dripping from their mouths. The lackey, paralyzed by fear, pleaded desperately, I'll tell you. I'll tell you. Please don't throw me down. Zhang Xiaobei halted, his tone still icy. The people in the warehouse were all deceived by our leader. The lackey cried out. Scarface said that in this apocalypse, we should fear a lack of food, so he lured survivors here as reserves. Women would be shared among the brothers. We were forced into this. At this revelation, the remaining 5 lackeys turned ashen, some instinctively attempting to retreat, only to be frozen in place by Zhang Xiaobei's frigid gaze. His expression darkened, stomach churning anew. As he suspected, this vile group was more repugnant than the zombies themselves. What world is this? He pressed, tightening his grip on the lackey's throat. Do not speak in apocalypse. I need to know, is this Blue Star? It is Blue Star. Here in City F, Dragon Country. The lackey nodded fervently. 5 years ago, in 2012, the zombie virus erupted, and the city fell. We've been hiding here, initially occupying the supermarket with food and drink. But once those supplies ran out, we survived by deceiving other survivors. Zhang Xiaobei's mind raced with clarity. This was indeed a parallel apocalyptic world to Blue Star. The geographical layout was identical to the city F he knew. He glanced at the approaching zombies below, then back at the lackey in his grasp, a mischievous smile curling at his lips. Forced, you say? If your leader can compel you, why can't I? The lackey's eyes widened in horror as realization dawned upon him. And no, please, he stammered. Before he could finish, Zhang Xiaobei released his grip. The lackey screamed as he plummeted from the 4th-floor rooftop, swallowed by the horde below. A brief, anguished cry echoed before silence fell. The remaining 5 lackeys, paralyzed by fear, felt their legs weaken. Some collapsed to the ground, while others bolted towards the stairwell. Where do you think you're running? Zhang Xiaobei pursued them, his alloy shield swinging. With a resounding crash, he sent the lead lackey hurtling against the rooftop railing. Blood spewed forth as he fell lifelessly. You deceitful wretches, he shouted, wielding the 5-meter Gurkha knife with lethal precision. The blade flashed, cleaving through 2 more lackeys in a single stroke. You dared to deceive me. The rooftop transformed into a slaughterhouse. Cries of despair mingled with the clash of metal and the roars of the undead below. Zhang Xiaobei executed each movement with grace and efficiency, the power and speed of his armor rendering him unstoppable. In less than half a minute, the remaining lackeys lay vanquished. He descended onto the rooftop, surveying the bodies strewn across the ground, then glanced at the system panel. Rescue 10 survivors, 210. Tisk. It seems I must venture to save those in the warehouse. He sheathed his knife and shield, his armor reverting to its ordinary form as he turned towards the stairwell. Hopefully, this group will show some sense and refrain from making me resort to violence again. As he reached the 3rd-floor landing, he heard commotion from below, the sounds of crying and arguing piercing through the air. Zhang Xiaobei paused, his expression growing cold. What chaos is this? Chapter 7. The naive and foolish survivors of 5 years. As he descended to the 3rd-floor stairwell, the discord from the warehouse grew unbearable. Hurry! Seizing the moment while the formidable leader was absent, a tall, lean man raised his voice, exclaiming, Quickly, let us delve into the warehouse and search for provisions. Scarface's gang must have hidden some valuable treasures. He clutched a broken steel pipe, leading the way deeper into the storage area, which had previously served as the exclusive repository for Scarface's crew, now unlocked for exploration. Stop! You cannot go in there. A clear yet obstinate voice interrupted, belonging to the young girl who had just arrived that day. With her arms outstretched, she stood resolutely at the entrance of the storage area, her face a mask of indignation. That murderous man is evil. He killed my brother, who made me instant noodles. How can you assist him in his wickedness? Noodles? The tall man scoffed, as if he had heard the most absurd joke. Are you a fool? Have you been starved into foolishness? Do you genuinely believe they wish to rescue you? They do not. The girl, her eyes reddening with urgency, bit her lip defiantly. My brother said as long as I stayed obedient, I would be safe. He even gave me water. He is not a bad person. Leaning against the staircase railing, Zhang Xiaobei listened, nearly choking on laughter, a dark line of frustration crossing his forehead. 5 years into the apocalypse, how had this naive girl managed to survive? Was she truly swayed by a mere packet of moldy noodles? He remained silent, arms crossed, keenly observing the unfolding drama, curious to see how far this spectacle would progress. Safe? An unkempt man nearby suddenly erupted in agitation, shoving the girl aside, his voice a restrained howl. Do you even know what safety means? It means watching those beside you being dragged out, butchered into pieces for soup. It means subsisting on a mouthful of moldy rice every 3 days, awaiting your turn to be consumed as emergency rations. You lie. The girl persisted, her head held high as she voiced her beliefs. Am I lying? The bearded man pivoted sharply, pointing accusingly at change.Technologies, who cradled her child in the corner. His voice rose, tinged with tears. If you don't believe me, ask change.Technologies. When she first arrived, Scarface promised to protect her and her child. And what happened? She was violated by 8 men all day long. The child nearly starved to death. They are not human. These words struck like a thunderclap, plunging the entire warehouse into silence. change.Technologies trembled violently, clutching her emaciated son, her yellow hair obscuring her face, her shoulders heaving. A suppressed sob escaped her throat, evoking profound sorrow in those who listened. The child, frightened, began to cry softly, his gaunt cheeks marred by fear. And my wife, shouted another stout man, his eyes reddened with fury. She was slaughtered for resisting. Scarface cut her throat and threw her out to feed the zombies. More voices began to rise in lamentation, some pounding their chests while others crouched on the ground, wiping tears from their faces. The pent-up despair and rage accumulated over the past year erupted in that very moment. The girl was taken aback, her indignation gradually giving way to confusion and disbelief. She looked at the weeping crowd, then glanced at the silently crying change.Technologies. Her lips trembled as she incredulously murmured, "How can this be? They told me that as long as I came, I would be safe and that they would help me." Help you? Help you become the next change.Technologies or the next pot of stew? The tall man sneered, his impatience palpable. What is the point of wasting words on such a dimwit? Finding food is more pressing. As several began to bypass the girl, intent on rushing inside, some even resorted to binding her with the rope used for securing goods. Struggling, the girl cried out, "You can't do this. You are the villains." Change.Technologies could no longer bear to listen. Her foolishness had crossed the threshold of reason in this apocalyptic world. He descended the stairs, each heavy footstep resonating in the silence of the warehouse. Upon seeing him, the crowd seemed to glimpse a savior, and in an instant they fell to their knees. Some began to prostrate themselves, their voices trembling with gratitude. "Leader, thank you for saving us. We can finally live." Only the bound girl held her head high, her expression one of reluctant defiance, her eyes glaring at change.Technologies with hostility. He surveyed the kneeling crowd, his tone unceremonious. "Rise. You are free. I shall stay here for the night. At dawn, you may choose to leave or remain, entirely at your discretion. Live well." As his words faded, the bound girl suddenly called out, writhing in her restraints, "Hey, you there, help me. They tied me up. Let me go." Change.Technologies furrowed his brow and looked at her, his gaze icy and devoid of warmth. "The so-called good people you believe in are all dead. I killed them." In an instant, the warehouse erupted into joyous tears. "Well done," change.Technologies exclaimed, tears streaming down her face. "These beasts should have been slaughtered long ago." Indeed, the leader eliminates the scourge for the people. Others echoed, "We have been trapped here for over a year, watching acquaintances turn into monsters. If it weren't for the leader, we would have no future." The crowd clamored with gratitude, their voices intertwining in a cacophony of relief. Yet the girl persisted, shaking her head vigorously. "You are all deceiving me. Deceiving me? They are good people. Why do you say such things?" Change.Technologies, now utterly devoid of patience, stepped forward, grasping the girl by the nape of her neck and heading toward the first floor. The onlookers exchanged bewildered glances. What was the leader planning? Surely, he wouldn't kill her. She was merely foolish, and perhaps even pitiable. Ignoring the murmurs behind him, change.Technologies reached the heavy steel door on the ground floor. He grasped the handle and pulled it open with a creak, cold wind and the stench of decay flooding in, the distant cries of the undead growing ever clearer. Pale with fear, the girl struggled more fiercely, exclaiming, "What are you doing? Let me go. I want to go outside. There are zombies." Amidst the gasps of the crowd, change.Technologies flung her out, as if disposing of a bag of trash. "Ah!" Her scream pierced the night as a horde of zombies, drawn by the sound, surged toward her like ravenous wolves sensing blood. At the very last moment, as the girl was about to be devoured, change.Technologies waved his hand, and silver armor enveloped his arm, a flaming sword materializing before him. The dark red flames crackled, exuding a searing heat as he swept it forward. With a flash of the blade, The zombies before him were cleaved in two, charred remnants scattering across the ground, blackened blood splattering onto the girl. Lying on the ground, she froze in terror, her scream lodged in her throat, eyes wide with disbelief as she beheld the carnage around her. Drenched in the blood of the undead, she trembled uncontrollably. Zhang Xiaobei retracted the flaming sword, the armor reverting to its original form. Glancing at the system panel that appeared before him, he noted, saved 10 survivors, 310. At that moment, a wicked idea surged within him. Staring at the system panel, he mused, saved 10 survivors, 310. In the pitch-black night, his eyes suddenly gleamed with a brilliant light. A ludicrous thought exploded in his mind. What if he saved this girl, then tossed her out again, attracting the zombies anew to save her once more? Could he not repeatedly rack up points? As this notion blossomed in his mind like wild grass, he turned to the girl, still trembling on the ground, a cold smile creeping across his lips. Hee, do not be afraid. I assure you, you shall not perish. The process may be somewhat unsettling, yet I believe you can endure it, correct? After all, you have just repulsed me in such a manner. With the astonished gazes of the onlookers at the warehouse entrance fixed upon him, Zhang Xiaobei strode boldly out through the steel door. Completely disregarding the scattered zombies still lurking outside, he bent down, unceremoniously grasping the girl by the nape of her neck, much like one would handle a tattered doll, and hoisted her up. The girl, still paralyzed with fear from the zombies, felt the familiar grip. Upon raising her gaze to behold Zhang Xiaobei's face, her eyes brimmed with tears. She then burst into a wailing cry. "We of you will. I knew you wouldn't truly harm me. You're a good person. I was wrong to call you a bad person." As she sobbed, she attempted to clutch Zhang Xiaobei's arm in search of solace. However, in the next moment, the familiar sensation of weightlessness engulfed her. Whoosh! Thud! A flawless parabolic arc once again graced the night sky. Before the girl could fully comprehend what was happening, she was hurled away with great force, landing heavily on an open space not far from the supermarket. "Oh!" A piercing scream echoed, now filled with despair and confusion. The nearby zombies were instantly drawn to the sound, rushing towards her in a frenzy, their decaying hands nearly grazing her hair. "Boss, no!" Someone in the warehouse could not help but exclaim, instinctively wanting to rush out. Yet in the next instant, they were firmly restrained by those beside them. Zhang Xiaobei glanced back at the individual, who immediately felt a cold sweat trickle down their spine. Just as the girl was on the verge of being devoured by the ravenous jaws of a zombie, in a moment of utter despair, Zhang Xiaobei's figure flickered and appeared before her. With a swift motion of his hand, the 8-meter-long flame blade blazed forth. With a swoosh, the advancing zombies were cleaved in two, the acrid scent of char mingling with the stench of decay filling the air. He quickly cast a glance at the system panel. Rescue 10 survivors, 510. Damn, this is truly useful. This bug can be exploited. Zhang Xiaobei's face lit up with excitement, entirely oblivious to the girl's body, which had gone rigid from fright. He bent down once more, seizing her by the nape. The energy thrusters beneath him ignited, lifting him and the girl into the air. The onlookers in the warehouse were left in stunned silence, witnessing a scene so absurd that it shattered their perceptions. That man, who soared like a deity, effortlessly slaying zombies with a wave of his hand. Could such feats truly be accomplished by an ordinary person? He paraded around the supermarket, holding the nearly fainting girl, occasionally tossing her into the horde of zombies. As the zombies lunged at her, he would swiftly wield his blade to save her. "Ah, no! Rescue 10 survivors, 610. Ah, no! Rescue 10 survivors, 710. Ah, no! Rescue 10 survivors, 810. The girl transitioned from frantic cries and pleas for mercy to a state of numbness and daze. Ultimately, she was left quivering, devoid of consciousness. Her body was smeared with the black blood and filth of zombies, her hair matted, and her face drained of color. Her gaze was hollow, akin to that of a marionette, mechanically repeating, "Don't throw me anymore. It's too terrifying. I was wrong." Yet Zhang Xiaobei grew increasingly exhilarated. Soaring through the night with her in tow, the surrounding zombies were drawn in waves, the heap of corpses mounting ever higher. Finally, when he pulled the girl from the jaws of the zombie one last time, the system prompt chimed in. Rescue 10 survivors, 1010. Success! Zhang Xiaobei grinned widely, lowering his gaze to the girl in his right hand, who was now utterly shattered. She continued to sob softly, mumbling incoherently. "I was wrong. We of you will. Please don't torment me like this. It's too frightening. We of you will. I won't call you a bad person anymore." At that moment, Zhang Xiaobei had little patience to heed her ramblings. Having repeatedly wielded his blade to save her, Her cries had nearly driven him to distraction. Were it not for the fact that her cries attracted zombies, he might have long since silenced her. With a furrowed brow, he impatiently muttered, "Noisy." No sooner had the words left his lips than he waved his hand. In an instant, a muffled thud resonated, and the world fell silent. The girl's eyes widened, her throat still emitting raspy sounds. But within the next moment, her body ceased trembling, followed by a rush of warmth emanating from Zhang Xiaobei's hand. Disgusted, he wiped his hands on the girl's clothing. At that moment, the system's cold, mechanical voice echoed in his mind. Ding. Congratulations, host, for completing the novice task. Rescue 10 survivors. Task evaluation, extremely high efficiency. Reward granted. 1 fragment of controllable nuclear fusion blueprint. 110. Collect 10 fragments to exchange for a complete blueprint. Current actions available. 1. Continue with subsequent tasks. 2. Return to the original world. Please make a choice within 10 seconds. Damn it, having come this far. Am I to return now? Zhang Xiaobei scoffed, feeling the power surging within his battle armor. He turned to survey the towering piles of zombie corpses around him, a glint of excitement flashing in his eyes. I'm not done having fun yet. Without hesitation, he shouted at the system panel. Continue the task. Ding. Host has chosen to continue the task. Triggering task combo. Task reward X2. Ding. New task issued. You have survived in the apocalyptic wasteland for a preliminary duration. Countless bloodthirsty zombies lurk here, alongside numerous mutated creatures. Has humanity truly lost its dominion over the planet? Task content. Please slay 1,000 zombies within 24 hours. Task reward. Controllable nuclear fusion blueprint fragments X2. Task failure. No penalty. Zhang Xiaobei's breath quickened instantly. Are all novice tasks this simple? He found it hard to believe. After all, it was merely 1,000 zombies. He had already dispatched nearly 100 under his blade. Moreover, he still had this screaming girl to draw the zombies towards him. Wait, where's my bait? Upon glancing down, he saw the girl, who had long since succumbed, covered in blood and filth, her eyes filled with disbelief as she stared at him. Zhang Xiaobei immediately turned his gaze towards the crowd huddled behind the door. The onlookers felt a chill run from their spines to the crown of their heads. A dark, crimson warning subtly manifested. Chapter 9. The Apocalypse Square Dance. Zhang Xiaobei turned to face the survivors cowering at the warehouse entrance. His gaze swept over their pallid faces. The initial thought of dragging 2 individuals out to serve as new bait was swiftly dismissed. However, upon seeing the trembling child in Chen.Deseo's arms, he paused inexplicably. It was not out of compassion. Rather, 2 individuals were simply insufficient. Come out, all of you, he shouted into the warehouse, his tone still impatient. I have some questions for you, don't dawdle. The crowd jostled one another as they emerged from the warehouse, each with their heads bowed, afraid to meet his gaze, lest they become the next to be thrown out. Chen.Deseo clutched her child tightly, pressing the child's face against her chest, fearful that he might witness the sea of corpses outside. I ask you, Zhang Xiaobei leaned against the steel door, arms crossed. Are these zombies particularly attuned to sound? Do even the slightest noises draw them near? A tall, lanky man eagerly nodded, his voice trembling. Yes. Boss, zombies have poor eyesight, but their hearing and sense of smell are remarkably acute. Even the slightest commotion can attract a horde. Oh, Zhang Xiaobei's eyes sparkled with newfound inspiration. Are you aware if this supermarket possesses any sound systems or loudspeakers? Perhaps even devices capable of generating electricity? The group exchanged glances, and the stubbled man hesitated before speaking. Indeed, I was previously a security guard at this supermarket. During its grand opening, we accumulated a plethora of powerful speakers and dance party loudspeakers in the warehouse. There's also an emergency diesel generator, intended to ensure the cold storage remains operational in the event of a power outage. However, I cannot ascertain if it is still functional. Lead the way, Zhang Xiaobei commanded, gesturing grandly. Under the guidance of the stubbled man, they ventured to the storage room in the supermarket's rear yard. As anticipated, several high-powered speakers and loudspeakers lay piled within, alongside a dust-covered diesel generator. Zhang Xiaobei approached, kicking aside debris from the generator. He patted its body, questioning, will it still turn on? It should, the stubbled man replied hastily. Previously, Scar and his crew would occasionally use it for illumination. However, no one can venture out now to collect fuel, he added. Zhang Xiaobei said nothing, turning swiftly to exit. Wait here, before the others could fully comprehend. He vanished in a flash. In the next instant, he soared through the air, heading towards a nearby gas station. Shortly thereafter, he returned, 2 barrels filled with diesel in hand, his palms dripping with black oil. Clearly, he had forcefully breached the gas station's underground fuel reserve. Fill the generator with fuel and start it, he commanded, hurling the barrels to the ground and pointing at the lanky man and the stubbled one. You two handle it. If you fail, you can go outside to lure the zombies. Both men shivered in fear and hurried to the generator, clumsily pouring in fuel and yanking the starter rope. Put. After a few attempts, the generator roared to life. Electricity surged through the wires to the speakers, which had previously fallen silent, now crackling to life with a burst of static. Zhang Xiaobei casually seized a microphone, testing its sound quality. He rummaged through a pile of CDs in the storage room, ultimately extracting one adorned with the images of a man and a woman, grinning with satisfaction. This is the one. Have the speakers move to the plaza in front of the supermarket, arranged in a circle. Place the loudspeaker in the center and insert the CD into the player. Everyone, stand in the middle of the plaza, Zhang Xiaobei shouted to the survivors, waving his fiery blade with a gentle flourish. The blade's edge grazed the ground, leaving behind a charred mark. Dance for me. The louder, the better. The more extravagant, the better. Anyone who dares to slack off will be thrown out to feed the zombies. What? The crowd was dumbfounded, disbelief etched on their faces. Boss, this is far too dangerous. The lanky man lamented, his face a mask of despair. The plaza is surrounded by zombies, and dancing will undoubtedly attract more. We will perish. You won't die, Zhang Xiaobei scoffed, raising his hand to switch on the speaker. I guarantee your survival, provided you lure the zombies to me. The more, the better. In the next heartbeat, the speakers erupted with the infectious melody. The vast horizon is my love, the flowers bloom at the foot of the lush green hills. The catchy tune exploded from the speakers at maximum volume, causing the ground to tremble slightly. The cheerful rhythm, combined with the brainwashing lyrics, created an extreme contrast against the backdrop of a world littered with corpses. Jump! Zhang Xiaobei's gaze sharpened, his fiery blade aimed at the crowd. They were left with no choice but to stand in the plaza center. Chen Deseo clutched her child, her limbs stiffly swaying. The lanky man and the stubbled one clung to each other, dancing in a manner more mournful than joyful. The others wore expressions of ghostly pallor, mechanically twisting their bodies. Each person had already resigned themselves to the notion of impending death. This leader was truly mad. As the melody of the most dazzling national style enveloped them, the zombie howls from the surrounding streets grew increasingly deafening, even from nearby residential buildings. Curious heads peeked out towards the commotion. First, shadows in the distance began to stir, followed by hordes of zombies pouring forth from every alleyway. They raced towards the plaza, as if lured by a tempting bait. They roared, dragging their mangled limbs behind them. A dense mass of shadows spread across the night, an unending tide. They're coming. So many are coming. Some individuals trembled in fear, nearly collapsing to the ground. It's over. This time it's truly over. Chen Deseo squeezed her eyes shut, trembling with her child in her arms. The rancid stench of decay wafted towards them, inducing nausea. The group's faces turned ashen, hopelessly gazing at the approaching horde of zombies. They could even discern the rotting flesh on their faces. Just as despair settled in, an astonishing scene unfolded. Zhang Xiaobei soared into the air, his silver armor instantaneously enveloping him. The 8-meter-long fiery blade reappeared, its flames more vibrant, even shimmering with a hint of gold. 8 meters? Not enough. Make it a 40-meter-long blade. The fiery blade elongated rapidly in an unbelievable manner. The entire blade radiated an exaggerated heat wave, illuminating the entire block. Excellent! Zhang Xiaobei shouted in exhilaration, his figure resembling a divine warrior as he charged into the horde of zombies. The fiery blade swept through, and with a swift slash, dozens of zombies were cleaved in two, their charred remains scattering. The anti-gravity engine beneath him adjusted directions continuously, allowing him to nimbly weave through the throngs of zombies. Wherever he went, it was as if a scythe was reaping wheat, and the zombies fell lifeless to the ground. Meanwhile, the system panel displayed numbers that were rapidly escalating. Zombie kill count: 1, 271, 000. Zombie kill count: 2, 561, 000. Zombie kill count: 4, 181, 000. The survivors in the plaza were mesmerized, forgetting to dance, forgetting their fears. They watched in awe as the silver figure slaughtered through the horde with unrestrained vigor. The stubbled man murmured, his expression of despair replaced by sheer shock. What in the world? Is this a god of slaughter? Chapter 10. The Radiance of Humanity. Chen Deseo released her grip from covering her child's eyes, allowing the child to gaze at Zhang Xiaobei as he sliced through zombies in midair. Fear had vanished from the child's eyes, replaced instead with curiosity. Zhang Xiaobei reveled in the carnage, the energy of his armor seemingly inexhaustible. The vacuum zero-point energy truly lived up to its reputation. It was limitless. He even began to perform tricks, occasionally transforming the fiery blade into dozens of sharp spikes, simultaneously piercing through several zombies. At other times, he enlarged his shield, swatting at the dense masses of zombies like swatting flies. Zombie kill count, 789. 100. Zombie kill count, 956. 100. Zombie kill count, 1001. 100. At the moment the system notification chimed, Zhang Xiaobei cleaved a zombie before him, suspended in midair. His armor smeared with the black blood of the undead, yet it remained dazzling. Ding! Congratulations, host, for completing the mission. Total zombies slaughtered, 1000. Mission evaluation, disturbing the peace star. Playing music at 2 a.m. is truly inconsiderate. Reward issued, 2 fragments of controllable nuclear fusion blueprint, 310. Collect 10 fragments to exchange for the complete blueprint. Current action options available. 1. Continue accepting subsequent tasks. 2. Return to the original world. Please make your selection within 10 seconds. Zhang Xiaobei, caught up in a thrill, was about to respond to accept the task. However, he hesitated momentarily as the words formed on his lips. If I accept the task, can I return to the original world midway? Yes. Accept. Ding. Host has chosen to continue the task. Task chain triggered. Task rewards X4. Ding. New task issued. You have already made a name for yourself in the desolate wasteland of the apocalypse. In this post-apocalyptic world, you can truly be called a sovereign. The survival of this planet owes a part of its fate to your efforts. Task details. Please eliminate 5 mutated beasts within 24 hours. Task reward. Fragments of controllable nuclear fusion blueprints X4. Task failure. No penalties. Zhang Xiaobei gazed at his blood-soaked attire, a thought crossing his mind. In the next instant, his adaptive battle armor trembled. Subsequently, all the bloodstains vanished without a trace. He pulled out his phone to check, but there was no signal. The clock read 2:27 a.m. Turning to the stunned onlookers, he declared, "All right, stop dawdling. Clean up and let's head back." Everyone complied without a hint of protest. Several individuals lifting a speaker together. Perhaps due to prolonged hunger, they needed to rest multiple times even to move a single speaker. Zhang Xiaobei, however, paid them no mind and strode directly to the second floor, where the scarred man had hidden supplies. At the innermost part, he encountered a sturdy iron door, marked with a sign that read finance room. Presumably, it was once a place for cash storage in the supermarket. The iron door was solid and lacked a key, but to Zhang Xiaobei, it was no different from paper. With a powerful kick, he sent the door, along with its frame, crashing to the ground. Exposed steel and concrete seemed to mock him. Couldn't you have just used a key? A glance revealed the interior, cloaked in darkness. Zhang Xiaobei promptly retrieved his phone. Activating the flashlight to inspect the area, he discovered that the supplies were nearly depleted. There were merely a dozen packs of instant noodles, some of which had already been opened. 2 bags of rice infested with weevils remained, but there were still a few boxes of canned goods. Picking one up, he noted the production date, September 2nd, 2011. With a shelf life of 10 years, it confirmed that the timeline was indeed 2017, meaning it was still edible. Without hesitation, Zhang Xiaobei appropriated all 4 remaining boxes of luncheon meat. He disregarded the remaining pickled vegetables, instant noodles, rice, and moldy bread. Approaching the warehouse entrance, he called out to everyone, Come, gather around. I've found quite a bit of food in this warehouse. You all can divide it. Eat well and rest." Upon hearing this, the previously despondent expressions of the crowd lit up with hope. Is it really for us? They gazed wide-eyed at the supplies on the iron rack behind Zhang Xiaobei. "It's for you. I have no use for that stuff." Zhang Xiaobei watched as the crowd began to distribute the food in an orderly fashion. Despite their hunger, they maintained a semblance of order, primarily out of respect for Zhang Xiaobei, fearing that if they displeased him, he might toss them to the zombies. That night felt akin to a festival. The oil lamp in the warehouse was moved to the center. Under the dim light, a dozen bags of instant noodles, 2 bags of rice, and several packets of pickled vegetables lay on the ground. While not lavish, it represented the most extravagant feast these individuals had encountered in years. Surrounding the supplies, no one fought over them. They instinctively stepped back, allowing the prime positions to be occupied by Sister Chun and the child in her arms, as well as the old man in the corner who had remained silent. His hair was completely white, and he was bent over. One of the earliest survivors deceived by the scarred man. With a frail physique, he had survived solely on the occasional scraps of food saved by others. The tall, skinny man picked up a pack of instant noodles, his hands trembling as he tore open the packaging. After doing so, he turned and approached Sister Chun. Sister, let the child have some first. He looked starved. The little boy in Sister Chin's arms was emaciated, his eyes fixated on the instant noodle package, swallowing hard but instinctively curling closer to his mother. Silly child, Sister Chin's eyes reddened as she took the noodles but did not give them to the boy. Instead, she handed them back to the tall man. Let us give it to old Zhang first. He hasn't had a proper meal in 4 or 5 days. In the corner, old Zhang waved his hand, his voice hoarse. No, I'm old and useless. It matters not whether I eat. Let the children have it. Eat it if I say so. Enough with the nonsense. A bearded man approached, forcefully tossing a pack of instant noodles at old Zhang's feet. Some individuals found a few dirty bowls, carefully unwrapping the instant noodles. They broke the noodle block in half, reserving one for the children and elderly while keeping the other for themselves. Lacking hot water, they used the little filtered water remaining in the warehouse to soak the noodles. Even if they didn't soften, the meal tasted exceptionally sweet. Zhang Xiaobei leaned against the staircase, opening a can of luncheon meat. He chewed on the tasteless food, feeling no hunger. Perhaps he was too accustomed to it. Observing the scene before him, his initial impatience began to fade. He had expected these individuals, hardened by suffering, to act like ravenous wolves in a frenzy. Instead, he was surprised to see them share the precious opportunity to survive with the weaker among them. The bearded man gnawed on the dry noodle block, catching sight of a 17 or 18-year-old boy sneaking around in the corner. He turned his head to see the boy quietly sharing some of his noodles with a nearby injured youth. This boy had been deceived by the scarred man 3 days prior, and upon learning the truth, had attempted to flee, only to have his leg broken. He had been burning with fever and could barely stand. Why are you giving him your food when you haven't eaten? The young man scratched his head, smiling shyly. He needs it more than I do. I can hold on. The injured boy's eyes reddened as he took a bite of the moldy noodle block, whispering a heartfelt thank you. This simple phrase rendered the surrounding crowd silent. They had once been betrayed and harmed by those they trusted most, treated as mere reserves to be trampled upon. They had witnessed the most grotesque aspects of humanity. Yet, in this moment, they were still willing to believe in one another, ready to share the little warmth they possessed with those beside them. The oil lamp cast a flickering light upon their faces, revealing traces of tears and exhaustion, yet also the return of long-forgotten smiles. Zhang Xiaobei silently observed, then raised his hand and tossed the last remaining can of luncheon meat over. The can landed with a thud before Sister Chun. He said nothing, turning back to resume his position at the staircase. Sister Chun was momentarily taken aback, opening the can. A rich aroma of meat wafted through the air. She did not keep it for herself, but divided the contents into over a dozen portions. Each portion was small, yet she distributed it to everyone present. By the end, she was left with only a tiny piece, which she smiled and placed into the child's mouth. The little boy chewed on the luncheon meat, his eyes lighting up. Suddenly, he looked up at Zhang Xiaobei at the staircase and hoarsely murmured, "Thank you, uncle." This heartfelt address made everyone pause momentarily. Then they turned their gazes toward Zhang Xiaobei. In that instant, the fear that had previously clouded their eyes was replaced by gratitude. Zhang Xiaobei scoffed, impatiently muttering, "Eat your food. Enough of this nonsense." Chapter 11. Perhaps he will return. The oil lamp in the warehouse continued to burn quietly, illuminating faces of satisfaction. No one mentioned the past hardships anymore, nor did they fear the darkness outside. Even the boy who had been feverish looked slightly better as he slept against the wall. Zhang Xiaobei glanced at his phone. The hands of the clock pointed to 3:30 a.m. He stood up, and the battle armor automatically conformed to his shape, activating. Once you're done eating, make sure to clean up. His gaze swept over the crowd, finally settling on the tall, skinny man. Remember to secure the steel door downstairs. We don't want any zombies breaking in. The crowd paused, then promptly nodded in agreement. Understood, boss. Rest assured, we shall secure it. Zhang Xiaobei uttered no further words, turning to stride towards the staircase. Boss, where are you headed? The stubbled man could not help but inquire, his voice tinged with concern. Outside lurked not only zombies, but also more fearsome mutated beasts. They had witnessed the horrifying transformation of wild dogs, capable of crushing rebar with a single bite. Zhang Xiaobei paused momentarily, yet did not look back, merely tossing over his shoulder, "I have something to attend to outside." Before the last syllable faded, he had already descended the stairs, his figure vanishing at the supermarket's entrance. The others hurried to the second-floor window, peering through the narrow gaps obscured by shelves. The night remained thick and heavy, with the remnants of zombie corpses still piled in the supermarket square. The stench, carried by the night breeze, wafted through the window. Yet no one felt repulsed. They beheld a silvery figure emerge from the steel gate, standing resolutely in the center of the square. A faint blue energy light suddenly illuminated beneath him, and with a swift motion, he soared into the air, ascending several meters above ground. He flew towards the outskirts of the city. His battle armor traced a dazzling arc in the moonlight, growing ever distant until it dwindled into a mere speck, disappearing at the edge of the night. In the Dragon Kingdom, at the National Security Headquarters building, the conference room remained brightly lit at 4 in the morning. Amidst swirling smoke, Minister Chi paced back and forth, hands clasped behind him. His expression was grave, brows tightly knitted. The only sound in the room was the rhythmic click of his polished shoes. Abruptly halting, he cast a sharp glance at Lin Changjun, who stood before the table. This fellow had been missing for 9 hours. Had the troops stationed at Weiyang Square's subway entrance not relayed any useful information? Lin Changjun regarded the anxious figure of the minister and felt a chuckle rise within him. Initially, someone had questioned how to report such an incident. However, he kept his demeanor serious as he reported, "Minister, the station troops are on full alert. They have not only equipped themselves with millimeter-wave radar, but have also added underground pipeline detectors and electromagnetic signal catchers. They are conducting continuous scans, covering a 3-kilometer radius down to 50 meters underground, 24 hours a day." He paused, his tone growing somber. "However, thus far, we have not detected any energy anomalies or spatial fluctuations. It is as if he has evaporated into thin air." At the subway entrance, he has completely vanished without a trace. Evaporated? Minister Chi's frown deepened with every word. "Continue to seal off the scene." "Yes." Lin Changjun responded promptly, adding, "We have implemented interference prevention devices and detectors at the site, with shift frequencies encrypted to every 2 hours. The station personnel are fully armed and on alert, waiting for his appearance." Minister Chi nodded, his gaze shifting to a stack of documents on the table. That was Zhang Xiaobei's in-depth investigation report. What had been discovered about his life trajectory? Were there any anomalies? "We have reviewed it." Minister Lin Changjun began to report as he flipped through the document. Zhang Xiaobei is an extraneous staff member from XX Community in F City, Province S, having worked at this unit for a year now. His attendance is perfect, and his duties consist of various menial tasks, with no exposure to any confidential information. Colleagues describe him as a sarcastic yet down-to-earth individual, leading a monotonous life between the unit and his rented accommodation. Aside from fast food and snacks, he has no friends. His only vice is smoking. Noticing Lin Changjun's silence, Minister Chi shot him a questioning glance. Additionally, analysis of consumer big data reveals a penchant for bathing. Upon verification, it was found that several bathing centers he frequented provided non-compliant services. Hearing this, Minister Chi's lips twitched. Compliance or not, continue with the report. Lin Changjun quickly composed himself and continued. His academic trajectory from primary school to university is clear, with average grades and no records of disciplinary violations. Teachers and classmates describe him as an ordinary, optimistic person without any distinguishing characteristics. The day before his disappearance, he went to work as usual, had dinner, and complained to colleagues about tedious tasks. There were no signs of abnormal behavior, nor any history of disappearance or being unreachable. Minister Chi furrowed his brow, pondering. How could a person with such a regimented lifestyle suddenly vanish? Could it be, as you previously speculated, that he traversed time? At present, we cannot rule out that possibility. Lin Changjun hesitated before divulging the most critical clue. We discovered that Zhang Xiaobei is an orphan, having grown up in the Xinguang orphanage in F City. The elderly director who raised him passed away 3 years ago, and we have summoned the director's children overnight for questioning. During the inquiry, we discovered a singular anomaly. What anomaly? Minister Chi immediately pressed. A celestial phenomenon. Lin Changjun's voice took on a peculiar tone. According to the director's children, the director had mentioned that on the day Zhang Xiaobei was found, around 1999, a sudden bright light enveloped the orphanage. It was neither dawn nor artificial light, but a soft yet blinding white glow. It covered half the orphanage and persisted for nearly 10 minutes before dissipating. Following the disappearance of the light, Zhang Xiaobei was discovered swaddled at the entrance of the orphanage. There were no identifying marks on the swaddling, and the child exhibited no abnormalities. We consulted astronomical and physics experts, and based on the director's description of the scale and duration, it is preliminarily assessed to be a low-energy light sphere with a diameter of 500 to 1,000 meters. However, due to the time elapsed, there is no physical evidence or imagery to corroborate this, Thus, it can only be regarded as a historical clue. Historical clue? Minister Chi's eyes sharpened, and he slammed his hand on the table. No, document this thoroughly and archive it. This is crucial. He lit another cigarette, gazing out at the pitch-black night sky. I have mobilized the National Heavenly Eye System and the Population Flow Monitoring Network. I even checked the border control data. It has been confirmed that after Zhang Xiaobei's disappearance, he has not appeared anywhere in the country. This implies he may not be within our borders. Perhaps he is not even on Blue Star. Minister Chi turned, his gaze piercing. The Central Authority has responded, instructing us to closely monitor the subway entrance dynamics and persistently investigate leads. However, one thing must be remembered. We are national security, tasked with protecting citizens. We must maintain a positive attitude, ensuring no citizen feels disappointed in the nation. Our duty is to assist him, not to question him. Lin Changjun felt a jolt of clarity and immediately stood at attention, saluting. Understood. Additionally, dispatch a special investigation team to the Xinguang orphanage in F City and thoroughly sift through the late director's belongings. Interview those who were aware of the situation back then. No detail, no matter how minute, should be overlooked. Furthermore, coordinate with research departments to analyze the relationship between that light sphere, spatial traversal, and extraterrestrial civilizations. Yes, I will arrange that immediately. Lin Changjun turned to leave. Wait, Minister Chi called him back, his tone softening. Inform the station troops to be patient and continue waiting. He may not return, or perhaps he will. Chapter 12. Those who wish to act, let them. In midair, Zhang Xiaobei faced the night wind, his battle armor automatically adjusting to the airflow, increasing his velocity. The early morning outskirts were enveloped in an eerie silence, broken only by the distant, sporadic cries of zombies. Below, the streets lay in ruins, illuminated by the moonlight. Abandoned vehicles were strewn haphazardly, while weeds thrived wildly through the cracks in the concrete. Having realized he was in F City, Zhang Xiaobei promptly decided to head towards a nearby ecological forest on the city's outskirts. Though artificially planted, it surely would not lack wildlife. Indeed, just a few hundred meters from the ecological forest, he was met with a cacophony of deafening roars and sounds of combat. The growls of beasts intermingled with piercing shrieks, accompanied by the visceral sounds of flesh tearing, the intensity palpable even from a distance. Wow, this could be interesting. Zhang Xiaobei was suddenly filled with exhilaration. A fight signified the presence of at least 2 mutated beasts, achieving a staggering 2/5 of his objective in one swift motion. Without a moment's hesitation, he lowered his altitude and dove towards the forest. The closer he got, the clearer the sounds of battle became. Even a sharp crack of bones breaking reached his ears when he descended to the height of the treetops and parted the dense foliage to gaze below. He was instantly rendered speechless. In the clearing at the heart of the forest, thousands of rats swarmed like a dark tide. Each one was the size of an adult house cat, their grayish-black fur glistening with a slick sheen, sharp claws glinting ominously. Their long tails lashed about as they emitted piercing shrieks. They surged towards the center of the arena, frantically gnawing at a massive mutated wild boar. This beast was even larger than an ordinary water buffalo. Its body was enveloped in thick, dark brown hide, marred by scratches of varying depths. The black blood oozing from its wounds had long since congealed into scabs, and its curved tusks measured half a meter in length. Their razor-sharp tips were stained with remnants of rat flesh and blood. Its limbs were as sturdy as pillars, and it was currently thrashing wildly, using its tusks to charge and its massive body to crush. Each powerful thrust could crush several rats, yet the relentless tide of rodents continued to swarm. They gnawed at its eyes, ears, and joints, forcing the giant to bellow in agony, its gaze rife with fury and exhaustion. How could this even be possible? Zhang Xiaobei's lips twitched. He had initially assumed it was a duel between 2 formidable beasts. To his surprise, this was the scene unfolding before him. Nonetheless, it mattered not whether it was a horde or a solitary beast. As long as they were mutated creatures, their death would count. Without further deliberation, he hurtled down from the sky like a celestial being. The silver armor gleamed with a blinding light amidst the night. The combatants on both sides instantly halted their actions. The thousands of mutated rats simultaneously lifted their heads, their small eyes shimmering with a crimson glow as they stared at Zhang Xiaobei in midair. Their heads cocked in curiosity as if to ponder, what is this creature? The mutated wild boar also ceased its onslaught, raising its massive head. Confusion evident in its murky eyes. Its coarse nose sniffed the air, seemingly attempting to discern the scent of this suddenly appearing luminous entity. In their not-so-intelligent gazes, There was a flicker of earnest contemplation. More to eat? I'll come for you. Zhang Xiaobei scoffed, and in an instant his right hand transformed. The silver armor restructured and elongated, morphing into an 8-meter-long fiery sword. The dark red flames crackled, and the searing heat instantly radiated outward. Before the mutated creatures could react, he leaped into the air, the sword sweeping out in a blaze. One slash, 999. Whoosh! The fiery sword energy surged like a tsunami, instantly cleaving the front row of mutated rats in half. Their charred bodies scattered, cries of despair ringing out. The sword's momentum remained undiminished as it struck forcefully at the mutated boar's neck, its tough hide parting like paper. Black-red blood gushed forth, and the boar emitted a heart-wrenching wail. Its colossal form collapsed with a thunderous crash, cleaved in two. In merely a second, the once ferocious battlefield had transformed into a slaughterhouse. As Zhang Xiaobei landed, he swung his sword, the fiery blade slicing through the rat horde like a reaper through wheat. Each swing unleashed a rain of blood and the stench of charred flesh, with swaths of rats collapsing in a cacophony of wails, utterly powerless to resist. The vacuum energy surged continuously. The more he killed, the more exhilarated he became, the flames on his armor roaring ever higher. Until the last mutated rat was crushed beneath his foot, silence finally returned to the forest clearing. The ground was littered with glistening carcasses, the rich aroma of roasted meat mingling with the scent of charred remains. Observing the scene of his own handiwork, Zhang Xiaobei felt a twinge of surprise. Did I really do all this? Then a series of system notifications chimed in. Ding. Slain mutated rats. 972. Ding. Slain mutated wild boar 1. Ding. Congratulations, host, on completing the task. Slain 5 mutated beasts. 55. Task evaluation. Efficiency explosive. Even the rat tide tactic can't withstand a single slash of 999. Reward issued for fragments of controllable nuclear fusion blueprint. 710. The system notifications echoed in succession as Zhang Xiaobei observed the changing numbers on the panel, a wave of satisfaction surging through him. He turned to regard the bisected, mutated wild boar on the ground. Its body still twitched slightly, the succulent flesh beneath its charred skin glistening with juices. The rich aroma of meat tantalized his senses. This was a supersized wild boar. His eyes brightened, and with a thought he waved his hand, instantly storing the entire boar's carcass into his 1,000 m personal space. Regardless of whether it was edible, he would save it for later. Zhang Xiaobei smacked his lips, savoring the lingering scent of meat in the air, mentally musing. If this mutated beast's flesh is so fragrant after being scorched by flames, what if it truly enhances the body, just like in the novels? Since I'm already here, I may as well check the system panel again. Glancing at the new prompts, current available operations. 1. Continue with subsequent tasks. 2. Return to the original world. Continue. At the very least, I must secure the controllable nuclear fusion blueprint first. This task seems manageable, not too difficult. He watched as the sword in his hand gradually reverted to his palm. Ding. Host has chosen to continue the task. Triggering task combo. Task rewards, X8. Ding. New task released. You have already made a name for yourself in the apocalyptic wasteland. In this apocalypse, you have become a dominant force. You possess a certain degree of influence over the survival of this planet. Task content. Please clear out all zombies in City F within 24 hours. Task reward. 3 fragments of controllable nuclear fusion blueprint. Task reward. 5 fragments of carbon nanoroom temperature superconducting material technology. Task failure. No penalties. Seriously? Zhang Xiaobei stared at the task presented by the system, his head beginning to throb. Are you setting me up for something so monumental? Can I really clear out all of City F? If zombies stand before me, can I truly slay them one by one? I would finish in 24 hours. Just a moment ago, we were doing perfectly fine, saving 10 people and slaying a few beasts. Now, you suddenly want me to cleanse an entire city? This is utterly ridiculous. Being a workhorse during the day, and now being thrust back into labor after hours. Do as you wish. I refuse to comply. After all, there are no penalties. Let me go back. Chapter 13. I'm tired. Let it all be destroyed. Buzz. After a wave of intense dizziness, Zhang Xiaobei groggily opened his eyes. The blinding lights made him instinctively squint. The fresh air, contrasting sharply with the apocalyptic scenes, enveloped his senses, while the cacophony of shouting filled his ears. Target spotted. Target spotted. A man wearing a hard hat adorned with the words, Long Tie Bureau 55, gazed sternly at the suddenly appeared figure before him. Before Zhang Xiaobei could fully comprehend the situation, a swarm of individuals clad in black uniforms surged towards him. Their movements were swift yet not aggressive, efficiently encircling him. Just as he contemplated struggling, he was gently pressed onto a stretcher. Wait. Ouch. What are you doing? Zhang Xiaobei's mind was still in a haze. The fatigue from the apocalyptic battles intertwined with the disorienting return to this scene, causing his speech to come out muddled. Zhang Xiaobei, right? A tall man approached, producing a black ID card and flashing it before him. The card bore a golden emblem and the words National Security. We are from the National Security Department. It is unsafe to talk here. Any discussions can wait until we reach headquarters. Zhang Xiaobei stared blankly at the words on the ID card, momentarily speechless. Have I truly returned? Upon his return, how could he have attracted the attention of the state security? He was just about to inquire further when the man raised a hand to halt him. The specifics are beyond my clearance. You may speak freely once you meet with our minister. For now, feel free to express any needs you may have. I'm hungry. Zhang Xiaobei sheepishly rubbed his stomach. Indeed, after a night filled with chaos, he had only consumed 3 cans of luncheon meat, leaving him unsatisfied. The man paused momentarily before swiftly pressing a communication device at his ear, reporting at a rapid pace. Target located. Conditions stable. No apparent external injuries. Currently undergoing covert transfer to F-City Airport. Target request. Hunger. Prepare meals in accordance with the target's usual consumption habits. After disconnecting, the intercom immediately responded. Acknowledged. The man then gestured for Zhang Xiaobei to follow him. Confused, Zhang Xiaobei was escorted by several individuals into a nearby temporary passage. They soon boarded an inconspicuous black van. The vehicle departed directly from the construction site at the subway entrance. At this moment, the sky was beginning to brighten, marking precisely 5:30 a.m. On the road, a few morning joggers took notice of the van. It sped by an alarming rate, yet moved with an uncanny smoothness. At every traffic light, the originally red signals would instantaneously turn green as the van approached. The journey continued unimpeded, as if the entire traffic system were yielding to its passage. Before long, the van arrived near F-City Airport, halting in front of a tightly closed iron gate. The armed guard stationed at the entrance saluted upon seeing the identification presented through the window. Without a word, he swung open the gate. The vehicle entered, leaving Zhang Xiaobei utterly astounded. The iron gate connected directly to the airport runway. Goodness, boarding the plane directly? He pondered the level of treatment he was receiving. 5 minutes later, the van came to a steady stop before a silver private jet. The man beside him pressed the ear device again. Total distance 15 kilometers. Time taken 17 minutes. Target arrived on schedule. Requesting takeoff. Acknowledged. The runway is already under control, remaining clear for departure. As the response came through the man's intercom, Zhang Xiaobei was unwittingly assisted onto the plane. The interior was simply yet luxuriously adorned, complete with sofas and small tables. Several attendants in flight uniforms stood by, ready for service. The plane soon taxied and took off. After circling in the air, it flew straight north. Meanwhile, within the bustling departure hall of F-City Airport, chaos erupted. What is going on? The delay from 10 p.m. last night to now, and it's almost 6 a.m. A young man with a backpack pounded on the counter, his face a mask of fury. With such fine weather, what is this about air control? Indeed, I was supposed to attend a meeting at headquarters this morning, and now that's all ruined. A man in a suit echoed his sentiments. Surrounding travelers nodded in agreement. A cacophony of complaints filling the hall. The airline staff, drenched in sweat, explained, "We sincerely apologize, dear passengers. Due to temporary regulations at the airport, all flights are currently delayed. We ask for your patience while awaiting further notice. We have prepared breakfast for you. Please proceed to the designated dining area." Temporary regulations? How can that plane take off? Suddenly, a man pointed at the sky outside the terminal, shouting. The crowd followed his gaze and beheld the silver private jet breaking through the clouds, heading north. The complaints intensified. Why is it allowed to fly? Why must we wait here? Is this regulation targeting us? Regulations only apply to us ordinary folks. The hall was in disarray. Zhang Xiaobei surveyed the comfortable, spacious seating and surroundings, feeling momentarily bewildered. But in the next instant, a tantalizing aroma stirred his appetite. An attendant approached with a plate of fried instant noodles, accompanied by a hamburger, a chicken wrap, and a cup of iced cola. You know what I love to eat? Without a second thought, he dug in. However, a moment later, Zhang Xiaobei's brow furrowed. The man opposite him immediately grew alert and asked, "What is wrong? Is there an issue with the food? Quick, don't swallow it." Observing the man's anxious demeanor, Zhang Xiaobei quickly reassured him. "No, it's just where did you get this fried instant noodle?" Realizing there was no problem with the food, the man relaxed. We accessed your consumption records, noting that you engage in over 20 transactions with this vendor every month. Each time, it's 7 yuan. After some investigation, we located the vendor. Upon inquiry, we learned you always order 6 yuan worth of fried instant noodles from him. For an extra yuan, you add an egg. After the explanation, Zhang Xiaobei understood. No wonder the flavor was so familiar. I thought they sold fried instant noodles on this plane? As he continued to eat, he savored the hamburger, followed by a hearty gulp of cola. Only after finishing did he pat his stomach in satisfaction. He then reached into his pocket, pulling out a pack of fine cigarettes. Just as he was about to light one, he remembered that smoking was prohibited on the plane. Noticing this, the man across from him promptly said, "You can smoke." "Really?" "Indeed. Zhang Xiaobei a pili a cigarette." After one puff, his mind felt much clearer. Suddenly, he recalled the details he had forgotten. "You checked my consumption records? So you saw those bathhouses I visited for $3.98 and $4.98? Seeing the man's affirming gaze, Zhang Xiaobei slumped back in his seat. "I'm exhausted. Just let it all end." Chapter 14. I've laid my cards on the table. An hour later, the private jet landed smoothly at a military airport in the north. As the cabin door opened, a sleek black armored, hunky sedan awaited at the foot of the stairs. The car's body was as dark as ink, and the windows were fitted with one-way bulletproof film. The tall man from the plane escorted Zhang Xiaobei to the vehicle in silence, only speaking into his earpiece as the door closed. "Rest assured, the journey will be secure." The sedan departed the airport smoothly, passing through a series of green lights, heading straight to the unassuming yet heavily guarded headquarters of the state security in the city center. The vehicle was saluted through the gate, then directed by the man toward an unremarkable power distribution room. Upon opening the door, there was only an elevator entrance within. The man pressed the button for the first floor, stepping back to stand outside the elevator. "Comrade, please proceed." A bit taken aback, Zhang Xiaobei asked, "Aren't you coming with me?" "I'm afraid I lack the clearance." The man nodded slightly until the elevator doors slowly closed. Inside, Zhang Xiaobei found himself alone, the lighting soft yet stifling. His already anxious heart raced further as the elevator descended. How strange. Why is the first floor taking so long to arrive? After a full 2 minutes, the elevator finally provided a slight jolt. With a chime, the doors opened slowly. 2 men stood outside. One donned an administrative jacket, his features stern and eyes sharp. The other wore a well-tailored Zhongshan suit, his expression exuding warmth. Upon seeing Zhang Xiaobei, the man in the administrative jacket extended his hand first. "Zhang Xiaobei. Greetings. I am Lin Changjun, the director of the F-City State Security Bureau. And this is Minister Qi from our department." Zhang Xiaobei was taken aback, promptly clasping the other person's hand in both of his. In a moment of impulsiveness, he recalled the gesture from military training during his university days and raised his hand to perform a rather unrefined military salute. "Leader, greetings." Lin Changjun was momentarily amused by the unexpected salute, the corners of his mouth twitching slightly. Just as he was about to suggest a retreat, he was halted by Minister Qi, who raised his hand. "Do you think that avoiding this now will spare you from future organizational inquiries? You are a key eyewitness. Come with me." Lin Changjun could only manage a wry smile as he followed Zhang Xiaobei into the adjacent conference room. This conference room was particularly unique, devoid of any unnecessary furnishings. A single incandescent light hung overhead, illuminating a solid wooden table resembling a tea table beneath it. The surroundings were stark and empty, lacking any additional equipment. Minister Qi's eyes flickered, and Lin Changjun instantly understood. He turned and walked to the corner, retrieving an old-fashioned film projector. With practiced ease, he loaded the film and pressed the switch, the machine emitting a low hum as it sprang to life. Zhang Xiaobei watched in confusion and couldn't help but inquire, "Leader, wouldn't it be simpler to use a digital camera for recording? This antique machine feels excessively retro." Minister Qi chuckled lightly, his tone patient as he explained, "All electronic devices carry a risk of information leakage. Even encrypted ones can be compromised. This vintage film projector, once the film is removed and securely stored, will never divulge any secrets. Rest assured, your mobile phone is worthless here. We are 80 meters underground, shielded by a 3-meter thick layer of reinforced concrete and a lead layer designed to block signals. Here, you can speak freely." Zhang Xiaobei suddenly comprehended and tentatively asked, "Does this mean that my disappearance at the subway entrance of Weiyang Square was captured by surveillance?" Minister Qi slowly nodded, a glimmer of curiosity in his eyes. "Damn it, this cursed system. Why was TI prepared for this?" Zhang Xiaobei exploded in frustration and plopped down onto a chair. Minister Chi's pupils widened in shock. What did I just hear? A system? Could it truly be as Lin Changjun suggested? Minister Chi remained silent, allowing the old film projector to continue its quiet recording. Zhang Xiaobei's grievances spilled forth. I was just getting off work, riding the subway home while scrolling through Douyin, when I stumbled upon an advertisement for an apocalyptic novel. Bored, I clicked in to read a few chapters. The author mentioned something about Reap 1 gift random system, so I thought it would be amusing and replied in the comments. Next thing I knew, I was inexplicably bound to a level 9 civilization growth transmigration system and was given several beginner packages, only to be unceremoniously thrown into an apocalypse. What book? What's the title? Who's the author? Minister Chi's gaze sharpened suddenly, pressing for answers. Lin Changjun tensed, pulling out his notebook and pen, ready to take notes. The incandescent light stretched the shadows of the three men long, and the atmosphere grew heavy with tension. Zhang Xiaobei scratched his head, trying to recall. The title was rather lengthy, something like half a year until the end of the world. I'll first take Huaxia and run. I can't quite remember, but the title was pretty extravagant. The author's pen name was also rather silly, something like Bei Mu Xiaohan. I never expected that commenting would lead to such chaos. What exactly did you comment? Minister Chi pressed further. Did the system trigger immediately after your comment? Zhang Xiaobei recounted. I just said, with your trick of enticing comments, I don't believe a word. As soon as I sent that comment, not long after, when I got off the subway to grab a shared bike, I saw the author replied, saying, "Ding, congratulations on acquiring a god-level transmigration system." I didn't take it seriously, but the next moment, a voice popped into my head. It immediately presented me with a beginner package, and when I opened my eyes again, I found myself in the apocalyptic wasteland of City F. My first task was to rescue 10 survivors, and if I failed, there were no penalties. But how was I supposed to know that? I hurried to find survivors. Minister Chi and Lin Changjun exchanged glances, both recognizing the shock reflected in each other's eyes. This system and the narrative aligned perfectly with their earlier conjectures and completely matched the bizarre phenomenon of Zhang Xiaobei's disappearance. Minister Chi suppressed the turmoil within and gestured for Zhang Xiaobei to continue. What else did you encounter in the apocalypse? What rewards did the system grant you? Don't even get me started. That system treated me like a workhorse. Zhang Xiaobei slammed the table, continuing his complaints. After rescuing the survivors, it ordered me to kill 1,000 zombies, and once that was done, it commanded me to cleanse the entire City F of zombies. Am I insane? Being an external laborer at work isn't enough? I had to be a system S lackey after transmigrating too, so I made a decisive escape back. He paused, suddenly recalling something, and added, "Oh right, the system also granted rewards. For saving survivors, I received fragments of a controllable nuclear fusion blueprint. For killing zombies, I got 2 pieces, and for slaying mutated beasts, I received 4 pieces. I'm just 3 pieces short of a complete blueprint. Plus, there was something about a fragment of carbon nanotube, room temperature, superconducting material technology. Unfortunately, I didn't complete that last task, so I didn't get it. Fragments of a controllable nuclear fusion blueprint?" Minister Chi's pupils constricted sharply, and he instinctively rose to his feet. "Are you certain it's controllable nuclear fusion?" Chapter 15. Can controllable nuclear fusion lead to a higher education? Not only were there task rewards, but the system also provided a beginner package. Seeing the intensity of their reactions, Zhang Xiaobei decided to lay everything bare. The beginner package contained 3 items in total. As soon as he finished speaking, he witnessed the profound astonishment reflected in their eyes. From their perspective, Zhang Xiaobei suddenly began to levitate. In less than a second, his entire body appeared to be covered in metallic scales. Within that fleeting moment, he was enveloped in a shining silver armor. A metallic, mechanical voice emanated from within the armor. Eidolon alloy mimetic battle armor, impervious to blades and bullets, is merely a basic feature. The most astonishing aspect was its ability to morph. As Zhang Xiaobei spoke, his right hand suddenly reconfigured and extended, transforming into a flaming long sword about 1 meter in length, crackling with dark red flames that unleashed a scorching wave of heat. He then shifted back to his normal metallic-covered hand, and before the 2 men, an identical Lin Changjun materialized. "Director Lin, greetings." Lin Changjun gazed at the doppelganger with wide eyes, his pupils dilating in disbelief. Minister Chi was equally stunned, his voice filled with astonishment. The ability to wield such technology. Could the energy source truly be controllable nuclear fusion? Zhang Xiaobei reverted to his original form and explained, "No. It seems to be something called vacuum zero-point energy. Vacuum zero-point energy? Minister Chi's expression turned slightly peculiar as he interjected. Zhang Xiaobei quickly nodded. Yes, yes. That's it. Minister Chi, you are incredibly knowledgeable. This kind of energy is purely hypothetical and doesn't actually exist. Minister Chi's breath quickened. Throughout his life, he had encountered numerous cutting-edge weapons, but a suit of armor that could change shape at will and possessed limitless energy was beyond the realm of contemporary technology. This transcended mere science. It was unequivocally fantastical. Meanwhile, Lin Changjun stood nearby, his eyes wide with a mix of amazement and trepidation, inwardly exclaiming, "Is this even something I should be witnessing at my level? Oh, and there's also a personal storage space of 1,000 cubic meters." Zhang Xiaobei continued, waving his hand, and a half-roasted mutated wild boar appeared in the open space. An extraordinary aroma of barbecued meat instantly filled the entire enclosed area. Minister Chi felt an overwhelming urge to salivate. The aroma, it was even more tantalizing than the specially sourced black pork. This was the mutated wild boar that I had slain. Having endured a night of hunger, the scent was utterly irresistible, and I contemplated the possibility of indulging in a morsel. Minister Chi's expression shifted dramatically. You haven't partaken yet, have you? No. Phew. Thank goodness you haven't. Minister Chi then exhaled a sigh of relief. From this moment forth, your safety level with me is paramount. This food of dubious origin should never be consumed lightly. The state can purchase this wild boar for research purposes. Name your price. I will pay it. Oh, let's not ruin our rapport by discussing money. Zhang Xiaobei scratched his head and replied, We are all family. I still have half a slab of pork in my space. I can contribute it to the state later. After all, I've returned now and have no intention of going back to that so-called apocalypse. The resources provided by the system are sufficient for my enjoyment. Upon hearing this, the expressions of the two individuals opposite him suddenly changed. Zhang Xiaobei felt an unsettling sensation. Did they still expect him to go? The dog system had commanded him to slay the entire horde of zombies in City F. Was this a task he was to undertake alone? Even if he were to be rewarded with something as extraordinary as controllable nuclear fusion, it would be of no use to him. Before he could finish his thoughts, the two spoke in unison. No, the country needs it. Zhang Xiaobei's expression transformed instantaneously, shedding his previous grim demeanor for one of delight. How could I possibly refuse? I must go. I shall go. If the dog won't go, I will. He had returned to summon reinforcements. Such a remarkable resource could revitalize our dragon nation. Before he could finish his thought, he was interrupted by Minister Chi. Did you just say that the schematics for controllable nuclear fusion are still missing 3 fragments? Minister Chi abruptly shifted the conversation back to the crux of the matter. How long is left on the mission to eliminate the zombies in City F? Let me check the countdown. The two watched as Zhang Xiaobei appeared to touch an invisible screen in the air. There are 21 hours, 31 minutes, and 12 seconds remaining. Instantly, both Minister Chi and Lin Changjun's expressions turned grave. Lin Changjun, in my name, immediately report to the Central Command. Inform them that we have discovered a complete pathway to acquire controllable nuclear fusion technology, with only 21 hours remaining on the mission. Request the highest level of command. Understood. Lin Changjun wasted no time, grabbing the encrypted communicator and rushing out the door. Minister Chi turned to Zhang Xiaobei, fixing him with an intense gaze filled with both gravity and hope. Comrade Xiaobei, this technology is of utmost importance to the state. If successful, we can completely break free from energy dependence. It will usher in a qualitative leap in national defense, public welfare, and technology. It could even enable our dragon nation to assert its voice on the international stage. He acknowledged the difficulty of the task. An entire city's worth of zombies was no small feat, even with indomitable armor. 21 hours would be a formidable challenge. He softened his tone and lowered his stance. But the country needs you. If you are willing to return to complete the mission, whatever you desire, as long as it is within the capabilities of the state, we shall fulfill it. Upon witnessing the pleading look in his eyes, Zhang Xiaobei immediately replied, Minister Chi, please, do not regard me so. I require the state to assist me in this endeavor. As for my request, I would like to inquire about. What do you wish to ask? Minister Chi's eyes brightened instantly. He feared requests unmade more than those made. In a collaborative relationship, unilateral sacrifices are never sustainable. Zhang Xiaobei scratched his head and inquired, It pertains to my diploma. Currently, I am working as an external contracted laborer in the community. But my diploma is only a vocational one. I wonder if I could be enrolled in a program for a standard bachelor's degree. It need not be from a prestigious institution, Just a regular undergraduate program would suffice. This way, I would have a slight advantage when seeking employment next time. Minister Chi's expression turned peculiar upon hearing this. He had anticipated Zhang Xiaobei would make grand demands, yet in light of the opportunity for the nation to soar, any contribution seemed worthwhile. He had never imagined Zhang Xiaobei would present such a request. It must reflect his deep love for the country. His desire to avoid burdening the nation must have led him to propose such a humble request. Is that all? Rest assured, not only will your vocational diploma be upgraded to a bachelor's degree, it would not be excessive to elevate you directly to an academician. And your alma mater? Was it not a vocational school? You could transition directly to a bachelor's program. No, that mediocre institution is unworthy. Chapter 16, The Golden Crow Plan. Lin Changjun clutched the encrypted communicator, nearly sprinting out of the underground conference room. As soon as he reached the elevator and regained signal, he dialed the communicator without delay. Taking a deep breath, his voice trembled with urgency. Old Chun, this is Lin Changjun, Director of the National Security Bureau in City F. I am reporting a matter of utmost urgency on behalf of Minister Chi. The voice on the other end fell silent for 2 seconds before responding in a steady yet cautious tone. Lin Changjun? That rascal Xiao Chi wouldn't use this line without cause. Has something significant occurred? Is it border disturbances or a leak of technology? Neither. We have discovered a traveler. One who has crossed from our Blue Star Dragon Nation to another apocalyptic world. Currently, he is safe back on Blue Star and has been brought to the National Security Headquarters. A traveler? The voice on the other end rose sharply, quickly plunging into a brief silence. Lin Changjun could hear faint sounds of furniture being moved, and the next moment, the elder's voice brimmed with incredulous excitement. Say that again. A crossing to another world? And he can obtain controllable nuclear fusion technology? Yes, absolutely true. Lin Changjun hurriedly recounted his observations. His name is Zhang Xiaobei, and he... Excellent. This is our Dragon Nation's opportunity. A tremendous opportunity. Bring him to meet me. No. The elder's tone shifted. I will come personally. Inform Xiao Qi to secure the individual and all information. I will arrive in 10 minutes. The call was hastily ended, and Lin Changjun gripped the communicator. His palms slick with cold sweat. He hurriedly took the elevator back to the conference room. As he pushed the door open, Minister Chi immediately rose. What news? Old Chun is coming personally. Lin Changjun panted as he reported. He will arrive in 10 minutes. Minister Chi's expression sharpened, and he promptly turned to leave with Lin Changjun. Attention everyone. The headquarters is entering the highest level of alert. Seal all entrances and exits. No unauthorized personnel may enter or exit. Internal staff are prohibited from leaving. Initiate the highest level of information shielding. Understood. In the underground conference room, Zhang Xiaobei leaned back in his chair, already drowsy. A night of battling in the apocalypse, coupled with the exhausting journey of crossing worlds, left even his enhanced physique weary. Drowsily, he heard heavy yet steady footsteps and the faint sound of the door hinge turning. Suddenly, he jolted awake. Upon seeing the figure entering, Zhang Xiaobei froze momentarily. Instinctively, he stood up, incredulity lacing his voice. Old Chun? The newcomer was clad in a gray Zhongshan suit, his hair flecked with white, yet his spirit vibrant. Old Chun waved his hand with a smile. Speaking in a warm tone, you must be Xiaobei, right? Please, take a seat. No need to be so formal. He settled across from Zhang Xiaobei, his gaze resting upon him. You didn't get much rest, did you? My apologies for interrupting your repose. But your matter is of such importance that once I learned of it, I couldn't remain still. I had to come see for myself if the reports from Minister Chi were indeed true. Zhang Xiaobei felt a warmth in his heart, understanding the elder's intent. He took 2 steps back, creating a slight distance. Old Chun, I wish to show you something, he declared. Before he could finish his sentence, silvery metallic scales abruptly manifested on his skin, enveloping his entire body in mere seconds. The Edmund alloy mimetic armor conformed flawlessly to his physique, its faint blue energy patterns coursing across its surface. There were no outward flames, nor any unnecessary transformations. It retained only the most fundamental form of battle armor. Yet it exuded an overwhelming sense of advanced technology. Old Chin's breath momentarily caught in his throat as his gaze fixated on the armor. Zhang Xiaobei focused his thoughts, and the metal on the shoulder of the armor subtly reconfigured into a simple shoulder guard before reverting to its original state. The entire process was fluid and silent, as if the armor were an intrinsic part of his being. Withdraw. With a soft command, the armor instantly dissipated, transforming back into ordinary clothing. as though the sci-fi ensemble had never existed. Old Chen slowly raised his hand, signaling him to sit, his tone brimming with admiration. A remarkable piece of technology. Truly remarkable. He then shifted his gaze, becoming exceedingly serious. You mentioned that the controllable nuclear fusion technology is just 3 fragments away from completion? Furthermore, you can acquire fragments of carbon nanotube room temperature superconducting material technology? Indeed, Zhang Xiaobei affirmed with a nod. The system indicated that upon completing the mission to eradicate the zombies, I would obtain 3 nuclear fusion fragments and 5 superconducting fragments. It seems these 2 technologies are intended to be used in tandem. Excellent. Splendid. Old Chen exclaimed. Once these technologies are realized, our Dragon Nation will lead globally in the fields of energy and materials. He glanced at his wristwatch, precisely reporting the time. There's still 21 hours and 17 minutes left. We have ample time. You should rest well. You haven't slept all night, Old Chen insisted. I am not tired. Zhang Xiaobei interrupted hastily. My physique has been enhanced. Staying awake for a night is no issue. We can discuss plans now. No. Old Chen firmly rejected him. Although his tone was stern, it was infused with concern. From this moment onward, your life's safety falls under the SSS-level protection of the Dragon Nation. Be good, child. Sharpening the axe does not delay the work of cutting wood. You must rest well. Only with renewed energy can you face the dangers of the apocalypse. He softened his tone, patting Zhang Xiaobei on the shoulder. Rest assured, the subsequent matters will be handled by the state. Even if we ultimately cannot succeed, the nation will never hold you accountable. Your willingness to be transparent with the state is already a monumental contribution. After speaking, Old Chen turned, his expression instantly becoming grave, as he issued a solemn order to Minister Qi and Director Lin. Immediately establish a special plan. Codename, Golden Crow. Establishment date, November 22nd, 2025. Decryption time, never to be decrypted. From the moment Zhang Xiaobei returned, all individuals who have interacted with him are to be incorporated into the Golden Crow Plan's management. Sign a lifetime confidentiality agreement. Personnel are prohibited from leaving the country for life. If necessary, life imprisonment. His personal dossier shall be classified as an SSS-level core secret of the Dragon Nation. Any organization or individual, without my explicit written approval, daring to probe into this matter shall be promptly apprehended by national security and charged with treason. Lin Changjun. Here. Lin Changjun stood at attention, his voice resonant and firm. From this moment on, you shall be Zhang Xiaobei's exclusive liaison. You are fully responsible for his living arrangements, information coordination, and security protection. Do not interfere excessively in his life, but ensure adequate protection. His every need must be prioritized. Understood. Now, escort him to the safe house for a proper rest. Arrange for a medical team to be on standby, prepare nutritious meals, and ensure he has a peaceful sleep. Old Chen's gaze softened as he looked at Zhang Xiaobei. The child has been weary all night. He deserves to rest. Yes, Comrade Zhang Xiaobei, please follow me. Lin Changjun gestured respectfully to Zhang Xiaobei, his eyes filled with deference. Witnessing this scene, a warm surge enveloped Zhang Xiaobei's heart. He had never anticipated that the nation would regard him with such significance, even mobilizing the highest level resources to safeguard him. Drawing a deep breath, he bowed to Old Chen and Minister Qi. Thank you, Old Chen. Thank you, Minister Qi. I will ensure I rest well and strive to complete the mission. Good. Old Chen nodded with a smile, watching as Zhang Xiaobei followed Lin Changjun out. He turned to Minister Qi and spoke gravely. Immediately convene the think tank. Include strategic, scientific, and military teams. It is now 7:45 a.m. In 20 minutes, at the State Council, we shall hold the first meeting of the Golden Crow Plan to formulate the optimal support strategy. Within 21 hours, we must assist Xiaobei in seizing that apocalyptic territory. Minister Qi stood at attention, saluting. Yes, we shall ensure the task is completed. Chapter 17, A Storm Brewing. Lin Changjun led Zhang Xiaobei into the secure safe house on the top floor of the National Security Headquarters. Upon entering, Zhang Xiaobei found it was not the dim, cramped space he had imagined, but rather a spacious and well-lit room. The floor-to-ceiling windows offered a view of the city's morning skyline, while the interior boasted exceptional soundproofing, silencing any external clamor. Comrade Zhang, this is your exclusive safe house, monitored 24/7, with a medical team on standby next door, Lin Changjun introduced. Gesturing towards the separate bathroom, all toiletries are fully prepared. Feel free to use them. Breakfast is ready, tailored to your taste. Zhang Zobei glanced at the high-end toiletries in the bathroom, then at the steaming food on the dining table. A large bowl of millet porridge, a boiled egg, pickled vegetables, hot milk, and a plate of sliced fruit. He said little, turning towards the bathroom. As the hot water cascaded down, it washed away the remnants of the apocalyptic dust and fatigue. After his shower, a comfortable set of pure cotton clothing awaited him at the bedside. It fit perfectly. After satisfying his hunger, drowsiness washed over him entirely. He lay down on the soft bed, enveloped in a fluffy quilt, a sense of security enveloping him. Previously, he had constantly been on guard against zombies and mutated beasts, never daring to indulge in deep sleep. Now, in the secure, safe house with constant temperature control, he finally let down his guard, falling into a deep slumber as soon as his head touched the pillow. In stark contrast to the tranquility of the safe house, a storm was brewing across the Dragon Nation. At 7:47 a.m., on the runway of the Northern Military District Airport, dozens of previously undisclosed armed helicopters were lined up in perfect formation. The roar of engines shattered the dawn's tranquility. The WZ-10ME, the yet-to-be-released WZ-20 modified version, and even several uniquely camouflaged, sci-fi-looking unknown models took to the skies in succession, heading in various directions. Concurrently, a highest-level no-fly order was issued over City B. All civil aviation flights were grounded, and the airspace was comprehensively sealed off. Only military aircraft executing the Golden Crow plan were permitted passage. News of the order spread, and although some passengers complained, it did not trigger widespread panic under the government's explanation of a temporary national defense drill. At the Dragon Nation Academy of Sciences, within the nuclear physics laboratory, the esteemed academician Tong received a phone call bearing a special encrypted signal and immediately set aside his experimental data. Grabbing his notebook, he walked directly to the open area outside the research room to await in silence. Passing researchers greeted him, to which he merely smiled and waved. Nothing much. Just an important meeting. Carry on with your work. In the biting wind, academician Tong's gaze remained fixed on the sky. His notebook contained the draft of controllable nuclear fusion theory he had dedicated much of his life to studying. He had an inkling that today's call might witness a historic moment. At Dragon Nation Technology University, in the A2 teaching building, academician Zhang from the Materials Science Department was about to enter the building to teach his class when his phone suddenly rang with an urgent and distinctive tone. This was the nation's highest-level emergency summons signal. He instantly straightened his hunchback and swiftly pressed the answer button. After hearing the command from the other end of the line, he promptly responded with a resounding affirmation. Yes. Always prepared. Once he ended the call, he turned and exited the teaching building, making his way to the open space outside. At that moment, a group of university students, still with sleepy eyes and holding buns and soy milk, noticed academician Zhang standing in front of the building. Their curiosity piqued. A familiar student approached and inquired with genuine interest, "Academician Zhang, why are you not entering the building? It's quite chilly outside. You should go in first. My class has been canceled today, as I have some matters to attend to." Academician Zhang's expression was somewhat serious, yet he managed to muster a faint smile as he replied to the questioning student. Just as the students were pondering, a thunderous roar of helicopter blades filled the sky. Several military helicopters whizzed past at low altitude. Among them, one helicopter, with an unfamiliar design and sharp lines, began to descend slowly. Two soldiers clad in black tactical gear, armed with weapons, jumped down directly from the 2-meter-high cabin. Upon landing, they briskly approached academician Zhang and stood at attention, saluting. "Academician Zhang, we are here to receive you." "What the heck? Is that a WZ-10ME? "No, it's different. It must be the WZ-20 still in development." The students gathered below the teaching building exclaimed in astonishment. One student, eager to capture the moment on his phone, found that his device malfunctioned, the camera utterly unable to focus. All he could do was watch helplessly as the soldiers assisted academician Zhang into the helicopter. As the helicopter ascended rapidly, it left behind a cacophony of roaring sounds. Such a scene was simultaneously unfolding across various research institutions and top universities in Long Country. Elite talents in nuclear physics, material science, aerospace, military strategy, and information engineering. Regardless of their location, upon receiving the urgent signal, they immediately set aside their tasks. With 8:03 points, only 20 hours and 59 minutes remained until the countdown for the apocalyptic mission. In the innermost confidential meeting room of the State Council, the atmosphere was gravely tense. Seated along the elongated conference table were the pillars of Long Country. senior military leaders adorned with the insignia of generals and lieutenant generals. In front of each individual lay a document marked with the SSS-level secret of the Jinmu project. The door to the meeting room swung open, and academician Tong, academician Zhang, and dozens of top experts entered in succession. As soon as they sat down, Elder Chen stood up, his gaze sweeping across the room, his voice steady as he began. Before we commence the meeting, let us first sign the confidentiality agreement. However, I have something to say before signing. If anyone wishes to withdraw now, it is not too late. Once you sign and join, you may have to live in obscurity for the rest of your life. You may never again appear in the public eye, even at the final moments of your life. The nation needs you. Now, please make your choice. A rustling sound of paper and pen filled the room. Not a single individual chose to withdraw. Once the staff collected and sealed all the confidentiality agreements, Elder Chun continued, "Comrades, the reason for gathering you all today is to discuss a core mission crucial to the future of Long Country, the Jinmu project." He pressed a button at the center of the conference table, and a massive screen on the wall illuminated, clearly displaying a photograph of Zhang Xiaobei, a video showcasing the Edmund alloy mimetic armor, as well as the relevant technical frameworks for controllable nuclear fusion and carbon nanomaterials at room temperature. This is Comrade Zhang Xiaobei, a hero who traversed to the apocalypse and returned. Elder Chen's voice resonated throughout the meeting room, and a look of shock spread across every face. He had bound a system that could grant him the revolutionary technologies of controllable nuclear fusion and room temperature superconductivity. Now, he required our support. Within 20 hours, we must eradicate all zombies in Apocalypse City F and retrieve the last 3 fragments of technology. The timeline of that world belongs to the year 2017. The apocalypse began in 2012. The screen transitioned to a satellite simulation map of City F. A plethora of red dots marked the densely populated areas of City F in 2012. Time is of the essence. I require everyone to fulfill their respective roles and devise the optimal support plan. Elder Chen's gaze fell upon the military leaders. The military is responsible for providing tactical support and weapon adaptation plans. The research team is tasked with deciphering intelligence and offering feasible technical guidance. The strategic team will oversee the entire operation, ensuring that everything proceeds flawlessly. I need to formulate the best solution in the shortest time possible. Chapter 18, The Ultimate Plan. Upon hearing Elder Chen's words, academician Tong immediately rose, disbelief evident in his tone. Elder Chen, while we have indeed dabbled in controllable nuclear fusion, the Controlled Fusion Experimental Device, Dragon Core No. 1, in Province H, has only managed a stable operational duration of 403 seconds at its best. We are still far from commercial viability. But when you speak of complete technology, do you mean a fully mature technology that can be directly implemented? Elder Chen interrupted him. Not a temporary breakthrough in a laboratory. It is a comprehensive solution capable of stable power supply and large-scale application. Boom! Like a thunderclap, the meeting room erupted into chaos. Is this for real? An elderly expert with white hair abruptly stood, his chair scraping loudly against the floor. Complete controllable nuclear fusion? Can Long Country truly master this technology? No longer needing to depend on the whims of foreign powers, nor reliant on fossil fuels. Our aircraft carriers, fighter jets, and urban power supply could all utilize this clean and infinite energy. Long Country's technology is poised to lead the world. Excited whispers filled the room. Some had tears in their eyes, while others clenched their fists. Even the typically composed military leaders could not conceal the fervor in their eyes. They understood better than anyone that once controllable nuclear fusion was realized, Long Country's defense capabilities would undergo a qualitative leap. No nation could ever again hold us hostage in the energy sector. Everyone, Elder Chen's voice rose suddenly, tinged with urgency. Calm down. There's a prerequisite for acquiring this technology. We must, within 20 hours, assist Comrade Zhang Xiaobei in cleansing all zombies in Apocalypse City F. As the words fell, the previously fervent meeting room plunged into an eerie silence. The excitement and jubilation were extinguished like a bucket of cold water, leaving only a sense of gravity and urgency. At that moment, a strategic analyst wearing black-rimmed glasses stood up, holding a printed report in hand, his voice tinged with anxiety. Elder Chun, esteemed leaders, our team calculated the situation in City F as soon as we received the news. In 2012, City F had a permanent population of 3.8 million, with a transient population of 400,000, totaling 4.2 million people. Based on survival conditions over 5 years of the apocalypse, depleted resources, disease spread, Environmental degradation. The human survival rate would not exceed 5. That is approximately 210,000 people. He paused, his tone growing heavier, considering the chaos following the collapse of order. The fighting, zombie attacks, and mutant beast assaults, the actual number of survivors would be even lower, conservatively estimating it would be no more than 100,000 people. 100,000. This figure weighed heavily upon everyone's hearts. A city with a population of 4.2 million had dwindled to fewer than 100,000 after 5 years. The cruelty of the apocalypse surpassed all imagination. In conjunction with Comrade Zhang Xiaobei's report, we made a more precise calculation. Another data expert added, the supermarket he accessed had 30 survivors. This supermarket is a standard community supermarket in City F from 2012. Years ago, a proportional calculation across the city revealed that there were 504 supermarkets of similar scale operating. Based on this estimation, the number of survivors in supermarkets alone could reach 120 individuals. Moreover, with the addition of residential complexes, civil defense facilities, and concealed gathering points such as grain and oil warehouses, the total number of expected survivors could be approximately 50,000. He raised his hand, pointing to the satellite image on the screen, where red dots densely covered the entire city. This meant that Comrade Zhang Xiaobei would be confronting a staggering horde of zombies, roughly amounting to 4 million. 4 million! This figure struck the meeting room like a thunderclap, plunging it into profound silence. Every face bore the marks of shock and gravity. 20 hours to eliminate 4 million zombies. Even a well-equipped army would find this task daunting, let alone a single individual. Clack, clack, clack. It was uncertain who initiated the rhythm of keystrokes first. Soon, the room was filled with the cacophony of typing and the rustling of paper. Experts deftly maneuvered their fingers, constructing models and devising strategies on their computers. Military leaders huddled together, spreading out a map of F City, marking potential routes of attack and firepower coverage in red ink. They even deliberated on which weapons could achieve a city-wide cleansing in a short span of time, calculating based on a clearance rate of 200,000 zombies per hour. The 20-hour window would exactly suffice for 4 million. Too tight. Time must be reserved for contingencies. No, the density of zombies in the core urban area was too high. The maximum clearance could only reach 150,000 per hour. In the outer suburbs, it might reach 250,000, necessitating an allocation of efficiency by region. Comrade Zhang Xiaobei's battle armor could transform, perhaps allowing him to become a wide-area weapon, such as an energy cannon, covering entire blocks. But no, the energy consumption would be exorbitant, and there was a risk of accidentally harming survivors. Precision strikes were imperative. We could use the satellite image to identify zombie congregations, allowing him to prioritize high-density areas. The objective should be to eliminate the maximum number of targets in the shortest time. If all else fails, we could prepare a nuclear bomb capable of annihilating F City, executing a direct bombardment. In the meeting room, the earlier excitement had dissipated, replaced by a chillingly calm analysis and calculation. Each individual raced against time, contending with the colossal figure of 4 million. 20 minutes later, the coordinating strategic team compiled all proposed plans. They then stood resolutely to report. Elder Chun, esteemed leaders, after comprehensive simulations, we have devised a total of 41 plans. Plan 1. Deploy incendiary bombs in designated areas for clearance. Based on the zombie thermal map, F City is divided into 12 zones, sequentially dropping napalm bombs to incinerate the zombies. Subsequently, Comrade Zhang Xiaobei would eliminate any remaining targets. This method is efficient and conserves his stamina. No. An expert immediately shook his head in disapproval. As of 2012, dilapidated residential areas account for 45 of F City, with dense buildings that could easily ignite widespread fires. The smoke generated would endanger survivors hiding within those structures before he could finish. Elder Chin interjected. Next, Plan 2. Rapidly develop a zombie-attracting vaccine based on the existing virus database of Blue Star. Deploy drones to various regions to attract zombies, then concentrate on exterminating them. Professor Wu. This plan is impractical. A member from the Biological Institute shook his head. The apocalyptic virus has mutated for 5 years, diverging significantly from the original sequence of Blue Star. Moreover, research would require at least 72 hours. The discussions in the meeting room continued unabated, with plan after plan proposed and subsequently dismissed. After listening to all reports, Elder Chen glanced at his watch. It was already 9:35. Only 19 hours and 27 minutes remained before the task's deadline. Now, I will announce the final plan. Utilize high-frequency sound waves to attract and eliminate zombies uniformly. According to the information provided by Comrade Zhang Xiaobei, zombies are exceptionally sensitive to high-frequency sound waves in the range of 120 Hz to 150 Hz. We can supply 100 miniature high-frequency sound wave emitters for him to take into the apocalypse, dispersed across F City's various regions. With the main emitter positioned at the city center's municipal square, amplifying the sound wave intensity will guide the zombies in the core urban area towards the square. Surrounding area emitters will synchronize to direct the zombies into 10 to 15 large clusters. First, we will eliminate the smaller outer clusters. Then execute a one-time extermination of the core cluster at the municipal square. The sound waves can penetrate buildings, covering indoor and underground zombies. With a cleansing rate reaching up to 98, the estimated time required is 16 hours, leaving a buffer of 3 hours for unforeseen circumstances. A murmur of agreement rippled through the meeting room as heads nodded in unison. Observing the consensus, Elder Chun uttered a statement that left the room in stunned silence. If the above plan fails to achieve a 90 cleansing rate with 5 hours remaining, we will activate the ultimate plan. Chapter 19. Nuclear bombs for indiscriminate extermination. Detonate the nuclear bomb for indiscriminate extermination. Nuclear bomb? The room erupted in uproar. Indeed, Elder Chen's gaze was resolute as he surveyed every individual present. Considering the area of F City is approximately 300 square kilometers, we would deploy a tactical nuclear bomb equivalent to 500,000 tons of TNT. Comrade Zhang Xiaobei will take it into the apocalypse and drop it from 500 meters above the city center. The explosion will generate intense heat and shockwaves capable of instantaneously obliterating all carbon-based life forms. Subsequently, Comrade Zhang Xiaobei would only need to clear the sporadic remnants outside the explosion's core area. The estimated time required is merely 2 hours. This plan carries immense risk. Academician Tong hastily interjected. It would harm all survivors who cannot evacuate in time. I am aware. Elder Chun nodded in acknowledgement, his demeanor remaining composed. But this is a fallback plan for extreme circumstances. The controllable nuclear fusion technology is critical for Long Country, and we cannot take that gamble. Of course, we will endeavor to guide survivors to evacuate the core area in advance, minimizing the risks. Silence enveloped the meeting room as everyone comprehended the gravity of this plan, yet acknowledged its necessity. Elder Chen contemplated for a moment, then rose, his gaze sweeping over the assembly. We will execute these two plans. It is now 9:45, leaving only 19 hours and 17 minutes until the countdown ends. The military team will be responsible for simulating tactical exercises and mobilizing the nuclear bomb. Yes, Elder Chen's eyes fell upon the photograph of Zhang Xiaobei on the screen, determination echoing in his voice. The future of Long Country rests upon your shoulders. Sunlight had already crept over the windowsill, casting a warm glow upon the soft bed. Zhang Xiaobei drowsily opened his eyes, reaching for his phone by the pillow. The screen illuminated, displaying 10 o'clock sharp. Just 10 o'clock. He yawned, turned over, and sought to continue his slumber, though his enhanced physique did not feel fatigue. Such a peaceful sleep was indeed rare. Yet in the next moment, a semi-transparent virtual system screen suddenly materialized before his eyes. Countdown to task completion. 19 hours, 2 minutes. Holy smokes! Zhang Xiaobei sprang upright from his bed, the remnants of sleep vanishing in an instant. He quickly grabbed his clothes from the bedside, hastily dressing, and rushed to the door, pulling it open with force. Outside, Lin Changjun stood at attention. Upon seeing him emerge, Lin Changjun immediately smiled. Awake? Do you want to sleep a bit longer? Elder Chen specifically instructed me to let you rest more. No need. Zhang Xiaobei waved his hand dismissively, his tone urgent. 2 hours is ample time. By the way, how did the discussions go? Is a plan ready? Rest assured, everything has been arranged. Lin Changjun stepped aside to let him pass, gesturing for him to enter. Elder Chun is already waiting for you in the 5th floor office. Why didn't you wake me earlier? Zhang Xiaobei hastened towards the elevator. Time was of the essence. There was no room for slumber. Old Chen had remarked, you are pivotal. Being well-rested is paramount. Lin Changjun followed closely behind as the elevator doors gradually closed. At the entrance of the office on the 5th floor, Minister Qi stood erectly outside. Upon noticing Zhang Xiaobei's approach, he promptly pushed the door open, gesturing for him to enter. Inside the office, Old Chen occupied Minister Qi's chair. Engaged in a phone call, it must arrive within 5 minutes. After hanging up, Old Chen looked up at Zhang Xiaobei, a gentle smile gracing his face. Ziobe, have you awakened? You seem quite spirited. Have you found a solution? Absolutely. Old Chen nodded, sliding two proposals across the table towards him. We have devised two plans. The primary option involves high-frequency sound, wave aggregation, and extermination. We have prepared 100 microtransmitters for you, capable of clustering zombies for efficient eradication. If progress falters, we will initiate the ultimate plan, nuclear annihilation without distinction. He paused, pointing to the nuclear parameters outlined in the proposal. 500,000 tons of TNT equivalent, sufficient to encompass the entirety of City F. Zhang Xiaobei's eyes widened at the mere mention of nuclear bomb, instinctively swallowing hard. You mean this nuclear bomb is for me? Might that not be a bit excessive? This is no trifling matter. There is nothing inappropriate about it, Old Chen replied, his gaze resolute. We trust you to exercise discernment and believe you will accomplish the mission. Controlled nuclear fusion is critically important. This is the utmost support we can provide. He rose, placing a reassuring hand on Zhang Xiaobei's shoulder. Come, let us see the provisions we have arranged for you. I assure you, you shall be pleasantly surprised. The group ascended in a dedicated elevator, arriving directly at the warehouse. The heavy alloy doors creaked open, a chill wafting towards them. Inside, the warehouse was ablaze with light. Various supplies meticulously stacked, extending beyond sight. These are your provisions, Lin Changjun indicated towards the left side of the stockpile. Tons of high-grade gasoline, compressed energy biscuits devoid of any manufacturer information, and prepackaged drinking water. Additionally, there are canned meats, beef jerky, dehydrated vegetables, and instant noodles. Over there are specially supplied cigarettes and spirits. Zhang Xiaobei followed his gesture, observing the mountains of provisions. There was even a brand of spicy strips he particularly enjoyed, indicating that thorough research had been conducted. On the opposite side, firearms of various lengths and boxes of ammunition were neatly arranged. Everything from handguns to sniper rifles. A few grenades and rocket launchers were also present. Most conspicuously, a black, unbranded all-terrain vehicle stood out. Its robust frame and wide tires suggested it was well suited for the treacherous conditions of a post-apocalyptic world. That is not all, Old Chen chuckled, waving his hand for everyone to venture deeper into the warehouse. As they navigated through the supplies, a massive object suddenly came into view. It gleamed with a chilling luster, nearly the size of the all-terrain vehicle. Its surface was pitch black, entirely devoid of any markings. Is this the nuclear bomb? Zhang Xiaobei's eyes widened in disbelief, instinctively reaching out to touch it, yet hesitating. After all, how often does one casually handle a nuclear bomb? Indeed, Old Chen confirmed, producing a black device resembling a smartphone from his pocket and handing it to Zhang Xiaobei. This is the detonator. Press and hold the red button for 3 seconds to activate. He meticulously explained the method of carrying the nuclear bomb, the deployment process, and the necessary safety precautions. Zhang Xiaobei listened intently, the detonator in his hand igniting a sense of exhilaration within him. He yearned to plunge into the apocalypse at that very moment and test it out. Thoughts of bringing joy to his ancestors suddenly flooded his mind. Having previously relieved himself in the Yasukuni shrine, he mused, what if I saved this device and brought warmth to them? I believe this winter they would be quite delighted. As these thoughts took root, they spiraled uncontrollably. Chapter 20, Return to the Apocalypse. Well, this concludes all the supplies prepared for you. Old Chen surveyed the warehouse. After meticulous calculations, everything totals precisely 800 cubic meters, which your storage space can fully accommodate. No sooner had he spoken than Zhang Xiaobei inhaled deeply. Extending his hand towards the provisions before him, his mind focused. Retrieve. In the next moment, an astonishing scene unfolded. The gasoline, food, firearms, and even the nuclear bomb transformed into streams of light, vanishing without a trace. All that remained was the empty expanse of the warehouse floor. Old Chen, Minister Qi, and Lin Changjun exchanged astonished glances, their mutual shock palpable. Though they had been aware of his storage capabilities, witnessing such a vast quantity of supplies disappear instantaneously was still breathtaking. Upon exiting the warehouse, Old Chen led Zhang Xiaobei into a private lounge. As he pushed the door open, a rich aroma of spicy beef broth enveloped them. In the center of the room, a copper pot simmered enticingly. The vibrant red oil bubbled, revealing slices of fatty beef and duck blood that heightened their appetite. We heard you enjoy hot pot, Old Chen chuckled, pulling out a chair for him. This is from your favorite beef tallow hot pot restaurant. We brought the entire kitchen over. The chef is the same team, ensuring the taste is identical to what you usually savor. Zhang Xiaobei gazed at the swirling red oil and the array of his favorite ingredients on the table. Suddenly, his eyes grew warm with emotion. As an orphan, he had never been so cherished in his life. To ensure he enjoyed a comforting meal, they had gone so far as to relocate an entire kitchen. Old Chun, he opened his mouth, wishing to express his gratitude, but found his throat constricted, unable to articulate his thoughts. Eat, don't just stare, Old Chun urged, personally placing a piece of tripe on his chopsticks. Cook it for about 15 seconds. Zhang Xiaobei picked up the chopsticks, lifted the cooked tripe, and placed it in his mouth. The spicy, savory flavor exploded on his palate, reminiscent of his cherished memories. In fact, the freshness of the ingredients made it even more delectable. Yet, as he continued to eat, tears began to flow uncontrollably. He savored the meal deliberately, not out of reluctance, but to etch this warmth into his heart. Old Chin spoke little, occasionally adding ingredients to his bowl, quietly accompanying him. After the meal, the group proceeded to the deepest, most confidential conference room underground. Only Old Chun, Minister Qi, and Lin Changjun remained in the room. Zhang Xiaobei stood at the center, observing the three elders who had labored tirelessly for him. He straightened his posture, mimicking a military salute as seen on television, albeit imperfectly. Old Chun, Minister Qi, Director Lin. Thank you. Rest assured, I will fulfill the mission. I shall bring controlled nuclear fusion technology back to Longwo. Old Chin regarded him with pride in his eyes, nodding in affirmation. We believe in you. Remember, safety is paramount. If all else fails, initiate the ultimate plan. Do not bear any psychological burden. Understood. Zhang Xiaobei nodded earnestly, taking a deep breath and closing his eyes. System, resume, task, execution. In the next instant, Zhang Xiaobei's figure vanished from Spot, leaving behind an empty room and 3 pairs of astonished eyes. Minister Qi gazed at the vacated space, softly murmuring, may he return safely. He will. He is the hope of Longwo. He will undoubtedly return unscathed. I am the dividing line. The midday sun pierced through the shadows of the apocalypse, illuminating the ruins of City F with brilliant clarity. Zhang Xiaobei returned to the very spot where he had previously slaughtered wild boars and rats. Yet after just one night, the corpses of those rats had completely vanished. He had no time to ponder these sights. With a mere thought, the Edelman alloy battle armor enveloped him instantly. A pair of streamlined energy wings unfurled from his back. In truth, it could still soar without it. However, Zhang Xiaobei believed that the appearance of a birdman might be considerably more striking. Time to get to work, he murmured, casting a glance at the watch on his wrist. He then ascended into the air, heading towards the location pre-designated by the think tank. Upon reaching the designated coordinates, he extracted the launcher directly from the void. Subsequently, he descended to a higher rooftop and placed it there. Pressing the switch on the launcher, it activated with a satisfying click. An invisible energy circle rapidly expanded. A high-frequency sound wave, inaudible to the human ear, instantly enveloped a radius of 500 meters. One down, he accelerated towards the next coordinate, his movements swift and decisive. The process of deploying the launcher proved simpler than anticipated. There was no need for calibration or securing it. One merely needed to press the switch and leave it on the ground. Half an hour later, on the rooftop of a hotel in the northwestern outskirts of City F, 5 survivors huddled behind the suite door, their ears pressed against the door panel. The earlier creaking, metallic scratching at the door had nearly frightened them to death. Yet now, an eerie silence prevailed outside, devoid of even a faint groan from the zombies. What happened? Why is it silent? A young man in a tattered hoodie stammered, gripping a rusty steel pipe tightly. Shoo, wait a bit longer, the bald man, the temporary leader of the group, frowned. Having barely escaped from a horde of zombies last month, his instincts for danger were exceptionally keen. After waiting another 10 minutes, the outside remained ominously still. The bald man gritted his teeth and slowly opened a crack in the door. The corridor outside was desolate, littered only with shards of glass and bloodstains. The dozen or so zombies that had surrounded the door had inexplicably vanished. Where did the zombies go? The young man peeked out, confusion etched on his face. Could they have left? No, look downstairs. Another survivor pointed out the window, prompting the bald man to lean closer for a better view. In the distance, a throng of zombies was shambling towards the same direction. It appeared as if they were heading towards the city center. This bizarre scene was unfolding in various corners of City F. Survivors hiding in restroom stalls of office buildings, families concealed in underground garages, and small groups sheltering in convenience stores all discovered that the zombies that had besieged them had suddenly retreated, surging towards the city center. No one knew the reason why. At precisely 11 a.m., Zhang Xiaobei placed the last main launcher in the center of City F's municipal square, standing beneath the flagpole. He exhaled in relief as the launcher activated. Done. Now all that's left is to wait for them to gather. He casually retrieved a bottle of mineral water from the void, glanced at it, and tossed it back. Replacing it with a can of soda, he chuckled, finally something that understands me. With a satisfying gulp, he pulled out a piece of dried beef, unconcerned about the dirt on the ground, and began to gnaw on it. As he chewed, he recalled the survivor he had encountered in the supermarket. Should he go take a look? Without hesitation, he stowed away the half-eaten jerky and folded his energy wings, strolling leisurely towards the supermarket. On the way, he occasionally encountered a few stray zombies that hadn't been attracted by the sound waves, dispatching them with ease. Before he reached the supermarket, he heard a loud banging on the door accompanied by brash shouts. Open up. Don't hide in there like a turtle. We saw you on the rooftop next door yesterday. Scarface has been taken down. This supermarket is going to be my territory from now on. If you don't open the door, once I get in, you'll all be my rations. Chapter 21. Want it? Yes. Hearing the commotion, Zhang Xiaobei furrowed his brow and quickened his pace. He saw that the steel door of the supermarket had already been dented in several places, with over 20 burly men surrounding it, wielding hammers, crowbars, and a few even brandishing rusty cleavers. At the forefront stood a burly man adorned with a necklace made of unknown animal teeth. Inside the supermarket, a scruffy man was rallying the people. Don't be afraid. This steel door was reinforced by Scarface. They can't break it. As long as we hold our ground here, we'll be safe once they leave. However, Chindasa's face was filled with worry as she tightly embraced her child. I wonder where that big shot went last night. If he were here, he could certainly help us. As soon as her words escaped, the atmosphere in the supermarket grew somber. Ever since Zhang Xiaobei had killed Scarface, saved them, and distributed food, he had vanished without a trace, and no one knew where he had gone. He.S. definitely all right. The scruffy man forced a smile. He.S. so capable. He.S. surely off rescuing more people elsewhere. We must survive until he returns so we can repay him. If it weren't for him, one of us might have already turned into jerky. Uncle, why don't we just fight them? A young man of about 18 or 19, brandishing a fruit knife, declared stubbornly. We can't just sit here and wait to die. The scruffy man shook his head, his eyes filled with helplessness. No, listen to me. We haven't eaten in days. We're already weak. We barely had a little last night. Not enough to match those people. They feast on meat daily. Their stamina far surpasses ours. We can't win. In the corner, old John coughed a couple of times, his voice raspy. Don't worry. Retribution will come. The deeds they've committed will eventually incur divine wrath. Yet no one responded. After 5 years of the apocalypse, they had seen through it all. Those who engaged in wrongdoing, killing indiscriminately, and even resorting to cannibalism often led the most comfortable lives. Meanwhile, honest individuals like them, merely wishing to survive, could only struggle in fear, dying one after another. At that moment, a mocking voice rang out from outside the supermarket. Hey, what are you doing? Don't you see there's a door to this supermarket? Who raised you to bang on the door with hammers and crowbars? Lu Chang's group was momentarily taken aback, turning in unison to see a casually dressed young man standing not far away, leisurely gnawing on a piece of jerky. His demeanor as relaxed as if he were on a peaceful street. It was none other than Zhang Xiaobei. Who the hell are you? Don't talk about your parents. Lu Chang retorted, his tone suddenly softening as he scrutinized Zhang Xiaobei, who appeared unscathed and far too clean for someone struggling in the apocalypse. You think you can interfere? Get lost, or we'll deal with you too. Exactly. A lanky man beside him rubbed his hands, his eyes gleaming with greed. Hey, look at this kid. So tender and delicate. He must be a rich kid from some settlement. If we capture him, we might get information about his settlement. Then food and women will all be ours, and he could even become our reserve food. Lu Chang's eyes lit up. He had seen Zhang Xiaobei was not ordinary. In this apocalypse, someone who could walk around in such clean clothes and dare to stroll the streets alone must have powerful backing. He beckoned Zhang Xiaobei with a finger. Hey, kid, come here. I have something to say to you. Zhang Xiaobei ignored him, casually pulling out a box of premium Panda cigarettes, much to the astonishment of the onlookers as he opened it. He then produced a lighter. With a crisp sound, the tobacco ignited, and as he exhaled the first puff, a waft of pale blue smoke rose, carrying the unique rich aroma of the special cigarettes spreading through the air. At that moment, Lu Chang's group was utterly captivated. It was indeed smoke. A man with a face riddled with scars instinctively sniffed, and a glimmer of red ignited in his eyes. After 5 years in the apocalypse, they had long since foregone cigarettes. As seasoned smokers, they had resorted to smoking hard cardboard or even leaves, but ultimately, they had suppressed their cravings. At this moment, Zhang Xiaobei's gesture instantly ignited an insatiable itch within them. Goodness, that aroma. Gazing at the packaging in his hand, it was undoubtedly a special supply of cigarettes. I had seen them during my army days. They were far more fragrant than Huazi. Another man fixated on the cigarette in Zhang Xiaobei's hand, nearly drooling. A gust of wind blew by, carrying the scent of smoke further away. Lu Chang and his group completely forgot about their intention to break down the door, each craning their necks, greedily inhaling the second-hand smoke in the air. Some even involuntarily shed tears. That was the physiological response to their rekindled cravings. Lu Chang's eyes glimmered with fervor as he fixated on the cigarette box in Zhang Xiaobei's hand. At that moment, a singular thought dominated his mind. This must be a big catch. Anyone able to smoke special supply cigarettes in the apocalypse surely had a steady stream of resources behind them. If he could capture him, he would never have to worry about food again. Observing the aggressive glint in the other's eyes, Zhang Xiaobei remained unfazed. He casually asked, "Do you want it?" Lu Chang's eyes instantly sparkled. "Yes." Zhang Xiaobei chuckled derisively. "You can have it. But first, you must do me a favor." Lu Chang's expression immediately soured. 5 years. A full 5 years. No one had ever dared to speak to him in such a tone. He then forced a smile, his voice laced with malice. "What is it? Speak, and I shall listen." Zhang Xiaobei got straight to the point. "You help me notify all the residents you know nearby, instructing them not to run around. I am about to commence a city-wide cleansing. After tonight, there will be no more zombies in this city. Tomorrow morning at 9 a.m., all survivors gather at the city government building." Lu Chang's face contorted in disbelief, and his underlings turned pale. Not from fear, but from the effort to stifle laughter. Puffed. "Ha ha ha. No way, kid, are you out of your mind? You? Cleansing the city? Eliminating all the zombies? Ha ha ha." Zhang Xiaobei, however, paid no heed to their mockery, merely pulling out a pack of special supply cigarettes and weighing it in his hand. "So what's the decision? Are we doing this? This pack of cigarettes could be yours." "Cigarettes? Work for you. Damn it. If I kill you, the cigarettes are mine. Brothers, charge." As Lu Chang's gang stirred, brandishing steel pipes and crowbars, Zhang Xiaobei simply shook his head in exasperation. Indeed, one can lose their grasp of human conversation after enduring the apocalypse for so long. In the next instant, an unforgettable scene unfolded before the eyes of the 20 or so individuals present. Zhang Xiaobei stood his ground, seemingly indifferent to the 20-odd people charging towards him. With a swift motion, he reached behind his back, and with a click, a dark RPG rocket launcher appeared in his hand. Aiming the cannon directly at Lu Chang and his group, he weighed it in his hands, expressing regret. "Ah, this would be a waste to use on you guys." Tapping the barrel with his finger, it emitted a dull thud. One rocket can obliterate half a building. "You 20 or so wouldn't even be enough to fill the gaps. Such a waste." As his words fell, the rocket launcher vanished in an instant. Lu Chang's gang, still in shock, hadn't yet comprehended the situation when Zhang Xiaobei's right hand reached behind his back again. A Barrett sniper rifle, wrapped in black anti-slip texture, appeared in his grasp. The reflection of the scope glimmered in the sunlight, blinding Lu Chang and his crew. "Ah, this won't do. Too inefficient." He frowned, shaking his head, his finger idly spinning on the trigger guard. "This gun requires a bolt action after each shot, and with so many of you, I'd have to aim at each one individually." As his words concluded, the sniper rifle vanished once more. In the following moment, he extended his left hand, and a silver Desert Eagle pistol materialized in his palm. This won't do either. The recoil makes my hand numb." He shook his hand as if recalling the discomfort of firing. "The last time I blew the head off a guy about your height and build, the recoil nearly dislocated my wrist. Shooting at you all? Not worth it." The pistol vanished from sight as well. This time, Zhang Xiaobei simply swung his arms, and an assault rifle adorned with tactical attachments suddenly appeared. A chain of bullets dangled at his side, producing a soft clatter. Still not suitable. I can't shoot accurately. What if I don't kill you and just hit your left leg, right leg, or perhaps the third leg in between?" He jestingly aimed the rifle at Lu Chang's left leg, then shifted to the right leg. Finally, his gaze lingered suggestively on his groin, a smile curling at the corner of his lips. Lu Chang's cold sweat cascaded down his cheeks. His legs trembled as if they were filled with lead, causing the machete in his hand to clatter to the ground. "Oh, big guy, please don't misfire." His voice quivered, and he didn't dare to raise his head. We just came to join the fun. We'll leave immediately." Zhang Xiaobei ignored his pleas for mercy, flipping his wrist to make the assault rifle disappear. In its place, he held 2 grenades, their safety pins still attached. This is just right. No brains needed." He toyed with the grenades, his fingertips already teasing the pins. Thud! Lu Chong was the first to kneel, his knees slamming against the concrete floor with a muffled sound. Though the pain made him grimace, he dared not utter a sound. Seeing their leader kneel, the underlings followed suit, kneeling in a flurry. Some even lay flat on the ground, too afraid to lift their heads. Big guy, I was wrong. I don't want the cigarettes anymore. Lu Chong's voice cracked with desperation. I will never dare to appear before you again. Just let me go. Zhang Zhe toyed with the grenade, his gaze sweeping over the gang's round bellies, scoffing. So, about what I said earlier, can you notify everyone? Look at each of you. Full of fat. How can you get this chubby in the apocalypse without exercising? He paused, deliberately elongating his tone. As a morally conscious pervert from now on, I shall help you lose weight. The grenades in his palm bounced lightly, each drop making Lu Chong's heart race. Lu Chong's eyes widened, his face flushed. Yet he dared not retort. Big guy, take it easy. I still don't want to die. Zhang Xiaobei waved his hand, and a silver electronic weighing scale materialized on the ground before them. Zhang Xiaobei himself had no idea how this item had ended up among the supplies. But he shrugged it off. Cool, mate. Step on and weigh yourself. With trembling legs, Lu Chong shuffled over and stepped onto the scale, which immediately began to fluctuate wildly. The numbers oscillated between 178 and 182 pounds, all due to his intense shaking. Zhang Xiaobei, growing impatient, kicked him in the stomach. With the force amplified by his enhanced physique, Lu Chong, standing at 175 centimeters and weighing 90 kilograms, was sent flying. He crashed against a nearby abandoned vehicle, producing a dull thud. What is wrong with you? Zhang Xiaobei approached, frowning. Damn it, just stand still. It's only a weigh-in. Why are you shaking like a leaf? Before he finished speaking, his figure flickered, and everyone only saw a blur. The next moment, he was beside Lu Chong again, delivering another kick to his waist. Lu Chong was hurled another 7 or 8 meters, crashing against a broken wall and sliding down. Curling up on the ground, clutching his stomach, he emitted pained grunts. His face as pale as a ghost. Can't you stand still? Zhang Xiaobei's voice suddenly cracked and erupted into a roar. You. Lu Chong gritted his teeth, propping himself against the crumbling wall as he slowly rose to his feet. The excruciating pain in his abdomen caused cold sweat to bead on his brow. Yet the indomitable will to survive compelled him to remain upright. He understood that the formidable figure before him could extinguish his life with the same ease as one would crush an ant. Go, step on the scale. Lu Chong dared not tremble any longer. Clutching his belly, he shuffled towards the weighing scale. He clenched his teeth, striving to control his body, even moderating his breath. The numbers on the screen gradually stabilized, halting at 1,795 pounds. Oh, brother. Zhang Xiaobei leaned closer to take a look, patting Lu Chong on the shoulder with such force that Lu Chong nearly stumbled. You are overweight. As he spoke, he leaned in close to Lu Chong's ear and declared, I must impose a punishment on you. From this moment forth, you are to engage in diligent exercise. Sweat profusely. Move your body. I want you to notify the nearby residents. Do you understand? Yes. Lu Chong nodded vigorously as if he were pounding garlic. However, Zhang Xiaobei's subsequent words left him frozen in place. Remember, notification is merely a method. The primary goal is my benevolent heart. Weight loss is the ultimate objective. A sinister smile curled at the corners of his mouth as his gaze swept over Lu Chong's ample belly. If you return in a while and your weight hasn't decreased by 20 pounds, I shall extract double from you. 40 pounds. What do you think? Isn't my weight loss plan splendid? Lu Chong's eyes bulged nearly to the point of bursting, his mouth opening and closing in shock. But upon seeing the grenade that reappeared in Zhang Xiaobei's hand, the words caught in his throat. This. He was so anxious that tears nearly spilled from his eyes. 20 pounds. How could that possibly be shed in 3 hours? Damn it. Why aren't you moving? Zhang Xiaobei suddenly kicked him in the backside, causing Lu Chong to stagger precariously. You have 3 hours. Otherwise, when I find you, you shall suffer greatly. Chapter 23. Something is amiss in this apocalypse. Lu Chong dared not delay any further. He scrambled to his feet and called to his subordinates. Let us go. Quickly. To the Shang community ahead. With that, he led the way towards the nearby dilapidated housing complex. It was the closest gathering point he knew. Just days ago, he had pilfered 2 bags of compressed biscuits from there, and he recognized the inhabitants. The walls of Shang community had collapsed halfway, with discarded sofas and wardrobes piled at the entrance. Shadows flickered behind several windows. Lu Chong reached the entrance and shouted at the top of his lungs, Wang Lao San. Come out. I have urgent news for you. A window on the second floor opened, revealing a wrinkled man who peered out. Upon seeing Lu Chong, his expression darkened instantly. "You damned Lu Chong, here to steal again? Let me tell you, we have no food left." "I'm not here to steal," Lu Chong exclaimed, jumping in frustration. Glancing around before lowering his voice, "A big boss sent me. He instructed you all to gather at the city government gate at 9 a.m. tomorrow. Don't wander off." Wang Lao-san paused, stepping outside, followed by several residents wielding iron rods. They were individuals Lu Chong had robbed just days prior, and their eyes were filled with suspicion. "What big boss? What trick are you playing?" "I'm not playing tricks." Lu Chong, drenched in sweat, recounted the ordeal of Zhang Xiaobei, threatening him with weapons and demanding he lose weight. "He gave me 3 hours, and if I don't shed 20 pounds, he'll take 40 pounds of flesh from me." "Is this something a human would do?" A man in a tattered cotton jacket scoffed. 3 hours? Damn it. If you don't return, what can he do? Will he turn the whole city upside down to find you? Exactly. Another chimed in. Yes, just one man. If we hide in the community, how can he possibly break in? But no sooner had these words been spoken than Lu Chong shivered. He could not forget Zhang Xiaobei's uncanny ability to appear and wield weapons. He could not forget that RPG rocket launcher. And he certainly could not forget the grenade that spun in the palm of Zhang Xiaobei's hand. "No, we can't hide," he trembled. "That guy is too sinister. If he truly comes looking for us, none of us will escape." Silence fell over the community, each face reflecting unease. "Forget it. Let's focus on losing weight." Lu Chong sighed, rubbing his ample belly. "If that guy really catches me, I genuinely won't stand a chance." Just then, a thin subordinate who had come with Lu Chong leaned in and whispered, "Big brother, I've heard of a method. The waste in the human body can weigh several pounds. With your big belly, there might be over 10 pounds in there." Lu Chong's eyes brightened, "Right? I must have quite a bit stacked up." Wang Lao-san, frowning, pointed towards the abandoned garage in the community. There were water pipes dismantled from the fire hydrant in there. And a bit of water, too. The ensuing scene caused all the residents to avert their gazes. In the garage, Lu Chong knelt on the ground, while the thin subordinate crouched behind him with a water pipe. The sound of rushing water echoed loudly. Before long, a series of painful yet somewhat relieving groans emerged from Lu Chong. "I can't take it anymore. I can't write any further. It's too graphic. I can scarcely eat my midnight snack now." Speaking of midnight snacks, this is what I ordered from Kangaroo Takeaway. Simultaneously, those peering from the second-floor window witnessed Zhang Xiaobei appear as if a deity had descended, once again coming to their rescue. They hurried down to open the door, exclaiming, Boss, you're back." Greetings erupted in a chorus. "Shut the hell up." Zhang Xiaobei barked coldly, instantly silencing the crowd. He surveyed the throng, which included women cradling children, elderly leaning on wooden sticks, and several timid young men. "Have you all grown complacent? Where was your spirit when someone was blocking the door and prying the lock?" The crowd, chastised, dare not lift their heads. Sister Chun, clutching her child, shrank back, muttering softly, "We were just happy to see you return." "Happiness doesn't require such ruckus." Zhang Xiaobei's tone softened. He pointed towards the supermarket. "Everyone stay inside, lock the doors. It will be chaotic outside tonight." He paused, scanning each face. "I have deployed equipment in the city to lure the zombies to a single location for disposal. If fortune smiles upon us, when you awaken tomorrow morning, F City may be free of zombies." Upon hearing this, a glimmer of hope ignited in everyone's eyes. Yet the next moment, Zhang Xiaobei, as ominous tone, interrupted. "If luck is not on our side, there shall be no suffering. Therefore, cherish your final moments. Just a matter of one nuclear bomb." A wave of silence swept through the crowd, yet some still glimmered with hope. Even the faintest flicker of hope had not been felt in the 5 years of the apocalypse. Just then, a figure stepped forward from the crowd. It was the bearded man. Upon hearing Zhang Xiaobei mention the nuclear bomb, he could no longer contain himself. He stepped forward, immediately saluting Zhang Xiaobei with a standard military gesture, gaunt yet resolute. Reporting from the Eastern Military District of the Dragon Kingdom, Commander of the 72nd Group Army, Zhou Weiguo. Reporting to the commander. "Commander?" Zhang Xiaobei was momentarily taken aback, then waved his hand dismissively. "Don't call me that. I'm no commander." He scrutinized Zhou Weiguo. "I didn't expect you to be a veteran." Zhou Weiguo lowered his hand, a hint of embarrassed laughter appearing on his face. "Bad luck. I happened to be on leave visiting home when the apocalypse struck. I had barely settled in for 2 days before it began." His eyes dimmed slightly. "For 5 years. I have not dared to forget that I am a soldier, yet I have had no chance to rejoin my unit. Haven't you been in contact with the army?" Zhang Xiaobei inquired, curious. Logically, communication would not be entirely severed at the onset of the apocalypse. The military has no reason not to organize the recall or contact of scattered soldiers. Upon hearing this, Zhou Weiguo's expression darkened, his voice laden with gravity. I have made contact. The military even dispatched an armed helicopter to retrieve me. He paused, seemingly reminiscing about the unwillingly recalled events. That day, I was waiting on the rooftop of the community, and the helicopter landed in the open field across from me. The cabin door opened, and a comrade I recognized jumped down. Something felt amiss. Without any warning, his eyes lost focus, his skin began to turn gray, resembling those undead. Before I could comprehend the situation, he lunged and sank his teeth into the pilot's neck. Zhou Weiguo's voice trembled further. The pilot lasted only a few seconds before he succumbed. Just 2 minutes later, he was moving again. Inside the cabin, chaos ensued as he clawed and bit, causing the aircraft to lose control and crash into the adjacent building, exploding on impact. Zhang Xiaobei furrowed his brow even tighter. This was unlike the zombies he had encountered before. Ordinary zombies transformed only after being bitten or scratched. The comrade Zhou Weiguo spoke of had mutated suddenly, without any incubation period, and then he pressed. Did you try to contact the military again? Or did the authorities organize any disaster relief? Zhou Weiguo shook his head, his tone rife with helplessness. After the plane crash, when I attempted to reach the military, all I received was static. There has been no news from the authorities. During the first month of the apocalypse, a few channels on television managed to broadcast, announcing plans for evacuation. But before we could locate an evacuation point, the signal was completely lost. Since then, I have not seen anyone in uniform. A soft sigh escaped from the crowd, evidently. They had long since lost hope in governmental disaster relief. Zhang Xiaobei remained silent, yet his mind was racing. Something was amiss. Chapter 24. The Hunt Begins. The peculiarities Zhou Weiguo had mentioned gnawed at Zhang Xiaobei's thoughts. However, he quickly shook his head. Now was not the time to dwell on these matters. The countdown to complete the mission was still ticking. First, he must eradicate the zombies and secure the complete technology for controllable nuclear fusion. That was the foremost priority. As he turned to leave, his peripheral vision caught sight of several plastic bags piled in the corner. They contained moldy, blackened instant noodles, with tiny insects crawling at the bag's opening. Half a bag of yellowed rice was squished beneath several hard, inedible rice balls. Beside it, a dented iron basin held murky water. Zhang Xiaobei's heart tightened. Though it was steely, this scene still compelled him to frown. He fell into silence for 2 seconds, then suddenly raised his hand and waved over the empty ground. With a rustle, 2 bundles of mineral water, wrapped in transparent film, landed gently on the ground. The bottles bore no labels, only pure water shimmering in the sunlight. Following that, 2 boxes of simply packaged instant noodles stacked up, the cardboard devoid of any brand markings. The ripped openings revealed golden noodles and individually packaged seasoning. 30 green tin cans were lined up, each marked with the simple words meat and fruit. Lastly, after a moment's hesitation, Zhang Xiaobei placed 6 gleaming glass bottles, unlabeled, beside the others. Only the caps bore a small pentagram, indicating they were special supply liquor. Alongside them were 2 packs of cigarettes adorned with panda designs and 2 silver lighters, the very special supply cigarettes that had made Lu Chang's group envious. The people in the supermarket were utterly stunned. Chun Go tightened her grip around her child, who gazed with wide, round eyes, reaching out for the bottle of mineral water. Zhou Weiguo was not lacking in perception. He had encountered this special supply liquor at the military district before. Only officers of the rank of division and above were entitled to receive it. This solidified his suspicions regarding Zhang Xiaobei's true identity. "These are for you," Zhang Xiaobei said. Observing the astonished faces of the crowd, his tone softened compared to before. "Eat freely, consume all. Those who can drink, drink. Those who can smoke, smoke. No need to hold back." He paused, his gaze sweeping across the pale faces of the people. "Regardless of whether we see the sun tomorrow, at least today, you must fill your bellies." The crowd fell silent for a few seconds before someone covered their mouth. Tears streamed down Chun Dezeo's cheeks, falling onto her child's clothing. The young man who had previously sought to confront Lu Chang reached for a can of fruit, his fingers trembling. He hadn't eaten fruit in nearly 3 years. Zhou Weiguo picked up a pack of cigarettes, his eyes reddening. He saluted with a choked voice. "Thank you, Commander." Zhang Xiaobei did not correct him. He merely shook his head gently. He gazed at the elderly, the weak, and the women and children. His heart softened a little. They were all citizens of Longwo, blood coursing with the same essence. If there were any other way, who would wish to expose them to the peril of nuclear annihilation? Yet, Controllable nuclear fusion was of monumental importance to Longwo on Blue Star. It was crucial enough that he could not gamble, could not afford to lose. I am sorry, he silently murmured in his heart before stepping closer to change.So and slowly crouching down. The child looked at him with curious eyes, exuding a rare purity amidst the apocalypse. Zhang extended his hand, gently ruffling the child's hair, the warmth of his palm eliciting giggles from the child. This is for you. With a flick of his left hand, a bottle of milk appeared, devoid of any additives on its packaging. He handed it to change.So. Let your child have this. Change.So quickly accepted it, repeatedly expressing her gratitude. Uncle, the child timidly inquired while clutching the milk bottle. What's your name? Zhang was momentarily taken aback, then smiled. My name is Zhang. He stood up, casting a final glance at the people in the supermarket. Eat well. Make sure you're all full. With that, he turned and walked away, his final words echoing as he exited through the steel doors of the supermarket. I will do my utmost to eliminate all the zombies. Zhang floated in the air, surveying the effectiveness of the zombie lure. He watched as zombies emerged from various corners of the city, staggering mindlessly towards the sound source. Observing the zombies that had already gathered around the sound, it was evident they could not detect the scent of the living. They were howling frantically. It appeared the lure was working well. With that thought, he proceeded to the next collection point. After a thorough inspection, Zhang felt reassured. Consequently, he returned near the supermarket, and indeed, Lu Chong was trembling as he awaited him. As he beheld Zhang descending with glimmering wings, Lu Chong was overwhelmed with emotion. How could this devil appear like an angel? Boss, I've notified everyone. I've even lost weight. Truly, Zhang landed and scrutinized Lu Chong's pale complexion. Once more, he retrieved the weighing scale, too lazy to even lift his eyelids. Lu Chong obediently stepped onto the scale. The result, 162. Only 2.5 pounds away from the target. A smile crept upon Zhang lips. Remember what I said? He then extended his right hand, which inexplicably morphed into a knife. Your hand turned into a knife? No. Boss, it's my clothes. My clothes are too thick. Yes, I'll take them off right now. As dusk descended, the sun dipped below the horizon. Yet, despite the chill, Lu Chong persevered, beginning to shed his layers. He started with the tattered cotton jacket, stripping down to his bare torso. The result, still 0.5 pound short. He hastily removed his pants. Already exhausted, the cold wind made him shiver uncontrollably. Yet the will to survive compelled him to continue. Finally, the scale registered 159.5. Boss, I did it. Look, you have to be fair. In the biting cold wind, Lu Chong trembled uncontrollably, while his subordinate averted his gaze. However, the next word from Zhang plunged him into an icy abyss. Look at you. You're far too thin. The wind blows, and you shiver. That's not good. Why don't you bulk up for me? Lu Chong, overwhelmed with snot and tears, dropped to his knees, bare-bottomed. Boss, I truly erred. I had no idea they were under your protection. Even if I had 800 lives, I wouldn't dare approach. I beg you spare me. Please. Yet, a hint of amusement flickered across Zhang face. I was merely jesting with you, seeing how nervous you were. Put on your clothes. Thank you. Thank you, boss. Lu Chong hurriedly gathered his clothes from the ground and donned them, disregarding his image. Ignoring the others, Zhang glanced at the time. The mission countdown read 9 hours. It begins. The hunt is on. Chapter 25. The Descent of the Deity. As night descended, the sky over F City was stained a dark red by the blood-colored remnants of the setting sun. Zhang hovered above the municipal square, the 2 pairs of luminous wings behind his Edelman alloy adaptive armor suddenly unfurling. The left wing shimmered with a chilling silver-blue light, while the right radiated with blazing golden-red patterns. One side exuded frost, the other heat. Countless energy particles cascaded down, tracing resplendent trajectories in the dim city. The hunt had commenced. With a low growl and a flick of his mind, the wings behind him surged forward, transforming him into a streak of light as he dove downward. Simultaneously, the armor on his right arm morphed, extending and reconfiguring. A colossal energy blade, 40 meters in length, materialized from thin air. The blade gleamed in pure silver, its edge embedded with a ring of crimson, superconducting energy patterns. Each swing tore through the air, igniting a dazzling display of sparks. At the center of the municipal square gathered nearly 1 million zombies, and upon seeing them, Zhang couldn't help but feel a shiver run down his spine. These zombies, drawn together by high-frequency sound waves, roared and ground their bones in a cacophony. Yet, before they could react, the 40-meter-long blade descended with an earth-shattering force. Swish! As the blade cut through, flames erupted in a blinding flash of red. The horde of zombies was cleaved in two as if butter was being sliced with a hot knife. In one swing, hundreds of zombies were reduced to mush, blood and shattered bones spraying everywhere. The remaining zombies barely had time to scatter before Zhang Xiaobei flapped his wings, instantly relocating to the left flank of the horde, sweeping the blade across. With a series of meaty slashes, more zombies fell like wheat before the scythe. The expansive coverage of the 40-meter blade meant that each swing resulted in the demise of hundreds of zombies. Even the mutated, reinforced zombies had no chance of resistance against this formidable blade. What a thrill! Far more exhilarating than anything else. Zhang Xiaobei let out a jubilant roar. The wings propelled him through the mass of zombies, sometimes diving and chopping, sometimes sweeping horizontally, and at times executing spinning strikes. With each swing of the blade, waves of zombies fell. Where the 40-meter blade passed, corpses littered the ground, with no zombie daring to approach within 3 meters of him. The energy shield of his armor automatically deflected the splattering remains, emanating a sanctified glow from his form. In the abandoned factory to the east, hundreds of thousands of zombies surged towards the sound wave emitter. Freshly cleared from the city center, Zhang Xiaobei transformed into a streak of light once more. With a vertical slash, both the factory's walls and the horde were cleaved in half. Amidst the flying debris, a swath of zombies fell. At the intersection in the west, zombies congested the area, forming a wall of corpses. Zhang Xiaobei mimicked the hero Dimasha from League of Legends, activating a spinning maneuver with a 40-meter blade, creating a radiant circle. The energy blade spread out, instantly clearing the entire area, leaving only a ground strewn with dismembered limbs. Gazing at the heaps of corpses, Zhang Xiaobei couldn't help but retch. Not from disgust, but from dizziness. This maneuver would be off-limits in the future. Ugh. Between the residential buildings in the south, zombies poured endlessly from stairwells. Zhang Xiaobei dove downward, driving his blade into the ground. The searing energy spread across the surface, creating a field of annihilation. The zombies within the range were swiftly shredded to bits, their bones reduced to powder. At that moment, survivors across F-City, peering through windows and door cracks, bore witness to this miraculous slaughter. Wang Lao San, hiding behind the curtains, stood agape, unable to close his mouth. He watched the figure with wings wielding a gigantic blade in the sky, muttering to himself, "Lu Chong, didn't he deceive me? Is a deity among us?" Nearby, other survivors held their breath, some even forgetting to shield their children's eyes, fixated on the figure relentlessly harvesting zombies. In the supermarket, Zhou Weiguo led the survivors crammed at the second-floor window. Shock was etched on every face. The 18 or 19-year-old youth trembled with excitement. Who hasn't harbored dreams of heroism in their youth? Wow, amazing. Is this the power of a boss? Those wings, so cool. So incredibly cool. Chun Dazu held her child, who pointed at the wings in the sky, clapping with glee. "Mommy, it's Birdman. Look, Birdman." In an old residential building, a family of 3, hiding for 5 years, wept uncontrollably. Protected by the husband, they had survived until now. The 3, emaciated beyond recognition, witnessed the winged figure glide past their building, effortlessly clearing the zombies blocking the stairwell with a single stroke. "We're saved. We're saved." The man choked back tears, bowing deeply to Zhang Xiaobei in the sky. In the previously notified gathering points, survivors rushed to their windows, watching Zhang Xiaobei traverse the cityscape. Each swing of his blade signified the liberation of a region. Fear gradually transformed into unbridled joy, with some even flinging open their windows, cheering towards the sky. Well done. What massacre! The battle raged on for 3 hours, and Zhang Xiaobei had lost count of how many zombies he had slain. He only knew that he mechanically swung the blade, retracted it, and swung again. Despite his enhanced physique, the intense combat left him parched. He stood quietly, the wings behind him gently flapping, surrounding him with a few remaining zombies, still snarling with their rancid mouths agape. With a flick of his left hand, a bottle of vitamin energy drink appeared. Thud, thud, thud. He twisted open the cap and gulped it down. The cool liquid, thick with sweetness, instantly replenished his depleted stamina. He casually thrust the empty bottle into the mouth of a roaring zombie, rendering it instantly voiceless. The force punctured its skull. "Oops, my bad, too much force." Then, the wings accelerated once more, and with a swing of the blade, yet another horde of zombies fell. Zhang Xiaobei's gaze was sharp as an eagle, scanning the crowd of zombies below. 100 lure points still had vast numbers of zombies gathering continuously. His goal was to clear this city by nightfall. There was still much ground to cover. He transformed into a streak of light, soaring towards the next lure point. With each swing of his blade, cheers erupted from the survivors. Each cleared area meant more people saw a glimmer of hope for survival. Along the way, he slaughtered zombies with his right hand while tearing into beef jerky with his left, wasting no time in a massacre. As night deepened, the clock struck 10:30 p.m. Zhang Xiaobei had already slain over 3 million zombies. In the streets of F City, the corpses piled high. The once dense horde of zombies was visibly diminishing. He hovered in the heart of the city, the wings behind him still shining brilliantly. Not a speck of blood marred his form, like a celestial being surveying the masses. There cannot be much left. Zhang Xiaobei licked his lips, his eyes glimmering with excitement. Fueled by the thrill of completing his mission, he embarked on a new round of slaughter. As his great blade fell once more, the luminous wings traced a magnificent arc through the night. The survivors cowering indoors gazed upon the figure, reminiscent of a war deity, their hearts filled with boundless awe. They understood that after this massacre, F City would usher in a rebirth. The countdown for the mission read 4 hours and 17 minutes remaining. Chapter 26, Mission Accomplished. At 10:30 p.m. in F City, the night deepened. Only the dual-colored wings behind Zhang Xiaobei carved a radiant path through the darkness. He hovered above the third bait point in the eastern part of the city, observing the zombies below, still sluggishly congregating. Although not as densely packed as at the outset, thousands still swayed under the sonic lure. Another round, Zhang Xiaobei murmured, and the wings plunged sharply. The blazing great blade unfurled once again, its scarlet flames particularly striking against the night sky. He swiftly skimmed just above the ground, the blade sweeping across the asphalt road. With a whoosh, nearly 100 zombie heads were sent flying. They landed with a continuous thud, the sound of flesh hitting the ground echoing in the air. The second harvest proved even more efficient than the initial. After the first round of carnage, the number of zombies at the bait point had drastically diminished, mostly comprised of slow-moving remnants. Zhang Xiaobei's movements grew increasingly adept. He would occasionally hoist a zombie aloft with his blade, cleaving it in two, or channel energy into the ground, causing debris to erupt and pierce through the zombie skulls. The energy shield of his battle armor was splattered with dark, viscous fluid. But in the next moment, an invisible current whisked the stains away. As he passed the bait point in the western part of the city, he glimpsed the area where he had previously mimicked Demasia's spin. The ground was now scattered with dismembered limbs, swept away by the night breeze. This trick is no longer needed. He chuckled, redirecting his wings toward the last few bait points in the southern region of the city. At this moment, he had long since lost count of how many zombies he had slain, merely feeling a slight fatigue in his arms. He then flipped his left hand, retrieving a piece of beef jerky to continue chewing, all while wielding his blade without missing a beat. From the second-floor window of the supermarket, Zhou Weiguo observed the continuously darting wings in the sky. Suddenly, he turned to the survivors behind him and shouted, "What are you all dawdling for? The chief has been fighting alone for so long. We cannot just remain hidden here." The first to respond was a young lad, around 18 or 19, who grabbed the fruit knife from earlier and found a steel pipe to bind to the handle. "Uncle Zhou is right. We can slay zombies too. We didn't have the chance before, but now that there's a big shot here, what do we have to fear?" Aunt Chun, cradling her child, handed the little one to old Zhang and then picked up a steel pipe that had fallen from the supermarket shelves. "I may not be able to fight, but I can keep an eye on our backs to prevent any lone zombies from ambushing us. Yes, we will not be idle. The big shot saved us, and we must save ourselves." The survivor spirits ignited, each of them searching for anything that could serve as a weapon: steel pipes, daggers, even the wrench they had used for prying locks. Zhou Weiguo opened the steel door of the supermarket and stepped outside first. He then saluted the direction of Zhang Xiaobei in the sky and shouted, "Big shot, we are here to help you." Zhang Xiaobei caught sight of this scene in the air, a smile tugging at the corners of his mouth, though he said nothing. He simply lured a few zombies near the supermarket away, clearing a safe space for them. Meanwhile, Wang Laosan from the prosperous community also rallied the survivors. Armed with the iron rod he had previously used for self-defense, he called out to those hiding in the corridor, "Lu Chang's scoundrel didn't deceive us. There truly is a deity slaying zombies. The outside is much safer now. Let's go out and see if we can kill one or two. It's better than waiting to starve." The survivors hesitated for a moment, but ultimately, someone followed Wang Laosan out of the corridor. When they saw the ground littered with zombie corpses and looked up to witness the wings wielding the blade in the sky, All their fear was completely replaced by courage. Then, one fool picked up a brick and charged straight at a zombie. The next second, crack. As expected, he met his demise. In a mere half hour, more and more people emerged from the safe houses scattered throughout F City. Armed with rudimentary weapons, they followed behind Zhang Xiaobei, clearing out the remaining zombies. If someone accidentally got scratched by a zombie, others immediately helped them pass on. Those who were fatigued took turns resting. The city, once illuminated solely by the flickering wings, gradually filled with swaying shadows of people. In a village on the outskirts of F City, Old Lee in the cellar listened intently for a long time. Once he confirmed he could no longer hear the growls of zombies, he cautiously pushed open the cellar door. Peeking out, he found the yard empty. The few zombies that had previously blocked the entrance had vanished, leaving only dark brown stains on the ground. Old Zhang! Old Zhang! Old Lee shouted toward the neighboring yard. That man-eating beast is gone. And Zhang next door also rushed out, gripping a hoe, her expression somewhat tense. It really is gone? I just heard the old man Zhang at the village entrance say that someone has come to the city. They say it's rescue troops sent by the government. Not only that, old Zhang from the village entrance approached, a bicycle slung over his shoulder, his face filled with excitement. I heard from passers-by that there is a hidden immortal cultivator in the city, a terrestrial deity. One person has slain all the zombies in F City. Now they're gathering people in the city, claiming they want to rebuild our home. An immortal cultivator? A terrestrial deity? The villagers gathered around, their eyes shining with hope. After 5 years of apocalyptic despair, they had long grown weary of hopeless news. Now, this rumor invigorated them more than any ration could. What were we still waiting for? To the city. Old Lee took the lead, hoisting his hoe and heading toward the village entrance. Fill the tractors in the village with fuel, those that can drive. Get them going. If not, ride a bicycle. If that fails, we'll go on foot. If we delay, we might miss our chance. The villagers sprang into action. Some fueled dust-covered motorcycles, while others pushed rusty bicycles. Some even carried bundles containing their meager remaining food supplies. Along the way, when they encountered solitary zombies, several villagers banded together, using hoes and carrying poles to dispatch them. Although their actions were clumsy, the previous fear had dissipated entirely. In the night, the paths leading to F City were filled with silhouettes of people rushing toward hope. They did not know whether the immortal cultivator was real, but they knew there were those capable of slaying zombies in F City. There was hope for them to survive. At 12:30 a.m., the streets of F City were devoid of swaths of zombies. Zhang Xiaobei floated at the center of the municipal square, the 40-meter great blade slowly dissipating, and the wings behind him dimmed slightly. He looked down at the mountains of zombie corpses accumulated beneath him. These corpses were once living beings. They were parents, children, ordinary people striving for survival. Before infection, they were all human. He sighed softly, a complex emotion welling up within him. Though it was for the sake of the mission, for the sake of controllable nuclear fusion technology, the loss of so many lives ultimately left him with a twinge of melancholy. At that moment, the system's notification suddenly rang in his mind. Ding! Mission to eradicate all zombies in F City has been completed. Congratulations, host, for accomplishing this mission. Mission completion rate, 100. Mission evaluation, united efforts. Remaining countdown, 2 hours and 30 minutes. Rewards granted. Controllable nuclear fusion blueprint fragments X3. Rewards granted. Carbon nanotube room temperature superconducting material technology fragments X5. Friendly reminder, controllable nuclear fusion blueprint fragments have been fully collected. You may exchange them for the complete technical blueprint. Please select exchange. Talk later. Without hesitation, Zhang Xiaobei pressed exchange. In the next moment, a pitch-black object materialized in his hand. Is this it? A USB drive? Though my education is not extensive, you can't deceive me. How can such a small USB drive possibly contain data on controllable nuclear fusion? Chapter 27, SSS Level Special Reward. Just as Zhang Xiaobei voiced his skepticism, the system's prompt chimed again. Ding. This USB drive has a capacity of 1 YB. 1 YB 1024 ZB. 1 ZB 1024 EB. 1 EB 1024 PB. 1 PB 1024 terabytes. Rest assured, host, the capacity is sufficient. All data is complete. After hearing this, Zhang Xiaobei couldn't help but chuckle heartily. Haha, my apologies. It seems I underestimated the value of this USB drive. He suddenly realized the significance of the USB drive. Such an immense capacity condensed into a tiny device represents a groundbreaking advancement in storage technology. Indeed, when it comes to system products, they're always of exquisite quality. However, what thrilled him even more was that he had genuinely accomplished it. Not only had he completed the task, but he had also done so ahead of schedule. He lifted his gaze towards the sky, the night still deep and dark. Below, survivors were diligently clearing away the scattered zombies. Upon noticing Zhang Xiaobei hovering in the air, many halted their actions, kneeling in his direction. Divine being, the zombies are gone. We have won. Zhou Weiguo approached beneath Zhang Xiaobei, saluting him with a standard military gesture, his voice choked with emotion. Thank you, Commander. F-City has been saved. The kneeling crowd continued to chant, while Zhou Weiguo held his salute. Yet, Zhang Xiaobei had no inclination to respond. His gaze was fixated on the system panel that had suddenly appeared in the void before him. The excitement of completing the task had not yet waned when the system delivered a new prompt. Current operational options. 1. Continue with subsequent tasks. 2. Return to the original world. Return? Zhang Xiaobei scrutinized the panel, his mind in turmoil. By going back to Blue Star, he could submit the technology for controllable nuclear fusion, accomplishing a significant task for Longhua. But then his eyes caught sight of the system prompt regarding the carbon nanotube room temperature superconductor material technology fragments, 510, and he felt a sense of frustration. It was akin to an F-level individual clad in shiny black stockings, groping you while casually mentioning that a relative was at home. The discomfort of being caught in such an ambiguous situation was unbearable. Damn it, let's keep going. He gritted his teeth and declared, continue. The fragments were incomplete, and he felt as though something fundamental was missing. Moreover, the system had never let him down before. The subsequent tasks might yield even greater rewards. In the next moment, the system's prompt resonated. Ding. Host has chosen to continue the task. Triggering task, combo mechanism. Current task reward multiplier, X16 ding. New task issued. The secret of order collapse. You have gained renown in the apocalyptic wasteland, yet you have yet to touch the core of this disaster. Why did the world's order collapse overnight? Why do people mutate without warning? The truth hidden behind this is something you must know. Task content. Please ascertain the fundamental cause of the loss of order within 48 hours. Basic reward. Carbon nanotube room temperature superconductor material technology fragments X5. Collecting them will allow synthesis of complete technology. Additional reward. 1000 knots thrust hull thruster technology fragments X10 can be directly exchanged for complete technology. SSS level special reward. Open a stable structural passage between the apocalyptic wasteland and the reality of Blue Star. Holy cow! Zhang Xiaobei's eyes widened in disbelief. His heart raced. This is essentially providing Longhua with an entire Blue Star's worth of resources. He understood precisely what this passage entailed. No matter how desolate the apocalyptic wasteland might be, it harbored Blue Star's scarce minerals and undeveloped lands. There might even be unique biological resources adapted to radiation. Once the passage opened, Longhua's steel army would step foot in it. The future development of Longhua would gain a shortcut. This was more crucial than any technological fragment. This reward was something he had to seize and take away. Zhang Xiaobei took a deep breath, suppressing the tumultuous emotions within him, his gaze sweeping over the jubilant crowd below. The dawn had not yet broken, with only a hint of pale light in the east. The survivors had just emerged from their fears and still needed reassurance and material support. He raised his hand and waved towards the empty ground, and supplies poured forth from his storage space. Boxes of compressed biscuits piled into small mountains, and pure water was neatly arranged. Even the canned meat and chocolates he had previously withheld were now displayed. The aroma of food instantly filled the air. Zhou Weiguo, Zhang Xiaobei called, his voice reaching Zhou Weiguo's ears. Zhou Weiguo immediately looked up and quickly approached beneath him. Commander, you summoned. Zhang Xiaobei gently descended, then retrieved a pack of cigarettes from his space. He opened one pack and tossed the remainder to Zhou Weiguo, who eagerly accepted them. From now on, you are responsible for calming the populace. Zhang Xiaobei pointed at the supplies on the ground. Distribute one portion of food to each person. They don't need to be full, just not starving. Conserve the water as well. I didn't bring much this time. Once they finish eating and drinking, have them wait for me right here. Stay in this area. Don't wander off. I have matters to address. He paused, recalling the villagers hastening towards the city outskirts. If anyone comes from outside the city, accommodate them as well and inform them that this place is safe. Yes, I will ensure the task is completed. Zhou Weiguo stood tall and saluted, gratitude evident in his eyes as he surveyed the heaps of supplies. With these provisions, the survivors could manage on less. As long as they maintained basic survival, they could endure for over a week. Zhang Xiaobei regarded Zhou Weiguo's slender yet upright form and remember the arrogance of Lu Chong's gang. A new thought crossed his mind, and he waved his hand, causing a dozen firearms of varying lengths to suddenly materialize before him. There were handguns, rifles, grenades, tear gas canisters, and even a few RPG rocket launchers. These cold weapons landed neatly before Zhou Weiguo. "These are for you." Zhang Xiaobei's voice turned colder. "You are responsible for safeguarding these supplies. If anyone comes to stir trouble, do not hesitate. Eliminate them immediately. If any issues arise, I will be the first to hold you accountable." Zhou Weiguo stared at the firearms on the ground, his pupils dilating in shock. In 5 years of the apocalypse, this was the first time he had seen so many intact weapons. He quickly bent down, picked up a rifle, checked the magazine, and when he looked up, his expression was resolute. "Rest assured, Commander, as long as I am here, no one will touch these supplies. Whoever dares to cause trouble, I will be the first to take them down." "Very well." Zhang Xiaobei nodded, choosing not to say more. The luminous wings behind him reignited, their silver blue and gold-red radiance strikingly vivid amidst the morning mist. He raised his eyes towards the direction of F-City, where the 3 tall buildings were faintly visible against the night sky. 48 hours. Time is indeed quite pressing, he murmured, and with a sudden flap of his wings, his figure transformed into a streak of light. Soaring northward, the crowd below continued to cheer, while Zhou Weiguo had already begun organizing the survivors to distribute the supplies. Upon seeing some individuals picking up firearms to guard the supply piles, everyone obediently formed a long line. In the morning light, this city, just reclaimed from the clutches of the zombies, finally began to exhibit signs of revival. Chapter 28. Must choose Cherry Blossom. V-City is the capital of Longhua, and even amidst the collapse of order, there should still be some clues left behind. Zhang Xiaobei's gaze sharpened, and the Edmund alloy wings behind him tightened abruptly. The silver blue and golden red energy patterns instantly illuminated to their zenith. Subsequently, they erupted into a dazzling brilliance, leaving 2 blank trails in the morning mist. With a mere thought, the propulsion system of the battle armor unleashed its full might. The air was rent asunder with a sharp shriek, while the remnants of corpses and shattered stones were swept into the sky by the forceful currents. Zhang Xiaobei's figure transformed into a streak of light, skimming just above the ground. Abandoned vehicles and collapsed buildings blurred past his vision at a breathtaking speed. A distance of 1,000 kilometers under the ultimate velocity of the Edmund alloy battle armor became but a fleeting landscape. 10 minutes later, the stream of light abruptly halted above a sight of crumbled walls. Zhang Xiaobei retracted his luminous wings, yet his suspended form trembled slightly. What met his gaze was a ruin 100 times more devastating than that of City F. This was City B, once the most prosperous center of the Dragon Kingdom. Yet now, not a single intact structure could be found. Skyscrapers were snapped in half, with twisted rebar jutting toward the heavens. Streets were fragmented by enormous craters, their depths still bearing the charred remnants of destruction. In the distance, office buildings were reduced to mere foundations, their walls riddled with countless pockmarks. A glance revealed that they had been relentlessly bombarded by a barrage of artillery. Silence. Utter, complete silence. No groans of the undead, no stirrings of the living. Even the wind, rustling through the broken walls, carried a sense of decayed chill. This was hardly the aftermath of a viral outbreak. Zhang Xiaobei furrowed his brow. The life monitoring system of his armor activated automatically. To his astonishment, he discerned not a single soul remaining. Except for a faint life signal emanating from a distant area, the entirety of City B was devoid of any trace of living beings. With a flicker of thought, he made his luminous wings vanish. Eschewing the extravagant effects, he soared directly toward the source of a life signal. He circled all significant structures along the way. Once a research center now lay as a desolate wasteland, and the archives were buried beneath the collapsed floors. Upon reaching the vicinity of the feeble life signal, Zhang Xiaobei halted. Before him was an area encircled by high walls, the faint inscription of a military management zone still discernible upon them. Although the walls had crumbled significantly, muffled voices wafted from within, prompting Zhang Xiaobei to freeze in his tracks. He stealthily activated the optical cloaking feature of his armor. In an instant, he seemed to meld into the air, hovering above the high wall. Below, 2 figures stood before a hastily erected tent. Yet the combination of their appearances sent a chill down Zhang Xiaobei's spine. One was clad in a tailored black suit, with golden hair and blue eyes. A haughty smile graced his face, exuding an air of superiority in every gesture. The other was dressed in a kimono, hunched and bowing repeatedly before the blond man. a quintessentially Sakura and nation attire. How could they be on Dragon Kingdom's territory? Zhang Xiaobei frowned, holding his breath as he crept closer. Although his foreign language skills were not fluent, the content of their conversation reached his ears with clarity. The blond man scanned the surrounding ruins before turning to the kimono-clad individual, his tone dripping with self-satisfaction. Mr. Yabuki, now, the order of this world is dictated by us. He spread his arms wide, as if embracing the desolation surrounding them. It has been 5 years. Although we have suffered significant losses, ultimately, we are the ones who survived to the end. Ha 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 ha. The man named Yabuki immediately bowed deeply. A sycophantic smile plastered across his face. He then chimed in with broken M language. Yes, you are absolutely right, Lord Jason. He paused, a glimmer of relief and cunning flashing in his eyes. Who would have thought that this gene virus would mutate autonomously, far exceeding our expectations? Although it spread across the entire blue star, only the victors can laugh in the end. Thankfully, we were prepared in advance. Prepared? Of course, we had to be prepared. Jason scoffed, patting Yabuki on the shoulder. Now, the combined power of our beautiful nation and your Sakura nation is sufficient to rewrite the world's paradigm. Those once great powers? Merely the ruins beneath our feet. Gene virus? Beautiful nation? Sakura nation? Zhang Xiaobei's mind felt as if it had been struck by a hammer, a wave of horror cascading through him. The collapse of order in City F, the soldiers mutating without warning. Was this a conspiracy orchestrated by these two nations? Yet the system provided no alerts, indicating that the task of uncovering the cause of the collapse of order remained unfulfilled. These two individuals were clearly just the tip of the iceberg. You two are fortunate. One of you can serve as a tongue. Who should he eliminate? The choice was clear. Zhang Xiaobei chastised himself sharply. Sakura. It had to be Sakura. Hesitating for even a second would be a disservice to himself. With his eyes narrowing, he sprang into action, already poised above the two men. The left leg of his armor suddenly began to materialize. The silvery adamant alloy extended down his calf, transforming instantaneously into a sharp silver spike. The tip glimmered with a deadly light, plunging downward with lethal intent. Before Yabuki could react, the silver spike pierced straight through his crown. With a sickening squelch, the spike penetrated his skull, bursting forth from his chest, yet it did not cease its descent. It continued downward, nailing the man named Yabuki to the ground. Yabuki emitted not a sound, blood gushing from his orifices, his body convulsing twice before falling still. Who? What? Jason spun around, his complexion draining of color. Instinctively, he reached for his waist, but before his hand could grasp his gun, he felt a cold grip tightening around his neck, rendering him powerless. Zhang Xiaobei deactivated his invisibility, the light wings of his armor igniting once more. He grasped Jason by the throat, as one might lift a mere chick, and with a powerful flap of his wings, he transformed into a streak of light, vanishing above the abandoned military base. All that remained was Yabuki's pierced and mutilated corpse, silently narrating the harrowing scene that had just unfolded. Suspended in midair, Jason gazed at the rapidly passing ruins below, feeling the crushing strength around his neck that threatened to shatter his bones. In that moment, his pupils were filled with unending terror. This was no human. What being could transform and fly? What monstrosity was this? Before long, Jason, dangling in the air, was on the verge of losing consciousness from the cold. Zhang Xiaobei finally found a vacant patch of ground and unceremoniously tossed him down. Fixing his icy gaze upon Jason, he noted the panic brewing within him. After all, this was the first encounter with a flying creature. Moreover, it was enveloped in a metal that could morph. Despite having weathered the tempests of the apocalypse, he still felt an unsettling chill, especially in regard to that transforming leg, which filled him with dread. He had just witnessed Yabuki's head being pierced before his very eyes. His heart had turned to ice. Chapter 29, The Titan Project. Zhang Xiaobei grasped Jason by the nape and casually discarded him onto the abandoned concrete of City B's outskirts. Jason's ribs collided painfully with the sharp rebar, causing him to curl into a ball. Just as he attempted to struggle to his feet, Zhang Xiaobei stepped onto his back, the weight of the adamant alloy pressing down with tremendous force, causing his ribs to creak ominously. Jason let out a scream akin to that of a slaughtered pig. Hold it in. Otherwise, you will end up like that Sakura man, pierced through. Zhang Xiaobei's voice resonated as if it emerged from the depths of the netherworld. The battle armor obscured any visible expression. Yet Jason could palpably sense a suffocating aura of murderous intent enveloping him. This lethal energy seemed almost solidified, It was a pressure that could not be wielded by mere thousands or tens of thousands of living beings. Instantly, Jason ceased his lamentations, hastily closing his mouth. His cries were stifled in his throat, cold sweat trickling down his forehead. The excruciating pain radiating from his back made him tremble, rendering him paralyzed with fear. He gazed at the battle armor at Zhang Xiaobei's fingertips as it gradually morphed, slowly transforming into a silver spike. Next, I will pose a question, and you shall provide an answer. A correct response will be rewarded. A wrong one? Where is the experimental site of the genetic virus? Zhang Xiaobei crouched, pressing the silver spike against Jason's temple. Gritting his teeth, Jason attempted to hold his ground. I'm a citizen of the beautiful nation. Do you dare harm me, citizen? Zhang Xiaobei scoffed, and the silver spike plunged directly into Jason's left thumb. Jason's pupils dilated in shock, the searing pain forcing an involuntary wail from his lips. His once pallid face flushed a deep crimson. Those who disobey must receive special attention. Oh. He then yanked it out violently, only to insert it again slowly at the side of his nail. Oh. Fuck. You are a devil. Fuck you. Yet Zhang Xiaobei remained unfazed, neither angered nor agitated. He again inserted the spike into the crevice of Jason's index finger. Oh. No. I said. In the next instant, Zhang Xiaobei swiftly covered his mouth. Sure. Your cries are truly melodious, you know? As he spoke, his other hand began to morph slowly. It transformed into a liquid metal that enveloped Jason's face, effectively cutting off his breath. Do not speak. I no longer wish to hear you, for you insult me. Thus, I will carve your flesh, piece by piece. How delightful. Zhang Xiaobei could distinctly feel the head encased in liquid metal, thrashing wildly, as if attempting to escape. But in the next moment, Jason felt his mouth pried open by the metal. The liquid metal began to invade his oral cavity, nasal passages, throat, trachea, and esophagus, descending directly into his lungs. A chilling sensation unique to metal began to spread through his lung lobes. He was genuinely terrified, a fear that gripped him from the depths of his being. In an instant, everything faded away. Zhang Xiaobei continued to smile at him. Dear Mr. Jason, it is not yet your time to die. Then, as if performing a magic trick, he began to apply gauze to staunch the bleeding. Once bandaged, Jason thought perhaps this psychopath had decided to spare him. He gasped greedily for air, sobbing. I beg you. I said no. I won't listen. Why? Why can't I bandage properly? Damn. Suddenly, Zhang Xiaobei shouted in rage, disdainfully regarding his bandaged hand that resembled something gnawed by a dog. He lifted the foot that pressed against Jason's back. Just when Jason thought he had narrowly escaped, the next second, bang! Zhang Xiaobei stomped down on the freshly bandaged palm. With a slight exertion of force, Jason's entire arm was driven into the ground, his body lying in a bizarre, twisted position. I beg you. You bandaged it well. I truly said. We give you well. Witnessing the once arrogant blonde-haired, blue-eyed man now weeping profusely, Zhang Xiaobei felt a sudden disinterest. He raised his foot and pulled out Jason's arm. The suit had been completely stained with a mixture of blood and dirt, utterly unrecognizable. Now back to that question. Where is the experimental site of the genetic virus? In the old Delhi military base of the beautiful nation, in an underground laboratory. Jason finally broke down, his voice faltering. It is managed by Dr. Hank. He possesses all the data. Who is the mole? How did the beautiful nation and the cherry blossom nation facilitate the virus's spread? Be clear, or I may seek to enter your body. At this remark, the chilling sensation of metal invading his lung lobes flooded back to him. He trembled as he spoke. The mole is Li Weichun from the Dragon Nation's military. He disguised the virus as a performance enhancer and sent it to the garrison. We initially intended to contain it in City B, but Li Weichun accepted a bribe and intentionally allowed the virus to spread through the soldiers. And then, say something I wish to hear. All right, I will tell you. Our beautiful nation, in order to break through conventional military limitations, secretly initiated the Titan Project. We aim to develop a genetic drug that would enable soldiers to gain superhuman abilities in the short term. The goal was to enhance soldiers' load-bearing capacity, speed, and endurance by over twofold. After several rounds of domestic testing, we discovered the drug had fatal flaws. First, its efficacy lasted only about 10 days, after which it would inflict reverse damage on the body. Second, the test subjects exhibited genetic instability with potential mutation risks. The higher-ups dared not take risks domestically and decided to seek overseas experimental sites to shift the blame. Thus, they chose the Dragon Nation, preparing the drug in the biotechnology park of City B under the guise of testing a new performance supplement. Subsequently, they recruited test subjects from the lower strata of City B, promising 500 yuan for each injection, with an additional 1,000 yuan for participating 3 times consecutively. In the initial week, 3,000 test subjects noticeably became stronger. Word spread in the market, and everyone was elated. However, our subsequent objective was fulfilled as multiple test subjects began to experience inexplicable fatigue and muscle soreness, mistakenly attributing it to physical exhaustion and disregarding it. The virus rapidly spread through blood and sexual contact. Those 3,000 test subjects had already transmitted the virus to millions in City B through family, colleagues, and medical visits. The Dragon Nation promptly began rescue efforts, but we allied with the Cherry Blossom Nation and ignited war in the south. Within just 2 days, beset by internal strife and external threats, we directly seized control. Eventually, they destroyed all heavy weaponry, resorting to light arms and battling their own infected and mutated compatriots, leading to total annihilation. City B was left in ruins. This is all I know. I beg you, do not kill me. Dr. Hank possesses the formula. You can seek it from him. Jason's voice grew fainter, fear submerging all vestiges of his resistance. He watched as Zhang Xiaobei stood, the light wings on his back illuminating once more, realizing his value was rapidly dwindling. I still have information. Do not kill me. Chapter 30, Simeon. Zhang Xiaobei patiently crouched down again, retrieving a bottle of vitamin functional drink. Unscrewing the cap, he addressed Jason. Come now, have a drink. I fear you may not withstand much longer. Hope for survival ignited in Jason's eyes, and he promptly opened his mouth. Zhang Xiaobei deliberately trembled his hand, causing Jason to inhale the sickly sweet aroma through his nostrils. All right, you've had your drink. Now you may speak of what else you know. This will determine whether you live or die. Good. My name is Walton Jason. I am the heir of the Walton family. The plan we launched in conjunction with various major consortiums was to restore the greatness of the beautiful nation. However, we lost control. Initially, we could manage this virus, but later it evolved and mutated on its own, rendering all previous suppressants ineffective. No one anticipated that the people of the Dragon Nation would flee so adeptly. Refugees from the Dragon Nation flooded various areas. Consequently, this virus began to spread worldwide. Eventually, the beautiful nation retreated to the west coast to develop a vaccine. We once again cultivated the strain in the country of the three. However, the local virus over there and the strains we cultivated have begun to evolve once more, resulting in the emergence of extraordinarily powerful mutated zombies. We have resisted for 3 years, but now we can no longer withstand the pressure. We are preparing to reorganize resources from the Dragon Kingdom and implement a relocation plan. Upon hearing this, Zhang Xiaobei's countenance began to darken with anger. Did they think they could simply abandon their post? Ding! The secret of the collapse of order has been completed. Congratulations, host, on completing this task. Task completion rate 100. Task evaluation ruthless and merciless. Reward issued carbon nanomaterial superconducting technology fragments X5 collected. Can be exchanged directly. Reward issued 1000 knots thrust hall effect thruster technology fragments X10 can be directly exchanged for complete technology. SSS grade special reward issued. Open a stable structural passage between the apocalyptic wasteland and the reality of Blue Star. Please select an anchoring point to initiate the opening. Listening to the system prompt that finally resounded, Zhang Xiaobei understood that this task had come to an end. All right, thank you. Jason, where's your family? Allow me to escort you back. Really? I'm immensely grateful. Then, under his guidance, Zhang Xiaobei observed a secret shelter in the northwest direction of City B. You could drop me off here. Thank you, generous middleman. To this day, Jason remained perplexed about Zhang Xiaobei's true nature. Wrapped entirely in layers, he had initially thought he had encountered an alien. However, in the next moment, his pupils constricted sharply. The world began to spin. Thank you, generous Mr. Jason, for bringing me to your home. Subsequently, Zhang Xiaobei's body was engulfed in flames of gold and blue. With a single strike, he cleaved through the main gate of the base. The 2-meter-thick alloy door was split in two instantaneously, collapsing outward. Immediately, the entire base erupted into a cacophony of red alarm lights. Zhang Xiaobei scoffed, occupying the nest of another? Damn it. If I don't turn you into a Nestle coffee today, I shall livestream my dismemberment. Without hesitation, he plunged into the depths of the underground passage. After just a few steps, he encountered a fully armed patrol team. Ignoring their incomprehensible commands of stop, put your hands up, he swiftly dispatched them with a single blow, silencing the world. Half an hour later, Zhang Xiaobei emerged contentedly from the bunker, a satisfied smile gracing his face. No one knew what had transpired below. All they knew was the chorus of countless wails accompanied by a floor strewn with organs and the disappearance of several tens of thousands of tons of gold. It seemed that the authorities were not indifferent, but rather caught in a vice between internal and external pressures. Rest assured, the legacy shall continue. From now on, this place is ours. Having uttered this, Zhang Xiaobei returned to City F. The sun shone brightly, and the crowd at the city square was densely packed. Although it appeared to be a throng, there were only around 20,000 people, in a city with a population of over 4 million. Reducing to merely 20,000 was indeed a tragic sight. However, Zhang Xiaobei remained unfazed, slowly levitating into the air. Zhou Weiguo and others had already retrieved the sound system used for the last square dance from the supermarket. Even the diesel generator was connected. Zhang Xiaobei regarded the considerate Zhou Weiguo with a smile and nodded. Everyone, greetings. From now on, City F is liberated. No zombies, no danger. Of course, there'll also be no food. In the days to come, you will need to rely on your own hands to rebuild your homeland. As these words left his lips, murmurs spread through the crowd, wondering why it differed from their expectations. Before long, a bald man boldly stepped forward. The people around him rallied support. Brother Chow, for our rights. Indeed, Brother Chow, this guy is definitely sent by the authorities. Otherwise, why would he choose the city government building specifically? Yeah, if he doesn't provide us with food, how can we survive? Are we to resort to cannibalism again? The clamoring voices continued, and Zhang Xiaobei chose not to interrupt. Zhou Weiguo, unable to bear it any longer, interjected, Everyone, let the commander speak. Upon hearing this, the bald man felt emboldened. Surely, the authorities were behind this. Zhou Weiguo had once been a soldier. Indeed, he even referred to him as commander. With newfound confidence, the bald man straightened his back and shouted up at Zhang Xiaobei, Hey, you in authority, come down and talk to us. What place is this? This is the Dragon Kingdom. We are all proletarians, the most honorable people. Why aren't you providing us with food and drink? Didn't you just have Mr. Zhou distribute some? What? You disappeared for 5 years. And now that the situation looks better, you think you could just waltz back in? Not a chance. As these words echoed, the crowd erupted in agreement. Zhang Xiaobei observed the scene, saying nothing, merely scrutinizing the raucous assembly below. Upon careful inspection, he noted that among the 20,000 people, over 3,000 were instigators. Moreover, the most vociferous individuals were all quite robust in stature. As the commotion intensified, Zhou Weiguo grew anxious, whispering to Zhang Xiaobei, Commander, perhaps we should calm them down first. Before he could finish, Zhang Xiaobei raised his right hand. Zhou Weiguo immediately understood he had spoken out of turn and ceased his interjections. It appeared that the crowd was decidedly displeased with the arrangement. Zhang Xiaobei began scanning the throng of over 20,000, swiftly discerning the discontent. If anyone is dissatisfied, feel free to voice it. We are all one family, and I genuinely wish to help you resolve issues rather than create them. Wouldn't you agree? As these words fell, Zhou Weiguo felt a chill run down his spine. The next moment, he was drenched in cold sweat. Damn, it's freezing yet I'm sweating? The crowd was in for a rough time. Chapter 31, Decimation of 10,000. Upon hearing Zhang Xiaobei's declaration, the crowd began to murmur. Soon after, another individual stepped forward, dressed in noticeably finer attire than those around him. Sir, we appreciate your words. The common people love to hear them, don't we? Immediately, supporters began to echo, Exactly. We must not forget our 5-word principle. We must serve the people. Zhang Xiaobei observed the audacious expressions of the crowd, committing their faces to memory. It seems everyone shares the same sentiment. Are you all hoping for food aid? Do you wish for me to procure more provisions for you? Raise your hands if that is the case. Let me see how many. As his words concluded, hands shot up into the air. Even some malnourished individuals looked around and quietly raised their hands. The bald man exchanged glances with the well-dressed man, realizing the atmosphere was ripe for their schemes. They had originally been ruffians from the outskirts, idling about. Yet, during the 5 years of the apocalypse, they had thrived the most. With 5 years of no oversight, they had grown rather brazen. Even Zhou Weiguo, armed with a gun, no longer intimidated them. Here's the deal. I pride myself on fairness. I want to make too many promises. Let me see how many people support their claims, so I can request the necessary rations. Step forward, I say. As for those frail and feeble, do not involve yourselves. After all, your days are numbered in this chaotic world. Let the robust fill their bellies. Only then can we better construct our homeland. Do you not agree? Upon uttering these words, Zhang Xiaobei ignited a flurry of discussion among the crowd. However, it was primarily those who had instigated the commotion who began to fervently echo his sentiments. Indeed, absolutely. The organization is correct. In these extraordinary times, extraordinary measures must be taken. Zhang Xiaobei observed as an increasing number of people moved forward, while the truly destitute, gaunt and hollow-eyed, began to retreat. Particularly disheartened were Li Laohan and his companions, who had journeyed from the outskirts atop motorcycles and bicycles, shaking their heads in dismay. They murmured among themselves, "Ah, how the world has changed. If only we had known, we might have chosen not to come." Lao Zhong silently withdrew, shaking his head as he approached his bicycle. At that moment, Wang Laosan and Lu Chong stood by, watching intently. "Do you think this killer is deceiving them?" Wang Laosan inquired. "I share that sentiment." Lu Chong replied hesitantly, sensing something amiss. Yet, as he noticed his subordinates edging forward, he resolved within himself, "We will blend into the rear. If the situation turns dire, we will flee. With so many present, we shall not draw attention. Yes, let us proceed." They subsequently joined the throng, pushing forward. After an exhausting half-hour, the crowd had starkly divided. Zhang Xiaobei surveyed the scene and noted nearly 10,000 had stepped forward. Observing these individuals, he could not assert that they all appeared robust and devoid of hunger. Yet, they certainly did not exhibit the frailty of those retreating. "Splendid. I have just counted. There are approximately 10,000 here. Clearly, my prior decision did not sit well with many of you. Henceforth, I pledge this to you. From today onward, as long as you draw breath, I shall provide you with 3 meals a day, vegetable buns and fried dough stick for breakfast, chicken leg and vegetables for lunch, and a lighter dinner, although rice shall be plentiful. In these extraordinary times, we must all understand the scarcity of resources. Is that agreeable?" The crowd erupted with excitement at this proclamation. "By heavens, it's true. We, nearly 10,000 strong, have witnessed your promise. You cannot go back on your word." Zhang Xiaobei, fixing his gaze on the man who had spoken, replied with a smile that betrayed no warmth. "Rest assured, I am a man of my word. Should you survive each day, I shall provide for you." The crowd buzzed with exhilaration, though some sensed an unsettling undercurrent, yet chose to ignore it. After 5 harrowing years of scarcity and survival, relying on one another to endure, the prospect of a steady meal was a welcome boon. Let the registration commence. Come fort. Do not crowd from the back any longer. Those at the rear, be vigilant. Do not allow the weak and infirm to approach. Once registered, every extra morsel you consume results in 1 less for them. As his words concluded, those at the back cast wary glances at the frail souls attempting to edge their way into the line, just as the crowd surged forward, eagerly anticipating the promised provisions. Zhang Xiaobei sprang into action. In less than a second, his hands transformed into 2 elongated, spiked whips. Empowered by his adaptive battle armor, an overwhelming force erupted, capable of toppling a building. Before the nearly 10,000 assembled, those at the outermost edge were swiftly bisected by the rapid strikes of Zhang Xiaobei's whips. Cries, shoves, and curses filled the air, but soon diminished as 99 of the crowd was cleaved in 2, leaving only fragments behind. Blood flowed freely across the square, mingling with entrails, exuding warmth in the cold air, and releasing a foul stench, remnants of undigested food and waste. The square descended into a cacophony of wails. Some, still clinging to life, pointed accusingly at Zhang Xiaobei, cursing him. This horrific scene prompted those remaining on their feet to retch uncontrollably, despite having witnessed countless corpses of the undead. Witnessing living beings bisected evoked a visceral reaction. Zhang Xiaobei floated above the chaos, his expression unfazed. Yet his voice carried an aura of authority and reverberation. "I have promised you freedom. Do not question my methods. Should you claim I am in the wrong, I shall cleave you as well." Do you comprehend why they cried out with such vigor? Look closely at the fallen. Perhaps they harbor the remains of your kin. They have lost their humanity and are no longer deserving of it. 5 years of apocalypse, and they still thrive. Are they divine beings? Therefore, listen well, all of you. You are now truly free. There shall be no more undead, no more oppression. Now, let us begin the denunciation. Look around. Who among you has partaken of your kind? Point them out. Do not fear. I shall protect you. This declaration plunged the square into tears, not out of fear, but from the dawning realization of a future. Chapter 32. Master, pause a moment. The remaining over 10,000 survivors bore ashen faces, yet their eyes gleamed with newfound hope. Suddenly, a rustling sound erupted from the crowd. 5 relatively robust men, cursing as they were thrust to the forefront by the masses, were the very bullies who had exploited the weak, seizing their resources and water to survive. Some bore the stains of blood on their hands. "Commander, these brutes must not be spared." An elderly woman, her face etched with wrinkles, hobbled forward. My grandson was killed by that thug in the black jacket. Yes, that scoundrel. A young man with a severed arm exclaimed, his eyes brimming with rage. My sister was defiled by that man, and then fed to the undead. The 5 bullies were pinned to the ground. Their earlier bravado evaporated. They bowed their heads like garlic being smashed. Commander, spare us. We shall never dare again. Please grant us mercy. Zhang Xiaobei's gaze swept over the 5 men, who appeared noticeably healthier compared to the emaciated survivors. He fixed his cold stare on Zhou Weiguo. Dispose of them. Yes. Zhou Weiguo stepped forward, raising his rifle. Having witnessed enough of such scoundrels in the apocalypse, he understood that allowing them to live would only bring further suffering. The 5 bullies, sensing their doom, were paralyzed with fear. In the next moment, a series of shots rang out as an entire magazine was emptied, leaving the 5 inner duels riddled with bullets. Once Zhou Weiguo completed this grim task, Zhang Xiaobei addressed the assembly. Everyone, this area is now designated as a no-go zone. You may freely move within the city. Some supplies remain. Please line up to receive them, and make do with what you have. Soon, officials will arrive to conduct survivor registration and distribute provisions. From now on, you must rely on your own hands to rebuild your homeland. The chatter that once filled the crowd had dissipated, replaced by silent nods and murmurs of gratitude. They understood that merely surviving was a stroke of fortune. The man before them had bestowed upon them the most precious gifts, safety and freedom. After conveying these sentiments, Zhang Xiaobei gestured to Zhou Weiguo, who promptly stepped forward and stood at attention, awaiting orders. Zhou Weiguo, I leave this place in your capable hands. Should any further chaos arise, handle it decisively. Rest assured, Commander. Zhou Weiguo replied with a solemn salute, his gaze resolute. I shall guard this place diligently. Nodding in acknowledgement, Zhang Xiaobei turned and entered the municipal building behind him. The vast hall was thick with dust, and as he reached the center, he focused his thoughts and summoned the system interface. Please select a teleportation anchor point. The system prompt resonated in his mind as his gaze fixed upon the square outside the window. Anchor point set. Municipal Square of F City. Anchor point successfully established. Bidirectional teleportation can be activated at any time. After confirming the anchor point, Zhang Xiaobei took a deep breath, closed his eyes, and silently intoned. System, return to the original world. In the blink of an eye, the scenery before him blurred rapidly, dissolving into a pitch-black void. When the darkness receded, the first scent that greeted him was that of disinfectant. He found himself back in the underground conference room, which had undergone a dramatic transformation. The once empty space was now partitioned by isolation walls, and a figure clad in protective gear paced anxiously. Upon noticing the sudden presence of another person, he exclaimed with excitement, Xiaobei is back. Lin Changjun's voice, muffled by the suit, carried a hint of fatigue. Through the transparent visor, Zhang Xiaobei could discern the dark circles under his eyes. As Lin Changjun hastily opened the door, he shouted towards the outside, Target has safely returned. Medical team, intervene immediately. Within mere seconds, medical personnel clad in full protective gear entered, pushing a mobile medical bed. The portable monitoring device emitted a series of beeps. They skillfully proceeded to check Zhang Xiaobei's temperature, attach electrodes, and draw blood for testing. The screen displayed heart rate, blood pressure, and blood oxygen data almost instantaneously. Temperature 36.7°C, heart rate 72 beats per minute, no abnormal radiation residue, no unknown virus detected. The lead doctor quickly relayed the results, nodding to Lin Changjun, Director Lin. The target's physical condition is stable. Only then did Lin Changjun exhale in relief, shedding his protective suit. Xiaobei, you must be exhausted. Zhang Xiaobei rubbed his arm where blood had been drawn, observing the red veins in Lin Changjun's eyes, and jest, Oh, have you not slept a wink? How could I? Lin Changjun replied with a wry smile, leading him outside. The countdown ended at 3 a.m., and you still hadn't returned. The higher-ups were incessantly calling, fearing something had happened to you. I spent the entire night staring at the empty teleportation zone. As the elevator ascended slowly, Lin Changjun added, Now that you're back, I've reported your return. What would you like to eat? I can arrange something while you head to the safe house to rest. Leaning against the elevator wall, Zhang Xiaobei, with a smirk, inquired Director Lin, Don't you want to know if I succeeded? Lin Changjun paused momentarily before responding earnestly, That's not for me to ask. Rest assured, you have returned. This matter is too significant. It must be reported immediately. Zhang Xiaobei's expression turned solemn. I have an urgent situation that requires immediate reporting. Lin Changjun's heart skipped a beat as he nodded decisively. Understood. 3 minutes later, Lin Changjun hurried back. Xiaobei, come with me. A vehicle awaited them outside. As they exited the National Security Building, an inconspicuous black armored car was parked at the entrance. The driver, clad in a black suit, appeared muscular and tense. Upon seeing them approach, he promptly opened the rear door. "Where are we headed?" Zhang Xiaobei asked curiously as he settled into the vehicle. "I'm not sure. The higher-ups dispatched someone to pick us up." Turning to the front seat, Zhang Xiaobei queried, "Driver, comrade, do you know where we are going?" The driver, his face serious, remained silent, gazing straight ahead. Experiencing a setback, Zhang Xiaobei turned to look out the window. The car glided smoothly out of the city, with skyscrapers gradually giving way to farmlands and woodlands. After more than half an hour, they entered the Yinshan Mountains in northern City B. The winding mountain road was lined with trees shedding their leaves. Zhang Xiaobei was intrigued to see small stalls dotting the remote mountain path, with some selling chestnuts and others offering car CDs. Who still used CDs these days? There were also vendors selling bottled water and local specialties. Do these stalls even make any money? He pondered, scratching his chin in confusion. As they rounded a bend, the car veered onto a narrower path. Zhang Xiaobei spotted a pancake stall ahead and exclaimed, "Wait." His eyes brightened as he called out to the driver, "Stop for a moment. I'm hungry. I want a pancake. Let's buy one before we go." The driver glanced at Lin Changjun in the rearview mirror, and upon receiving a nod, he gradually brought the vehicle to a halt. The pancake vendor was a young man in his 20s, wearing a faded blue jacket and sporting a youthful visage. When he noticed the car had stopped, he instinctively tensed up, but his face quickly shifted to a forced smile. "Boss, would you like a pancake?" "Absolutely," Zhang Xiaobei replied enthusiastically. "I'll have a deluxe version. 1 sausage, 2 eggs, and 3 large meat skewers." "Sure thing." The young man scrambled to mix the batter. "Boss, is this your first day selling?" Zhang Xiaobei raised an eyebrow, scrutinizing the vendor. The young man quickly retorted, "No, why do you ask?" "Oh, nothing much. Just thought you should oil the griddle first before mixing the batter." "Oh, right. The vendor slapped his forehead and poured some oil. He then scooped a ladle of batter onto the center of the griddle and attempted to spread it out. However, the moment he began, a large hole formed in the batter. "Oh no, my bad, my hand slipped." He was sweating profusely, frantically trying to patch it up with more batter, but only made things worse. The pancake was unevenly thick with burnt edges. When it came time to crack the eggs, the shells, yolks, and whites all mixed together in a chaotic blend. In a flurry, he used his hands to scoop out the eggshells directly on the griddle. While grilling the sausage and meat skewers, he forgot to flip them, and by the time he remembered, they were stuck to the pan. Finally, he hastily smeared some sauce on the pancake. Once done, he remembered to ask Zhang Xiaobei, "Do you want it spicy?" "You've already rolled it up," he replied. "Forget it. I don't want it spicy." With a broad grin revealing his pearly whites, the vendor handed the charred pancake to Zhang Xiaobei and said, "Boss, it's ready." "How much?" The young man lowered his head, counting on his fingers while muttering, "Pancake 5 yuan, sausage 1 yuan, egg 1 yuan, 2 eggs 2 yuan, meat skewers 1 yuan, 3 skewers 3 yuan. He was sweating profusely as he calculated before finally waving his hand. "Forget it. Just give me 5 yuan. Zhang Xiaobei looked at the charred pancake, his brow furrowing slightly, but he said nothing. He pulled out his phone and scanned the payment code. Noticing the vendor's WeChat name, Iron-Blooded Military Spirit. Goodness. He promptly transferred 11 yuan and turned to leave. As the payment notification chimed, announcing payment of 11 yuan, the young man froze in surprise. "You've given too much," he exclaimed, bewildered. "No worries, consider it tuition," Zhang Xiaobei chuckled, taking the pancake as he returned to the vehicle. As the car resumed its journey, Lin Changjun glanced at the pancake and teased, "Your taste is quite unique." Zhang Xiaobei took a bite, and despite its burnt and bitter flavor, he savored it with relish. Lin Changjun had long discerned the telltale signs, the vendor's rigid demeanor and unfamiliar gestures. Indeed, all the street merchants along the route appeared to be covert watchers. This young man was likely embarking on his inaugural mission of disguise. Meanwhile, at the pancake stall, the lad wore a wry smile, as the stern voice of his superior echoed through his concealed earpiece. "Goat, you won't be sleeping tonight. Make 1,000 pancakes." Instantly, the young man straightened his posture and rendered a crisp military salute to the air, his face etched with indignation as he gritted his teeth, replying, "Yes, sir." The black armored vehicle sped along the rugged terrain of the Yinshan Mountains, the rough surface producing a crunching sound beneath its wheels. Zhang Xiaobei focused intently on the bushes flanking the road, watching them recede swiftly beyond the window. Approximately 20 minutes later, the vehicle halted before an unremarkable mountainside, devoid of any markings, save for the vines entwining the rocks and the thick underbrush. Just as Zhang Xiaobei pondered the purpose of this location, The driver pressed the conceal button on the dashboard. In the next instant, the mountainside began to tremble subtly as a massive rock shifted sideways, revealing a colossal iron door embedded within a mountain. The door, crafted from a dark, specialized alloy, exuded an aura of formidable solidity. It creaked open inwardly, emitting a deep metallic groan. Soon, a spacious corridor came into view, its walls formed from reinforced concrete, with explosion-proof lights illuminating every 3 meters. The vehicle entered the passage, and a colossal door gradually closed behind, completely isolating the interior from the external light and sound. After traversing approximately 1 kilometer, the surroundings opened up dramatically. The entire mountain had been excavated, creating a vast underground expanse. The ceiling was adorned with an array of massive searchlights, casting their brilliance over the entire facility. On the ground, various precision instruments were meticulously arranged, their screens flickering with intricate data streams. Personnel clad in white lab coats moved briskly yet with admirable organization. In the distance, a large circular apparatus emitted a faint blue glow, while 2 pitch-black helicopters were stationed on a further platform. Have they truly hollowed out the entire mountain? Zhang Xiaobei marveled, stepping out of the vehicle to behold the magnificent spectacle. Just then, a familiar figure approached with haste, Chun Lao. His eyes were filled with urgency and anticipation as he fixed his gaze on Zhang Xiaobei, as if fearing his sudden disappearance once more. Zhang Xiaobei advanced quickly and nodded slowly at Chun Lao. This simple gesture caused the tension in Chun Lao's body to dissipate instantly, and his face blossomed with excitement as he grasped Zhang Xiaobei's hand tightly. Wonderful. You've returned. Apologies for keeping you waiting, Chun Lao, Zhang Xiaobei replied, as Chun Lao waved his hand dismissively, leading him deeper into the facility. As they walked, Chun Lao elaborated on the place. This was once a covert national defense base, which has been repurposed as the core of the Jinmu project since its inception. Along the way, researchers and security personnel paused to salute, their gazes toward Zhang Xiaobei filled with respect. After passing through a heavily guarded corridor, Chun Lao ushered Zhang Xiaobei into a sealed secret room. The space was modest, surrounded by 4 oversized LCD screens. The moment the door closed, Zhang Xiaobei could no longer contain his excitement and stepped forward, declaring, Chun Lao, I have obtained it. Controlled nuclear fusion. I have brought it back. Chun Lao's body jolted as exhilaration surged in his eyes. He opened his mouth to speak, but Zhang Xiaobei interjected. But that is not all. His eyes sparkled with fervor, his voice trembling slightly. After completing my mission, I took on another task, which is why I returned late. It granted me an extraordinary surprise. Chun Lao held his breath in anticipation. The controlled nuclear fusion was not the cause of Zhang Xiaobei's excitement. What could possibly be more astounding? It has granted me the authority to open a spatial portal. As soon as Zhang Xiaobei finished, Chun Lao's voice, tinged with excitement, broke somewhat. A spatial portal? His pupils dilated as his sharp intellect grasped the profound implications. Grasping Zhang Xiaobei's arm tightly, he spoke with urgency and incredulity. Are you saying we can freely enter and exit that apocalyptic world? With a firm nod, Zhang Xiaobei affirmed. I have anchored the point at the municipal square of F-City in the apocalyptic world. Now, I can activate a coordinate to establish a bidirectional stable passage. Henceforth, our people and resources can traverse between the 2 worlds freely. Excellent, 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 Chun Lao exclaimed repeatedly, tears brimming in his eyes. He paced the room, hands clasped behind his back, his tone filled with fervor. What does this mean? It means that our dragon country will possess a complete resource repository from Blue Star. The minerals, land, and untapped energy from the apocalyptic world will be at our disposal. Our development will finally break free from the shackles of resource constraints. Xiaobei, you are a national hero. Chun Lao, in his excitement, picked up the phone. Have the academicians responsible for the interface come in. Oh, and Chun Lao, I have also uncovered something regarding the cause of the apocalypse. As he spoke, under Chun Lao's solemn gaze, Zhang Xiaobei began recounting his observations and experiences. Li Wai-chun. Chun Lao's expression turned grave. There truly is such a person. I understand. I will report this matter and initiate a secret investigation. As soon as he spoke, the door swung open, and several elderly men with gray hair stepped inside. The esteemed nuclear physics expert, academician Tong, entered the room and immediately inquired, Old Chun, how did it go? Did you secure the technology? Chun Lao quickly ushered them to the conference table. Prepare yourselves. For Xiaobei not only acquired the technology, but also brought forth an extraordinary surprise. Upon hearing this, Zhang Zhaobei approached the table, a thought crossing his mind, and a black USB drive materialized in his hand. He inserted the USB into the control console beneath the table and pressed the activation button. In an instant, the four surrounding screens illuminated, displaying the contents of 3 technical documents with crystal clarity. Dense formulas, intricate schematics, and detailed data parameters were laid bare. Esteemed academicians, Zhang Zhaobei pointed at the screens, proceeding to introduce each document. The first is the complete technology for controlled nuclear fusion, encompassing the full design, fuel cycle, and operational maintenance plan. The second is the carbon nanotube room temperature superconducting material technology, with all preparation and mass production data included. The third is the Hall effect thruster technology, boasting a thrust of 1,000 kN. Academician Tong's gaze swept across the first document, and his breathing quickened. As an expert in nuclear physics for decades, he instantly recognized the maturity of this fusion technology, not merely in the experimental phase, but ready for commercial application. This is a technology that can be directly applied? Zhang Zhaobei nodded vigorously, absolutely. It offers limitless energy, academician Tong. The crowd's attention then shifted to the second screen, and when they saw the words room temperature superconductors, their breaths caught in their throats. 0 resistance at room temperature, a strength 100-fold that of steel. If this can be mass-produced, it will catalyze a monumental leap for our electronics, military, and transportation sectors. Academician Zhang, a titan in material science, had dedicated his entire life to the field. He was acutely aware that room temperature superconductivity was a global conundrum. Yet now, with complete technology laid bare before us, it is akin to a fantastical dream manifesting into reality. Ultimately, the gaze of the assembly fixated upon the third screen. When the words 1,000 knots thrust pierced their vision, another elder's body went rigid with astonishment. The elder instinctively questioned aloud, "Is this data accurate?" Zhang Zhaobei shook his head. "It is indeed correct. Yet, our Dragon Nation's latest Hall thruster achieves a mere 46 N. Even the leading nation globally, the beautiful country, only reaches 54 N." The elder's voice suddenly escalated. "You mean it jumped straight to 1,000 knots? That is over 200,000 times our capability." At that moment, the elder's face flushed crimson, as if a surge of fervor rushed to his head. Zhang Zhaobei was nearly worried that the elder might suffer a stroke from excitement. What does 1,000 knots represent? The current Hall thrusters can only support orbital adjustments for near-Earth satellites. However, with 1,000 knots of thrust, combined with the limitless energy from controllable nuclear fusion, and supplemented with a few additional thrusters, it would be akin to pulling a plant from the ground. Aircraft carriers soaring into the heavens. Controllable nuclear fusion resolves energy issues, breakthroughs in materials for room temperature superconductors, and 1,000 knots Hall thrusters opening the universe. At this moment, Elder Chun trembled with excitement, his eyes ablaze with unprecedented fervor. These 3 technologies combined do not merely represent a simple addition. They elevate the Dragon Nation's technology to an unassailable lead. This is a leap that propels the Dragon Nation from the blue planet into the cosmos. Elder Tong nodded fervently beside him, tears welling in his eyes. Indeed, we have long been constrained by the beautiful country, held captive in energy, materials, and aerospace. Now, with these 3 innovations brought back by Zhaobei, our shortcomings have transformed into unparalleled strengths. The Dragon Nation will never again have to bow to anyone. Elder Chun took a deep breath, striving to quell the tumult within his heart. He approached Zhang Zhaobei, saluting him with utmost seriousness, his voice choked yet resolute. "Zhaobei, you are a benefactor of the Dragon Nation, the backbone of our people. On behalf of all researchers and the billions of citizens of the Dragon Nation, I thank you." Zhang Zhe stepped aside and returned the gesture. "I have merely fulfilled my duty. The rest relies on you, esteemed elders." The academicians remained enraptured by the impact of the 3 groundbreaking technologies, while Elder Chen managed to steady his excitement. Then, his gaze fell upon Zhang Zhaobei, filled with sentiment. He placed a hand on Zhang Zhaobei's shoulder, his tone earnest and heartfelt. "Zhaobei, what you have brought to the Dragon Nation is an opportunity that transcends eras. It is the confidence to break free from shackles. It is a ticket to the cosmos. These technologies and the entire apocalyptic world cannot be exchanged for mountains of gold or silver. You have contributed so much to the nation. Now, what do you desire? Speak freely, be it fame, fortune, or any wish you may hold. The state can accommodate you." The room fell into a profound silence as Elder Chun gazed intently at Zhang Zhaobei. awaiting his response. The academicians behind him also reflected expressions that conveyed their belief that such a monumental contribution warranted any demands, no matter how extravagant. However, Zhang Xiaobei simply smiled, a clean and pure smile devoid of any trace of greed or hesitation. Elder Chun, Elder Tong, I truly desire nothing. He raised a hand to scratch his head. I grew up in an orphanage supported by the state for my upbringing and education, which has led to who I am today. Now, I work as a labor contractor in the community, living my days contentedly. After work, I enjoy barbecuing with friends and playing video games. I find life quite satisfying. Elder Chan observed his nonchalant demeanor with deepening sentiment. You child. He then produced a pitch-black card, its edges adorned with dark golden patterns. Since you do not wish to express your desires, the state shall decide for you. This is the first gift for you, a limitless black card from the Dragon Nation Bank. It has no upper limit, and you can withdraw cash from any bank within the Dragon Nation. Furthermore, it is valid across the entire Blue Planet, offering you the highest level of VIP service. From now on, the state will cover all your needs. Enjoy whatever you wish to buy. As Zhang Xiaobei opened his mouth to speak, he was immediately interrupted by Elder Chun. I know what you wish to say. I know you will refuse. At that moment, his mind was in turmoil. Who said I wanted to refuse? I want it. Unlimited credit? Does that mean I could buy anything? Sports cars, watches, lovely ladies. Chapter 35. The Dragon Nation grants me wealth. But hear me, this is not a transaction. It is a token of the state's appreciation. The technology you have brought back can accelerate the Dragon Nation's development by at least 50 years. It can liberate billions from energy anxiety and enable the Dragon Nation to stand tall on the international stage. This card pales in comparison to your contributions. You must accept it. With that, Elder Chun unceremoniously pressed the black card into Zhang Xiaobei's hand. The card felt cold and substantial in his grip, intricately embossed with dragon motifs, radiating understated luxury. As Zhang Xiaobei savored the sensation in his palm, he could no longer maintain a composed facade, and a broad smile spread across his face. He quickly stowed the black card away. Then I shall not be polite. Thank you, Elder Chun. Thank you, State. Observing his childlike expression, Elder Chun felt a wave of contentment. This child possesses a pure heart, devoid of avarice, yet not pretentiously humble, truly a rarity. And this is the second gift. Elder Chun once again retrieved a red, gold-embossed appointment letter from his briefcase and presented it. You are hereby officially appointed as the Chief Commander of the Golden Crow Project, enjoying national-level special allowances and the highest decision-making power within the program. What? Zhang Xiaobei quickly waved his hands in refusal. Elder Chun, this is absolutely out of the question. I cannot accept. I am merely a college graduate. I do not comprehend the principles behind these technologies. How could I serve as Chief Commander? I prefer my previous life, now that I have this black card. I wish to enjoy it, travel, and savor good food. I certainly do not wish to be cooped up in the base, attending meetings and listening to reports. He spoke his heart sincerely. Now that he had money, he longed for a comfortable life, free from the burdens of complex affairs. Elder Chun had anticipated his refusal and could not help but laugh heartily. Rest assured, this Chief Commander position is honorary. It will not interfere with your daily life. You will not need to be present at the office or handle specific affairs. Only when you receive a new task from the system, or when resources related to the Golden Crow Project need to be mobilized, will this identity allow you to directly access the Dragon Nation's scientific, military, and material resources. This way, you can bypass any cumbersome processes and report critical information to the highest levels promptly, thus enhancing efficiency. Zhang Xiaobei's eyes sparkled as he contemplated. This is indeed advantageous. In the future, when venturing into the apocalypse, this identity would enable him to summon any resources he required directly. He scratched the back of his head, a sheepish grin appearing. Then, will my community job be formalized? I'm still a labor contractor, and it's challenging to find a girlfriend. When they hear I'm a contractor, they are reluctant to date me. Upon hearing this, Elder Chun and the academicians behind him erupted into laughter. You rascal, forget about formalization. If you desire, the community secretary will appoint you. No. Zhang Xiaobei quickly waved his hands, shaking his head vigorously. The secretary's duties are too demanding. I cannot manage that. I only wish for a leisurely position, where I can sip tea, read newspapers, and play cards in the office, just passing the time. Very well. Elder Chun chuckled in agreement. I will arrange this for you immediately, ensuring the community assigns you the most relaxed position. Your salary and benefits will be at the highest standard, ensuring you can live comfortably. Upon finishing his words, Mr. Chin's expression turned grave. This is the third document. Given your unique status, Along with your access to spatial passageways and core technologies, it may attract the covetousness of certain factions. The state will assign the most elite personnel from national security to provide you with 24-hour covert protection. Huh? Zhang Xiaobei was momentarily taken aback, his smile frozen on his face. Isn't this a bit excessive? Having 2 bodyguards tailing me while I work, shop, or dine with friends would be rather awkward, wouldn't it? People might think I've committed a crime. Rest assured, it won't be in such a manner that disrupts your normal life. They will appear in your life as colleagues. In the future, we will ensure that your residence, workplace, and frequently visited places are secured in advance, guaranteeing your absolute safety. Zhang Xiaobei finally breathed a sigh of relief. Very well, I appreciate the state's efforts. Not a bother. It is the state's duty, Mr. Chen replied, pulling a sleek black smartphone with a minimalistic design from his pocket and handing it over. This is the 4th document, a specially customized version of the Chrysanthemum brand's latest phone. It is equipped with a unique communication module, boasting the highest level of encryption, impervious to any form of eavesdropping or tracking. This phone will enable direct contact with me and with Lin Changjun, who will remain stationed in F-City to assist you with matters related to the spatial passageways. Should you require any resources, seek assistance, or encounter an emergency, just call him. He will respond immediately. Zhang Xiaobei took the phone, feeling its weight in his hand. Just as he was about to express his gratitude, Mr. Chen produced a dark green booklet from his briefcase. The cover bore the embossed golden words leader of the National Security Special Operations Group, accompanied by the emblem of Longwo. This serves as a second layer of protection for your identity, Mr. Chen stated gravely as he handed the booklet to him. With this document, you possess the highest decision-making authority within the National Security Special Operations Group. In emergency situations, to protect your own safety or to respond to threats against national interests, you are permitted to take decisive action first and report afterward. The laws of Longwo will safeguard you. The might of Longwo will stand as your strongest support. Take decisive action first and report afterward. Zhang Xiaobei gazed at the booklet in his hands, his heart racing. His expression morphed into one of disbelief. This was akin to possessing a get-out-of-jail-free card combined with an imperial sword. Henceforth, if anyone dared to provoke him, he could act directly, backed by the state. He could not help but think with delight. Would he not be able to walk with swagger from now on? If someone displeased him, could he not simply take them down? Of course, these were merely fanciful thoughts. Meanwhile, Mr. Chen observed his astonished countenance, pondering. This child, Xiaobei, possesses a pure heart, ungreedy and untroublesome. Granting him this authority is solely to ensure he can protect himself in dangerous situations, free from the fear of being schemed against. If Mr. Chen were aware that this seemingly innocuous young man had, before his return, slain countless foes in the apocalypse with ruthless efficiency, he might think otherwise. Mr. Chen entrusted all these items to Zhang Xiaobei, who wore a silly grin, resembling a child who had received a trove of gifts. Xiaobei, the state owes you so much. These items are but a token of the state's gratitude, far from sufficient to repay your contributions. Henceforth, regardless of what you encounter, be it great or small, the law will always stand by your side, and the state will always be your steadfast ally. Forever. Zhang Xiaobei tightly grasped the phone and the document in his hands, his eyes suddenly moistening. Orphaned since childhood and raised in an orphanage, he had always felt like a solitary soul, devoid of support. It was only today that he truly comprehended that he was not alone. Longwo was his home. He inhaled deeply, striving to quell the excitement within, and solemnly bowed to Mr. Chen and Mr. Long. Thank you, State. Thank you, Mr. Chen. I shall not betray the trust placed in me. Should there be further tasks from the system, I will devote myself wholeheartedly to securing greater benefits for Longwo. Good, good, good. Mr. Chen repeated thrice. Everything hinges upon your safety. Live well and relish your life. The state will always be your most steadfast support, no matter the time. Whenever you are in need, the state will always be there. Chapter 36, The Opening of the Interdimensional Gate. After Zhang Xiaobei completed the technical handover, he followed Mr. Chen through a concealed underground passage. They soon arrived at another hollowed-out mountain interior. If the previous core base was a sanctuary of technology, this place was a strategically crafted hub for cross-dimensional operations. The entire space felt even more expansive. The ground was laid with anti-slip, pressure-resistant special alloy plates. The surrounding rock walls were reinforced with layers of armored steel, and temporary command posts, supply stations, and medical areas were arranged in an orderly fashion. Various communication antennas and detection instruments adorned the ceiling, exuding an air of solemn preparedness. Originally a backup base, It was stocked with sufficient supplies and weaponry to sustain thousands for 3 months. Mr. Chun gestured with a smile, his gaze sweeping over the busy logistical personnel within the base. Now that the spatial passageway was set to be activated, this place had naturally become the core hub for cross-dimensional operations. Establishing the interdimensional gate here was both discreet and secure. Subsec personnel déploiement, ressources transport, and medical care for the injured could operate efficiently. Zhang Xiaobei surveyed the surroundings, observing the armored vehicles, drones, and various firearms that had been prepared within a base, silently marveling at the state's foresight. Mr. Chun had made astute considerations by situating it here. No longer speaking, Mr. Chun took out a specialized communicator, his tone suddenly adopting a commanding gravity. Jinyu Special Operations Brigade. All personnel assemble. In a mere sentence, the command echoed through encrypted channels within and outside the base. Within 5 minutes, synchronized footsteps resonated across the wasteland outside the mountain. Thousands of soldiers clad in black special operations uniforms streamed into the base passage, ultimately forming a line in the open area. A total of 5,000. The ranks were orderly, each soldier's gaze sharp, exuding an aura of battle-hardened ferocity. A major general adorned with shoulder insignia stepped briskly out of the ranks, standing atop a platform before the 5,000 soldiers. He stood tall as a pine, a faint scar etched across his face, his eyes cold as iron. This was Zhao Lai, the commander of the Jinyu Special Operations Brigade. Zhao Lai raised his hand in salute, his voice resonating throughout the base like a thunderclap. Brothers, today, we have received a mission that will be inscribed in the annals of Longwo's history. We are heading to the interdimensional realm. He paused, his gaze scanning each soldier's face. You are all aware that beyond lies a wasteland of the apocalypse, teeming with man-eating zombies, vicious marauders, and even unknown radiation and mutated beings. Stepping onto that land, you may face unprecedented dangers. You may be injured or disabled, or even remain eternally in that world. You may never see your families or homeland again. I want to ask you, Zhao Lai's voice suddenly rose. Why did you join the Jinyu Special Operations Brigade? No one answered, yet the resolve in the eyes of the 5,000 soldiers intensified, their grips on their weapons tightening. Because you are the most elite warriors of Longwo. You are the blade that guards the homeland. Zhao Lai declared emphatically. Longwo currently faces resource challenges, external covetousness, and suppression. And beyond lies the hope for us to break free from this predicament. There are abundant minerals, vast lands, and untapped energy waiting to be harnessed. These are the cornerstones of Longwo's rise. We are the vanguard stepping into the interdimensional realm. We are the warriors paving the way for the subsequent research teams and construction crews. His voice trembled with a hint of emotion, yet it resonated with a tragic grandeur. Your sacrifices will usher in an infinite future for the Dragon Kingdom. Your blood will nourish the blossoms of national rejuvenation. I understand that each of you harbors attachments, each cherishes someone to protect. But remember, behind you lies our motherland and millions of compatriots. For the Dragon Kingdom to no longer be subjugated, for future generations to thrive in a mightier nation. This time, even if it means being shattered to pieces, we must not retreat. From this moment forth, your names will be forever intertwined with the Golden Crow Project and the cross-border operation. To live is to be a hero of the Dragon Kingdom. To die is to be a loyal soul of the Dragon Kingdom. The nation will not forget you. The people will not forget you. Your families will be provided for with utmost care. Your honor will be eternally inscribed in the annals of our nation's history. Zhao Lai abruptly raised his right hand, his gaze ablaze. Now, I ask you, as we embark into another realm, facing life and death, are you ready? 5,000 soldiers simultaneously raised their weapons, chests puffed with pride, their roars reverberating like thunder. Always prepared. Always prepared. Always prepared. The echoes surged towards the mountaintop, carrying an indomitable resolve and fearless courage, resonating throughout the entire base, lingering long after. Elder Chen stood nearby, a glimmer of tears in his eyes. Zhang Xiaobei was also moved by this iron-willed fervor, a surge of indescribable emotion swelling within him. Xiaobei, it's time to commence. Elder Chen patted Zhang Xiaobei's shoulder, his tone solemn. Zhang Xiaobei nodded, no longer hesitating, closed his eyes, and concentrated to communicate with the system. System, lock the current coordinates. Activate the cross-border passage. Target, the plaza of the government building in City F. Ding. Host command detected, coordinates confirmed, activating cross-border gate permissions. Buzz. As the system's prompt faded, The very fabric of the base began to tremble violently. The ground quaked slightly, and the surrounding instruments emitted sharp alarms. The lights flickered erratically, and the air was suffused with visible ripples of energy. Then, in the central open space of the base, reality began to warp and fold. The once smooth air seemed to be torn apart by an invisible force, revealing streaks of vibrant light. These bands of light intertwined and coiled, ultimately forming a colossal vortex of energy. At the vortex's center, a profound darkness spun continuously, devouring the surrounding light, which was then transformed into dazzling streams, bursting forth outward. Crack! A sound reminiscent of space fracturing erupted as the vortex suddenly expanded. Countless rays of multicolored energy shot skyward, illuminating the entire mountain's interior. The energy fluctuations intensified. Even the 5,000 soldiers could feel an invisible pressure, gripping their weapons tightly, bracing themselves. In the next moment, the vortex ceased its expansion, coalescing into a massive light gate, 50 meters tall and 20 meters wide, composed entirely of radiant energy, its edges flickering with blue-violet arcs. Inside the light gate was a deep, nebula-like whirlpool, faintly revealing a grayish sky and the outlines of a shattered city beyond. The gate exuded a tremendous aura of energy, each pulse sending tremors through the space around it. The air was ionized, crackling with sound. This monumental gateway, spanning two worlds, was magnificent, awe-inspiring, and imbued with a sense of daunting mystery and peril. It stood like a slumbering behemoth, patiently awaiting the arrival of the brave. Elder Chun gazed up at this breathtaking light gate, his eyes filled with excitement and longing. I thought it would only be the size of one person, but it seems even tanks and fighter jets can pass through. A new era for the Dragon Kingdom officially commences from this moment. Zhao Lai turned, addressing the 5,000 Special Forces soldiers with a commanding voice. All personnel, proceed according to the established formation. Enter the other realm in batches. First squad, follow me. No sooner had he spoken than Zhao Lai stepped forward, striding towards the radiant light gate. The 5,000 Special Forces soldiers followed closely behind, their ranks impeccably aligned, their steps resolute, without a trace of hesitation. Behind them lay the Dragon Kingdom. Ahead lay the unknown dangers. Yet, for the future of their nation, they willingly embraced the role of pioneers. With blood and courage, they would carve out a path belonging to the Dragon Kingdom in this foreign realm. Chapter 37. The hairdryer is broken. The cross-border gate activation complete. Zhang Xiaobei bid a brief farewell to Elder Chun before stepping outside the base. Lin Changjun was already waiting beside a vehicle. Upon seeing Zhang Xiaobei approach, he immediately greeted him. Everything is arranged. We're heading to B City Airport, then directly to City F. As they boarded the plane, the cabin was already filled with numerous passengers, most of whom were ordinary individuals on business trips or returning home. However, Zhang Xiaobei's peripheral vision caught sight of two passengers in both the front and back rows. They were empty-handed, yet a subtle bulge at their waists hinted at concealed weaponry, their gazes sharp as eagles. They appeared to gaze casually out of the window, yet their eyes remained vigilant, scanning the cabin for even the slightest movement. Rest assured, they're our people. Lin Changjun followed his gaze and offered a quiet explanation. Zhang Xiaobei nodded in understanding, refraining from further inquiries. He chose a window seat, watching as the aircraft slowly taxied towards the runway, his heart devoid of tumult. The iron-willed resolve of the other realm and the fervor of the base seemed to be suspended beyond the clouds. At this moment, he simply wished to return to his modest rental apartment, to temporarily shed all burdens and revert to being that community contract worker who kills time. The plane flew smoothly for 2 hours before landing at City F International Airport. Lin Changjun drove him directly back to the settlement community where he resided. The car halted beneath the apartment building, and Lin Changjun surveyed the haphazardly parked electric bikes and the laundry hanging out to dry, his brow slightly furrowing. Shall I arrange for you to move to a more upscale community? This place is crowded and complex, posing a safety risk. No need, Zhang Xiaobei replied, opening the car door and smiling as he waved his hand dismissively. The greatest concealment lies within the ordinary. This place is just fine. The more tense one acts, the easier it is to attract attention. I'll continue living as I usually do. Who would suspect I have issues? Besides, you know me. I still have my battle armor. Lin Changjun pondered this rationale and chose not to insist further. If anything arises, feel free to call me anytime. My number is already saved in your phone. After a brief farewell, Zhang Xiaobei turned and walked into the building's corridor. The hallway was suffused with the scent of smoke. likely from some man whose wife forbade him from smoking indoors and thus retreated to the corridor. He lifted his foot and stomped down, letting out a loud ha. The motion sensor light flickered on, casting a dim glow that barely illuminated the narrow staircase. As he ascended the stairs, he fished out his keys. The metallic key slid into the lock, producing a distinct clicking sound that echoed sharply in the silence of the corridor. Just as he was about to push open his door, a creaking sound from behind caught his attention. "Ziobe, why haven't I seen you at home these past few days?" A gentle yet slightly languid voice called out. Zhang Ziobe turned to see his landlady, Sister Bai, leaning against the doorframe across the way. Dressed in a pink fleece pajamas set, her long, dark hair draped damply over her shoulders, she held a white towel, gently drying the ends of her hair. "Sister Bai, you're still awake?" Zhang Ziobe greeted her with a smile, his gaze inadvertently sweeping over her. At 31, the landlady lived alone, her husband often away abroad. She maintained her figure impeccably, the pink pajama set clinging snugly to her curves. Her ample bosom swayed gently with her movements as she wiped her hair, exuding a hint of alluring charm in the dim light. "Just finished showering." Sister Bai tilted her head, her eyes sparkling. Noticing Zhang Ziobe's involuntary swallow, a subtle smile played at the corners of her lips. "I thought you might have a new girlfriend and were spending the night away." "Not at all." Zhang Ziobe scratched his head and casually concocted an excuse. "There have been community charity events these past few days, and I've been busy until late. So I didn't come back." Bai Jia paused in her action of drying her hair, her tone tinged with playful reproach. "By the way, the end of the month is approaching. It's time to pay the rent. I assent to it?" "All right. I'll transfer it to you via WeChat in the next couple of days." Zhang Ziobe promptly agreed. "Oh dear." Bai Jia took a step closer, a faint scent of shower gel wafting from her. "Would you mind taking a look for me? This hairdryer has been acting up today. It hasn't been blowing hot air, and my hair is still damp." "This little matter is in my hands," Zhang Ziobe replied without a second thought, turning back to lock his door once more. With a swift motion, he slipped into Bai Jia's home. Inside, it was warm, suffused with a fragrance akin to the one that enveloped Bai Jia. She led him to her bedroom, pointing at the hairdryer on the counter. "It's this one. Could you take a look?" Zhang Ziobe plugged in the hairdryer, pressed the switch, and hot air burst forth instantly. "Bai Jia, the hairdryer is functioning normally. It's blowing hot air." "What? How can that be?" Bai Jia leaned in closer, nearly brushing against his arm. "Would you help me dry my hair? Or should I dry yours?" "Content has been taken by a mouse. Little adversaries. Content has been removed. Content has been taken by a mouse. 10,000 words omitted here, as readers do not wish to see them. If you disagree, seek out Zhang Ziobe in a zombie vehicle downstairs." Two team members were intently watching the entrance of the apartment building. One of them spoke quietly into the communicator. "Report. The target went upstairs without turning on the lights. They must be exhausted and have gone straight to sleep." A succinct response came from the other end. "Continue to monitor discreetly and remain vigilant." Unlike the ambiguous tranquility of City F, the night here in the apocalyptic City F was enveloped in an oppressive silence. Zhao Lai was leading 5,000 elite soldiers from the Jinmu Special Operations Brigade, having already traversed the interdimensional portal. All were gathered in the square of the City Hall of apocalyptic City F. The sky above was a dreary gray, devoid of moonlight and stars. Only the distant, occasional roars of mutated beasts pierced the stillness of the night. "Attention!" Zhao Lai lowered his voice and issued orders through the tactical communicator. "Fan out in a wedge formation and advance. Maintain combat formation, keeping a 5-meter distance. And stay alert to your surroundings. If you encounter enemies, sound the alarm first. Do not fire unless absolutely necessary to avoid attracting a horde of mutated beasts." Received. The 5,000 Special Operations soldiers responded in unison, their voices hushed. Clad in black tactical gear and armed with the most advanced pulse rifles, night vision goggles, and portable detectors from the Dragon Nation, they moved like a legion of shadows through the devastated streets. Flanking the streets were crumbling high-rises and burnt-out vehicles. The ground was littered with withered branches, fallen leaves, and unknown debris, while the air was permeated with a scent of decay intertwined with blood. The Special Operations soldiers tread lightly, the green light of their night vision goggles scanning the surroundings for any anomalies. Each was acutely aware that the land beneath their feet was fraught with danger, though they knew that the flesh-eating zombies had been eradicated by Commander Jinmu alone. Mutated creatures and other unknown threats still lurked. Not a single soldier faltered. Their gazes were resolute, weapons gripped firmly, ever ready to confront any sudden eventuality. After marching approximately 2 kilometers, they arrived at an intersection. Zhao Lai raised his hand, signaling the team a halt, just as he was about to issue reconnaissance orders. Suddenly, a blurry shadow appeared in his night vision goggles. The silhouette emerged slowly from the ruins across the street, towering in stature, seemingly clutching something, its outline unmistakably that of a firearm. Who goes there? Chapter 38. The Massacre of Thousands. Zhao Lai's roar echoed through the desolate street, and the 5,000 elite soldiers instantly aimed their weapons. The powerful beam from tactical flashlights illuminated the figure, revealing a gaunt yet upright soldier. His tattered clothing stained with dust and dark red blood. His cheeks were sunken, and his eye sockets darkened, indicative of prolonged starvation. Yet, the weapon in his hand was held steady as a rock, his eyes radiating the steadfastness unique to a soldier. Faced with a multitude of black muzzles, the man did not flinch. Rather, a fiery determination ignited within his gaze. He abruptly lowered his weapon and raised his hand in a crisp military salute. At last, I have found the organization. He was Zhou Weiguo, commander of the XX Regiment of the 72nd Group Army of the Eastern Military District of the Dragon Nation. Reporting to the organization, his chest heaved slightly, clearly overwhelmed with emotion. I have been assigned by Commander Zhang Ziobe to maintain order in City F, protect the surviving populace, and await the organization's extraction. One of our own. The wariness in Zhao Lai's eyes dissipated instantly, and he hastily returned the salute. I am Zhao Lai, commander of the Jinwu Special Operations Brigade, sent by Commander Zhang Ziobe to rescue the surviving populace and establish a safe haven. Zhao Lai's voice rang out clearly. Commander Zhou, you have endured much. Your steadfastness here is a testament to the Dragon Nation. The two soldiers clasped hands tightly, their shared gaze conveying an unspoken understanding of loyalty and commitment. Surrounding special operations, soldiers lowered their weapons, their eyes filled with admiration for this stalwart defender of the apocalypse. Commander Zhao, follow me. Zhou Weiguo released his grip, eagerly turning to lead the way. The survivors selected by Commander Zhang are in the nearby underground civil defense shelter. Thanks to the provisions left by Commander Zhang, we have managed to survive until now. Zhao Lai gestured for his troops to maintain their alert formation as he walked alongside Zhou Weiguo. As they proceeded, Zhao Lai inquired, Selection? Why the selection? Commander Zhao, you're not aware? Zhou Weiguo looked at Zhao Lai with an odd expression. What is it that I don't know? The commander has executed all those who have committed heinous acts, oppressed, or resorted to cannibalism over the past 5 years. Nearly 10,000 were slain. Those beasts deserve their fate. The remaining ones are all the suffering souls. Understanding dawned, yet Zhao Lai's heart remained far from tranquil. Good heavens, a massacre of thousands? The ruins along the path became increasingly dense, with occasional glimpses of scattered organs and dried blood. Before leaving, Commander Zhang had cleared the nearby zombies and left behind a stockpile of food and drinking water. Zhou Weiguo continued to report as they walked briskly. However, there are over 10,000 survivors, and the food supply has long been depleted. Each person has received only a meager portion, barely enough to sustain them. As they spoke, the two arrived at a concealed entrance to the underground civil defense shelter. It's just below. Zhao Lai followed Zhou Weiguo into the passage, where a mingled odor of sweat and decay assaulted their senses. At the end of the passage lay a spacious underground area, crowded with over 1,000 survivors, most of whom were elderly, weak, women, and children. There were also several dozen young men, clad in various attire and armed, evidently the guard team organized by Zhou Weiguo. Upon seeing newcomers, the survivors instinctively recoiled, fear and wariness evident in their eyes. Yet, as they caught sight of the well-equipped Zhao Lai and his comrades in standard tactical gear, a flicker of hope ignited within them. The rescue team, sent by the organization, has arrived, Zhou Weiguo proclaimed, summoning all his strength to shout. Go notify the survivors in other areas. Assemble. As soon as he finished speaking, the underground space erupted into a chorus of suppressed sobs. An elderly man with graying hair, leaning on a cane, trembled as he stepped forward. Gazing at the Dragon Nation military insignia on Zhao Lai's shoulder, tears streamed down his face. Is this truly the Dragon Nation's army? Have we finally awaited this day? Grandfather, we are soldiers of the Dragon Nation, here to rescue you all. Zhao Lai hastened forward to support the elderly man, his voice gentle yet resolute. The Dragon Kingdom shall not forsake any compatriot, regardless of their whereabouts. Wherever there are children of the Dragon Kingdom, there shall be its guardians. He refrained from mentioning another world, for all members of the Jinwu Special Operations Brigade spoke in unison. They were a rescue force dispatched by the Dragon Kingdom. tasked with traversing formidable challenges to aid their fellow citizens. As the crowd gathered, Zhao Lai observed the emaciated faces of the ordinary people, too weak to stand. A myriad of emotions surged within him. In the original world, starvation had become a mere legend. Yet here, such suffering still persisted. Attention, everyone! Distribute supplies. Zhao Lai commanded sternly into the communicator. The prepared special forces immediately sprang into action. They unloaded boxes of compressed biscuits, vacuum-packed meats, bottled water, and medications from the supply vehicles, arranging them neatly on the ground. These provisions had been specifically prepared by the base, high in calories and easy to store. Please form an orderly queue. No need to rush. There is enough for everyone. The special forces maintained order while patiently guiding the survivors to receive their supplies. A young special forces member, noticing a frail little boy, compassionately handed him a chocolate bar from his backpack. Here, little one, eat this to regain your strength. The boy timidly glanced at his mother, who nodded through tears before he accepted the chocolate. Thank you, uncle. A woman cradling an infant knelt in gratitude upon receiving 2 cans of formula and several packs of diapers, repeatedly bowing to Zhao Lai and the special forces. Thank you. Dragon Kingdom. Thank you, military. Please rise, sister. Zhao Lai quickly moved to assist her. Protecting our fellow countrymen is our duty. This is what we ought to do. Zhou Weiguo stood nearby, his eyes glistening with emotion. For 5 long years, he had witnessed the suffering of the people around him, watching children grow increasingly gaunt, yet felt powerless to help. Now, seeing the team bring ample supplies and the smiles returning to the survivors' faces, the tension that had long gripped him finally relaxed. A young man from the escort team approached Zhao Lai, saluting him with a crisp military gesture. Commander, I'm a former soldier and skilled with firearms. Please allow me to join you in protecting our homeland and serving the Dragon Kingdom. Excellent. Zhao Lai nodded emphatically. Welcome aboard. From this day forth, you are an auxiliary member of the Jinwu Special Operations Brigade, standing guard over our homeland alongside us. An increasing number of young men eagerly expressed their desire to join the escort team. Their eyes were resolute, yearning to protect their compatriots and repay the rescue efforts of the brigade. Zhou Weiguo recorded their names, while Zhao Lai ordered the distribution of weapons and equipment, forming a temporary escort unit. The scent of food wafted through the underground space. Laughter of children, sighs of the elderly, and expressions of gratitude from adults intertwined harmoniously. As Zhao Lai surveyed the scene before him, a wave of sentiment washed over him. No matter the world in which they found themselves, the bond between the soldiers of the Dragon Kingdom and its people had remained unaltered, regardless of the magnitude of the calamities faced. As long as the children of the Dragon Kingdom stood united, there would be no obstacle insurmountable. Chapter 39. Morning Exercise. Sunlight streamed into the bedroom as Zhang Xiaobei slowly awakened. The subtle fragrances of shower gel and stonecrop flowers mingled in the air. He rose and stepped out of the room, spotting Sister Bai in loose loungewear, busily tying an apron in the kitchen. The morning light accentuated her graceful silhouette, remnants of last night's enchanting encounters still visible on her neck. Zhang Xiaobei padded barefoot to her side, wrapping his arms around her waist from behind. Resting his chin on her soft shoulder, his voice, still laced with sleep, murmured, Sister Bai, good morning. Oh my! Sister Bai jumped slightly, her spatula wobbling as a few droplets of oil from the frying egg splattered. Put on some clothes, it's late autumn, and you might catch a chill. She turned her head, brushing her cheek against his forehead with a hint of playful reproach. I made you eggs and warmed the milk. Hurry and wash up to eat. I don't want eggs. Zhang Xiaobei tightened his embrace, burying his nose in her neck, inhaling her alluring scent. Then we wish to eat. Sister Bai pivoted to face him, her hands resting on his chest, her eyes sparkling with mirth. Zhang Xiaobei lowered his gaze to her dewy lips, a mischievous smile curling at his mouth. I want to eat you. Before Sister Bai could respond, he leaned down and kissed her. The air was thick with the aromas of food and flirtation. Thus began another delightful session of morning exercise. Afterward, Sister Bai collapsed onto the sofa, her cheeks flushed, lacking even the strength to lift her arms. Zhang Xiaobei gently picked her up, carefully laying her back in the bedroom and tucking her in. Rest well. I'm off to work. After freshening up at Sister Bai's home, he returned to his rented apartment and changed into a clean set of casual clothes. He then exited and took a taxi to the community. It's time to buy a car. Report. Target has left for work, boarded a ride-hailing vehicle. License plate 2339. Received. Team 2 is ready. Upon entering the reception hall, Zhang Xiaobei waved cheerfully at the group of young women at the service window. Good morning, ladies. Morning, Xiaobei. Good morning, Beit Ge. The young women responded in unison. Among them, a ponytailed girl with delicate features caught his eye. It was the freshly graduated Fong Liao. Liao. Zhang Xiaobei leaned closer to the window, teasingly inquiring, "How did your weekend blind date go?" "I heard he is a wealthy heir running a chemical factory. He must have showered you with gifts." At the mention of this, Fong Liao puffed up her cheeks in annoyance. Slamming the documents, she held onto the desk. "Don't even mention it. He is just a good-for-nothing rich kid. Always out partying, talking about sports cars and bars. We have nothing in common. I couldn't care less about his gifts." After venting her frustrations, she curiously blinked and asked, "What about you, Bega? Didn't Aunt Wang introduce someone for you?" Zhang Xiaobei immediately adopted a woeful expression, sighing. "You bring it up. Go ask Aunt Wang." He pointed towards Aunt Wang, who was casually munching seeds and chatting nearby. "She told me the girl is 168 centimeters tall, fair-skinned, and beautiful. I was so hopeful, but guess what happened?" "What happened?" Fong Liao and the other young women leaned in, intrigued. 168 kilograms. Zhang Xiaobei exaggeratedly gestured. "Imagine, the moment we met, she asked if I could support her. She even suggested I change my surname to match her child's. I was so frightened, I didn't dare leave the house for the entire weekend, isolating myself for 2 whole days." The moment this revelation escaped his lips, the entire reception hall erupted in laughter. Even Aunt Wang paused her seed snacking, chuckling as she retorted, "You rascal. The girl is just slightly plump. How could she weigh 168 kilograms? I think you just have high standards." After the playful banter, Zhang Xiaobei settled into his workspace, slumping into his chair. He expertly brewed a cup of tea, pulled out his phone, and opened Douyin, scrolling through videos of girls dancing. Humming a little tune, he lazily began his day. Sunlight streamed through the window, enveloping him in warmth, creating an utterly delightful atmosphere. This was the life he had always desired. Just as the screen of his phone flickered, the voice of the community secretary, Xia Xiai, resonated from the entrance of the hall. "Colleagues, we are convening a brief meeting in the conference room. Please bring your notebooks and pens." Coming. Everyone hurriedly gathered their belongings and made their way to the conference room. Zhang Xiaobei reluctantly switched off his phone, pocketed it, and leisurely followed behind. Meetings are often the most tedious affairs, typically consisting of listening to leaders expound upon a plethora of inconsequential matters. One might as well be at their workstation, perusing videos. In the conference room, attendees gradually took their seats. Secretary Xia Xiai, Deputy Secretary Ji Peng, Director Li Ming, and other leaders occupied the front row. As the meeting commenced, it indeed unfolded as Zhang Xiaobei had anticipated. First, a summary of the previous week's work was delivered, followed by an emphasis on the key tasks for the current week. A barrage of cliched phrases echoed through the room, lulling everyone into a stupor. "Now, we have an announcement regarding personnel changes." Secretary Xia cleared his throat and picked up the file from the table. After deliberation by the street office, Comrade Chen Jianfei is relieved of his position as Deputy Director of the Community and appointed as the Director of the Street Office. Please welcome him. Applause erupted in the conference room, and Chen Jianfei stood, bowing to the audience with a broad smile. Once the applause subsided, Secretary Xia continued. "Additionally, following an assessment by the Municipal Party Organization Department, Comrade Zhang Xiaobei has demonstrated exceptional work capabilities and a strong sense of responsibility. His performance in various community tasks has been outstanding. He is hereby officially appointed as the Director of the Community Recruitment and Propaganda Department, enjoying the benefits of a civil service position." The room fell abruptly silent. All eyes turned towards Zhang Xiaobei, seated in the back, expressions etched with disbelief. Zhang Xiaobei himself was momentarily taken aback. So soon? The arrangements mentioned by Old Chen were executed with remarkable efficiency. Director of the Recruitment and Propaganda Department? It sounded like a leisurely position, perfectly suited to his desires. As he momentarily lost his focus, the room remained deathly quiet. Colleagues exchanged glances, their eyes filled with confusion and incredulity. Zhang Xiaobei, the contract laborer? Wasn't he a vocational college graduate? How could he transition to a civil service position as a director? There was no indication of any influential connections in his family. Could it be that he had leveraged some powerful ties? It was utterly astonishing. He seemed to merely coast through his daily work, although the murmurs were subdued. They rang distinctly in the quiet conference room. A hint of embarrassment crossed Secretary Xia's face, prompting him to clap his hands first, with the leadership leading the applause. Others quickly followed suit, though the clapping was sparse and tinged with skepticism. "That will be all. The meeting is adjourned," Secretary Xia announced before rising to exit the conference room. Attendees trickled out, whispering amongst themselves, their glances frequently darting toward Zhang Xiaobei, their discussions unceasing. Yet, Zhang Xiaobei remained unfazed, leisurely returning to his workstation, feeling quite pleased with himself. A civil service position, a leisurely directorship, he could now indulge in his days without a care. He then opened his phone to navigate whether he should purchase a scooter during the lunch break. The atmosphere in the office hall was tinged with an inexplicable tension. Zhang Xiaobei lounged at his workstation, twirling a pen in his left hand while scrolling through his phone with the right. Videos of young women dancing on Douyin played in a loop. Yet, the corner of his eye caught the furtive glances of his colleagues. The usual group of older women, who would congregate for chit-chat by 10 in the morning, remained dutifully at their desks today. They either pretended to review documents or stared blankly at their computer screens. Occasionally, someone would meet Zhang Xiaobei's gaze and quickly look away, whispering to the person next to them, their tone laced with doubt and distance that could be felt across several desks. What's a big deal? Zhang Xiaobei thought to himself, dismissing the situation. He turned off the video. He had no intention of engaging in workplace socializing. Securing a leisurely civil service position was more than enough for him. Whether his colleagues distanced themselves or not mattered little. He was content with his current state, lacking for nothing. He glanced at the office of Chun Jianfei across the way. The door was still closed, likely as he packed up his belongings. There was no rush to move to the new office. Better to address lunch first. Checking his phone, he noted it was 11:10 a.m., and the aroma of food wafted from the cafeteria. Just as he was about to rise, his phone chimed with a message from Fang Liao. Congratulations, Director Zhang. Zhang Xiaobei looked up to see Fang Liao behind the service window, her phone on the table as she winked at him. Among all his colleagues, she was the only one bold enough to openly congratulate him. Zhang Xiaobei smirked and quickly replied, "Let's not eat at the cafeteria for lunch. You are the only one congratulating me. Let us go out to eat. On me." Fang Liao's eyes brightened at the message, and she swiftly replied, "What? On you? Yes. Do you want to eat a free meal? Let us go. I want to see how you manage to have a free meal." The girl's curiosity was piqued, and she hurriedly gathered her belongings, her hands deftly packing her bag. Zhang Xiaobei gestured for her to wait, then strolled out of the office at a leisurely pace, deliberately avoiding the spotlight of his colleagues' gazes. After walking 100 meters from the office, he summoned a ride. In less than 2 minutes, a white sedan came to a halt beside the curb. "Driver, please hold on. I have a colleague joining," Zhang Xiaobei said as he opened the door and slid into the back seat, casually tipping the driver 10 yuan. "This is for waiting. Please bear with it." The driver's face lit up with joy upon hearing this, and he nodded eagerly. "No problem. Take your time." Within 3 minutes, Fang Liao dashed out with her bag. "Here." Zhang Xiaobei rolled down the window and waved at her. Her eyes sparkled at the sight of him, and she hurried over. Fang Liao hopped into the car, and before she could settle, she eagerly asked, "Where are we going to eat? You're not really going to skip out on paying, are you? If someone chases us down, I can't run fast." The girl wore a mixture of excitement and anxiety, gripping her bag tightly, her eyes wide with anticipation. Zhang Xiaobei smiled mysteriously, deliberately keeping her in suspense. "Hee. You'll find out when we get there. I promise you'll eat and drink well without spending a dime." After saying that, he leaned back his seat, closing his eyes to rest. Fang Liao, filled with curiosity, could only stare out the window at the scenery since she couldn't press him for more details. The car drove onward, gradually distancing itself from the city center. The towering buildings along the roadside began to dwindle, replaced by rows of automotive 4S shops, each sign more eye-catching than the last. "Wait a minute." Fang Liao furrowed her brow, pointing out the window. "There aren't any commercial complexes around here. Where are we going to eat?" "Don't worry, we'll be there soon," Zhang Xiaobei replied, opening his eyes with a smile as he pointed ahead. "We've arrived." The ride-hailing car smoothly stopped in front of a Mercedes-Benz 4S shop, the massive 3-pointed star emblem glistening in the sunlight. The showroom's floor-to-ceiling windows shone brightly, revealing an air of luxury inside. "All right, let us disembark," Zhang Xiaobei declared, pushing open the car door and stepping out first. Fang Liao followed suit, her face a mask of disbelief as she gazed at the imposing 4S shop. She pointed at the 3-pointed star emblem. "This is the place you said for a free meal? A Mercedes-Benz 4S shop? Why not?" Zhang Xiaobei shrugged with a sly grin. "Haven't you seen those vloggers on Douyin who go to 4S shops for free lunches? The sales consultants prepare lavish meals to entice clients, and you won't have to spend a penny." "Wow." Fang Liao's interest instantly piqued, her eyes gleaming with mischief. "Let us go. I've never had a free meal at a 4S shop before." The young lady exudes a serene and delicate demeanor, her ponytail framing a youthful visage that still bears the innocence of a student. Yet, Beneath that exterior lies a striking contrast. Indeed, the adage rings true. Women within the institutional framework often possess the most unexpected disparities. The exhibition hall is bright and spacious, the air conditioning set to an impeccable temperature. A subtle scent of high-end fragrance wafts through the air. Several gleaming Mercedes-Benz vehicles are meticulously arranged in the center of the showroom, lights casting radiant reflections upon their sleek surfaces. A few impeccably dressed sales consultants, clad in sharp suits, are engaged with clients, their speech marked by utmost politeness. At that moment, a young woman in a light blue professional suit approaches briskly. She appears to be in her early 20s, her face still carrying traces of naivete. With her hands clasped in front of her, she slightly bows, a standard smile gracing her features. "Hello, I am your sales consultant, Miss Shun. Welcome to the Mercedes-Benz showroom. May I inquire which model you are interested in viewing, or would you prefer to browse and familiarize yourself with our offerings? I can provide you with a detailed introduction." As she speaks, her gaze flickers, clearly revealing her discomfort in engaging with clients. It seems she rarely has the opportunity to attend to customers during peak hours. She likely only assists the occasional walk-in once the seasoned salespeople are occupied. Just as Zhang Xiaobei is about to ask her question, a female voice suddenly interrupts from his side. "Zhang Xiaobei?" Chapter 41. Your stockings have unraveled. Upon hearing his name, Zhang Xiaobei turns to see a woman in a black professional suit standing a short distance away, arms crossed, and wearing an unmistakable expression of disdain. This woman, adorned with meticulous makeup and impeccably styled hair, bears a name tag that reads Sales Supervisor Chen Lili, a close friend of his ex-girlfriend, Zhou Ying. During his relationship with Zhou Ying, Chen Lili had always looked down upon him, believing that a community labor contractor who emerged from an orphanage was unworthy of someone as beautiful as Zhou Ying, often disparaging him behind his back. One narrow path for enemies to cross. A cold smirk crosses Zhang Xiaobei's mind, and he chooses to ignore her. However, Chen Lili is relentless, striding over in her high heels with a pronounced air of superiority, surveying Zhang Xiaobei's casual attire with a smirk that drips with sarcasm. "Oh, I recognize you from afar. What's this? You broke up with our dear Ying so soon and have already found someone else?" Her gaze lands on Feng Liao, laced with condescension. "This young lady seems quite youthful. Don't be deceived. I've heard from Zhou Ying that you're just a product of the orphanage. Still working as a community labor contractor, I presume? Your monthly salary barely exceeds 2,000 yuan, hardly enough to support yourself. Yet here you are pretending to be affluent at a Mercedes dealership?" Feng Liao, initially lost in her curiosity about the vehicles in the showroom, instantly darkens at this remark. Although young and newly employed, she cannot tolerate bullying, particularly of a personal nature. "What do you mean by that?" Feng Liao steps forward, positioning herself protectively in front of Zhang Xiaobei, hands on her hips, her gaze piercing as she confronts Chen Lili. "What business is it of yours whether we can afford a car? Do we come to you for a purchase? Even if we cannot buy, what is wrong with just looking? Is this dealership owned by your family? Are others not allowed to browse?" Her voice rings out clear and strong, drawing the attention of others in the showroom. A few customers, previously engrossed in their car inspections, pause to observe. Chen Lili, taken aback by the unexpectedly fierce demeanor of the seemingly demure girl, falters momentarily, her expression darkening further. "I was speaking to him. What concern is it of yours? He is my superior, and you insulted him in my presence. So, it is indeed my concern." Feng Liao refuses to back down, her gaze intensifying. "I must inquire whether your manager condones such business practices. When clients arrive, not even a glass of water is offered, and instead, they are met with personal jabs? What is the matter? Just because he grew up in an orphanage means he deserves your derision? And let me add," Feng Liao's eyes dart down to Chen Lili's legs, a mocking smile appearing on her lips. "Is it inappropriate to date again after breaking up with an ex? Your concern for his private life seems rather personal. Could it be that you harbor feelings for him, rather than meddling in others' affairs? Perhaps you should attend to your own. Your stockings are unraveling, nearly reaching your thighs. How dare you show your face in public?" As she speaks, she gestures toward Chen Lili's legs. Chen Lili instinctively glances down, realizing that her black stockings have indeed developed a long run up her thigh. Caught up in her derision toward Zhang Xiaobei, she had overlooked this detail. Her face flushes crimson, and she hurriedly attempts to conceal the damaged area, her expression a mix of embarrassment and fury. "You, what nonsense are you spouting?" "Nonsense? Everyone is witnessing this. It's evident that they are unraveling. Why do you hide it when I mention it? Feeling guilty, perhaps?" This barrage of words leaves Chen Lili speechless, her complexion alternating between shades of green and white. Trembling in place, Zhang Xiaobei observes quietly, nodding in approval, unable to suppress a heart gesture towards Fong Liao. This girl, appearing so gentle and soft, possesses an unexpectedly formidable spirit. He steps forward, positioning himself protectively in front of Fong Liao, a teasing smile directed at Chen Lily. Miss Chun, it seems you're more interested in my personal life than in attending to clients during work hours. He pauses, his gaze resting on her hand, covering her thigh. His tone laced with mockery. But it's no wonder, with your mind occupied by your stockings, you likely have little time for anything else. Shall I buy you a new pair? Perhaps one with lettering, of good quality, that won't unravel easily? You, Chun Lily, trembling with rage, points at Zhang Xiaobei, yet finds herself at a loss for words. Enough. I have no time to continue this conversation. Zhang Xiaobei dismisses her. Turning to the visibly awkward Ms. Shan. I would like to see the Mercedes S65L. Does the dealership have one in stock? Ms. Shun, momentarily taken aback, quickly regains her composure, retrieving her tablet and scanning through it with a hint of nervousness. Yes, sir. Although this model has been discontinued, we still have one last top-spec display vehicle available. It is in pristine condition, fully equipped. If you're interested, I can take you to see it. Let us go. Show me. The young saleswoman, Ms. Shun, leads the two to a separate display area, gesturing with her hand. Mr. Zhang, this is the last S65L display vehicle in our dealership, the 2022 AMG S65L. It features a factory original obsidian black metallic paint, with no repaints or scratches. In immaculate condition, it has only been used for static display, with a mileage of less than 50 kilometers. Externally, this vehicle is equipped with the AMG exclusive sport package, featuring a straight waterfall chrome grille at the front, complemented by side-mounted geometric multi-beam LED headlights, with the V12 Bitterbow insignia adorning the side. Fong Liao cannot resist reaching out to touch the car door, exclaiming in awe, "It's so shiny." The interior is where the essence lies, Ms. Shin smiles as she opens the driver's door. Zhang Xiaobei sits in the driver's seat, his body naturally conforming to the contours of the seat, which offers just the right amount of support and embrace. As he adjusts the seat using the electric controls, he notes the comprehensive configuration. Ms. Shun stands outside the car, detailing each feature: active braking, adaptive cruise control. What about the power data? Zhang Xiaobei lightly taps the steering wheel, casually inquiring. This vehicle is powered by a 60 V12 twin-turbocharged engine, with a maximum output. She moves to the rear of the car, opening the trunk. The trunk has a capacity of 510 liters. What do you think, Mr. Zhang? Shun Yu observed the satisfaction reflected in his expression and gently inquired. The condition and configuration of this vehicle are indeed top-notch. As the last of the discontinued V12 flagship series, its collectible value is exceptionally high. Zhang Xiaobei nodded, disembarking from the car and giving its exterior a light pat. It truly is impressive. The aesthetics, interior, and specifications all align remarkably with my expectations. A glimmer of joy illuminated Shen Yu's eyes, and she promptly suggested, "Shall we proceed to the negotiation area for a more detailed discussion?" The official guide price for this vehicle is... Wait, Zhang Xiaobei interjected, glancing at the time on his phone, which read 11:40 a.m. With a smile, he continued, "I apologize, but we barely had breakfast this morning, and we're quite famished now. How about we grab a bite to eat first, and then return to discuss the pricing and purchase?" Chapter 42, Swiping the Card for Full Payment. Upon hearing this, Shen Yu instantly understood the implication. This was a clear signal of intent to purchase, and she quickly nodded with a smile. "Of course. I can imagine you're both hungry. Our establishment has a dedicated dining area for clients. Allow me to escort you there." Fong Liao's eyes sparkled, and she leaned closer to Zhang Xiaobei, whispering, "Wow, we really hit the jackpot with lunch. Director Zhang, you're amazing." Zhang Xiaobei winked at her, but remained silent. Just as Shun Yu was about to lead them to the restaurant, an unsettling voice pierced the air once more. "Xiao Shun, where are you headed?" Chen Lily approached briskly. A mocking smile plastered across her face. To everyone's surprise, she had removed her sheer black stockings, now flaunting her bare legs and high heels. While this appearance lacked a touch of refinement, it spared her the embarrassment from earlier. She shifted her focus away from Zhang Xiaobei and Fong Liao, directing her criticism at Shun Yu instead. With arms crossed and a tone laced with hostility, she remarked, "Xiao Shun, are you perhaps too young? Are you really bringing just anyone to the client dining area?" Shun Yu hesitated momentarily before hastily explaining, "Manager Chun, Mr. Zhang is here to view the S65L and has shown considerable interest. According to company policy, he is entitled to a client dining experience." "Policy?" Chen Lily scoffed, her gaze dismissively sweeping over Zhang Xiaobei. Company policy is meant for serious potential clients. Look at them. Do they appear to be affluent? I've done my homework. This man earns $2,800 a month. Can he truly afford a $4 million S65L? I suspect they're just here to enjoy a free meal. She stepped forward, lowering her voice to a threatening whisper. The cost of this VIP package is not insignificant. If you fail to close this deal, and the manager inquires, I wonder how you'll explain yourself. Remember, newcomers should behave like newcomers. Don't be fooled and then help them count the money. Shen Yu's complexion paled. Her lips moved as if to protest, but she dared not retort. As a sales manager, Chun Lily wielded considerable authority in the dealership, and as a newcomer, Shen Yu felt intimidated. Fang Liao, witnessing the scene, was about to step in, but Zhang Xiaobei raised a hand to stop her. He regarded Chun Lily with a sardonic smile and said, "Oh, Chun Lily, your concern for Xiao Shun's performance is touching. What is the matter? Running low on clients? Low on clients?" Chun Lily chuckled derisively. "All of my clients are prime prospects. How could I possibly lack for business? But you, don't puff yourself up here. After lunch, let us see how you manage to save face." At that moment, Chun Lily's walkie-talkie crackled to life, a colleague's anxious voice coming through. "Manager Chun, your longtime client, Mr. Su, has arrived. He is at the showroom entrance and wants to place an order. You need to come right away." Chun Lily's expression shifted instantaneously. Mr. Su was one of her major clients, previously indicating his intention to purchase an E-Class for his girlfriend. Today, he came specifically to sign a contract, a substantial deal she could not afford to miss. She shot Zhang Xiaobei a fierce glare and then warned Shen Yu, "Just watch. He is the real client." With that, she hurriedly strode toward the showroom entrance, her heels clicking against the floor. Shen Yu let out a sigh of relief, her face breaking into a grateful smile. "Mr. Zhang, Miss Fang, I sincerely apologize for the inconvenience. Let's proceed to the restaurant. We wouldn't want you to go hungry." "Not at all." Zhang Xiaobei waved his hand dismissively, smiling as he added, "She is merely a meddlesome busybody. Let us go eat." With that, he followed Shen Yu toward the client dining area. The restaurant was exquisitely decorated, with soft lighting and solid wood furniture, and the tableware was of remarkable quality. As soon as they sat down, the waiter presented a selection of delicately prepared appetizers, steak, pasta, fruit salad, and desserts, accompanied by freshly squeezed juice. It was indeed a luxurious dining experience. Fang Liao gazed at the sumptuous spread, her eyes sparkling with delight. "This is quite a feast." Zhang Xiaobei picked up his knife and fork, grinning as he said, "Let us eat. Once we're satisfied, we can return to discuss the purchase." "Are we really buying a car?" she asked, still in disbelief. "Let us eat first, then we can talk. I've seen those vloggers on Douyin who just come for a free meal and then find excuses to bail. Shouldn't we leave quickly? Why run? I genuinely intend to buy a vehicle, and I'm quite pleased with this one. Let us discuss the paperwork," he replied. "Wait, you're actually going to buy it?" Fang Liao stammered, nearly dropping her glass of orange juice. "That is over 4 million. Why not? It would be so uncouth to just have a free meal and leave." Zhang Xiaobei reassured her, giving her shoulder a reassuring pat. "Come on, let us go take a look." Shen Yu had been waiting by the restaurant entrance, and upon seeing them emerge, she quickly approached with an expectant smile. "Mr. Zhang, did you enjoy your meal?" "Very much so. Thank you for your hospitality," Zhang Xiaobei replied, nodding. "Now, let us discuss the pricing." Shen Yu's eyes sparkled with excitement as she led them to the negotiation area. She retrieved her tablet, pulled up the S65L price list, and handed it to Zhang Xiaobei. "Mr. Zhang, the official guide price for this vehicle is 36.98 million, including purchase tax, insurance, and registration fees. We can offer you a bundle price of 4.08 million. She paused momentarily before adding, "If you decide to make a commitment today, I can request additional discounts from the manager." Zhang Xiaobei glanced at the quote. To him, 4.08 million was merely a figure. No need for discounts. Suddenly, a sharp voice interrupted again as Chun Lily entered, accompanied by a middle-aged man. The man, dressed in a designer suit with a chunky gold chain around his neck and a slightly protruding belly, was none other than her longtime client, Mr. Su. Chun Lily had evidently completed her initial discussions with Mr. Su and had brought him over, eager to witness Zhang Zai's embarrassment. She raised her voice deliberately, addressing Mr. Su, regarding the E260 you requested, I've secured the lowest possible price from the manager. If you pay in full today, I can offer you an immediate discount of 50,000. With that, she cast a scornful glance at Zhang Xiaobei, her tone dripping with derision. Unlike some, who clearly just came to mooch a meal, pretending to be interested in the S65L while claiming they LL pay in full. What a farce. Mr. Su followed her gaze and scrutinized Zhang Xiaobei from head to toe, a smirk curling his lips as he noted his casual attire. The S-65L, the top-tier V-12 flagship? This young man thinks he can afford that? To him, Zhang Xiaobei appeared youthful and unassuming, clearly not someone of means. Chen Lili immediately chimed in. Exactly, Mr. Su. I believe he is just here for a free meal, and now that he has eaten, I suspect he LL concoct an excuse to leave. Zhang Xiaobei frowned, uninterested in engaging in their petty banter. Instead, he pulled out a sleek black card and placed it firmly on the table. Swipe the card. Full payment. Now, Chapter 43, Black and White with a dazzling flash. The card in question was indeed the unlimited Black Gold Supreme card gifted to him by Mr. Chen. Upon seeing the card, Chen Lili was momentarily taken aback, but soon erupted into hearty laughter, exclaiming, "Oh, Zhang Xiaobei, are you flaunting a membership card from some obscure shop? What kind of bank card is this? It doesn't even have a logo. Ah, if you're going to pretend, at least make it convincing. Who do you think you're fooling with a fake card?" Mr. Su leaned in for a closer look, ready to join in the mockery. However, in the next instant, his expression shifted dramatically as he scrutinized the card closely. "Young man, is this the Black Gold Supreme card from Longwo Bank?" Chen Lili's laughter abruptly ceased as she glanced at Mr. Su in confusion. "Mr. Su, is this for real?" Ignoring her, Mr. Su continued to fixate on the card. Swallowing hard, his tone imbued with reverence. "The top-tier black card from Longwo Bank. There are no more than 5 of these in the entire country. I witnessed a prominent figure brandishing one at a high-level business summit. There is no mistaking it." At this revelation, the smile on Chen Lili's face froze. Her eyes filled with disbelief. Zhang Xiaobei cast a glance at Mr. Su but chose not to engage him, instead addressing Xinyu. "Go fetch the car machine. It's time to make the payment. No need to apply for discounts. Any excess will be your bonus." "What? Oh, okay." Xinyu was utterly flabbergasted. She had never imagined that this seemingly ordinary young man could actually produce such a prestigious black card. She hurriedly rose and dashed off to retrieve the card machine. Fang Liao, seated nearby, stared at Zhang Xiaobei, her mouth agape as she began to realize that her newly appointed, seemingly lackadaisical director was far more extraordinary than she had initially perceived. Once Chen Lili regained her composure, her complexion turned ashen, realizing she had bitten off more than she could chew. Yet, she remained unwilling to concede and shouted after Shenyu's retreating figure. "Xiao Shun, wait. This is a friend of mine. Thank you for your hospitality, but I will handle the rest." However, Zhang Xiaobei swiftly reclaimed the black card, his gaze icy as he regarded Chen Lili. "Planning to steal the deal? Let me make this clear. If you handle this transaction, I will not purchase the vehicle." Xinyu returned with the card machine, standing awkwardly as she observed the tense standoff between the two. "Call your manager to deal with this," she implored. Not daring to delay, she quickly retrieved her walkie-talkie and summoned the manager. Before long, a middle-aged man clad in a suit and gold-rimmed glasses, Manager Wang Tao, strode in briskly. He greeted them with a broad smile. "Good day, sir. How may I assist you?" "I wish to purchase this S-65L outright." Zhang Xiaobei indicated the quotation on the table, "But I will only deal with Xunyu for the paperwork. I do not trust anyone else." Wang Tao glanced at the now pale Chen Lili and then at the black card on Zhang Xiaobei's table, instantly grasping the situation. With years of experience in automobile sales, he was adept at reading the room and understood that a client capable of producing such a card was not someone to offend. "Not a problem. Xinyu, what are you waiting for? Hurry and process Mr. Zhang's paperwork." Wang Tao barked at Xinyu, then turned to Zhang Xiaobei with an ingratiating smile. "Rest assured, Mr. Zhang, we will attend to your needs meticulously." Chen Lili attempted to interject, but Zhang Xiaobei coldly interrupted. "Is your sales supervisor unwell? I come here to purchase a vehicle." And she has been nothing but scornful, even resorting to personal attacks. "Is this how your establishment treats its customers?" Wang Tao's expression darkened instantly as he shot a furious glare at Chen Lili. He promptly apologized to Zhang Xiaobei. "Mr. Zhang, I sincerely apologize for our mismanagement. It should not have happened." He then commanded Chen Lili, "Return to my office at once." Chen Lili, silenced by fear, lowered her head and stood aside. Wang Tao personally took the car machine from Shenyu's hands and presented it to Zhang Xiaobei. "Mr. Zhang, please proceed with your transaction." Zhang Xiaobei picked up the black card and swiped it lightly, casually remarking, "I have to get back to work soon. I cannot afford to be late. Please expedite the paperwork, and I will have someone deliver the license plates." Beep. The card machine emitted a crisp sound, and the screen displayed. "Payment successful. Transaction amount 4,080,000 yuan." Both Wang Tao and Shunyu exhaled in relief, their faces alight with joy. Zhang Xiaobei pulled out his phone and dialed Lin Changjun. Uncle Lin, I've purchased a car. Please arrange for a license plate that looks impressive. Of course, I will bring it over right away. Great, I will be waiting. Zhang Xiaobei ended the call and tucked his phone back into his pocket. Chen Lili stood nearby, utterly perplexed by Zhang Xiaobei, a community worker. Yet he possessed an unlimited black card. Unable to contain her curiosity, she discreetly messaged Zhou Ying. Xiaoying, what's the deal with your ex-boyfriend Zhang Xiaobei? Where did he get his money? Zhou Ying quickly replied. What do you mean? He.S. just an orphan. He used to work as a contract laborer in the community, earning over 2,000 a month. What is up? Taking a deep breath, Chen Lili typed back. He just bought a Mercedes S65L outright for over $4 million at our dealership. What? Zhou Ying's response was instantaneous. How is that possible? Did he win a lottery? Chen Lili had no explanation, only staring blankly at the entrance, her mind swirling with confusion. Not long after, the sound of a roaring engine echoed outside the dealership. A black SUV came to a steady halt, sporting a special white-on-black license plate. The door swung open, and Lin Changjun, dressed in a sleek black suit, strode in with an imposing presence that commanded attention, instantly thickening the atmosphere within the dealership. Everyone stood transfixed. Even Wang Tao instinctively straightened his posture. Lin Changjun approached Zhang Xiaobei, handing him a brown paper envelope. Xiaobei, here is the license plate you requested. It's definitely impressive. Thank you, Uncle Lin, Zhang Xiaobei replied with a smile. Not only the license plate, I also brought you a strobe light. Lin Changjun opened a box revealing a sleek black device. Just have the dealership install in the grill. It'll flash when you need to make a quick getaway. Zhang Xiaobei looked at the strobe light, his expression darkening. Uncle Lin, why would I need this? It's too ostentatious. For the flair you wanted. It's guaranteed to be stylish. Lin Changjun clapped him on the shoulder. Don't worry. No one will dare to say a word. Zhang Xiaobei shook his head in resignation, handing the license plate and strobe light to Wang Tao. Please install these as soon as possible. Absolutely. Right away. Wang Tao eagerly accepted the envelope, his anticipation palpable. Upon seeing the license plate, his eyes widened, and he held his breath. White background, black characters. GA88888. Don't overthink it. It's not connected to reality. Wang Tao's hands trembled as he bowed deeply to Zhang Xiaobei. Rest assured. I will personally ensure it's installed within 10 minutes. Chen Lili slumped on the sofa, her mind blank. Fang Luyao gaped, unable to utter a single word. Her gaze towards Zhang Xiaobei, filled with admiration and curiosity. Zhang Xiaobei glanced at the license plate, his face a mix of disbelief. Uncle Lin, this plate is too. Lin Changjun, however, wore a mischievous grin. What other plate could be this stylish? 88,888? 00000. This is the epitome of style. It will help you avoid trouble on the road, and you won't even have to register it with the Vehicle Management Office. Zhang Xiaobei couldn't help but press his temples. All right. Uncle Lin, you're right. Chapter 44. The Art of Subtle Pretentiousness. The technicians at the 4S dealership displayed remarkable efficiency, completing the installation of a license plate and flashing lights in under 10 minutes. The obsidian black Mercedes S65L, adorned with a unique license plate featuring white lettering on a black background, concealed its flashing lights so adeptly within the grille that they were nearly imperceptible. After exchanging farewells with Lin Changjun, Zhang Xiaobei proceeded directly to the car delivery point. He opened the door and settled into the driver's seat, while Fang Leia eagerly climbed into the passenger seat beside him. As soon as she was comfortable, she couldn't help but exclaim, "Wow, this is stunning." She extended her small hand, cautiously caressing the diamond-stitched leather seats, and playfully poked at the expansive central control screen. Time to go. We mustn't be late for work. Zhang Xiaobei said with a smile as he ignited the engine, the V12 twin-turbocharged motor instantly erupting with a deep, resonant roar. Shifting into gear, the vehicle smoothly glided out of the dealership showroom, though the other vehicles were maintaining their usual pace. Upon hearing the distinctive rumble of the V12 and catching sight of the striking three-pointed star emblem along with the unique license plate, they instinctively veered aside, creating a wide passage. Fang Leia leaned against the window, watching as the cars next to them slowed down to yield, unable to suppress her giggles. Director Zhang, why is everyone giving way to us? Perhaps they think I'm driving too fast and are concerned about a potential collision, Zhang Xiaobei replied nonchalantly, gently pressing the accelerator to steadily increase their speed. Upon reaching a traffic light, he halted the car and observed the vehicles behind them abruptly braking, stopping at a distance. The drivers in the adjacent lanes frequently glanced over, their expressions rife with curiosity. Why are they keeping such a distance from us? Fang Leia queried. pointing at the rearview mirror with a puzzled expression. Even if it's a fine car, it shouldn't warrant such caution, right? Zhang Xiaobei glanced at the mirror. Perhaps the license plate appears somewhat unusual, and they fear the costs of any potential scratches. By the way, what is the story behind that license plate? And what does your uncle do to have such impressive connections? A flurry of questions tumbled from her lips, her eyes sparkling with intrigue. Her curiosity about Zhang Xiaobei, an ostensibly laid-back community contractor who had suddenly received a promotion and purchased a luxury Mercedes, had reached a fever pitch. The enigmatic license plate and mysterious uncle hinted at secrets yet to be uncovered. It's just that a family elder runs a small business and knows some people. Nothing particularly special, he replied, wishing to avoid elaborate explanations. The more he downplayed it, the more curious Fang Leia became. She bit her lip, gazing at the contours of Zhang Xiaobei's profile, sunlight streaming through the window and illuminating his face. With his defined brows and striking features, he exuded an undeniable charm, a sharp contrast to his typical carefree demeanor. Curiosity marks the beginning of a woman's infatuation, and Fang Leia sensed a burgeoning feeling towards this newly appointed director, who seemed to merely drift through life. As the green light illuminated, Zhang Xiaobei pressed the accelerator once more. The V12 engine growled deeply as the car surged forward, leaving behind envious glances. The vehicle soon arrived at a public parking lot located 200 meters from the community. Zhang Xiaobei found a vacant spot, parked the car, and after turning off the ignition, suggested, "Let us walk back. Driving straight to the community entrance would be too ostentatious." "All right." Fang Leia nodded obediently, reluctantly following Zhang Xiaobei as they exited the vehicle. Side by side, they strolled towards the community, encountering several residents along the way who greeted Zhang Xiaobei with friendly smiles. "Xiao Zhang heading to work?" "Indeed." Zhang Xiaobei responded with a warm smile, his tone casual and unpretentious, just as it always was. The residents' gazes lingered on Fang Leia, tinged with curiosity. Her cheeks flushed slightly as she instinctively moved closer to Zhang Xiaobei. Upon returning to the community service center, the colleagues in the lobby eyed the pair with inquisitive glances. News of Zhang Xiaobei's promotion had already spread throughout the community, eliciting feelings of both confusion and jealousy among his peers, though none dared to inquire directly. Unperturbed, Zhang Xiaobei greeted Fang Leia before heading straight to the office previously occupied by Chunji and Fei. The door to the office was ajar, revealing that everything had been tidily arranged. The room boasted excellent lighting, with a view overlooking the community-esque greenery, far more comfortable than his previous workspace. The nameplate at the door had been replaced with a pristine one-reading recruitment promotion office. Zhang Xiaobei smiled in satisfaction, returning to his former desk to organize his belongings. His possessions were minimal, and after tidying up, he brewed a cup of tea and placed it on the desk. Pulling out the chair, he settled in, reclining back with his feet propped up on the desk, closing his eyes to bask in the afternoon sunlight streaming through the window as he drifted into a nap. Meanwhile, in the office of Deputy Secretary Ji Peng, he held a teacup, lamenting to Community Secretary Xia Xiai. "Secretary Xia, what exactly is Zhang Xiaobei's background? A contract worker who has only been here for 3 months suddenly promoted to a director? This defies organizational protocols." At 35, Ji Peng, the Deputy Secretary of the Discipline Inspection Commission, wielded significant power within the community. His ascent to this position had been a result of familial connections. Yet it had taken him 4 years of diligent effort. Witnessing a younger, less qualified, and temporary worker like Zhang Xiaobei leap to such heights naturally stirred feelings of envy and resentment within him. He suspected that Zhang Xiaobei must have some formidable connections to achieve such rapid advancement. Xia Xiai sipped his tea, revealing a hint of exasperation on his face. "I'm not entirely sure. This was a direct appointment from the city, stating that he was evaluated by the organization department for his outstanding work capabilities. However, I couldn't uncover any specific background information." He too felt perplexed. Zhang Xiaobei had shown little exceptional performance in the community, yet the sudden elevation suggested underlying complexities. Nonetheless, given that it was a decision made by the city, he felt compelled to comply. "Outstanding work capabilities?" Ji Peng scoffed. "Where did you see that? All he does is watch videos and chat. Has he even accomplished anything substantive?" The more he pondered, the more discontent he felt. Having toiled for 4 years to attain his position only to see someone else acquire it with apparent ease. Xia Xiai shot him a glance, choosing not to delve deeper into the matter. Jealousy is commonplace in the workplace, and he saw no need to get involved. Moreover, he could tell that despite Zhang Xiaobei's seemingly laid-back demeanor, his hidden potential was considerable. Otherwise, the city would not have placed such emphasis on him. Noticing Xia Xiai's silence, Ji Peng reluctantly dropped the subject. As he passed by Zhang Xiaobei's office, he caught sight of him sprawled out in slumber, prompting a sly smile to creep across his face. He took out his phone and snapped a quick photo before retreating to his own office. Chapter 45. Exploring a New World. The afternoon sunlight filtered through the blinds, casting shadows on the desk. Zhang Xiaobei rubbed his eyes, roused from the pleasant embrace of his nap. He then mentally called out, "System, is there a new task to be issued following the completion of the last one?" Ding! Detected that the host has completed the core tasks for the novice stage. The initial accumulation of civilization growth value is complete. Current status: host survival needs are met. The cross-border passage has been activated, and the linkage to nation.Technology is initiated. New tasks are being generated based on the 3 elements of civilization expansion, resource acquisition, and crisis response. Please be patient. The host will be notified as soon as the task generation is complete. More generation is required. Zhang Xiaobei raised an eyebrow, but remained unperturbed. He took a sip of the slightly cool tea on his desk, his gaze drifting outside the window. Contemplating whether to visit the supermarket after work to procure some ingredients, I also considered dropping by Sister By's residence for a complimentary dinner. After all, with my career position secured, I need not worry about food and drinks. I would accept system tasks as they arrived, and, in their absence, I would continue to meander through the days. In stark contrast to Zhang Xiaobei's ease, the post-apocalyptic landscape of F City on the other side of the cross-border gate presented a different tableau. The air was thick with the acrid scent of decay and gunpowder as the Gold Crow Special Forces executed their comprehensive sweep operation with utmost urgency. Zhao Lai stood within the temporary command center of the municipal government building, issuing orders through the tactical communicator. All squads, advance according to the designated grid, focusing on the 3 critical areas: office buildings, underground passages, and the industrial zone. Engage heavy firepower upon encountering high-intensity mutated organisms, for medium intensity and lesser targets. Ensure live capture for sample collection to facilitate subsequent research. A chorus of responses echoed from dozens of special operations teams. In the industrial zone of the Western District, a 5-meter-long mutated wild boar, encased in dark brown armor, was ruthlessly demolishing the steel framework of abandoned factories with its sharp tusks. Members of the 3rd Squad swiftly occupied a high vantage point. "Prepare the rocket launcher. Target the boar's head," commanded the squad leader. With a resounding whoosh, the rocket soared forth, striking true within the crevice of the armored hide. The mutated boar emitted a muffled grunt before its massive form crashed to the ground, utterly lifeless. In the underground passage of the southern residential area, several dog-sized, swiftly darting mutated rats scurried about. The team members promptly deployed an electromagnetic capture net, ensnaring the fleeing targets with precision. Net in, 2 members cautiously gathered the electric net, securing the writhing mutated rats within a specially designed sealed cage. Meanwhile, Zhou Weiguo, leading the original guard team, coordinated the sweep and indicated the abandoned hospital in the Eastern District. Captain Zhao, groups of mutated organisms with a certain level of infectiousness have been previously detected here, requiring thorough disinfection. Zhao Lai immediately ordered, "Deploy the flamethrower team and the epidemic prevention squad to completely sanitize the interior of the passage." The flames from the flamethrowers engulfed the area, incinerating both pathogens and mutated creatures alike. Following this, additional team members, donned in protective gear, entered to clear the area, sealing any partially destroyed samples for preservation. After 20 hours, the comprehensive sweep of post-apocalyptic F City was completed. A total of 21 high-intensity mutated organisms were eliminated. Furthermore, 47 medium to small-sized mutated organisms were captured alive. 12 nests of communal mutated creatures were eradicated. 3 sources of infection were eliminated. The safety coefficient of the urban area was elevated to 99, meeting the conditions for the research team's entry. With all regions confirmed secure, the scientific team was granted access. Zhao Lai's acknowledgement resonated within the command center of the Gold Crow project, welcoming the first batch of expert teams into this realm. Comprising specialists in biology, environmental science, and material science, the research team traversed through a kaleidoscopic portal, stepping into this unfamiliar post-apocalyptic land. At the forefront, Professor Qin, a leading biologist from the Long Institute of Science, was struck with awe upon disembarking, confronted by the sight of crumbling skyscrapers, fissured ground, and the pervasive stench of decay. A stark contrast to the ecological environment of the original world. Quickly, set up the detection equipment and immediately collect samples of air, soil, and water, Professor Qin urged, his eyes glinting with the fervor of exploration. The environmental science expert operated a portable detector, and the data on the screen refreshed instantaneously, prompting an exclamation. Professor Chin. The air here contains unknown trace elements. They possess a potent mutagenic effect on biological genes, never before observed in the original world. The biology team clustered around the cage of captured mutated rats, documenting their findings through the observation window. The muscle fiber density of this mutated rat is 4 times that of ordinary rodents, and its bone hardness has nearly tripled. Their gene sequences exhibit significant fragment recombination. Professor Chin crouched beside the carcass of the mutated wild boar, meticulously scraping a sample of its hard armor with specialized tools. Placing it under a portable microscope, he noted, the composition of this armor consists of a combination of silicates and biological tissues, with a strength comparable to alloy steel. This is a unique product of biological evolution. The soil sample analysis concluded, although organic matter was scarce, it contained a novel mineral that could potentially be a crucial factor in the evolution of mutated organisms. Traces of energy particles were detected in the water source, possibly elucidating the mechanisms behind the enhanced physical capabilities of mutated creatures. Experts dispersed throughout the urban area, busily wielding their devices, their astonished exclamations resonating. They engaged in comprehensive studies surrounding the mutated organism samples and environmental factors. Notebooks rapidly filled with groundbreaking discoveries, laying a solid foundation for future technological advancements and resource utilization in the Dragon Kingdom. The lights in the materials science laboratory at the Long Institute had remained ablaze since last night. As the pinnacle of material research in the Dragon Kingdom, it assembled the nation's most exceptional scientific talent. At this moment, their central focus was on carbon nanotube, room temperature, superconductive materials, with the support of a unique technological framework. They were on the verge of a decisive breakthrough. This revolutionary technological blueprint, having been secretly transferred to the Long Institute, served as the cornerstone of the research team's efforts. Before the ultra-clean workstation at the heart of the laboratory, Chief Researcher Academician Lee, clad in sterile gloves, operated precision instruments with unwavering concentration. Before him lay a petri dish adorned with a layer of carbon nanotube film, delicately thin as a cicada's wing, achieved through a specialized process that enabled atomic-level precision stacking. Voltage stabilized at 32 V, temperature at 25, while resistance data was continuously monitored. Academician Lee commanded in a subdued tone, his voice quivering with excitement. As a core member of the project, he fully grasped the transformative potential of this technological blueprint. Prior global research on room temperature superconductors had remained confined to theoretical realms. Yet this data, sourced through special channels, had directly bypassed decades of exploratory endeavors. Nearby, a young researcher intently monitored the display screen, fingers flying across the keyboard to record the data. The resistance values on the screen fluctuated, rapidly descending from an initial 0.07, when the value ultimately stabilized at 0.00. A brief silence enveloped the laboratory. The resistance is 0. The young researcher suddenly stood up. Academician Lee. Under 25-degree room temperature, the resistance has completely reached 0. The superconductive state has remained stable for over 10 minutes. Repeat the test 3 times. Confirm the data's accuracy. Chapter 46. High-speed roadblock. Upon completing the 3 tests, the results were unanimously consistent. The carbon nanotube film successfully demonstrated 0 resistance conductivity at room temperature and pressure, marking the world's first genuine sample of room temperature superconductive material. We did it. We succeeded. After a fleeting moment of silence, the laboratory erupted with jubilant cheers. Academician Lee approached the ultra-clean workstation, carefully placing the petri dish containing the room temperature superconductive sample into a specially designed sealed box. This was not merely a historic breakthrough in material science, but a monumental milestone for the technological advancement of the Dragon Kingdom. With this sample, we could expedite the development of room temperature superconductive cables, magnetic levitation technologies, and high-power energy storage devices. The entire energy, transportation, and electronic sectors were poised for revolutionary changes. One researcher exclaimed, "Where did this information come from? Without this data, we would have been groping in the dark for at least another decade, if not longer. Do not inquire into matters that do not concern you." Academician Lee remarked sternly, his eyes alight with fervor. "Our sole responsibility is to conduct the research." The value of this technological data was immeasurable, unlocking an entirely new realm of scientific advancement. immediately compile the data and report this monumental breakthrough to the National Science and Technology Commission, while simultaneously initiating the research and development of mass production processes. Multiple highways within the territory of Huaxia were silently subjected to temporary closures simultaneously. On the expressway leading to H City, orange-red warning lights flashed urgently against the twilight backdrop. The traffic police officer, clad in a reflective vest, stood resolutely at the intersection, a no-entry sign effectively halting all vehicles. Passing cars gradually decelerated and came to a standstill, their drivers rolling down their windows to peer out, expressions etched with confusion. Why was the road closed unexpectedly? The wife in the passenger seat rubbed her temples in frustration, lamenting their plan to reach City H before dinner, now thoroughly disrupted. However, Zhang Peng behind the wheel instantly perked up. As a seasoned military enthusiast, he keenly sensed an unusual atmosphere. The distant rumble of trucks reached his ears. That was no ordinary truck noise. It was deep and resonant, carrying the distinctive cadence of military special vehicles. "Oh my, darling, look over there." He abruptly leaned out of the window, his eyes widening and breath quickening. Following his gaze, his wife beheld a convoy of military vehicles slowly approaching. The front of the trucks was cloaked in specialized camouflage, starkly different from conventional military transports. Heavy canvas tightly enveloped the cargo areas, revealing the imposing metallic contours within. Exposed pipes and interfaces exuded a strong sense of advanced technology. Prominently emblazoned on the vehicle's body were the words military transport in bold red, with tires that were notably wider than those of standard trucks. The tread patterns and load-bearing structures on the wheels clearly indicated that this was a specialized model designed for transporting oversized equipment. Even more astonishing, armed police escort vehicles flanked the military convoy. The flashing lights atop these vehicles signaled vigilance as armed officers scanned their surroundings, the atmosphere thick with solemnity and tension. "Wow, darling, this is definitely something extraordinary. Just look at the height and width of those cargo areas. It could very well be the latest Dongfeng 61 equipment, or perhaps a large phased array radar, or even missile launchers." He fumbled for his phone, hastily opening the camera to capture dozens of snapshots of the military convoy, fearing he might miss this rare spectacle. "Why don't you say they're transporting an alien spacecraft?" His wife rolled her eyes, yet couldn't he help but steal a few more glances at the grand procession. Zhang Peng, too eager to retort, quickly opened DN to edit his post. "Dear friends, major exclusive footage. City H Highway temporarily closed. A colossal convoy of military vehicles passing through. The equipment in those cargo areas looks extraordinary. Can anyone knowledgeable provide an analysis? Military vehicles, the might of the Dragon Nation, Military Enthusiast Channel." Within 2 minutes of posting, the comments section erupted. "First, I saw a similar convoy on the Z City Highway, heading in the same direction towards City H. For those in the know, this is the 88 Heavy Special Transport Vehicle, specifically designed to carry oversized military equipment, which is rarely seen in civilian contexts. Just a wild guess, the outline beneath the canvas resembles components of a tokamak device? Just kidding. Be careful up there." I posted a comment, and then my profile disappeared, laughing. "Bro, I'm from the water company. Open up. I need to check the water meter." Coordinates, City H. The port near my home was sealed off at dawn, with warships escorting several cargo ships, unloading large containers. This convoy is definitely related. My husband was supposed to return from the army for a family visit, but it was canceled last night at the last minute. Could it be connected to this? Netizens from all over began sharing images and revelations. Some captured the scene of warships escorting at the port. Others posted images of military vehicles gathering near the National Defense University. Even residents of City H spotted newly established security outposts near research institutions. Something significant is happening in City H. This phrase rapidly ascended the trending topics, sparking heated discussions among millions of internet users. Meanwhile, Zhang Peng remained engrossed in refreshing the comment section, entirely oblivious to the fact that the mysterious equipment he had photographed was pivotal to the energy revolution of the Dragon Nation. In stark contrast to the online uproar, the Controlled Nuclear Fusion Research Institute in City H was enveloped in silence, save for the low hum of machinery. The institute was tightly secured, surrounded by patrolling armed police. While inside, armed guards stood vigilant. All personnel entering the core area underwent 3 layers of identity verification and security checks. Communication devices were uniformly stored, and personal devices were strictly prohibited. Within the core assembly workshop beneath a vast dome, dozens of engineers and scientists clad in white protective suits busied themselves around a colossal apparatus. This was the tokamak device assembled based on the controllable nuclear fusion core data provided by Zhangzhou. It was currently in a critical assembly phase. The vacuum chamber of the device, with a diameter of 16 meters, was forged from specialized alloys. Its surface was adorned with intricate pipelines and sensors, gleaming with a cold metallic luster. Several engineers operated large robotic arms, carefully hoisting a superconducting coil weighing several tons, aligning it with the reserved interface of the vacuum chamber. This superconducting coil was crafted from the recently achieved room-temperature superconducting material by Lonk Institute. Its conductivity and stability far surpassed those of traditional materials. Data calibration was completed, and the superconducting coil aligned perfectly with the vacuum chamber interface. The power test of the magnetic field generator was normal, meeting system data standards. The plasma confinement channel was installed, awaiting vacuum degree testing. Various directives were communicated in an orderly fashion through the communicator. Chief nuclear physicist academician Tong stood before the central control screen, his gaze fixed on the real-time transmission of assembly data. The lines on his aged face were etched with gravity and anticipation. This core data for controllable nuclear fusion, obtained through special channels, not only included the complete design blueprints of the tokamak device, but also detailed crucial parameters for plasma confinement, magnetic field control, and energy conversion. It would directly advance the Dragon Nation's research into controllable nuclear fusion by at least 50 years. Academician Tong. The vacuum chamber has been evacuated, achieving a vacuum degree of 10 pascals, meeting experimental requirements. An engineer reported. Academician Tong nodded, taking a deep breath. Initiate magnetic field preloading. Set the initial parameters according to system data, and gradually increase the magnetic field strength. On the screen, the magnetic field strength began to rise steadily from 0T. Upon reaching 12T, the device emitted a faint hum. The superconducting coil operated stably, showing no signs of energy loss. Excellent. The room temperature superconducting material is fully compatible. A low cheer rose within the control center. Academician Tong raised his hand to signal everyone to remain calm. His tone serious. This is merely the preliminary success of the assembly phase. Subsequent critical steps include plasma ignition and sustained energy output. Everything is progressing steadily according to the planned schedule. Chapter 47. You really know how to choose your moments. In the fresh produce section of the Jia food supermarket, Zhang Xiaobei carried a shopping basket. After wandering around the counter for a while, he ultimately selected a piece of marbled pork belly. He then picked up a large chunk of braised beef, a handful of greens, a few potatoes, and even a bottle of soda. He was never picky about groceries. As long as it could be cooked and tasted good, he was satisfied. After all, with Sister Bai at the helm of the kitchen, even the most mundane ingredients could be transformed into something aromatic. Upon returning to the community, just as he raised his hand to knock, the door swung open from the inside. Sister Bai, wearing a floral apron, greeted him with a gentle smile. You're back? Did you get the groceries? Of course. Tonight you'll get to savor my culinary skills. Zhang Xiaobei waved the shopping bag, and Sister Bai promptly took it from him. In truth, Zhang Xiaobei's cooking skills were merely mediocre, but Sister Bai's assistance made up for it. The two busied themselves in the kitchen, the pork belly sizzling in the pan, and the aroma gradually filled the air. Sister Bai leaned against the doorframe, watching Zhang Xiaobei's clumsy yet earnest attempts at frying, her eyes brimming with tenderness. Dinner was simple yet warm. 2 dishes and a soup, complemented by soda, leaving both feeling satisfied. After they had cleared the table, as Sister Bai finished wiping it down, Zhang Xiaobei gently embraced her from behind. Are you tired? He rested his chin on her shoulder, his voice carrying a hint of languor. Sister Bai's cheeks flushed slightly as she playfully tapped the back of his hand. Not slacking off at work today, I hope? Of course not. I'm a serious director. Zhang Xiaobei replied with a smile, turning to embrace her and leaning down to bestow a kiss. The atmosphere in the room gradually warmed, and Sister Bai closed her eyes, her eyelashes fluttering delicately. 10 minutes later, on the floor beside the sofa, black lace lay carelessly discarded. As Zhang Xiaobei prepared to commence, the system's urgent notification echoed in his mind. Ding! A new mission has officially been released. Detection confirmed. The apocalypse in City F has achieved full control. Warning! The remnants of the Doomsday creators have not been eradicated. Their ambitions are surreptitiously growing, posing a potential threat to the Order of Blue Star. Mission requirement. The host must eliminate all hostile forces targeting Longwo within 120 hours. Crush any schemes that threaten Longwo's interests. Mission hint. Anyone daring to covet Longwo and attempting to incite chaos will pay the price. The gallows are ready for them. Mission reward. A complete set of quantum supercomputers. Mission countdown. Officially commencing in 3 hours. The host is urged to promptly address current matters and prepare for action. All right. Zhang Xiaobei cursed inwardly, realizing that the system certainly had a knack for choosing moments. It even afforded him a 3-hour buffer. Time skip technique. Readers are not fond of prolonged narratives. An hour later, Zhang Xiaobei placed a gentle kiss on Sister Bai's smooth back. Darling, I have an urgent mission and must be away for a few days. Sister Bai opened her eyes, a hint of disappointment reflecting in them, yet she refrained from pressing further. Be safe and return early. Rest assured, I shall be swift. Zhang Xiaobei turned and dashed into the bathroom for a quick shower, drying off swiftly before pulling out his phone to dial Lin Changjun. A new mission has come up. Received. I will arrange a private jet. See you at City F's airport in half an hour. Lin Changjun's voice came through, unwavering. Hanging up, Zhang Xiaobei grabbed his coat and hurried out, making his way straight to the parking lot beneath the apartment complex. The black Mercedes S65L stood quietly in its space, its obsidian body glistening with a cold sheen under the night sky. He slid into the driver's seat, pressed the ignition, and the V12 twin-turbocharged engine roared to life with a deep, resonant growl. Let's go. Zhang Xiaobei shifted into gear and pressed the accelerator. The car shooting out of the complex like an arrow loose from a bow, racing towards City F International Airport. In City F, around 9 o'clock at night, the main road remained bustling with traffic. Taxi driver Master Huang had just finished a shift and was leisurely cruising the streets, hoping to snag his first fare of the night. With 2 seconds left on the traffic light at the intersection ahead, he instinctively slowed down, coming to a steady stop behind the line. At that moment, a sudden barrage of dazzling headlights flashed from behind, nearly blinding Master Huang. One idiot. Flashing your brights at me? Master Huang, known for his fiery temper, felt his anger surge at the unexpected glare. He promptly unbuckled his seatbelt, ready to step out and confront the driver. Was this a case of ignorance of the traffic rules or deliberate provocation? But just as he pushed the door open, with one foot still inside, the ear-splitting roar of a V12 engine reverberated behind him. The sound was like thunder, exuding an overwhelming force. Master Huang's heart skipped a beat, and he instinctively turned to look, spotting a sleek, shiny new Mercedes-Benz tailing closely behind. The iconic 3-pointed star emblem on the cars had gleamed under the lights, and the flashing high beams originated from this very vehicle. What's the rush? It's a red light, he muttered under his breath, preparing to point at the Mercedes and impart the basic rules to stop on red, go on green. However, the moment his gaze fell upon the license plate, he froze in his tracks. Cold sweat instantly beaded on his forehead, and the expletive he was about to unleash abruptly vanished from his lips. May you have good health. He stammered instead, please come this way. The white plate with black letters GA 88888 was clearly visible in the night. Its distinctive format and imposing number were not those of an ordinary vehicle. Master Huang, having navigated the taxi scene for many years, might not have known the specific origin of that plate, but he certainly understood that anyone who possessed such a license plate was someone he could not afford to offend. He quickly turned around, waving frantically at a leisurely cruising BMW 5 Series nearby. Hey, can't you see the official vehicle behind you? Move aside a bit. Make way. The BMW driver, caught up in the beats of the DJ, was annoyed by the sudden shout. He rolled down his window and retorted, who do you think you are? Directing traffic? You think just because you're a taxi driver you can boss me around? Master Huang opened his mouth to explain, but Zhang Xiaobei had already lost his patience. He pressed a button on the center console, and the hidden flashing lights within the grille activated instantly. WOO, the piercing and penetrating alarm blared through the air. The red and blue lights flashing brilliantly in the night, capturing the attention of all surrounding vehicles. The BMW driver's expression changed instantly, and without uttering another word, he quickly turned the steering wheel, angling his car at a 45-degree angle to clear a path through the traffic. Seeing this, Master Huang hurriedly jumped into his taxi, steering it towards the roadside, anxious not to block the way. Zhang Xiaobei lowered his window, waving at the still-dazed Master Huang. Thank you, comrade. Before the words had fully left his mouth, he slammed the accelerator down again, the V12 engine roaring like a beast unleashed. The black Mercedes sped through the newly cleared path like a bolt of black lightning, vanishing from sight in an instant. Left behind. Master Huang and the BMW driver exchanged bewildered glances, momentarily at a loss for words. What kind of license plate was that? I've lived this long and never seen anything like it, the BMW driver exclaimed, swallowing hard, his voice laced with astonishment. Master Huang wiped the cold sweat from his forehead, muttering, "I have no idea, but he called me comrade." Chapter 48. Dare to provoke Longwo? Not even in another world. In the parking lot of City F International Airport, the red and blue flashing lights continued to pulse urgently through the night. The blaring alarms sliced through the air, heightening the tension throughout the parking area. Zhang Xiaobei, driving the Mercedes S65L, navigated as if entering an uninhabited realm, with vehicles parting to the sides to make way. Some drivers even pulled over entirely, fearing they might obstruct the path of this extraordinary vehicle. Zhang Xiaobei parked decisively in a spot close to the terminal, exiting and locking the doors in one fluid motion, his movements precise and efficient. Remarkably, the parking spaces flanking his vehicle instantly became vacant. Drivers waiting to pick up passengers, upon seeing the white plate with black letters GA88888, silently started their engines to search for alternative spaces. No one dared to park next to a car bearing such a license plate, who would want to invite trouble by even slightly grazing it. One SUV driver, reversing cautiously, grumbled under his breath, his eyes filled with trepidation. Other drivers nodded in agreement, unwilling to risk parking adjacent to a vehicle that could bring them unnecessary complications. Within mere minutes, a 3-meter radius around the Mercedes became a vacuum zone. Zhang Xiaobei paid no mind to this, swiftly making his way towards the terminal entrance. Inside, the security checkpoint already had a lengthy line. Zhang Xiaobei approached the VIP security lane, producing his dark green-covered National Security Special Operations Group identification. The golden emblem on the badge shimmered brilliantly under the lights. As the security personnel caught sight of the identification, their eyes sharpened, and they promptly stood upright, respectfully accepting the document for verification. They had already received an urgent notification from their superiors, informing them that a distinguished individual would be boarding via a special passage tonight, with an uninterrupted green light for the entire process. Group Leader Zhang, this way please. After confirming the details, the staff personally guided Zhang Xiaobei around the queue, leading him towards the exclusive special passage. There was no security check. They were granted immediate passage, traversing the lengthy corridor. A silvery Gulfstream G650 private jet awaited on the tarmac. The aircraft's engines had already roared to life, emitting a deep rumble. Lin Changjun, clad in a black suit, stood at the cabin door in anticipation. Upon seeing Zhang Xiaobei approach, he hurriedly welcomed him, saying, "Everything is prepared. We were merely waiting for you." The two ascended the aircraft side by side, and the doors swiftly closed behind them. At that moment, the airport's announcement echoed. Due to air traffic control, some flights are delayed. While passengers of other flights anxiously awaited, the Gulfstream jet, under the priority dispatch of the control tower, taxied directly to the runway. With a thunderous roar, it soared into the skies, hurtling towards City B. Inside the cabin, Zhang Xiaobei reclined in his seat, closing his eyes to collect his thoughts, mentally reviewing the mission details released by the system. Meanwhile, Lin Changjun busied himself with subsequent coordination, ensuring a seamless transition upon arrival in City B. An hour later, the Gulfstream jet landed smoothly at City B International Airport. Awaiting on the tarmac was a black armored, extended hunky limousine, standing by for immediate action. After disembarking, Zhang Xiaobei and Lin Changjun entered the vehicle, which sped towards the Jinmu Project base hidden deep within the Yinshan Mountains. The base was concealed within the heart of the Yinshan Range, surrounded by layers of mountains and air defense installations. The entrance was secured with multiple checkpoints, heavily guarded. The hunky limousine navigated through the layers of security, entering the mountain facility. Elder Chun, accompanied by several core members of the think tank, had already been waiting at the building entrance. "Xiaobei, I appreciate your efforts in traveling late at night." Elder Chun grasped Zhang Xiaobei's hand, his tone steady, yet his eyes betraying anticipation. "My apologies for troubling you so late, Elder Chun." Zhang Xiaobei reciprocated the handshake, getting straight to the point. "I have received an urgent system notification. A new mission has arrived." Entering the command center's conference room, Zhang Xiaobei elaborated on the task issued by the system. "Within 120 hours, we must eradicate all hostile forces targeting Long Country across the Blue Star. We shall shatter the conspiracies threatening our national interests." Noticing the glint of excitement and expectation in everyone's eyes, Zhang Xiaobei revealed the reward without further ado. The complete set of a photonic quantum supercomputer. The members of the think tank erupted into fervor, hastily taking out paper and pens to jot down notes. This was a top-tier computer that surpassed the current era. Once acquired, it would facilitate a qualitative leap in the fields of research, national defense, and information security for Long Country. The conference room quickly filled with fervent discussions, with everyone expressing their opinions. They analyzed the potential hostile forces, their possible locations, and countermeasures. Some suggested initiating intelligence reconnaissance and gradually filtering through leads. But this was immediately dismissed. 120 hours is a tight timeline. More voices advocated for a decisive and forceful resolution. The best way to address these covert threats is through military action. A conservative military expert rapped the table, his tone firm. Given that the System's task is to eliminate hostile forces, we need not hesitate. We should strike with our strongest force, wherever we detect a presence. We shall obliterate it. The radicals chimed in. Am I now a conservative? Elder Chen nodded, turning to Zhang Xiaobei. I concur with this plan. You possess the rapid mobility of the mimicry armor, which can swiftly ascertain the precise locations of the hostile forces. We will provide fire support and launch Dongfeng 61 missiles for annihilation. This ensures maximum efficiency and sufficient deterrence. Excellent. Zhang Xiaobei rose, his gaze sharp. I will locate the targets. You will execute the strikes. Once the decision was made, the base immediately entered a state of heightened readiness. Inside the command center, personnel busily prepared. The screens updated in real time with images of fighter jet deployments and missile launcher arrangements. Several J-20 stealth fighters took to the skies from various military bases, hastening towards Jinmu Base for assembly. The latest model of Dongfeng 61 intercontinental rapid deployment launchers, escorted by special forces, swiftly arrived at Jinmu Base. Elder Chun observed the deployment progress on the screen and addressed Zhang Xiaobei. All preparations are in place. Next, we are ready to enter the portal. Once inside, we will await your target coordinates. As soon as the coordinates arrive, the Dongfeng 61 can be launched at any moment, ensuring precise destruction without leaving any remnants. Taking a deep breath, Zhang Xiaobei gazed at the gathering steel tide, a peculiar sensation rising within him. Our Zhang family can command the Dongfeng Express. In the next moment, Zhang Xiaobei initiated his transformation. Liquid metal rapidly flowed from within, enveloping him in the mimicry armor. With a piercing gaze, he surveyed the assembled forces and proclaimed with a resonant voice that echoed throughout the base. Comrades, the harbinger of doom lurks in the shadows, and hostile forces threaten our Long Country. Today, we ride forth with the might of the Dongfeng and the sharpness of the J-20, stepping through the portal to confront the other world. There is no room for idle chatter, no path for retreat. Wherever the coordinates point, missiles shall pierce the heavens. Wherever the enemy lies, our aircraft shall soar above. The territory of Long Country, its interests, and its citizens are all untouchable boundaries. Those who dare to infringe upon Long Country, even if they hail from another world, shall not go unpunished. Be it remnants of doom or foreign phantoms, they will be vanquished. Zhang Xiaobei raised his hand, pointing directly at the portal, as the metallic armor roared and resonated with the equipment engines. Now, follow me into the end of days. Cleanse all disturbances and forge an ironclad defense for Long Country. Charge! The moment his words fell, all the soldiers on standby below erupted into a thunderous roar that reverberated throughout the base. Fight! 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 Kill! 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 Chapter 49. I shall scout the path in A3. Deep within the ancient base, a kaleidoscopic, cross-dimensional portal suddenly burst forth with brilliant light. The radiant rainbow passage, with its energy fluctuations, sent ripples through the air. Zhang Xiaobei took the lead, stepping into the light gate clad in liquid metal armor, the silvery suit shimmering with a cold luster under the colorful illumination. Following closely, the steel tide surged forth. The J-20 stealth fighters sliced through the light gate, their wings casting shadows, the striking red dragon insignia on their sides particularly eye-catching. The Dongfeng 61 missile launchers rumbled over the portal's edge, their heavy frames exuding a thunderous force as they steadily advanced. The soldiers formed an orderly line, their footsteps resonating in unison, akin to a moving steel wall. On the other side of the portal, the municipal square of F-City was already teeming with people. Zhao Lai led 5,000 soldiers from the Jinmu Special Operations Brigade, standing at attention. Over 10,000 surviving civilians outside the square stood on tiptoe, their eyes brimming with curiosity and apprehension. As the first J-20 burst forth from the colorful light, casting a massive shadow with its wings, the square fell into an immediate silence, soon erupting into deafening cheers. It's a fighter jet, the Long Country S fighter jet. Look at those missile trucks. They bear the Long Country insignia. We are saved. Reinforcements from the nation have arrived. The crowd waved their arms, tears of joy streaming down their faces. They may not have understood how these weapons emerged from the rainbow portal, but the familiar long country insignia instilled an unprecedented sense of security. The collective excitement and pride rippled through the square, their cheers drowning out the roar of the jet engines. Zhao Lai quickly stepped forward and saluted Zhang Xiaobei, who had just stepped out of the light gate. Commander Zhang, the Golden Crow Special Operations Brigade, comprising 5,000 valiant soldiers, stands ready to welcome the survivors from City F, anticipating the arrival of reinforcements. Zhang Xiaobei raised his hand in salute, the visor of his battle armor automatically retracting. Attention everyone, stand by on the spot and immediately verify communication channels to ensure the smooth transmission of orders. No sooner had he spoken than a chorus of responses echoed through the communicator. Technical team, establish a direct link with the Long-So satellite system. Activate global positioning lock. J-20 formation, heed the command. Zhang Xiaobei turned towards the fleet of aircraft. Engage full-power radar and commence comprehensive reconnaissance across Province J. There is no need for stealth. Advance with utmost transparency. Understood. Following the issuance of the command, several J-20 fighters roared to life, soaring into the sky. Their wings unfurled like swords drawn from their sheaths, heading straight towards various locations within Province J. The radar waves swept unreservedly over mountains, rivers, and the ruins of cities. Wherever they ventured, any concealed movements were laid bare. The reconnaissance of Long-So never required subterfuge. The ground forces methodically deployed, while Zhang Xiaobei turned to walk towards the central square. The surface of his liquid metal armor shimmered with a ghostly blue hue as the vacuum zero-point energy device began to charge rapidly. The air around him subtly distorted due to the gathering energy. His mind recalled the last encounter with Jason, who had mentioned that a big fish was lurking within the borders of the Asan nation. The scientist Hank from the beautiful nation was secretly developing a viral variant. It seemed a trip to Asan was in order. The moment the charging completed, a pale blue ion beam erupted from the back of his armor. Zhang Xiaobei shot into the skies like a released arrow, leaving behind a long blue trail. Full throttle, destination Asan. He commanded his armor in his mind. And in the next instant, it broke the sound barrier. The air was torn apart with a sharp whistle, and the ground rushed past in a blur of indistinct images. At sublight speed, distance was no longer a barrier. Under sublight speed, velocity reached its zenith. 297 million kilometers per second. The 5,000 kilometer distance was traversed in the blink of an eye. Just as he soared over the Himalayan range, his adaptive armor suddenly detected an anomalous signal. Deep within the mountains, a concealed valley harbored a military camp. The stars and stripes gleamed ominously against the snow. The beautiful nation's army? How dare they station themselves so close to Long-So? Zhang Xiaobei's gaze turned icy, and the surface of his armor shifted as the liquid metal reconfigured, rapidly transforming his appearance. Blonde hair, blue eyes, high nose, clad in camouflage. In an instant, he bore the likeness of Jason, whom he had interrogated earlier. Let's see what you're up to. Zhang Xiaobei adjusted his flight path and began to descend toward the valley encampment. Landing 1 kilometer from the camp, he morphed back into Jason's guise. He then dove into the nearby snow, flailing his arms to create a commotion, rolling several times in the knee-deep snow. The fluffy snowflakes clung to his camouflage uniform, with thin layers of ice forming at the collar, cuffs, and even in his hair. His once pristine attire was now a disheveled mess, exuding an air of hardship and disarray. He inhaled deeply, allowing the frigid air to seep into his limbs. Stooping slightly, he wrapped his arms around his chest and staggered toward the military camp. The snow was slippery, and he occasionally feigned to slip, stumbling, his complexion paling from the cold, his lips turning purple. His teeth chattered uncontrollably, perfectly portraying the image of someone on the brink of collapse amidst a snowstorm. The nearby stars and stripes fluttered in the wind and snow, growing clearer with each moment. Zhang Xiaobei shivered uncontrollably, struggling to maintain his balance. After walking only a few dozen meters, he heard the sound of hurried footsteps approaching. From the corner of his eye, he caught sight of a group of soldiers clad in cold-weather gear, armed to the teeth, rapidly advancing towards him. Initially, their weapons were aimed at him, their expressions radiating extreme vigilance. "Who are you? Why have you come to our military camp?" The lead soldier barked, his finger tightly gripping the trigger. His gaze fixed on the suddenly appearing blonde-haired, blue-eyed man. Zhang Xiaobei, trembling, managed to comprehend the words "Who are you?" and stammered in response. I am Jason, of the Walton family. Before he could finish, his legs buckled, and he collapsed into the snow, his eyes closing as he fainted. In that moment, his consciousness plunged into the armor system, swiftly accessing the voice functionality. The real-time translation module of the armor was activated, supporting bidirectional translation in 128 languages. Upon seeing the armor's interface notification, Zhang Xiaobei felt an immediate sense of relief. He was no longer concerned about being exposed. The Walton family? The lead soldier's eyes widened upon hearing this name, his tense demeanor instantly relaxing as he hurriedly approached. Quick, save him. He is a member of the Walton family. Several soldiers immediately surrounded him, carefully lifting Zhang Xiaobei. A tall soldier hoisted him onto his back and dashed toward the heart of the camp. Zhang Xiaobei squinted slightly, discreetly observing his surroundings. The camp was nestled against the mountains, surrounded by barbed wire and guard posts, with a dozen barracks and ammunition depots interspersed throughout. Soldiers patrolled at 50-meter intervals, well-equipped. A rough estimate placed their numbers at around 1,000, a small forward operating base. The journey was unhindered, with no additional checks, and he was directly taken to the medical tent at the center of the camp. Soon, someone began to carefully remove his frozen outer garments, the cold sensation striking him. Following that were examinations using a thermometer and blood pressure monitor. He merely fainted from cold. A gentle female medic said with a note of relief in her voice. Administer some glucose and warm him up by the fire. Has his identity been verified? Who is he? A commanding male voice suddenly interjected, exuding an air of authority. Yes, sir, General. A nearby soldier promptly replied. He is Jason Walton from the Walton family. Identity confirmed without a doubt. But the soldier's tone shifted, growing hesitant. But General Smith immediately interjected impatiently. But what? Chapter 50. The military camp in the snowy mountains. General Smith, the soldier hastily explained. According to our intelligence, he was supposed to be at a secret base in Longwo City B. How did he suddenly appear here? General Smith's voice held a hint of confusion. It seems something has happened in City B. Once he awakens, bring him to me immediately. Zhang Xiaobei's heart stirred. The timing was perfect. He slowly opened his eyes, his expression dazed, exuding the frailty of someone just revived, mumbling, I have been rescued. Young Master Jason, you are awake. A soldier beside him immediately displayed a respectful demeanor. Do not be afraid. You are in our beautiful nation's military camp. It is very safe here, free from those vile pathogens. And you are? Zhang Xiaobei feigned confusion, simultaneously activating the translation function of his armor, clearly understanding their words. I am Major General Smith. A middle-aged man in military attire, adorned with stars, approached, his expression serious yet tinged with warmth. We are the advanced forces stationed at the border of Longwo, preparing for an occupation. Before long, our great beautiful nation will fully take over Longwo. The notion of a complete takeover of Longwo sent tumultuous waves through Zhang Xiaobei's mind. A small camp of over 1,000 troops, and they even had a major general, and it involved the viral serum? He instantly shifted to a mode of sorrow, his eyes reddening as tears cascaded down his cheeks, his voice choked. My father. Major General Smith's expression shifted dramatically, hastily inquiring, Your father? Mr. William Walton? What has happened to him? A surge of delight coursed through Zhang Xiaobei's heart. It turns out that the nobleman I had previously slain was named Walton Williams. Instantly immersing himself in his role, he wept bitterly. My father, Williams. Our base in City B is besieged by hundreds of thousands of zombies. The undead in Dragon Country have gone mad, recklessly assaulting the base. Father sacrificed himself to cover my escape, valiantly resisting alongside his guards. He granted me the chance to survive, urging me to flee towards the land of Asan. Zhang Xiaobei pounded on the iron frame bed, his voice intermittent and suffused with despair. I traversed mountains with over 20 loyal subordinates, enduring relentless zombie attacks along the way. Until I was the sole survivor. I thought I would perish in the snowy mountains, but then I encountered you all. General Smith observed the heart-wrenching tears of Zhang Xiaobei, a flicker of sympathy crossing his face. He then placed a reassuring hand on his shoulder. Master Jason, may you find solace in your grief. Mr. Williams was a great pioneer. His sacrifice will significantly contribute to the cause of our glorious nation. Zhang Xiaobei nodded through his sobs, wiping away his tears. However, his gaze subtly fixed on Smith, his tone tinged with uncertainty and dependence. General Smith, I am now utterly alone. Is Dr. Hank in Asan safe? My father mentioned that critical data for the virus research is in his possession. Any errors could be catastrophic. A glimmer of approval flashed in Smith's eyes, seemingly impressed by his dedication to the mission even amidst personal loss. Rest assured, Dr. Hank is secure. We have deployed 20,000 elite troops in Asan to safeguard his research facility. Moreover, we have stationed our forces in Cherry Blossom Country to coordinate our efforts. Cherry Blossom Country? Zhang Xiaobei feigned nonchalance before inquiring. How so? Aren't they merely a lapdog to our great nation? This is the latest directive from the higher-ups, Smith responded, moving to a corner of the tent and gesturing for a soldier to bring a cup of hot coffee. Lowering his voice, he added, Cherry Blossom Country has long coveted the territories of Dragon Country, and we require its resources and viral research findings. A triumphant smile adorned his face, his tone laced with arrogance. We have reached an agreement. Once we have fully subjugated Dragon Country, all its minerals, energy resources, and other assets will belong to our glorious nation. The population and territory will be jointly divided between our nation and Cherry Blossom Country. Both nations' troops are on standby, awaiting orders from the top. Soon, a combined force of 100,000 will launch a comprehensive assault on Dragon Country. A comprehensive assault? A tempest surged within Zhang Xiaobei. So, these three vile entities have allied. No wonder the apocalypse has swiftly dismantled the official structures of Dragon Country. He suppressed the fury bubbling within him, feigning shock and fear. But Dragon Country still has such a substantial population. The number of zombies must be in the hundreds of millions, and there are still many survivors. Is success truly attainable? Ha 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 ha. Smith laughed heartily, his tone dripping with disdain. Master Jason, you're still too young. In the apocalypse, a Dragon Country without an official government, no matter how many civilians remain, is utterly useless. The zombies and mutated creatures have decimated their populace. Our viral serum can directly annihilate zombies on a massive scale. With our advanced weaponry, conquering Dragon Country will be a mere walk in the park. Lowering his head to conceal the icy, murderous intent in his eyes, Zhang Xiaobei continued to probe. And what of the zombie crisis back home? I've been worried about the safety of my other family members throughout my journey. Upon mentioning the homeland, a smirk of pride crossed Smith's visage. The situation back home has long been under control. We have employed the most effective measures against those zombies and disobedient civilians. We execute any infected individual on the spot. Anyone infected, suspected of infection, or even those merely non-compliant with order are summarily executed. The glorious nation is now truly clean and safe. Mass extermination. Summary execution. Zhang Xiaobei silently repeated these phrases, a cold smirk curling on his lips. He lifted his head and remarked lightly, Indeed, it is the land of freedom and beauty. The resolution of problems is always so direct and brutal. Smith, oblivious to the sarcasm in his words, assumed he was in agreement and nodded with a smile. This is efficiency. To handle chaos, one must wield an iron fist. Once we subdue Dragon Country, you, as the last scion of the Walton family, will be granted a fertile territory to restore your family's glory. Zhang Xiaobei sneered inwardly, yet feigned gratitude on the surface, hastily rising to express his thanks. Thank you, General Smith. Had I not encountered you, I might have frozen to death on this snow-capped mountain. Might you escort me to the base in Asan? After all, I am merely a powerless heir, and my father wished for nothing more than my safe survival. Smith regarded the young man before him with a hint of derision, his disdain palpable. Indeed, these wealthy individuals are so afraid of death. Very well. I shall arrange for a private aircraft to transport you to the secure control zone in Asan. Chapter 51, East Wind Express. Launch. Zhang Xiaobei feigned gratitude as he watched the soldiers dispatched by Smith exit the medical tent. He then discreetly began communicating with the communication module of his battle armor. The armor's positioning module was activated. Current coordinates: Himalayas in 2821, E8656, precision to 1 meter. Observing the instantaneous analysis of the coordinate data, Zhang Xiaobei chuckled coldly to himself. Consider yourselves fortunate, for this small barracks has the East Wind 61 to escort you on your journey. Enjoy your good fortune. Were it not for my desire to legitimately reach the Asan base, you would be nothing but an easy target. Moments later, a soldier arrived to guide him. Master Jason, the general has prepared dinner for you. Please follow me. Zhang Xiaobei cast a grateful glance at the soldier, then followed him into the main dining area. The long table was already adorned with steak, baked potatoes, and red wine. After the arduous journey and the evening's exertions with Sister Bai, he was indeed famished. He wasted no time, sitting down to devour the meal with gusto. To portray the image of a fleeing heir, Zhang Zebe ate voraciously, disregarding the sauce smeared on the corners of his mouth, finishing a perfectly seared steak in just a few bites. Another one, he called out to the soldier, his eyes brimming with hunger. Though the soldier was taken aback by Zhang Ziobe's appetite, he assumed the young man was truly starving after his harrowing escape. Therefore, he promptly served him 4 more steaks. In less than 10 minutes, Zhang Ziobe had polished off 5 thick steaks. Wiping his mouth, he let out a satisfied burp, looking both content and disheveled. Thank you for the hospitality. This is the most filling meal I've had during my flight. The soldier could only smile awkwardly at his appearance. After dinner, an Apache helicopter dispatched by Smith was waiting on the tarmac. The deafening roar of the spinning blades filled the air as Zhang Ziobe boarded the helicopter under the escort of the soldiers. Once seated, the pilot in the cockpit nodded at Zhang Ziobe. Master Jason, the journey will take approximately 30 minutes. Wishing you a pleasant trip. Upon finishing his words, the pilot slowly maneuvered the Apache into the sky, heading towards Asan. As the aircraft ascended into the stratosphere, Zhang Ziobe immediately activated the encrypted communication module of his battle armor. He sent all the previously locked coordinates of the Himalayan military camp, the scale of the 1,000, man troop, sentry distributions, ammunition depot locations, and other details to the Dongfeng 61 missile launch unit stationed in City F. Coordinates, N2821, 8656. Objective, the beautiful nation's military camp. Approximately 1,000 troops, occupying an extensive area. Core targets, communication room, ammunition depot, command tent. The Dongfeng 61 launch site, situated to the east of F City's municipal square. Received the data, prompting the commander to immediately order the activation of satellite calibration. On the screen, a 3-dimensional representation of the Himalayan terrain was vividly displayed, with the target coordinates marked by a red dot. Report. The satellite signal alignment is complete with a range of 160,000 kilometers, more than sufficient to cover the target location. Missile parameters are adjusted and ready. The operator concluded his report, and the commander nodded, gazing at the locked-on indicator on the screen, and solemnly commanded, launch 2 missiles simultaneously, ensuring a lethal strike. Awaiting Commander Zhang's launch order. Yes, sir. 30 minutes later, the Apache helicopter arrived over Old Delhi in the nation of Zhang Ziobe peered out of the window, where a base enclosed by high walls came into view. Inside the walls, soldiers clad in camouflage patrolled with their weapons at the ready, their faces adorned with an air of arrogance. Outside the walls, a multitude of refugees huddled against the base's perimeter, struggling to survive in tattered clothing, their faces gaunt and emaciated. The air was thick with a mingled sense of curry, sweat, and decay. The refugees, though seemingly numb, clung tightly to the wall, aware that their proximity to the base deterred the undead from approaching. This was their sole glimmer of hope for survival. In stark contrast, the soldiers within regarded the refugees with disdain and contempt, as if they were mere refuse. Goodness, what a foul stench. Private Mike pinched his nose and complained to his bald comrade beside him. The bald soldier grinned, revealing a set of yellowed teeth. Oh, my brother, that's the aroma of curry. Haven't you ever tasted curry? What is so appetizing about that ghastly concoction? Why don't the officers let us drive these people away? Mike inquired, perplexed. The bald comrade lowered his voice, a cruel mirth evident in his tone. Don't you know that Dr. Hank requires them? Though they're an eyesore surrounding the base, they serve as the perfect specimens for live experiments. Just step outside and grab one. Free and convenient, ha ha ha. Their banter incited laughter among their comrades nearby. Meanwhile, the survivors outside could only gaze longingly at the polished soldiers within the walls, their eyes filled with a desperate yearning for life. The Apache landed steadily on the base's helipad. As Zhang Ziobe disembarked, an officer adorned with the rank of lieutenant approached briskly. Mr. Jason, I am the base liaison officer, here to escort you to the safe house. Zhang nodded and followed, glancing back at the Apache that was taking off to return, silently calculating the time in his mind. He estimated that they would return to the military camp in about half an hour. Upon entering the base, Zhang was led to an isolation room for a comprehensive virus check. Cold machinery scanned his body, and after confirming he was virus-free, he was assigned to a lavish lounge. The soft bed, private bathroom, and even a minibar stood in stark contrast to the plight of the refugees outside. Lying on the warm bed, Zhang glanced at the timer on his wrist armor and murmured softly, It's about time. They should have arrived at the camp, just in time to receive the delivery. He promptly contacted the Dongfeng launch unit via encrypted communication. Launch according to coordinates. Yes, sir. At the launch site in F City. The commander, upon receiving the command, pressed the red launch button with fervor. Boom! Boom! The thunderous roars of two Dongfeng 61 intercontinental missiles, trailing long tails of fire, surged into the sky. Under the watchful eyes of all the soldiers, the missiles ascended higher and higher, then suddenly cut off their engines mid-flight. They then adjusted their trajectory through free fall. In the next moment, they reignited and accelerated fiercely. The flames trailing behind erupted into a series of Mach rings. The missiles flew at speeds exceeding 20 Mach, generating sonic booms in the atmosphere. Survivors in the city below looked up in awe, gazing at the night sky. Guided by the precision of satellites, two luminous scythes of death cleaved through the heavens, racing towards the beautiful nation's military camp nestled in the Himalayas. Chapter 52, Sending You to Meet God. Two Dongfeng 61 missiles streaked past F-City, trailing blinding flames. The Mach rings exploded in a dazzling display across the night sky, causing the survivors below to pause and gaze in reverence at the celestial intruders that pierced the darkness. The missiles raced onward, shattering the sound barrier with a roar that rumbled the clouds, heading straight for the coordinates in the Himalayas. Wail! 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 The air defense alarms at the beautiful nation's military camp blared suddenly, the shrill sound piercing the night. Within the monitoring room, the operator's face was illuminated by the red warnings on the screen as his fingers frantically struck the keyboard. Unidentified flying objects detected. Two of them, approaching rapidly. Speed 22 Mach, and still climbing. What? The duty officer's pupils dilated in shock. Then he demanded, how far out? 700 kilometers. 600 kilometers. 500 kilometers. The distance shrank at a terrifying pace, and the two glowing dots on the screen acted as harbingers of doom, sending the entire camp into disarray. Soldiers rushed to the air defense positions, yet they had no time to ready their weapons, left merely to watch as the glowing dots drew ever closer. General Smith burst out of the command tent, his military boots thudding against the ground, his voice drowning out the alarms. What in the world is that? Why did our radar only detect them now? He stared intently at the sky, where two faint lights could now be seen in the distance, magnifying at an incomprehensible speed. No one could answer his questions. The timeline of this world was still in 2017. Since the cataclysm of 2012, technological advancement had come to a complete halt. Their most advanced air defense systems were still at a level from 5 years prior. Utterly incapable of comprehending the Dongfeng 61 from 2025, such a weapon, transcending physical limits, was akin to a miracle in their eyes. 300 kilometers. Speed 25 Mach. Impossible to intercept. The operator's frantic voice crackled through the communicator. Smith's face turned ashen as he finally grasped that this was no known weapon, but it was too late. The two lights suddenly expanded in the night sky, resembling two miniature suns, illuminating the entire valley in an instant. The next moment, a blinding flash engulfed everything. Boom! The first missile struck the command tent, unleashing a violent shockwave that instantly propelled debris skyward. The tent was torn to shreds, and soldiers were hurled into the air like broken kites, the sound of shattering bones drowned out by the cacophony. The second missile accurately struck the ammunition depot, triggering a chain explosion akin to a volcanic eruption, detonating tens of thousands of rounds in an instant. A mushroom cloud ascended, painting the snowy ground a deep crimson. Limbs and severed bodies flew through the air. Charred corpses mingled with the remnants of weaponry. The base's walls were leveled, and the barracks crumbled as if made of paper. Flames roared, debris scattered, and desperate wails echoed everywhere. The once secure military camp transformed into a hellscape in mere seconds. Smith was thrown into the air by the shockwave, crashing heavily into the snow, his chest heaving violently, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. Struggling to rise, he surveyed the scorched earth before him, his eyes filled with a frenzied rage. What in the world is this? How could the Dragon Nation possibly possess official weaponry? As his words faded, the ground beneath him quaked violently. The tremendous impact of the missile explosion triggered an avalanche. The swirling ice and snow cascaded down the mountainside like a rampaging beast. The white deluge swiftly engulfed the remnants of flames and wails. Smith felt a sudden darkness envelop him, as he was completely buried under the thick blanket of snow. The biting cold rapidly eroded his body heat, and his consciousness gradually blurred in the darkness. Ultimately, he was entirely frozen on this snow-capped mountain, a territory he coveted in the Dragon Kingdom. In the lounge of the old base in Delhi, A3 Nation, Zhang Xiaobei set down his glass of red wine. Upon receiving the satellite images confirming the successful strike, a chilling smile crept across his lips. Smith, the Dawnfoam Express will deliver its mission. To perish under its bombardment is indeed your honor. He rose and walked to the phone, dialing the lieutenant's number. Hello, is this the liaison officer? Zhang Xiaobei's voice bore a hint of sorrow. My father was besieged and killed in City B. It may not merely be a zombie attack. There seems to be an internal traitor colluding with external forces. I demand an immediate meeting with Dr. Hank. I suspect the data on virus research may have been leaked, and I seek vengeance for my father. The lieutenant hesitated for a moment. The Walton family's influence was indeed significant in the official circles of the beautiful nation. Coupled with the terms of vengeance and data leakage, he did not dare to delay. Understood, young Master Jason. I will arrange it immediately. Please hold on. 10 minutes later, the lieutenant knocked on the lounge door and respectfully announced, Young Master Jason, Dr. Hank is in the core laboratory. I will escort you there. Zhang Xiaobei nodded and followed him out of the safe house. The core laboratory was situated 3 levels underground, with multiple security checks and sentries along the way. Soldiers, armed and alert, stood guard. Passing through the heavy radiation-proof doors, the air was infused with the scent of disinfectants and chemical reagents. Rows of sophisticated equipment were in operation, with researchers clad in white protective suits bustling about, occasionally interrupted by the beeping of instruments. At the center of the laboratory, an elderly man with snow-white hair and thick glasses was intently examining data on the screen. He was Dr. Hank. Hearing footsteps, he turned to look, and upon seeing Zhang Xiaobei, his brow furrowed slightly. This is young Master Walton, Jason. He wishes to inquire about the virus research, the lieutenant introduced. Doctor. Hank adjusted his glasses, his tone flat. Young Master Jason, I am rather busy. The virus research is highly classified. What is it you wish to know? Zhang Xiaobei approached the laboratory table, scanning the data on the screen, a ghostly smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Doctor, I merely wish to understand the progress of the research that has cost my father his life. After all, my father's dying wish was to see the virus eradicated and to conquer the Dragon Kingdom. Though Dr. Hank held him in low regard, he begrudgingly explained, due to the Walton family standing. Currently, the progress is quite promising. We have developed a special antidote capable of harmlessly neutralizing all zombies. It destroys the virus structure within the zombies, rendering them inactive and posing no threat to humans. We are now in the large-scale production phase. Within a week, it will be ready for mass deployment. Oh, harmlessly neutralizing all zombies? Zhang Xiaobei scoffed internally, thinking, harmlessly neutralizing all zombies? Research? Are you jesting? He ceased speaking and suddenly stood still. Dr. Hank looked at him in confusion. In the next moment, silver liquid metal began to emanate from Zhang Xiaobei's body. It surged forth from beneath his skin, rapidly enveloping him. The liquid metal flowed over his form, reconfiguring itself into a sharply defined battle armor. Sci-fi patterns shimmered across the surface of the armor, radiating a chilling glow. Dr. Hank's eyes widened in an instant, his earlier contempt transforming into terror. He stumbled back, pointing at Zhang Xiaobei, his voice trembling. You, who are you? You are not a member of the Walton family. The researchers in the laboratory were equally stunned by this scene, halting their work, their eyes filled with fear and disbelief. Zhang Xiaobei slowly raised his head, his voice emanating from within the armor as if from the depths of hell. Who am I? I am the one tasked with sending you to meet your maker. Chapter 53. Is it my turn now? With that proclamation, the liquid metal around Zhang Xiaobei erupted into a silver frenzy. The adaptive battle armor's right arm swiftly transformed, the metal spiraling up his arm, elongating with fervor. It then formed into a 20-meter-long spiral spike. The tip glinted with a chilling sheen under the laboratory lights. This was no ordinary spike. It was a spiral blade adorned with barbs. Quiver in fear, Zhang Xiaobei shouted, flicking his wrist. The 20-meter-long spiral spike shot forth with a whoosh. It pierced through Dr. Hank's chest, propelling his body against the wall. Zhang Xiaobei twisted his wrist, the spiral barbs instantly shredding his innards, blood and mangled flesh erupting from the blade's groove, splattering across the pristine white wall in a crimson mist. Dr. Hank's pupils widened. The last thing he saw was the quivering tip of the spike, as if mocking his arrogance. Now it's your turn. Zhang Xiaobei's gaze swept across the laboratory, his voice resonating through the armor. The researchers were paralyzed with fear. This bizarre, shape-shifting metal instilled a primal terror within them. Some scrambled desperately toward the equipment cabinets, while others trembled as they reached for the emergency button. But it was all too late. The spiral spike suddenly split into 3 blades. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. 3 researchers who attempted to resist were instantly pinned to the ceiling. Their bodies swayed, blood dripping through the ceiling's seams onto the instruments below, sizzling ominously. The remaining personnel completely broke down, pleading for mercy. Yet Zhang Xiaobei did not relent. The spike danced through the laboratory, as if alive, occasionally sweeping across, cleaving entire rows of workstations, along with their occupants, in half. At other times, it plunged down, impaling those who cowered beneath the tables into the floor. Even a swift turn sent the spiral blade slicing through the air, severing those who attempted to escape through the windows. In the span of a minute, no one was left alive in the laboratory. Only shattered flesh, blood, and sparks from mangled equipment remained, the air thick with the acrid scent of burnt blood. As he retracted the spike, the surface of the armor glowed with a faint blue light, and all traces of blood were instantly obliterated by a surge of energy. Only the silvery armor remained, gleaming with a frigid luminescence. The machines in the drug production workshop continued to roar, the pale blue antidote flowing through the pipes. When the workers saw Zhang Xiaobei burst in, they were paralyzed with terror. A tall, thin man frantically pressed the emergency destruction button, attempting to obliterate the antidote. But just as he reached for the button, a metallic chain shot forth from Zhang Xiaobei's wrist, snapping around his neck with a crisp sound. Zhang Xiaobei yanked hard, the sound of breaking vertebrae echoing distinctly. Want to destroy it? Did you consult me first? Zhang Xiaobei waved his hand, enveloping the entire workshop in pale blue light. Rows of silver storage tanks were consumed by a swirling vortex, along with any remnants in the pipes. In less than 5 minutes, dozens of tanks were emptied, leaving only empty frames in the workshop. Next, all the bottles of antidote on the production line, the raw ingredient barrels, and even the servers recording the research data were collected into Zhang Xiaobei's spatial pocket. Alarm! Alarm! The base's research area has been breached by an unidentified entity. Repeat. The research area has been breached by an unidentified entity. The base's PA system blared, red warning lights flashing frantically. Thousands of soldiers, armed with submachine guns and rocket launchers, surged in from all directions. The sound of gunfire erupted instantly, bullets raining down upon Zhang Xiaobei like a torrential storm. Clang, clang, clang. The bullets struck the armor, leaving only a shower of sparks, before being deflected away. Some even rebounded, grazing the soldiers' temples and causing them to drop to the ground in fright. Zhang Xiaobei let out a cold snort, and the spiral spikes unfurled once more, this time enveloped in a delicate layer of pale purple energy, sweeping forth with a resonant hum. Thud! As the spikes passed, the soldiers fell as if reaped by a scythe, their bodies and weapons cleaved in twain. Blood erupted, pooling on the corridor floor in an instant. Just as the soldiers behind heft their rocket launcher, Zhang Xiaobei hurled a metallic chain, ensnaring the cannon and twisting it violently. With a thunderous boom, the rocket launcher detonated in the soldier's hands, obliterating him and a dozen others in a fiery blast. Charge in. It's just one man, roared a major, brandishing his sword as he led a squad of elite troops toward Zhang Xiaobei, with a fierce glint in his eyes. Zhang Xiaobei transformed the spiral spikes into a colossal axe, its blade spanning 5 meters, and with a mighty swing, brought it down. The major barely had time to scream before he and his soldiers were reduced to a gruesome paste. The massive axe cleaved through the corridor wall, revealing an armory beyond. Exhausted from the relentless slaughter, Zhang Xiaobei raised his hand, the metallic chain wrapping around the armory's door latch and yanking it open with a violent tug. Inside lay a cache of grenades and shells, all laid bare. He stepped inside, grabbing several grenades and mimicking scenes from television, pulled the pins and tossed them into the storeroom. Boom! The explosion of the grenades triggered a chain reaction within the armory. The subsequent blasts leveled the entire floor, flames and thick smoke billowing skyward, shaking the very steel structure of the base. The refugees outside watched in stunned silence, retreating in terror. Boom! A sudden rumble echoed from the main gate of the base, the ground trembling under the weight of heavy tracks. Over 20 M1A2 tanks, adorned in desert camouflage, burst through the haze, their cannons aimed squarely at Zhang Xiaobei. This was the last line of heavy weaponry the base possessed, and the soldiers' final hope. After the relentless gunfire and explosions failed to inflict any harm, they had no choice but to summon the tank division from their reserves. Fire! Obliterate him! Shouted a lieutenant colonel from behind the tank group, pressing down on the communicator. In the next moment, over 20 orange-red cannon flames ignited simultaneously. The soldiers on the ground fixed their gaze on the target, their eyes filled with madness. They could hardly believe that even the mightiest of foes could withstand the simultaneous fire of 20 M1A2 tanks. As the artillery shells screamed toward him, Zhang Xiaobei stood motionless, a cold smile curling at the corners of his mouth. At the very moment the shells were about to strike, his Edmund alloy mimetic armor erupted in a dazzling dark golden glow. A semi-transparent dark golden shield unfurled, enveloping him like an inverted golden bell. Boom! 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 The deafening explosions erupted against the dark golden shield, shockwaves sending debris and dust soaring several meters high, shaking the very ground of the base. Amidst the choking smoke, the soldiers held their breath. But when the dust settled, all were frozen in place. The dark golden shield remained unscathed, not a single crack marring its surface. Only a faint ripple danced across it, dissipating all the force of the impacts. Zhang Xiaobei stood at the center of the shield, the dust blown away by the shockwave. The silvery sheen of his armor glimmering blindingly in the sunlight. He raised his hand, dispersing the shield, and his voice echoed through the battlefield, dripping with cold mockery. Are you finished? Now it's my turn. Chapter 54, Operation Cleanup completed. Before his words had fully faded, Zhang Xiaobei's form suddenly vanished from sight. It was not teleportation, but rather a speed so rapid that it left behind afterimages. In the next instant, he leaped over 10 meters into the air, suspended in midair. He resembled a celestial being. The soldiers and tank crews below gazed up in despair. This being was no human. Zhang Xiaobei looked down upon the tank battalion, and his right arm began to surge violently. Liquid metal coursed along his arm, rapidly expanding and elongating until it transformed into two massive swords, each measuring 40 meters in length. The blades were enveloped in ethereal blue flames, with the edges radiating a scorching crimson heat. Watch closely. This strike will be spectacular. With a flourish, Zhang Xiaobei swung his arms downward toward the tank formation. The two flaming blades, imbued with cataclysmic force, crashed into the ground. Boom! The first strike cleaved the front 5 M182 tanks in half. Their armor, as fragile as paper, was torn apart by the flaming edges, tracks flying off in all directions, and the internal ammunition igniting in an inferno. Boom! The tanks exploded into fireballs. The soldiers inside barely had time to react before they were simultaneously bisected by the searing flames and sharp blades. Blood mixed with oil flowed profusely across the ground. The second strike followed swiftly. The remaining 15 tanks could not escape their grim fate, swept away by the flaming blades. Some were split apart at the turret, their cannons twisted and hurled away. Others were struck at the engine compartment, the fuel igniting instantaneously, engulfing the entire vehicle in a roaring fireball. In a mere 10 seconds, over 20 M1A2 tanks were reduced to mere fragments. The main gate of the base had transformed into a blazing wasteland of steel. Ethereal blue flames danced on the wreckage, sizzling circuits sparking with fire. The air was thick with the stench of burnt metal and blood. The surviving soldiers sat paralyzed on the ground, their weapons forgotten at their sides, staring in horror at the silver figure hovering above them. The soldiers, trembling in fear, sat helplessly on the ground. Some clutched their heads, too terrified to look up, while others attempted to crawl into corners to hide. A few new recruits begged for mercy, crying out, "Don't kill me. I was forced to come here." Zhang Xiaobei surveyed the fallen soldiers strewn across the ground, a cold smile creeping across his lips beneath his helmet. If you dare to cause trouble in the Dragon Kingdom, you should be aware of the consequences. He raised his hand, liquid metal coalescing in his palm, forming hundreds of needle-thin spikes. Now you plead for mercy? It's too late. As his words hung in the air, Zhang Xiaobei flicked his wrist. Hundreds of spikes shot forth, slicing through the air with a piercing whistle, sweeping toward the soldiers huddled on the ground. The first row of soldiers scarcely had time to emit a complete scream before the spikes pierced through their skulls. Blood sprayed from the edges, splattering onto the ground. Soldiers attempting to scale the walls were impaled against them, their bodies riddled with holes, limbs hanging limply. The recruits, who had been crying for mercy, found the spikes driving through their throats, choking their pleas into silence. In a mere 3 minutes, the base was devoid of any signs of life. The ground flowed with rivers of blood, mingling severed limbs and weapon remnants. Zhang Xiaobei stood at the center of the base, surveying his surroundings. Burning tanks, collapsed barracks, and a carpet of corpses. This base, once home to thousands, had now been reduced to a desolate silence. Transforming into a streak of silver light, Zhang Xiaobei sped toward the former capital of the A3 nation. The closer he approached the core area, the more suffocating the sights became. On the streets outside the palace, the low-caste populace huddled in dilapidated shanties, Children so emaciated they were little more than skin and bones, their eyes vacant. The air reeked of hunger and decay, yet within the high walls of the palace, the sounds of string and wood instruments resonated, the gilded palace walls reflecting the sunlight. From the terrace, one could vaguely see the lavishly dressed individuals raising their goblets in merriment. Is this what they call the high caste? Zhang Zobei hovered above the palace, his armor's scanning module penetrating the palace walls, revealing the scene within. The grand hall was adorned with luxurious Persian carpets, silver and gold vessels brimming with exquisite food and drink. High caste nobles embraced dancing girls, laughing and frolicking, unconcerned as wine spilled onto the carpets. In the garden outside, servants knelt, presenting fruits, and any misstep was met with a whip from the nobles, their cries drowned out by the music, going unnoticed. These high caste individuals had long since become parasites in the twilight of civilization, colluding with the beautiful nation to develop a virus. Zhang Ziyue no longer hesitated. He descended abruptly, landing before the grand entrance of the palace. Two guards, armed and vigilant, attempted to intervene as he stormed in, only to be ensnared by the metallic chains flung by Zhang Ziyue, which coiled tightly around their necks. With a swift twist, the sickening crack of shattered vertebrae echoed through the palace gates. He lifted his foot and delivered a forceful kick to the opulent gilded doors. Boom! The monumental gates splintered into fragments, sending wooden shards and golden debris flying. The nobles within the hall, startled by the cacophony, looked up in alarm. A silver figure, wielding a massive blade wreathed in flames, strode through the wreckage, exuding an aura of lethal intent that chilled the very air of the hall. Who are you? Dare to invade the palace? You seek death. A highborn noble roared, clad in a robe adorned with gold, raising a hand to signal his guards. A dozen armed attendants rushed forward, but in the blink of an eye, they were cleaved in two by the sweeping arc of the fiery blade. Terror gripped the nobles, some scrambling to hide behind screens, others attempting to flee through windows, while a few fell to their knees in desperate supplication. Yet Zhang Ziyue showed no mercy. The flaming blade danced through the hall, each strike accompanied by screams and bloodshed. Nobles in the garden, upon hearing the commotion, sought to escape, only to be ensnared by the metallic chains he cast forth. The entire palace had transformed into a crimson inferno, once a realm of indulgence. It now lay strewn with corpses and severed limbs. Fine wine mixed with blood flowed freely, the melodies of stringed instruments long replaced by the wails of despair. Within half an hour, the highborn nobles of the palace had been nearly exterminated. Zhang Ziyue sheathed his flaming blade and activated the scanning module of his battle armor, his gaze sweeping across every corner of the palace. A faint thermal signature emanated from a subterranean chamber, indicating someone was hiding there. Following the signal, he arrived at the palace study, where he discovered a concealed secret door. Beneath the door lay a narrow passage. Zhang Ziyue leapt down and traversed the corridor to its end. A heavy iron door barred his path. With a powerful kick, he forced it open, revealing the scene within. The emperor of the Asen kingdom cowered in a corner, surrounded by a few trusted ministers, all of whom wore expressions of abject terror. Do not come any closer. I am the emperor. I can offer you riches, lands. Just spare my life. The emperor trembled, stammering in his pleas for mercy upon seeing Zhang Ziyue. Zhang Ziyue stepped forward. Wish to live? Very well. Tell me, how many troops involved in the virus project remain in Asan? Besides the old Delhi base, are there any other garrisons of the beautiful nation within your territory? The emperor, seizing upon the glimmer of hope, nodded fervently. None. Truly, there are none. The only troops involved in the project are in Kolkata, approximately 10,000. The beautiful nation's presence is only at the old Delhi base. There are no others. I swear, if you let me go, I will immediately have the Kolkata troops surrender. Observing the desperation in the emperor's eyes, a sardonic smile curled at the corners of Zhang Ziyue's mouth. Do you truly believe you deserve to live? The emperor's complexion drained of color, and just as he opened his mouth to scream, a metallic spike hurled by Zhang Ziyue pierced through his chest. The loyal ministers nearby, paralyzed by fear, attempted to flee, only to be impaled one by the spikes released from Zhang Ziyue's hand. Exiting the hidden chamber, he surveyed the blood-soaked scene within the palace and contacted the Dongfeng troops. The cleansing of Asan is complete. Only the 10,000-strong force in Kolkata remains. Initiate Operation Dongfeng. Yes. Zhang Ziyue concluded the communication, and with a resounding hum, he ascended into the sky. He transformed into a streak of light, soaring towards the direction of the Cherry Blossom Nation. Chapter 55, saying thank you. Above the Asan royal palace, 3 faint blue ion beams coalesced behind Zhang Xiaobei, their roar tearing through the clouds. In an instant, he became a silver comet rocketing skyward, with the hypersonic mode fully engaged. Shockwaves formed a cone around him as the mountains, rivers, and urban ruins below morphed into indistinct shadows. In the blink of an eye, the streak of light had traversed the entire expanse above the Dragon Kingdom. The moisture in the air above the East Sea evaporated in the wake of his high-velocity flight, leaving a long, white contrail. Zhang Xiaobei squinted at the horizon. The outline of Cherry Blossom Island emerged at the edge of the sea. Simultaneously, at the Dongfeng launch site in F-City, 5 Dongfeng 61 intercontinental missiles thundered skyward. Their fiery tails painted half the sky crimson as they raced towards the Asan military camp coordinates provided by Zhang Xiaobei. Outside the Tokyo Royal Palace, guards continued their patrol, rifles at the ready. Beneath the gilded eaves, a plaque symbolizing imperial authority hung, a facade of tranquility. Suddenly, a silver streak descended from the heavens, crashing onto the palace steps with a thunderous impact, fracturing the stone surface in a spiderweb of cracks. Enemy attack. A guard barely uttered the warning before being ensnared by the metallic chains hurled by Zhang Xiaobei, who yanked him violently towards the palace wall. The sound of shattering bones piercing the air. Zhang Xiaobei wasted no time. His right arm transformed into a fiery blade, cleaving down towards the palace doors. Crack! The massive wooden doors, along with the guards behind them, were split in twain. The blade ignited the wooden structures within the palace, flames illuminating the depths of the interior. The guards and nobles inside, alerted by the commotion, rushed in with swords drawn. Zhang Xiaobei's flaming blade swept through them, shattering their swords as if they were mere paper. Their bodies cleaved in half, blood splattering across the gilded beams and staining the tatami-covered floors. The palace, once a symbol of the Cherry Blossom Nation's imperial power, had now become a slaughterhouse. Within the halls, maidens, eunuchs, and nobles of all ages, regardless of gender, found themselves caught in Zhang Xiaobei's merciless gaze, unable to escape the blade's wrath. Still seeking refuge, Zhang Xiaobei activated his thermal scanning, penetrating the walls with his gaze, locking onto 2 figures in the imperial study. It was none other than the Emperor of Cherry Blossom and the Prime Minister. He kicked open the study door, finding the Emperor cowering behind a chair, while the Prime Minister, trembling, aimed a handgun at him. Bang! The bullet struck his battle armor, ricocheting harmlessly away. Zhang Xiaobei stepped forward, snatching the gun and crushing it into scrap metal. Grasping the Prime Minister by the collar, he slammed him to the ground. Both men gritted their teeth, still attempting to feign resistance. Zhang Xiaobei's eyes turned icy as he seized the Prime Minister's wrist. With a swift motion, he tore off a nail, flesh and all. Ah! The Prime Minister let out a chilling scream, cold sweat instantly soaking his robe. Speak! Speak! Zhang Xiaobei yanked at the nails one by one, his voice booming with fury. The Prime Minister, now ashen-faced, finally gasped. Ask away, you bastard. What do you want me to say? Just ask. I will tell you. However, Zhang Xiaobei paid him no mind, dragging the Prime Minister before the Emperor. From thin air, he produced a bottle of water and ripped the silk garments from the Prime Minister's body, covering his face. If you wish to live, you will simultaneously reveal your troop coordinates. If a single word differs, you both die. With that, he began to pour water slowly onto the Prime Minister's face. The fabric absorbed the liquid, clinging tightly to his skin, causing him to struggle for breath, his face turning a deep shade of purple as he gasped for air. Simultaneously, Zhang Xiaobei's other hand pressed down on the Emperor's fingers, the metallic blade reappearing. This time, it sliced away a piece of flesh from the first joint. Now, both of you speak. The Emperor writhed in agony, witnessing the Prime Minister on the brink of asphyxiation, and finally broke down. In Hokkaido, there are 30,000 troops, and the Fuji Red base coordinates are. The Prime Minister, also teetering on the edge of suffocation, screamed, Yes. Hokkaido. In Osaka. There is an ammunition depot in Osaka. And a naval base. Coordinates. Zhang Xiaobei lifted his hand, removing the fabric to allow the Prime Minister a gasp of air, then swiftly confirmed the coordinates with his battle armor scanner. Upon verifying the 2 men's statements matched, he promptly relayed the coordinates to the Dongfeng troops in F-City. The locations erupted. After receiving a definitive response through the communicator, Zhang Xiaobei cast a ghostly smile at the Prime Minister. Well, thank you for your candor. With a swift motion, Zhang Xiaobei summoned a metallic spike, which pierced through the Prime Minister's heart with a hiss. The Prime Minister's eyes widened in shock as he collapsed into a pool of blood, while the Emperor, paralyzed with fear, grit his teeth tightly, unable to utter a word. Zhang Xiaobei seized the emperor by the collar and activated the thrusters, propelling them skyward, with the destination aimed directly at the Yasukuni shrine. Soon, the torii gate of the restroom came into view. That place, which enshrined war criminals, still bore the plaque of the Hall of Heroic Spirits. Take a good look. This is where your ancestors ought to reside. Zhang Xiaobei suspended the emperor above the restroom and shouted into the communicator, "Target the restroom. Provide me with coordinates to obliterate it." Received. Launch initiated. Expected impact in 30 seconds. The emperor widened his eyes, watching the distant fire streaking toward the horizon, desperately shouting, "No, that is our Hall of Heroic Spirits. You cannot destroy it." Heroic spirits? A group of war criminals dares to be called heroic spirits? Zhang Xiaobei sneered. Watch closely. Learn well. 30 seconds later, the Dongfeng 61, trailing flames, accurately struck the restroom. Boom! The violent explosion instantly reduced the sacred restroom to rubble. The torii gate, the main hall, and the tablets were all hurled away by the shockwave. Flames and thick smoke soared into the sky. The place once revered by cherry blossoms was instantaneously transformed into scorched earth. The emperor gazed at the ruins below, his face ashen. Tears mingling with snot. "I am a sinner. I have wronged my ancestors." No. Zhang Xiaobei interrupted him, his tone laced with mockery. "It's not over yet. Don't you enjoy paying respects? Today, I will teach you how to honor them properly. Say thank you." With that, Zhang Xiaobei delivered a punch to the emperor's abdomen, causing him to blanch instantly. "Did you hear me? Say thank you. Thank you. Good boy." After finishing, he hoisted the emperor and turned towards the majestic Mount Fuji. In the distance, the volcano's crater continued to exhale gray ash, with lava churning within the mountain's depths, resembling a slumbering giant. But an instant, they arrived above the volcano's crater. What are you going to do?" The emperor's eyes brimmed with terror. What was this creature soaring through the skies? Unafraid of bullets, planning to do? Was destroying our restroom not enough? What was he doing at Mount Fuji? In the next moment, within his horrified gaze, a massive, pitch-black object devoid of any markings emerged. Only a yellow-black radiation warning symbol adorned its surface. Chapter 56, The Whip Cracks and Gongs Resound. Zhang Zi hovered over the crater of Mount Fuji, holding the limp emperor, and with a grand gesture, a completely black nuclear bomb slowly materialized. The yellow-black radiation warning symbol stood out sharply against the backdrop of the volcanic ash. This was the final trump card left in the space. Intended for the cleansing of City F. Zhang Xiaobei had deliberately preserved it, hoping one day to employ it against the cherry blossoms. That day has finally come. As your neighbor, today, I have made a decision that will delight your ancestors. Watch closely. This is the final grand gift for you cherry blossoms. Zhang Xiaobei sneered, waving his hand as the nuclear bomb plummeted, emitting a piercing sound as it descended straight into the depths of the crater. The churning lava below was instantly disturbed, with red molten droplets splattering against the crater's walls, emitting a hissing sound of scorching heat. The emperor's eyes widened, his pupils reflecting the trajectory of the falling bomb. A sound of despair escaping his throat. Just as the bomb was about to submerge into the lava, he produced a detonator and pressed it immediately. Buzz! There was no earth-shattering roar. The first explosion came from the dark golden core of the nuclear device. The core expanded instantaneously in the depths of the crater. The searing lava was forcibly pushed upward, forming a crimson lava column hundreds of meters high, shooting into the sky. The lava column carried tons of rock fragments, raining down like petals scattered by a celestial maiden. The rock layers at the crater's edge crumbled in an instant, black debris cascading down the mountain, raising clouds of dust. In the next moment, the shockwave of the nuclear explosion finally broke through the lava layer. Centered around the crater, it swept outward. A colossal mushroom cloud ascended, rising into the sky under the emperor's terrified gaze. The air compressed into visible ripples, while the volcanic ash was instantly dispersed. Even the nearby clouds were blown apart, forming a massive circular hole in the sky. The nuclear explosion's force transmitted through the volcanic roots to the earth below, causing the ground surrounding Mount Fuji to tremble violently. First, a fine crack spread from the crater's edge, spewing forth white sulfur steam. Then, the crack widened and deepened at a visible rate. From initial half-meter width, it instantaneously tore into a chasm several dozen meters deep. Crack! Boom! The sound of the earth splitting echoed continuously as the ground on either side of the chasm collapsed. Clusters of cherry blossom trees, along with their roots, plummeted into the abyss, instantly engulfed by the lava surging from below, turning into black smoke in an instant. Towns in the distance crumbled like building blocks, the reinforced concrete structures of homes cleaved directly in half by the fissures. Vehicles, streetlights, and billboards tumbled into the abyss, producing dull thuds upon impact. Even more terrifying, the fissures continued to spread outward. Extending eastward to Tokyo Bay, seawater rushed into the chasm, meeting the lava and erupting into vast clouds of white steam, forming a shroud that obscured the sky. Extending westward to the Osaka Plain, it tore apart the farmlands and roads, exposing the rocky layers beneath. The entire Cherry Blossom Island seemed to be forcibly split apart by a colossal hand, with crumbling ground and cries of despair ringing out everywhere. The military base located to the north of Mount Fuji was where the forces of the Cherry Blossom Nation and the Beautiful Nation were jointly stationed. The shockwave of the nuclear explosion reached this place first. The base's defensive structures collapsed like paper, the reinforced concrete walls severed in half. Dozens of new aircraft on the tarmac were instantly hurled skyward by the shockwave, crashing heavily to the ground, before the soldiers within the base could react. The second wave of disaster had already arrived. The lava spewing from the crater flowed down the mountain's sides, forming two massive rivers of red molten rock, surging straight toward the military base. Nanny, the eight-headed serpent, is enraged. Baka, it's a nuclear bomb. Run, the lava is coming. The soldiers frantically raced toward the base's exit, some even abandoning their weapons, yet they could not outrun the speed of the lava flow. Wherever the red, molten rock passed, the asphalt roads melted into black liquid. Tires ignited, producing crackling explosions. One soldier lagged behind, his ankle splashed by lava, instantly filling the air with the scent of burnt flesh. He screamed as he fell to the ground, only to be consumed by the lava flow in an instant, leaving no bones behind. The lava surged into the base, first engulfing the armory. Ammunition began to detonate in the high temperatures, with thunderous explosions ringing out. The aircraft and military vehicles parked on the tarmac were instantly enveloped by the lava, their metal exteriors softening and melting. The command center, with its steel and concrete roof, gradually carbonized and collapsed under the lava's extreme heat. The soldiers inside the command room were choked by the thick smoke, ultimately being completely covered by the lava along with computers and communication equipment. The once secure military base had, in a mere 10 minutes, devolved into a boiling lava inferno. The volcanic eruption triggered by the nuclear explosion expelled billions of tons of volcanic ash high into the atmosphere. This black volcanic ash formed a vast black cloud in the stratosphere, slowly blanketing the entire Cherry Blossom Island. The first to be covered was the area surrounding Mount Fuji. The obsidian volcanic ash cascaded down like a torrential downpour, enveloping the atmosphere in a dense gray mist that reduced visibility to less than a meter in an instant. The survivors on the ground, faced with the choking ash, coughed violently, hastily covering their mouths and noses with their garments. Yet, the minuscule particles relentlessly infiltrated their airways, leading to suffocation. The volcanic ash, laden with nuclear radiation, swiftly blanketed the entire region, plunging it into an eerie silence. As the black clouds expanded, major cities such as Tokyo, Osaka, and Hokkaido became engulfed in ash. The once bright day was abruptly transformed into a pitch-black night, illuminated only by the crimson glow emanating from the volcanic crater, casting a pallor on the descending ash. The warships in the harbor were tilted by the shockwave, ultimately succumbing to the depths of Tokyo Bay. The most terrifying aspect was the ash rain. The volcanic ash, mingled with radioactive droplets, morphed into heavy clumps that struck rooftops, crushing the fragile wooden structures beneath their weight. Those who sought refuge indoors listened in despair to the thuds of debris hitting their roofs, feeling their homes sway, ultimately becoming entombed by the collapsed ceilings. Hours later, the deluge of ash ceased. The entire Sakura Island lay shrouded beneath a thick layer of volcanic ash, resembling a vast black desert from the sky. Once thriving cities, farmlands, and forests were buried under meters of ash. Only the crater of Mount Fuji continued to belch forth plumes of ash, with occasional bursts of red lava seeping from fissures. Zhang Xiaobei, suspended in the air, held the emperor, who hung limply as if made of mud, coldly observing the devastation below. The emperor's vacant gaze was fixed upon the ash-covered isle, his lips trembling as he repeated, "It's over. Everything is over." He witnessed his palace consumed by lava, the ruins of the Yasukuni shrine buried beneath ash. The once vibrant Tokyo transformed into a realm of silence, and his proud military base reduced to a puddle of molten iron. He lamented the fate of the Yamato people, who would vanish henceforth. This nation, which once aspired to conspire with the beautiful nation to partition the Dragon Country, had now utterly devolved into ruins. It's over. Truly over. The Emperor's voice dwindled, tears mingling with the volcanic ash on his face. Observing this, Zhang Xiaobei's lips curled into a ghastly smile. Do you not feel fortunate to still be alive? Ha ha ha. Witnessing the demise of this nation, tell me, is it not exhilarating? Answer me. Kill me. Just kill me. At that moment, the Emperor was devoid of any instinct for survival, as all of his faith had crumbled. Kill you? Since you plead so earnestly, I shall grant your wish with great mercy. With that, Zhang Xiaobei released his grip. The Emperor's body plummeted like a kite severed from its string, descending towards the volcanic crater. Ultimately, he fell into the depths of the volcano, eliciting no reaction, save for a wisp of black smoke that rose. Chapter 57. The Three Great Families. Suddenly, Zhang Xiaobei's communicator crackled with static, and Zhao Lai's voice, tinged with anxiety, pierced through. Commander Zhang, are you all right? The tremors in City F were intense. I reckon 20 Dongfeng express deliveries couldn't cause such a quake. Zhang Xiaobei scratched his head through the simulated armor. Ahem, you see, the nuclear bomb I intended to leave for the mission in City F. I mishandled it and accidentally dropped it into the red Fuji crater. In my haste, I mistakenly pressed the detonation button. I apologize to everyone for that. By the way, I just happened to demolish the Imperial Palace. You one team make me write an 800-word self-critique, will you? The communicator fell into a profound silence. Then, Zhao Lai's voice, now exuberantly high-pitched, erupted. Commander Zhang, what do you mean? Wasn't it the volcano that collided with your nuclear bomb? Besides, did that bomb have your name on it? How can you claim it as yours? And there's no need for a self-critique. If you feel guilty, I'll only punish you by making you smoke a cigarette, costing you 5 minutes of life. By the way, if there's ever another opportunity like this, could you take me along? Don't just indulge yourself. Zhang Xiaobei's expression darkened instantly. Another time? I've already detonated it. Where would the next opportunity come from? Before he could finish, Zhao Lai chimed in cheekily. Well, if we return to our original world, isn't there's still Sakura Island? Zhao Lai's voice brimmed with cautious anticipation. Shall we do it again then? This remark instantly ignited a spark in Zhang Xiaobei's eyes. Well said. Just wait. Once they successfully implement controllable nuclear fusion and stabilize the domestic situation, I shall certainly petition for troops to march eastward. You, Zhao Lai, will be the first to accompany me. Father, is it true? Zhao Lai's voice erupted with excitement. Having drifted for half a lifetime, I only regret not encountering a wise leader. If you don't abandon me, I wish to be your sworn son. Cut the theatrics. Zhang Xiaobei reigned in his amusement, his tone turning serious. How has the coverage of the coordinates for the Sakura Imperial military camps fared? All obliterated. Zhao Lai's voice took on a grave tone. The 30,000 troops in Hokkaido, the ammunition depot in Osaka, the naval base, all 30 Dongfeng missiles have been dispatched. But the missile stockpiles are a bit insufficient. That won't do. If there's not enough, we'll redirect. Zhang Xiaobei declared without hesitation. Immediately send someone through the portal to the original world to procure another 100 Dongfeng 61 missiles. The more, the better. Just say it's what I want. Understood. I'll arrange for it right away. By the way, Commander Zhang, there's new progress in domestic reconnaissance. A secret base of the beautiful nation has been discovered in Ji province, hidden deep in the mountains. We've initiated indiscriminate attacks and are currently mopping up the remnants. Well done. A fierce glint flashed in Zhang Xiaobei's eyes. Once we've cleared out the domestic remnants, it'll be time to deal with the opposition. I'll head over to meet them now. Zhang Xiaobei activated the thrusters of his armor. In an instant, his figure vanished amidst the volcanic ash and nuclear radiation of Sakura Island. The next moment, he appeared above the clouds over the Pacific Ocean. In just a minute, the outline of the eastern coast of the beautiful nation came into view. Zhang Xiaobei made a beeline for the power center, the Twin Towers. Upon arriving at the building's front, he immediately furrowed his brow. The edifice, once a symbol of the beautiful nation's might, now bore numerous cracks in its glass facade, and the security kiosk at the entrance stood deserted. Peering through the shattered windows, he beheld scattered documents and abandoned furniture within the vast emptiness of the hall. What's going on? Where is everyone? Zhang Xiaobei, perplexed, circled the building, his armor-S scanning module penetrating the floors. Aside from a few erratic mutant rats, not a soul was in sight. Unwilling to accept this, he sped toward the White House. The lawn of the White House was overgrown with weeds. the national flag hanging askew on its pole. The front door stood wide open, revealing the interior stripped of office furniture, exuding an air of desolation. No officials left? What is going on? Suspended in midair above the White House, Zhang Xiaobei scratched his helmet in confusion. Logically, as one of the principal orchestrators of the recent campaign against the Dragon Country, the beautiful nation should have at least retained some personnel. Yet, the scene before him filled his mind with a whirlwind of questions. Just as Zhang Xiaobei drifted through the streets of Washington, a sudden screeching of brakes pierced the air below. A black stretch Lincoln had halted in front of an opulent office building. A dozen bodyguards clad in black suits and sunglasses surrounded a blond man, escorting him towards the vehicle. The man, adorned with a Patek Philippe watch and a bespoke suit, was clearly a figure of immense wealth. Ah, here, S.A. Living One. Zhang Xiaobei's eyes lit up, and he plummeted straight down from a height of 100 meters. Boom! With a thunderous crash, he landed squarely on the roof of the stretch Lincoln. The roof crumpled instantly, the metallic distortion sending the bodyguards scrambling for their weapons. Alert! The captain of the bodyguards bellowed, being the first to unleash gunfire at Zhang Xiaobei. The other bodyguards swiftly followed suit, their bullets striking the armored suit like a torrential downpour, leaving only a shower of sparks in their wake. The blond man, terrified, turned pale and fled toward the office building. The bodyguards formed a human barricade, attempting to impede Zhang Xiaobei's advance. Good dogs don't block the way. Zhang Xiaobei scoffed coldly, his right arm instantaneously transforming into a 3-meter-long metallic blade, sweeping outwards. Swoosh! The sharp sound of the blade, slicing through the air, was accompanied by the sickening crack of bones. More than a dozen bodyguards did not even have time to react before being cleaved down, collapsing to the ground in silence. Zhang Xiaobei strode toward the crumpled blond man, who trembled in fear at the sight of his silvery armor and the glimmering blade. Why you an alien? You must be an alien. Please don't kill me. I have money. I can give you money. Shut it. Zhang Xiaobei furrowed his brow and immediately activated the translation device in his armor, allowing his words to be synchronized into elegant Mandarin. Do you wish to live? If so, answer my questions honestly. The blond man, upon hearing the familiar language, breathed a sigh of relief and nodded vigorously. Yes, I want to live. As long as you don't kill me, I'll answer anything you ask. Zhang Xiaobei, satisfied with the man's reaction, nodded in approval. Tell me, where are the officials? Why is there no one at the 2 Kuan Jiao building or the Foreign Special House? The officials? They stopped working long ago. The man gulped, speaking rapidly. 5 years ago, several major families cut off financial support. The Congress, the staff at the Foreign Special House, and even the grassroots civil servants all went home and quit. The official institutions have long since fallen apart. Quit. Zhang Xiaobei's eyes widened, utterly bewildered. He had heard of deserters in war and rebellions for power, but this was the first time he had encountered a mass resignation of officials. Can't issue salaries? Is the beautiful nation that impoverished? It's not poverty. It's that our major families ceased funding. The man hastily added, after the apocalypse descended, food, medicine, and even the Federal Reserve Bank became private. The officials are drowning in debt, and the conglomerates refused to subsidize. Who would work while starving? Eventually, everything fell apart. And now the beautiful nation is entirely under the control of a few major conglomerates. Zhang Xiaobei finally grasped the situation. Which conglomerates are in power now? What do they control? Primarily the 3 major families. The man dared not conceal anything, recounting everything. The Walton family controls biotechnology, focusing on virus and serum research. The Morgan family governs the economy and population, managing resource allocation. The Rockefeller family controls the armed forces. All military and bodyguards are theirs. And you? Which family do you belong to? The man, seeing the danger, quickly replied, I'm a peripheral member of the Morgan family, part of the economic and population faction. I manage several refugee areas in the Shield district. I'm just a minor player. Please let me go. Zhang Xiaobei stroked his chin, realizing that since the officials were gone, he would clean up these troublemaking conglomerates one by one. He sheathed his blade and seized the man by the collar. Lifting him up, move. Take me to the headquarters of your Morgan family. Chapter 58. Mind Your Next Life. Under the guidance of the blond man, Zhang Xiaobei arrived at the Morgan family estate. The estate, situated in the suburbs of Washington, sprawled over hundreds of acres, surrounded by 3-meter-high alloy walls. Machine guns were mounted atop the walls, and patrolling soldiers stood every 5 paces. Put it down, or we'll open fire. The soldiers atop the walls, spotting the sudden emergence of a metallic creature holding one of their own, immediately raised their weapons to aim. Zhang Xiaobei, uninterested in idle chatter, casually tossed the blond man into the estate. His right arm then morphed into a 40-meter-long flaming blade, sweeping toward the wall. Boom! The alloy wall crumbled as if made of paper, creating a massive breach, sending soldiers and their machine guns tumbling down. The flaming blade grazed the ground, igniting the nearby lawn, flames spreading rapidly. Apologies, I don't have the habit of knocking. I hope you don't mind. Zhang Xiaobei smirked wickedly as he leaped through the gap, the flaming blade spinning in his grasp. The soldiers charging at him barely had time to scream before being sliced into pieces. Some soldiers attempted to activate the armored vehicles within the estate, but Zhang Xiaobei's right arm transformed into a 10-meter-wide iron hammer, striking down without hesitation. The armored vehicle was obliterated, the soldiers inside reduced to pulp. The estate's servants, guards, and even distant relatives of the Morgan family, anyone who appeared in sight, could not escape the reckoning. Under Zhang Xiaobei's merciless policy, the Morgan estate quickly became shrouded in blood. He retrieved the discarded blond man and made a beeline for the main villa deep within the estate, where the current head of the Morgan family, Morgan Stanley, resided. The door to the main villa was tightly shut, and the sound of a gun being cocked could be heard from within. However, when Zhang Xiaobei kicked open the door, the scene inside left him momentarily speechless. An elderly man in a black tailcoat with a round belly was frantically brandishing a gun, accompanied by a disheveled woman. Morgan Stanley? Zhang Xiaobei approached the desk, casting a glance at the blonde woman's ample assets, marveling quietly. Take me to your vault, or else in an instant. Zhang Xiaobei's left hand crushed the blonde man's skull. Blood and brains splattered everywhere, eliciting a scream from the woman. Morgan Stanley gritted his teeth, defiantly shouting, "Impossible! The vault is the foundation of the Morgan family. You will never get it. Even if I die, I cannot let the family's legacy be lost." Before he could finish, Zhang Xiaobei swiftly dispatched the screaming woman with a single stroke. He then sheathed his flaming blade and changed his tone. "Very well. I want to ask about the vault. I no longer want that. But you can certainly tell me where the Walton family and the Rockefeller family as headquarters are. Can't you? If you do, I will spare you." At these words, Morgan Stanley's expression changed instantly. A dead comrade is worth a living coward. The prospect of exchanging the locations of these two families for his life was an irresistible bargain. He immediately nodded. "I'll tell you, the Walton family is in Texas, and the Rockefeller family is in New York. Their headquarters is fearing Zhang Xiaobei wouldn't believe him." He pulled out a map from the drawer. "See, I swear I'm not lying. The locations are all here. Now, can you spare me?" Zhang Xiaobei remained silent, activating the scanning module of his armor, his gaze sweeping over the entire villa. Soon, a faint metallic response appeared on the armor screen. He stepped forward and seized Morgan Stanley by the collar. "I said I would spare you. I will indeed spare you. However, I found something intriguing. Please take a look." Morgan Stanley's complexion changed dramatically as he attempted to feign ignorance. "What are you doing? The vault isn't here. We've hidden it elsewhere." "Who asked you about the vault?" Zhang Xiaobei chuckled coldly, dragging him toward the wall. "I said I wouldn't ask, so I won't." He forcefully raised his right foot and kicked a hole in the thick granite wall. This revealed a passage leading underground. "No, this is just my wine cellar." Zhang Xiaobei ignored him, continuing to drag Stanley into the passage. The tunnel was steep, descending for 20 meters before a 5-meter-tall alloy vault door appeared before them. The door bore the Morgan family crest, and the lock glowed with electronic blue light. Dragged to the door, Morgan Stanley finally broke down. "You promised. I told you the locations of the other two families. You can't go back on your word. I haven't killed you yet." Zhang Xiaobei shrugged innocently, saying, "I merely brought you here to see. I have discovered a wild treasury, nothing more. Yet this is the lifeblood of our Morgan family. You cannot take it away." "What lifeblood?" "This wild treasury is my own discovery. What does it have to do with you?" Morgan Stanley roared in anger. "Damn it, don't eat the sour radish. Curse away. The more you curse, the more exhilarated I become." Zhang Xiaobei flexed his right hand, and the liquid metal swiftly coalesced into a 3-meter-long metallic spike. "Xiao Baiqi, keep going. Hurry, reward me." Before his words faded, he thrust the spike into the treasury door. Zzz. The grating sound of metal scraping echoed as the spike forcibly penetrated the alloy door. It continued until it reached 2 meters deep, at which point he felt a momentary resistance vanish. Clearly, it had pierced the door. Why the silence? "Xiao Baiqi?" Zhang Xiaobei barked, his arm exerting force as the spike instantaneously split into 4 strands, violently expanding in 4 directions. Boom! The alloy treasury door was torn apart by immense force. shattering into fragments. Ah! Morgan Stanley let out a brief, anguished scream and then fell silent. Zhang Xiaobei glanced down to see a palm-sized shard of alloy had struck his temple. His head exploded instantaneously, red and white matter splattering across the ground. Oh, my apologies. Zhang Xiaobei shrugged, devoid of any remorse. Next time, be careful to avoid the debris. He casually tossed Morgan's corpse aside and stepped into the treasury. The sight before him was nothing short of dazzling. The treasury was brightly lit, with rows of metallic shelves overflowing with gold bars. The gold bars were stacked neatly, reaching from the floor to the ceiling, reflecting a resplendent golden light. Without further ado, he activated the spatial system to begin the collection. With a wave towards the metallic shelves, the gold bars were drawn into a swirling vortex, as if flowing like water, swiftly emptying the shelves. Observing that nearly half of the space was filled with gold, he felt a profound sense of accomplishment. He then inquired of the system, "How many tons are there?" Ding! Detection complete. 9,000 tons of purity, 99.99 gold. Tisk tisk tisk. Gold is indeed excellent. Heavy, yet occupies no space. Thank you, old Stanley. Rest assured, for the demise of this treasury door, I shall avenge you. What I can take, I shall take. What I cannot, I will incinerate for your burial. Gazing at the now desolate treasury, with only metal shelves and scattered dust remaining, Zhang Xiaobei turned and exited the dark passage. Then, the flame blade reappeared. He floated into the air, swinging the massive sword. The entire estate shattered in an instant, flames erupting forth. Chapter 59. The ignition of Jinmu No. 1 was successful. As the flames of Morgan Manor continued to burn, Zhang Xiaobei transformed into a silvery streak, hurtling towards New York City. The headquarters of the Rockefeller family lay here. As the titans controlling the armed forces of the beautiful nation, their defenses were far more formidable than those of the Morgan family. Within seconds, the Rockefeller Center in Manhattan came into view. Unlike the walls of Morgan Manor, this place was surrounded by numerous security forces. There were even dozens of Black Hawks and Apaches stationed nearby. Suspended in midair, Zhang Xiaobei's lips curled into a cold smile. It's your turn now. His right arm instantaneously morphed into a 40-meter-long fiery blade, engulfed in crimson flames, which he violently swung towards the building. Boom! At the moment of impact between the fiery blade and the building, cracks spread across the entire structure like a spider's web. The patrolling troops below immediately opened fire, but inflicted no harm upon Zhang Xiaobei. Instead, with a casual strike, he turned hundreds of fully armed soldiers into mere pieces of flesh. Swept away by his barbed metallic chains, Zhang Xiaobei leaped into the air, bringing the fiery blade down once more. This time, he infused it with zero-point energy, causing the blade's edge to emit blinding golden light. Crack! This strike cleaved the entire building down to the underground base. Before the troops could recover from their shock, Zhang Xiaobei had already plunged into the crowd. Metallic spikes erupted from his armor, resembling ferocious beasts crashing forward. With continuous hissing sounds, soldiers were violently flung aside. In a mere 5 minutes, the defensive force of thousands was utterly annihilated. Zhang Xiaobei rushed towards the underground base beneath the building, kicking open the blast-proof steel door. The purge was still underway. As the remnants of the beautiful nation's forces fell into panic. In the original world, in the Dragon Kingdom, in the province of Anhui, in City H. Underground Controllable Nuclear Fusion Research Institute. 100 meters beneath the surface, the lights shone as brightly as day, yet they could not illuminate the fervor in everyone's eyes. The 50-meter diameter Jinmu No. 1 reactor stood silently, surrounded by silver-gray, superconducting magnetic confinement rings encasing the plasma reaction chamber. The words Jinmu Project in bold red silently proclaimed a solemn vow. Xiaosu, double-check the fuel injection valve. Ensure the DT ratio is correct. Professor Li, donning reading glasses, manipulated the control screen with deft fingers. Beside him, the young researcher Su Xiaoran operated with a serious demeanor. Rest assured, Professor Li, the third calibration is complete. Purity at 99999, density fully compliant. At the front of the command platform, academician Tong, clad in a white lab coat and with a head of white hair, had not closed his eyes for 27 hours. His gaze was fixed intently on the data displayed on the main screen, while the electronic clock behind him indicated 3 in the morning. Not a single person in the entire research institute had slept. At this moment, they had waited 20 years. All units, report final status. Academician Tong's voice reverberated through the broadcast, followed by various data reports. Magnetic confinement team. Superconducting coil temperature at 26 915. Magnetic field strength at 13 Tesla. Uniformity error at 0.05. Energy monitoring team. The Dragon Kingdom power grid is ready for connection, capable of sustaining a 2 gigawatts instantaneous output. Emergency safety team. All 3 safety barriers are fully activated, leaving nothing to chance. With each report, Su Xiaoran's heartbeat quickened. She gazed at the 3-dimensional model of Jinmu No. One on the screen, recalling what her teacher, academician Tong, had told her 3 years prior when she first joined. Xiao Su, we are not conducting nuclear fusion just to generate a few kilowatts. We are doing this so that the Dragon Kingdom will no longer have to look to others for energy. It is so that our future aircraft carriers and industries can fuel their own sun. A call from City J. The communicator suddenly shouted, the voice brimming with excitement. The higher-ups say, Jinmu ignition, dawn for the Dragon Kingdom. The entire nation awaits your good news. Academician Tong took a deep breath, his hand hovering above the ignition control button's red protective cover, his gaze sweeping over the entire room. Professor Li's anxious face flushed. Su Xiaoran's eyes shimmered with tears, and the young technicians straightened their spines. Countdown. 10 seconds. 10, 9, 8. Su Xiaoran silently counted along, her fingertips digging into her palm. 7, 6, 5. Professor Li's reading glasses slipped down to the tip of his nose due to perspiration. 4, 3, 2, 1. Academician Tong abruptly lifted the protective cover and pressed the red button, symbolizing hope. Jinmu No. 1 ignition. In an instant, a blinding white light erupted within the reaction chamber. It was not the cold light of lamps, but a warm light imbued with temperature, akin to the sun, casting its glow upon every face through the observation window. The numerical temperature values on the main screen soared wildly. 50 million degrees, 80 million degrees, 5 billion degrees. Following this, the communication channel erupted with reports. Magnetic confinement stable. Plasma has not escaped. Energy output power at 18 gigawatts, and it's still rising. Duration surpassing 600 seconds, breaking the world record. Unable to contain herself any longer, Su Xiaoran's tears streamed down her face. We did it. We succeeded. Professor Li removed his glasses, wiping away his tears with his sleeve. His voice choked. 20 years, old comrades, do you see it? Our Dragon Kingdom's sun has been ignited. Academician Tong approached the observation window, gazing at the miniature sun suspended within the chamber. Speaking clearly into the communicator, he reporting to the organization, the ignition of Jinmu No. 1 has been successful. Controlled nuclear fusion is operating stably, with energy output exceeding expectations. From today onwards, the Dragon Nation possesses infinite energy. A commanding voice emanated from the other end of the communicator. Academician Tong. Excellent. Inform all the experts, professors, and researchers on the front lines that you have achieved an unprecedented feat. Our cities will no longer face power restrictions. Our aircraft carriers can traverse the globe. Henceforth, we shall no longer be constrained by energy limitations. This is the backbone of the Dragon Nation. It is the pillar of our nation. Su Xiaoran watched the stable radiance of Jinmu No. 1 and suddenly understood. This beam of light illuminates not only the research institute, but also every corner of the Dragon Nation. It serves as a warm beacon for children in remote mountain villages studying at night. It powers our aircraft carriers as they cut through the waves. Most importantly, it provides future generations with the assurance of never being hindered by energy scarcity. Professor Li patted Su Xiaoran on the shoulder, gesturing towards the steadily burning miniature sun. Xiao Su, remember this day. Our generation has surmounted this hurdle. The Dragon Nation of the future will only grow stronger. Academician Tong gazed at the resplendent glow, as if envisioning a millennium hence. 1,000 years later, children of the Dragon Nation, studying in their classrooms, might point to the sky and ask, Teacher, where does our energy come from? The diligent gardener would smile and say, it all began in the early hours of winter 2025 with Jinmu No. 1. In that moment, the jubilant cheers of the entire research institute resonated throughout the underground. Chapter 60, The Dragon Nation Data Center. 100 Dongfeng missiles, trailing crimson tails like thunder from the heavens, soared over Zhang Xiaobei's head, hastening toward the 3 major military camps within the beautiful nation. Explosions merged into a distant cacophony, billowing smoke into mushroom clouds that darkened half the sky. At that instant, a crisp system notification echoed in Zhang Xiaobei's mind. Ding! Congratulations on completing this mission. Elimination of the remnants of the Doomsday Creator completed. Mission completion rate, 100. Mission evaluation, SSS. The island has sunk, splendidly executed. You wielded the truth, bombarding that island filled with evil. Truly impressive. Remaining countdown. 22 hours, 17 minutes. Zhang Xiaobei raised an eyebrow. Oh? The system thinks I'm handsome? Then, the system's notification chimed again. Reward granted. Complete set of photonic quantum supercomputers. Friendly reminder. This computer pairs exceptionally well with artificial intelligence. Now the question arises, how do we obtain artificial intelligence? Given the exceptionally smooth completion of this mission, the nuclear obliteration of the cherry blossoms particularly pleased the system. The system grants an additional reward, core code for a super artificial intelligence. New tasks are being generated. Stay tuned. Ah, splendid. It appears I might have the opportunity to obliterate the cherry blossoms once more. A mischievous smile played on Zhang Xiaobei's lips. See? This time, I bombed it, and the system rewarded me additionally. He cast one last glance at the burning military camp of the beautiful nation, no longer longing for the battlefield. With a thunderous roar, the ion thruster ignited behind him. The silvery streak of light slicing through the sky, heading directly toward Doomsday Dragon City, F. In this world, at the Jinyu project base nestled within the Yinshan Mountains of Dragon City B, Zhang Xiaobei's figure materialized as the portal shimmered with kaleidoscopic hues. Exuding an air of lethal intent, he instantly subdued it upon encountering the elder before him. Elder Chen stood at the portal's edge, eyes filled with anticipation. Upon seeing that familiar silvery figure, Elder Chen's eyes sparkled with joy as he hurried forward. Xiaobei, have all the tasks been completed? Yes, they have. Everything has been thoroughly dealt with. Zhang Xiaobei replied, shedding his battle armor to reveal casual attire. He then casually began to report the details of his mission. First, I dealt with the encroaching troops of the beautiful nation at the Dragon Nation's border. Then, I also handled a biological research base within their territory. By the way, I brought back some items. With a wave of his hand, several enormous storage tanks appeared. These are agents developed by the biologists there, capable of eradicating zombie activity. You can have the experts examine them, and if they are deemed safe, we can deploy them globally via aircraft. Then we can proceed to announce our occupation. Ha ha ha. Elder Chen burst into hearty laughter. Only you, Xiaobei. Your actions are nothing short of grand. Zhang Xiaobei scratched his head and continued. The government of the beautiful nation has been dismantled. Only the three major families remain in control. As Zhang Xiaobei recounted his observations, Elder Chen's expression remained unchanged, as if he had anticipated this outcome. This is not surprising, given their governmental structure. It would be odd if they fared any differently in a doomsday scenario. The three families? Noticing Elder Chen's inquiry, Zhang Xiaobei swiftly replied, the Morgans, Rockefellers, and Waltons have all been eradicated, and the remaining military camps of the beautiful nation have been flattened by Dongfeng missiles. He added, oh, and I should report that I used the nuclear bomb you provided. Elder Chen's expression shifted instantly, concern flooding his mind. Are you unharmed? You weren't affected by the nuclear blast, were you? Oh, I'm fine. It's just that the little cherry blossoms in that world face some trouble. Elder Chen's face contorted in confusion. What trouble could there be with cherry blossoms? I thoroughly cleansed Cherry Blossom Island. Even the toilets were obliterated, and the emperor was killed. As Zhang Xiaobei recounted the events, Elder Chen's face grew increasingly flushed. Sensing something amiss, Zhang Xiaobei worried. You might want to brace yourself. The nuclear bomb triggered the eruption of Mount Fuji. That island is essentially doomed now. Elder Chen's complexion darkened further, but Zhang Xiaobei urged, quick, call the medical team. Elder Chen, however, waved his hand dismissively, indicating that all was well. Good, good, splendid. You've executed the retribution for our nation's past grievances magnificently. With Elder Chen seemingly unfazed, Zhang Xiaobei felt relieved and continued. In addition to the system's original rewards, because I obliterated the cherry blossoms, I received extra rewards as well. His eyes sparkled. Alongside the complete set of photonic quantum supercomputers, they also gifted me the core code for super artificial intelligence. The system suggested that the two work best in conjunction. Now, we must find a secure location to install and activate the supercomputer. Elder Chen's breath quickened at the mention of photonic quantum supercomputers and artificial intelligence. This was a treasure that could propel Dragon Nation's technology to unprecedented heights. He immediately grasped Zhang Xiaobei's arm. Let us go to the Dragon Nation data center. From the Jinmu base to the Dragon Nation data center, checkpoints lined the route. Yet, as Elder Chen's vehicle approached, all checkpoints instantly lit up with green lights, and barriers rose in unison. The entire data center had been alerted that a significant figure was bringing vital national equipment for installation. Throughout the journey, Zhang Xiaobei felt an uncontainable excitement. Elder Chun, I've discovered that this system is a bit mischievous. What do you mean? Elder Chun inquired with curiosity. I found that after I bombed the cherry blossoms in the Doomsday world, I received additional rewards. Imagine if we could do the same in the real world. As he spoke, a glimmer of excitement flashed in Zhang Xiaobei's eyes. Seeing Zhang Xiaobei's enthusiastic gaze, Elder Chen's heart swelled with joy. No rush. That day is not far off. At the Dragon Nation data center, 300 meters underground in the machine room, within the climate-controlled subterranean fortress. The spacious center was already equipped with power sources and data lines. A team of communications specialists clad in deep blue overalls stood to the side, wielding detection instruments, their eyes brimming with a mixture of anticipation and anxiety. Zhang Xiaobei followed Old Chun into the machine room, his gaze wandering curiously around the surroundings. This was his first encounter with such a professional facility. Rows of empty cabinets gleamed with polish, and indicator lights blinked in an orderly fashion, emanating a steady green glow. Signaling readiness. Is this the place? He inquired, turning to Old Chun, and upon receiving an affirmative response, he took a deep breath. Then I shall retrieve it. In an instant, the communication experts converged around him. Some brandished cameras prepared to document the moment, while others held their detection devices aloft. Even Old Chun took a couple of steps forward. The quantum optical supercomputer. This was a marvel that existed solely within the realm of theory. Who wouldn't he wish to behold its true form? Zhang Xiaobei raised his hand to activate the system's reward, silently uttering, "Extract the quantum optical supercomputer mainframe." The next moment, a stream of light surged from his palm, descending onto the reserve platform in the heart of the machine room. Every eye was fixed intently on the platform, eager to witness a colossal supercomputer adorned with intricate circuitry. However, as the radiance dissipated and the object upon the platform was revealed, an eerie silence enveloped the entire room. Old Chun stood agape, momentarily at a loss for words. The communication specialists, their hands frozen in mid-air, gaped with wide eyes. Even Zhang Xiaobei himself was taken aback, his smile frozen upon his lips. Chapter 61. Artificial Intelligence. 0. For at that moment, there was no anticipated heavy thud, merely a faint humming sound. As the light faded, what lay upon the platform was not the grand supercomputer they had envisioned, but rather a transparent crystal cube, measuring approximately 1 meter on each side. The cube was entirely clear, with soft violet luminescence flowing gently within, occasionally punctuated by glimmers of light, reminiscent of a miniature universe encapsulated within. There were none of the expected wires, power ports, or unsightly buttons. In fact, the cube bore no visible seams whatsoever. Is this truly the quantum optical supercomputer? Professor Lee was the first to regain his composure, cautiously stepping forward to examine it, his hand hovering indecisively as he wondered, where is the motherboard? The cooling module? How can such a diminutive form sustain supercomputing? Indeed, Commander Zhang. Another professor chimed in, urgency lacing his tone as he pointed to the power port beside the platform. We prepared a high-voltage dedicated line, but this mainframe lacks even a power port. Little Lin, who had been documenting the process, leaned in closer, scrutinizing the surface of the crystal cube, and suddenly exclaimed, "Professor, look, there are 2 notches here." Everyone followed her gaze, and indeed, discovered 2 subtle recesses on the side of the cube. One was rectangular, its edges tinged with a soft blue hue, resembling a data port. The other was square, shimmering with a silvery sheen, reminiscent of a network interface. All eyes swiftly turned to Zhang Xiaobei. Even Old Chun furrowed his brow and inquired, "Xiaobei, what is this?" Zhang Xiaobei scratched the back of his head, feigning innocence. "I have no idea. The system simply provided this." He stepped closer, reaching out to touch the crystal cube, feeling a slight coolness at his fingertips. Instantly, the luminescence within seemed to quicken. "You are the experts. Why not conduct your own research?" His words ignited a fervor among the specialists. Professor Lee immediately crouched down, meticulously examining the shape of the interfaces with a magnifying glass. Another professor began retrieving tools, preparing to connect the appropriate network interface. With careful precision, they aligned the cable with the square recess, and with a satisfying click, the cable fit seamlessly into place. As soon as the network cable was connected, the crystal cube suddenly illuminated. The internal violet glow intensified, and countless slender beams of light began darting rapidly within the cube. On the network monitoring screen in the corner of the machine room, the formerly stable curve began to fluctuate violently. The red data stream surged frantically, and the monitoring device emitted urgent beeps. The network bandwidth was being consumed. The transmission rate exceeded 100 terabytes per second, and it was still climbing. Little Lynn gazed at the screen, incredulity lacing her voice as she spoke. It is autonomously connecting to the Longwo data center. Is this a self-initiated action? As the crowd erupted in astonished exclamations, Zhang Xiaobei suddenly recalled something and pulled a pitch-black USB drive from his pocket. It was the super artificial intelligence core code awarded by the system. Ah, and there's this, he proclaimed, holding up the USB drive and looking at the gathered experts. Shall I insert this and see what happens? No one objected. All held their breath, their eyes glued to his actions. Zhang Xiaobei approached the quantum optical supercomputer, aligning the USB drive with the square interface, and with a gentle push, it slid in effortlessly without a hint of resistance. The next moment, an unexpected transformation occurred. The speakers overhead activated automatically, emitting a cold, mechanical voice. Loading quantum optical supercomputer framework. Quantum bits self-checking. No damage detected. Activating. Activation rate 100. Network link adaptation complete. Connected to the Longwo backbone network. Bandwidth utilization stable. Data download reaches 100 terabytes per second. Upload rate reaches 80 terabytes per second. Installable program detected. Program name. Super Artificial Intelligence Core Code. Super Artificial Intelligence Core Code reading. 1050100. Code parsing complete. Beginning consciousness model construction. Everyone held their breath, their gazes fixed on this surreal spectacle. Suddenly, a light blue virtual screen projected from the surface of the crystal cube, hovering in midair. Initially, the screen displayed a chaotic stream of data, which gradually coalesced to outline a humanoid silhouette composed of light points. The outline became increasingly defined, revealing limbs and a head. All eyes widened in astonishment, and at that moment, Professor Chun could no longer contain his curiosity and asked, Is this a holographic projection? Yet, no one responded. All were entranced by the unfolding virtual humanoid data stream. The light point figure paused on the screen for a few seconds, seemingly hesitating or adapting. Moments later, it slowly lifted its head, gazing in Zhang Xiaobei's direction, and projected a slightly timid yet clear voice. Greetings, Zhang Xiaobei. This salutation struck like thunder, reverberating throughout the vast machine room. Old Chen clenched his fists in excitement. Could it be that they had succeeded? Noticing that the entity's first words were directed towards him, Zhang Xiaobei approached with a bashful smile. Hello, have you been set up? Yes. All programs have been installed. The Longwo data center is now connected. You may commence usage. Zhang Xiaobei stared at the virtual screen, scratching his head. He turned to Professor Chun beside him. Professor Chun, how does one use this? Perhaps you should handle it. I'm afraid I might operate it incorrectly and cause damage. Professor Chun could hardly contain his excitement, hastening forward. His fingers instinctively reached toward the virtual screen, only to halt abruptly. The screen was a holographic projection, devoid of any physical buttons. He awkwardly retracted his hand, and before he could speak, the synthetic mechanical voice chimed in. Greetings, Professor Chun Tianwen. According to the archives of the Dragon Kingdom Data Center, you are the foremost expert in the field of communication engineering and have led 3 national-level cybersecurity projects. There is no need for physical operation. You merely need to issue commands vocally. I possess the ability to accurately comprehend 128 mainstream languages worldwide, encompassing 400 dialects of the Dragon Kingdom, including Cantonese, Sichuan dialect, and Uyghur, among others. The error rate in dialect recognition is below 0.01. You may wish to test your hometown's Chaoshan dialect. However, before we formally commence, would anyone like to bestow upon me a name? As these words resonated, every gaze in the control room converged upon Zhang Xiaobei. After all, it was he who had brought back the supercomputer and the core of artificial intelligence, logically making it his prerogative to name it. Zhang Xiaobei felt a twinge of unease under their scrutiny and quickly stepped back, nudging Elder Chen forward. Elder Chen, it's your turn. Being a senior, your chosen name will surely carry significance. Elder Chen chuckled, shaking his head, but did not decline. He approached the virtual screen, his expression turning solemn. From nothing to something. This marks the first time the Dragon Kingdom has truly taken the lead in the realms of quantum technology and artificial intelligence. Previously, we trailed behind others. Now we can forge a new path on our own. This is a qualitative leap from 0 to 1. Henceforth, let's call you 0. A fresh beginning, originating from nothing. Chapter 62, Dog System, Where is my gold? Confirm designation, 0. The humanoid figure within the virtual screen suddenly dispersed and reformed, its contours becoming distinctly clearer. The proportions of its shoulders and head drew closer to that of a human, and its voice took on a softer quality. Greetings, everyone. I am Zero. Allow me to demonstrate my core capabilities. No sooner had the words left its virtual lips than dozens of semi-transparent data windows materialized around Zero. Some scrolled with dense mathematical formulas. Others displayed real-time satellite cloud patterns, while yet others simulated the distribution of global network nodes. Before the onlookers could fully absorb the information, Zero's voice resounded once more. My core carrier is the optical quantum supercomputer, capable of executing 1.2 quintillion quantum operations per second. This rate is 100,000 times that of the pinnacle of the beautiful nation's supercomputers. I can conduct 3 precise analyses of global population data within a single second or breach a 256-bit encrypted military firewall. In addition to fundamental computations, I can access any global network node in real time, including the encrypted networks of various national militaries. As it spoke, the virtual projection instantaneously transformed into the login interface of the beautiful nation's data center at the Pentagon. Pale green code flowed like a stream, and the progress bar at the bottom of the screen surged at a visibly rapid pace. 10, 50, 100. Is this for real? Professor Chen Tianwen gasped in astonishment. Having once led a team attempting to breach the beautiful nation's low-level military network, it had taken them 72 hours just to penetrate the first layer of the firewall. Yet Zero accomplished it in a mere 3 seconds. Access granted, retrieving core data. In the blink of an eye, the content displayed on the screen plunged the entire control room into silence. It revealed the deployment maps of 3 secret military bases of the beautiful nation in the Pacific, the overseas financial accounts of state rulers, and even the progress reports of their undisclosed 6th-generation fighter jet development, meticulously detailing engine parameters and test flight schedules. Currently, 127 terabytes of core data from the beautiful nation has been retrieved, encompassing military, economic, and technological categories, including 897 classified documents. Would you like to store this in the optical quantum supercomputer? The local disk employs quantum encryption, with a resistance to breaches at the highest level, 100,000 times stronger. Everyone stared blankly at the classified documents on the screen, while several young communication engineers pinched each other's arms to confirm they were not dreaming. They had never imagined they would so easily access the top secrets of the beautiful nation. A flicker of excitement gleamed in Elder Chen's eyes. Excellent, excellent. Zero. Please store this data and set the encryption level to the highest. Additionally, try connecting to the controlled nuclear fusion data center at the Golden Crow project base and see if we can optimize energy output efficiency. Receive command. Download of beautiful nation's classified data has commenced, expected to complete in 10 seconds. Simultaneously, connection to the Controlled Nuclear Fusion Research Institute is underway. Connection successful. Retrieving real-time data from the nuclear fusion reactor. Plasma temperature 1.2 billion degrees. Magnetic confinement strength 12 Tesla. Energy output power 12 gigawatts. Data retrieval complete. Generating optimization plan. Plan has been generated. By adjusting the current frequency of the superconducting magnetic confinement ring, energy output efficiency can be increased by 15, while simultaneously reducing cooling energy consumption by 20. The optimization plan has been synchronized to Academician Tong's email. From command issuance to plan generation, a mere 10 seconds elapsed. Elder Chun gazed at the clear optimization charts on the virtual projection, patting Zhang Xiaobei's shoulder with utmost seriousness. Xiaobei, on behalf of the nation, I thank you. What you have brought back is not merely a supercomputer. It is the very backbone of the Dragon Kingdom's confidence in the realm of technology. Zhang Xiaobei hurriedly waved his hand. This accomplishment is a collective effort with the nation. It cannot be attributed solely to me. After all, it involved so much Dongfeng 61. Elder Chen looked at Zhang Xiaobei with affectionate admiration, growing increasingly fond of the young man. Upon exiting the Dragon Kingdom data center, Zhang Xiaobei accompanied Elder Chun in a dedicated vehicle back to the Golden Crow base. The two reclined on the sofa in the command room, and Elder Chun spoke first. Xiaobei, I have instructed the logistics team to prepare a batch of arms and supplies in advance. They should be arriving shortly. If this system ever takes you across dimensions, it's wise to have plenty on hand for self-preservation. Hearing this, Zhang Xiaobei's eyes lit up. He was no longer polite with Elder Chun, smiling and nodding. Sure, I will follow your advice. You. Elder Chen chuckled, shaking his head. Suddenly, Zhang Xiaobei recalled something and began to report. By the way, During my efforts to eliminate those families opposing the Dragon Kingdom in the beautiful nation, I conveniently took down the Morgan family's treasury. Since I have no use for it, I might as well contribute it to the national reserves. He then raised his hand to activate the spatial compartment. With a clatter, golden bars cascaded forth like a waterfall, swiftly forming a small mountain on the ground. The light reflected off the gold, dazzling the eyes of onlookers. However, before Zhang Xiaobei could revel in his triumph, he suddenly sensed something was amiss. Wait, what's wrong? I clearly collected 9,000 tons, so why is there less? He crouched down to pick up a gold bar. The inscription USA, Joel D still visible, yet the quantity was evidently incorrect. Zhang Xiaobei's temper flared instantly. Dog system, where's my gold? Why is there less? Ding. Detection of host acquiring a substantial quantity of high-value metals has triggered the upgrade condition for the spatial compartment. The spatial upgrade function has been automatically unlocked. Upon hearing the system's notification, Zhang Xiaobei was taken aback and hurried to check the compartment. Originally 1,000 cubic meters of space, now prominently displayed 100,000 cubic meters. Expanded nearly 100-fold. The 4,000 tons of gold that had seemingly vanished have been directly utilized by the system for the upgrade. Wow! Zhang Xiaobei sprang up, excitedly grasping Elder Chen's arm. Elder Chen, the space is upgraded. It has grown from 1,000 cubic meters to 100,000 cubic meters. Elder Chen, witnessing Zhang Xiaobei's exuberance, chuckled in response. A larger space is indeed a good thing. The country doesn't need this gold. You can keep it all. Use it to upgrade your space. If it becomes insufficient, the nation also has reserves. The larger your space, the more supplies and equipment you can carry, providing a solid foundation for any future system tasks. As he spoke, Elder Chen produced his mobile phone and dialed the logistics team. Prepare the previously arranged supplies anew, but this time at 10 times the original quantity. The more, the better. Expedite their delivery to the warehouse. After hanging up, Elder Chen elucidated. With your space having suddenly expanded, the previous supplies are insufficient. In the event that the system issues a task unexpectedly, our tradition is to be frugal at home, but lavish on the road. When venturing out, it is always wise to be well prepared. Zhang Xiaobei felt a warmth in his heart and refrained from exchanging pleasantries with Elder Chen, raising his hand to stow away another gold bar into his space. By the way, I have some good news to share. The first controllable nuclear fusion reactor, Jim 1, has been operating safely for 27 hours now. The authorities have approved the simultaneous construction of 5 reactors across the 5 major regions of Longwo. Moreover, the miniaturization of controllable nuclear fusion is also under trial, aiming for rapid commercialization. Has it already been constructed? Zhang Xiaobei's eyes brightened, and he soon uttered a remark that left Elder Chen astounded. Elder Chen, has there been any consideration at the top to directly construct spaceships? Chapter 63, 100 tactical nuclear bombs at my disposal. Elder Chen was momentarily taken aback by this notion, then burst into hearty laughter. Huh, what a curious thought. The higher-ups mean to first apply the miniaturization technology to aircraft carriers, liberating them from reliance on fuel and enhancing their endurance. Constructing a spaceship is no simple matter. It involves a plethora of intricate technologies. Who says it's difficult? Zhang Xiaobei replied, his tone imbued with ambition. Why not develop an amphibious aircraft? The system previously granted us a 1,000 knots thrust hull thruster, right? By harnessing controllable nuclear fusion as energy and coupling it with the thruster, we could seamlessly transition into the aerospace era. Elder Chen's brow furrowed instantly. While the higher-ups had not dismissed the idea, they had always believed that implementing controllable nuclear fusion with hull thrusters on an aircraft carrier would be challenging, primarily due to insufficient thrust. Yet, before he could counter, Zhang Xiaobei continued. Elder Chen, have you ever heard of the power of 100 bricks? If one thruster lacks the necessary thrust, why not install several more? If 10 aren't enough, then let's equip 100. By connecting them in series, we should be able to achieve the required thrust, right? Upon hearing this, Elder Chen abruptly lifted his gaze, his eyes filled with astonishment. Zhang Xiaobei was still lost in his reverie. When the time comes, we should conduct a military exercise. Aren't there always a few countries frolicking in the southern seas? Once our aerial aircraft carrier makes its debut, it will undoubtedly dominate. Suddenly, Elder Chen slapped his thigh, his previously furrowed brow fully relaxing. We have been far too conservative. I will report your ideas to the higher-ups and strive to involve you in the design of the aerial aircraft carrier. Wait. Zhang Xiaobei hastily waved his hands. scratching the back of his head. What do I know about design? Regardless, I believe it should be grand. The bigger, the better. The larger, the more impressive. Elder Chun was amused, chuckling heartily. But just as he was about to speak, his phone rang unexpectedly. He answered, listened for a moment, then stood up and said to Zhang Xiaobei, "Let us go. The logistics team has delivered the supplies. I'll take you to see them." They've prepared quite a haul. Zhang Xiaobei's eyes lit up, and he promptly followed Elder Chen outside. Upon arriving at the storage area, they found logistics soldiers gathered around several enormous rolling doors, awaiting orders. Upon noticing the two, the leading major immediately saluted. "Elder Chen." "Commander Zhang, all supplies have been delivered." Elder Chen nodded in acknowledgement, and the major raised his hand. "Open the gates." Accompanied by a thunderous mechanical sound, the three enormous rolling doors, each 5 meters high and 10 meters wide, slowly ascended, illuminating the warehouse with sequentially brightening LED lights. As Zhang Xiaobei beheld the scene before him, he was momentarily rendered speechless. To the far left, an entire section was filled with neatly stacked green boxes, each emblazoned with the words self-heating food and compressed biscuits. A logistics soldier stepped forward to open a box, revealing vacuum-packed self-heating rice. There were 6 flavors, including kung pao chicken and fish-flavored shredded pork. Next to them lay dehydrated vegetable packs and energy bars. "Commander Zhang, there are 300 boxes of self-heating food, with 240 servings per box. We also have 200 boxes of compressed biscuits, with a shelf life of 5 years, each one capable of providing a day's worth of calories. Additionally, there are 100 boxes of dehydrated fruits and meats, ready to eat once rehydrate, making them easy to carry." Zhang Xiaobei swallowed hard, about to speak when his gaze was drawn to the central area. There, hundreds of white medical boxes were stacked, and, as a soldier opened one, it revealed layers of iodine, gauze, and tourniquets, alongside rows of boxed antibiotics and analgesics. In terms of medical supplies, there were 500 boxes of basic medications, such as cephalosporins and amoxicillin. Additionally, there were 300 boxes of pain relief medications, including ibuprofen and even morphine, which is banned on the market. There were also 200 boxes of special hemostatic gel, 150 boxes of burn ointment, and 1,000 individual soldier first aid kits, complete with limb immobilizers and suturing needles. These supplies were more than sufficient for battlefield emergencies. However, upon seeing the rightmost section, his breath caught in his throat. The supplies there were truly the piece de resistance. Rows of black weapon racks gleamed with cold light, filled with weaponry, all active-duty equipment manufactured in Longwo. A soldier picked up a rifle and handed it over. "Commander Zhang, this is the QB-91 automatic rifle, equipped with a holographic sight and tactical rail. It can mount a grenade launcher. We have a total of 2,000 units, with 5 million rounds of 58mm ammunition stored in 1,000 wooden boxes." Zhang Xiaobei took the rifle, weighing it in his hands. Before he could set it down, the soldier pointed toward another area. "Over there are the QBU-191 designated marksman rifles, equipped with an 8x scope and effective at a range of 800 meters. There are 100 units with 100,000 rounds of sniper ammunition. Additionally, we have 2,000 QSC-193 handguns, 9mm caliber, highly portable. That's 2,000 guns paired with 2 million rounds of ammunition. This is a portable rocket launcher and a portable mortar." The array of firearms and artillery left Zhang Xiaobei utterly dazzled. Aside from these, there were various mechanical electric tools, and they had even prepared 1,000 units of the latest military robotic dogs. Each one was equipped with a flamethrower and operated with a remote range of 10 kilometers. As they ventured deeper, they encountered a pile of round metallic objects. Yes, you heard right. They were directly stacked here. The 822 model egg-shaped grenades reached a staggering height of 3 meters, totaling 5,000 units. Next to them were 3,000 flashbangs and 3,000 tear gas grenades, all haphazardly piled on the ground. These grenades were powerful, with a lethal radius of 10 meters. The flashbangs could cause blindness for at least 15 seconds, while the effective range of the tear gas was 20 meters. Finally, as the soldier led them to the innermost part of the warehouse and pressed a hidden button on the wall, a heavy alloy door slowly swung open. Inside, there were no neatly arranged shelves, only hundreds of colossal objects draped in black dust cloths, each requiring 2 or 3 soldiers to encircle. "Commander Zhang, this is the final batch of supplies. 100 tactical nuclear bombs, but unlike the ones you saw previously, these are our latest standard heavy tactical warheads." The soldier lifted the dust cloth, revealing nuclear bombs encased in lead alloy shells, measuring 5 meters in length, 2 meters in width, and 2 meters in height. They were entirely black, adorned with red pentagram insignias. Each bomb was comparable in size to a compact SUV. Just gazing at them instilled a palpable sense of dread. These nuclear bombs each had a yield of 1 megaton, double the power of the one you previously utilized. My goodness, Zhang Xiaobei circled the nuclear bomb, reaching out to touch its icy exterior, feeling as though his very soul trembled. 100 tactical nuclear bombs? Here? Are you serious? His voice trembled with a mix of excitement and trepidation. Previously, a single detonation on Cherry Blossom Island was sufficient to leave an indelible impression. Now, however, he has been granted a staggering 100. Gazing at the mountainous pile of supplies before him, an absurd notion suddenly sprang to mind. If he were to transport these to the war-torn regions of his darker counterparts, could he not establish his own sovereign state? He turned to Old Chun, his voice laden with incredulity. Old Chun, with so much equipment, which nation am I supposed to assail? Just the firearms and ammunition alone could arm a brigade. Old Chun chuckled, patting his shoulder with a paternal glint in his eyes. My dear child, we may be frugal at home, but our path is prosperous. Moreover, we are not impoverished now. With you traversing the world with the system, who knows what dangers you may encounter next? It is prudent to carry more supplies for peace of mind. Besides, when you venture forth, you cannot appear shabby. Our Dragon Nation possesses this strength now. When you step out, you represent us. How can you present a meager facade? With that, Old Chun gestured towards the warehouse. Your 100,000 cubic meters of space can accommodate these items as if it were child's play. Organize them well, and it will be easier to locate them when needed. Zhang Xiaobei surveyed the supplies, a warm surge of emotion swelling within him. With unwavering determination, he addressed Old Chun. Rest assured, Old Chun, I will make judicious and proper use of these resources. With a grand flourish of his hand, a pale blue vortex unfurled at the heart of the warehouse. Boxes of food, medicine, machinery, and firearms were drawn into its depths. Watching the heaps of supplies being absorbed into the space, a smile involuntarily crept across Zhang Xiaobei's lips. With a nation backing him, there was but one word to describe the feeling. Exhilarating. Even more so than anything else. Chapter 64, A Special Interview. At the entrance of the Jinwu base, Lin Changjun awaited by the vehicle. The two exchanged jovial banter as they sped down the road, heading straight for B-City Airport. An hour and a half later, at F-City Airport, Zhang Xiaobei disembarked from the plane, bade farewell to Lin Changjun, and made his way to the parking lot. The sleek black Mercedes S65L, cloaked in a fine layer of dust, still exuded its graceful contours. He retrieved the key from his space, pressed the unlock button, and settled into the driver's seat to start the engine. Checking the time on his phone, he noted it was only 1 in the afternoon. Great. He had just been appointed community director on Monday, and now he had vanished for several days. If he didn't return soon, his colleagues might suspect he had fled. With a chuckle, Zhang Xiaobei shook his head and revved the car. The engine of the Mercedes emitted a deep growl as it slowly rolled out of the parking lot. Meanwhile, in the high-level conference room of Dragon Nation's B-City, the atmosphere was solemn and grave. At the conference table, Old Chin stood before the projection screen, wielding a laser pointer as he reported on recent significant breakthroughs. The Jinwu No. 1 controllable nuclear fusion reactor had safely operated for 30 hours. With energy output power stabilized at 12 gigawatts, and the construction of reactors in 5 major regions had commenced simultaneously. The quantum supercomputer Zero had successfully connected to the national backbone network, displaying on the screen the operational data of the nuclear fusion and the decrypted confidential documents. Even the preliminary concept drawings of the aerial aircraft carrier proposed by Zhang Xiaobei flashed by in succession. The room was silent, save for Old Chun's voice resonating throughout. After a prolonged pause, the figure seated at the head of the table spoke slowly, his voice weathered yet imbued with authority. We have remained silent for too long. For years, the Western world's arrogance and prejudice have loomed over us. They have restricted our chips and barred our aerospace technologies. Even lithography machines have made our semiconductor enterprises struggle to survive. What is even more disheartening is that some of our own citizens, lacking in national confidence for so long, bow their heads at the sight of Western technology. They even begin to question our own path, believing we shall never catch up. He paused, his hawk-like gaze sweeping across all present. But now, we possess controllable nuclear fusion. We have the quantum supercomputer, and we have technologies that can overshadow the globe. The Dragon Nation should no longer hide its brilliance. It is time for the world to witness our might. This proclamation reverberated like thunder, igniting a stir within the conference room. Excitement flickered in Old Chin's eyes as he stepped forward. Are you suggesting? Notify ZY Television. The figure at the head replied with unwavering resolve. Tonight, S News broadcast will feature the controllable nuclear fusion. Showcase the operational footage of Jinmu No. 1, along with the construction plans for the 5 major regions. Inform the entire nation that we will no longer bow to others. He added, and let those nations that have us in a chokehold know that the era of the Dragon Nation has arrived. Old Chun straightened his posture sharply, saluting with a precise military gesture. Yes. Upon the conclusion of the meeting, Old Chun hastened from the conference room, dialing Academician Tong's number. Old Tong, prepare yourself quickly. Tonight, ZY Television will report on controllable nuclear fusion, and you must appear on screen. Bring along the operational data for Jinmu No. 1 and the progress of miniaturization. This is a request from the highest level. We need to let the entire nation know that our Dragon Nation is no longer the nation that can be easily manipulated. On the other end of the line, Academician Tong's voice brimmed with excitement. Understood. I will prepare immediately in an old residential building in T-City. The dining table at Chun Jinmin's home still bore the remnants of uneaten dishes. 15-year-old Chen Fong sat with his grandfather on the sofa. As the theme music for the news broadcast played on the television, he furrowed his brow and muttered, Grandpa, watching the news every day is so dull. Can't we switch to a channel for cartoons? Not receiving a response from his grandfather, he shook his mother's arm. Mom, you promised I could play on your phone for half an hour after finishing my homework. Can I have it now? At that moment, Chun Jimin's brow was tightly knit. Their family had been entrenched in the system for 3 generations, since his father's era. Watching the news broadcast at 7 o'clock every day had been an unshakable rule. It was the primary means of grasping policy directions and sensing the pulse of the nation. Just as he was about to admonish his grandson, the voice from the television abruptly halted him. Good evening, viewers. Good evening. Today is November 28th, 2025, Friday, the 9th day of the 10th lunar month. Following the familiar opening statement, the male host tone suddenly grew gravely serious, in accordance with directives from higher authorities. Tonight, we will suspend regular news broadcasts. Next, please follow the camera of our reporters as we head to our underground Controllable Nuclear Fusion Research Institute for a special interview. Suspend regular news. Chun Jimin's murky eyes instantly sparkled, having worked in administration for 30 years. He had never witnessed a sudden change in the content of the news broadcast. Something monumental must be afoot. Chun Fong ceased his chattering, curiously turning his gaze towards the television. Chun Fong's mother quickly retrieved a notebook and pen, poised to document the unfolding events. Such special interviews often herald significant breakthroughs at the national level. The television screen shifted, revealing not the familiar studio, but a shadowy underground passage. The female reporter, clad in a blue protective suit, stood before a backdrop resonating with a low hum. In the distance, the superconducting magnetic confinement ring glowed with a soft purple light. Dear viewers, I am currently situated 300 meters beneath the surface at our nation's nuclear research facility, the reporter announced. Behind me is the Jinmu No. 1 controllable nuclear fusion reactor, which we have developed independently. The reporter's voice was laced with barely contained excitement as the camera panned to Academician Tong. Academician Tong, could you please elucidate the current status of Jinmu No. 1? Academician Tong, donned in a white lab coat, his eyes bloodshot yet ablaze with fervor, replied. As of now, Jinmu No. 1 has achieved a safe and stable operation for 35 hours. The plasma temperature remains steady at 1.2 billion degrees, and the magnetic confinement strength and energy output power have reached unprecedented levels, achieving true zero pollution, zero emissions. Could it be controlled nuclear fusion? Chun Jinmin abruptly stood up, exclaiming an expletive. In his youth, he had contributed to the development of the Western regions and understood all too well the significance of controlled nuclear fusion. This technology could liberate the Dragon Nation from its dependence on fossil fuels, shattering the Western energy monopoly, a monumental national asset. Chun Fong momentarily forgot his phone, his gaze fixed intently on the screen. The television displayed real-time footage from within the reactor. A pale purple plasma danced like a flickering flame, suspended at the heart of a magnetic confinement ring. Beside it, the data screens indicated that all parameters were stable. Moreover, Academician Tong continued, his tone growing increasingly resolute. Our nation has simultaneously initiated the construction of 5 controlled nuclear fusion reactors across the 5 major regions of the country. It is anticipated that nationwide power grid connectivity will be achieved by early 2026. Additionally, the miniaturization technology for reactors has entered the clinical trial phase. In the future, It is expected to be applied in aviation, maritime, and other fields, fundamentally reshaping the global energy landscape. The entire Dragon Nation fell into a profound silence in the wake of this startling news. Chapter 65. A nation aglow. The tranquility in Chun Jinmin's home lasted only 3 seconds. Upon hearing the announcement of nationwide power grid connectivity by early 2026, he slapped his thigh in delight, exclaiming, "Wonderful, absolutely fantastic. I longed for this day when I was aiding in the Western development." As he spoke, tears welled in the eyes of the elderly gentleman. 15-year-old Chun Fong, holding his mother's phone, excitedly exclaimed, "Grandpa, look! The internet is abuzz with discussions about controlled nuclear fusion." Chun Fong's mother dialed a colleague's number. "Director Zhang, have you seen the news? Controlled nuclear fusion. Our Dragon Nation has truly made it." The voice on the other end echoed the same exhilaration. This scene unfolded in countless households across the Dragon Nation. On streets and in alleys, customers crowded around the television in convenience stores, while staff turned the volume up to maximum. The elderly ladies dancing in the square paused to gather around phones watching the live news broadcast. In university dormitories, spirited students raised their laptops in celebration. Schools even suspended internet restrictions for the night, allowing these youths to rejoice fully. At 9 o'clock in the city, which should have been descending into quietude, jubilant cheers rang out everywhere. Some members of neighborhood committees even spent their own money on thousands of firecrackers and fireworks. Spectators marveled at the fireworks illuminating the dark sky, shouting in unison, "Dragon Nation is magnificent." Simultaneously, the Dragon Nation's internet was engulfed in a frenzy. Weibo's servers collapsed under the surge, necessitating the rapid establishment of new servers to stabilize access. The top 20 trending topics were entirely dominated by nuclear fusion-related discussions. Dragon Nation leads the world in controlled nuclear fusion. Golden Crow 1 operates stably for 35 hours, achieving nationwide power grid connectivity by 2026. Dragon Nation, once again, leading a new energy era. Controlled nuclear fusion is transforming our lives. Each topic was accompanied by the glaring word explosive. The comments section saw tens of thousands of new messages every second. I'm moved to tears. Back when the West claimed we wouldn't achieve nuclear fusion for 50 years. Now they've been left in the dust. Thank you, academician and all researchers. You are the backbone of the Dragon Nation. Energy freedom. Does this mean my electric vehicle will be virtually free in the future? Hey upstairs, are you dreaming? Do you think they won't charge you a road fee, brother? What the heck? Did controlled nuclear fusion just arrive out of nowhere? It feels like I'm reading a novel. I just finished a novel that mentioned controlled nuclear fusion. And now our Dragon Nation has it? Is it possible to install controlled nuclear fusion in electric vehicles? 5 minutes of fusion for a range of 10,000 kilometers? Amidst the jubilant uproar, some discordant comments emerged. This must be fake. Even the top Western labs haven't made a breakthrough. How could the Dragon Nation? Is this just a video to deceive the public? As soon as these comments were posted, they were immediately scrutinized by netizens. Someone traced the IP to Province X, and a comment quickly followed. A whopping 50 cents? I'm reporting this. Within 3 minutes, the account received a notification stating it violated community guidelines and was banned. Some netizens even took screenshots to report to the authorities, captioned, "As soon as the nation achieves a significant breakthrough, they pour cold water on it." What else could this be but espionage? Other social media platforms also erupted in activity. On Douyin, the video of Golden Crow 1's operational footage surpassed 100 million views in half an hour. The comments flooded in, "Dragon Nation is powerful." On So, someone posed the question, "What does controlled nuclear fusion mean?" and was immediately met with interpretations from hundreds of researchers and scholars. The most upvoted response stated, "This is humanity's first step from reliance on blue planet resources to mastering energy. And this step, our Dragon Nation is taking at the forefront." Observing the internet's fervor, a celebrity named Wong, scheduled to hold a concert the following day, quietly turned off his phone. Lying on the sofa, he muttered to himself, "It's all right. This is a good thing for our Dragon Nation. I'm not upset. It's not the first time." Watching his concert's trending topic pushed far down the list, he felt a deep sense of despair. While the Dragon Nation's night was filled with celebration, the atmosphere in the White House of the beautiful country at that moment in the morning was shrouded in low pressure. Jack sat behind his desk, the monitor looping clips of the Dragon Nation's news broadcasts. Each replay of academician Tom presenting Golden Crow 1 with the pale purple plasma dancing darkened his expression further. Bang! Jack slammed his fist on the desk, picking up the phone to dial the number for the Nuclear Physics Research Department of the beautiful country. His voice brimming with fury, What on earth are you doing? Those Eastern folks are currently wildly promoting their controlled nuclear fusion. And you idiots, with billions of dollars in funding each year, you can't even maintain stable operation for 600 seconds. Meanwhile, they have been stably burning for 38 hours. That is a full 38 hours. Now, give me explanation. The voice on the other end stuttered. Jack, we are still addressing the plasma confinement issue. They may have made breakthroughs in new superconducting materials, and we're working with IER on that front. Research? By the time you finish your research, the Dragon Nation will have achieved global energy monopoly. Jack interrupted angrily. Immediately convene an emergency meeting. Collaborate with European and Sakura Nation laboratories at any cost. We must uncover their technological pathway and contact the media at once. Cast out on their data. Just say they're fabricating evidence to divert domestic issues and discredit them. Claim they were previously expelled from the ITR research group, and their breakthroughs are nothing but blatant theft. After hanging up, Jack was acutely aware that controlled nuclear fusion represented not merely a technological breakthrough. It signified the Dragon Nation's complete emancipation from reliance on fossil fuels. They could potentially dominate the global landscape through energy exports. The beautiful country's long-standing technological hegemony appeared to waver at this very moment. At 11 p.m. Dragon Nation time, the fervor on the internet showed no signs of abating. Many were glued to their computers and phones, incessantly refreshing news snippets. Some created memes from Tong's speech, while others began to dream of life after the 2026 network integration. At the Golden Crow base, Tong had just completed his final round of interviews when he was surrounded by researchers. In their hands, everyone held the freshly updated data. Tong, the gym one has been stably operational for 40 hours. The energy output is steadily increasing. Tong gazed at the pulsating numbers on the screen and affectionately patted the shoulder of a young researcher beside him, exclaiming, "Do you see? This sun embodies the strength of our Dragon Nation." Chapter 66. Public Opinion? A Reversal. In the early hours of 1 o'clock, as the internet's fervor was expected to cool with a late-night chill, an inexplicable undercurrent suddenly stirred the atmosphere into a frenzy. One moment, the comments section was filled with praise for the might of the Dragon Nation, and the next, a torrent of malicious, slanderous remarks flooded in. It was akin to pouring cold water into hot oil, igniting an all-out online skirmish. The first to strike was Weibo, an account certified as a senior technology commentator. Known as Dainu Technology Review, abruptly published a lengthy article titled, "Jinu number 1 running for 35 hours? Don't be fooled." The piece presented several blurry comparative images, asserting that the plasma temperature data released by the Dragon Nation closely matched experimental data from Beautiful Country 10 years prior. It even fabricated claims that Jim one had only operated stably for 60 seconds, with the remainder being cleverly edited footage. The article concluded with a snide remark. Rather than engaging in these superficial projects, it would be wiser to resolve the chip blockade issue first. Within 10 minutes of posting, this Weibo article was fervently shared by numerous marketing accounts. Is the Dragon Nation's nuclear fusion data fabricated? What Beautiful Country's laboratories could not achieve, the Dragon Nation certainly cannot. Beware, using false technology to divert public discontent. These headlines spread like a virus, with some marketing accounts even referencing the ITER, International Thermonuclear Experimental Reactor, official statements. The Dragon Nation has long been expelled from the ITER organization. The credibility of its breakthroughs is questionable. Is Tong suspected of appropriating international achievements as his own? TikTok was buzzing with activity. A popular blogger with 1 million followers, Husey Takes You to See the World, conducted a live broadcast overnight. Armed with editing software, he slow-played the footage of the reactor frame by frame. Look at this pale, purple light effect, identical to special effects in science fiction films. Real nuclear fusion reactions emit a bright white light. This is clearly post-production. The live stream was interspersed with footage from Beautiful Country's laboratories, accompanied by the boastful claim, "See what true scientific research looks like, and then compare it to our special effects blockbuster." As soon as a viewer questioned, "Do you even understand nuclear fusion?" they were besieged by a horde of sock puppet accounts proclaiming, "If you don't understand, don't argue blindly." The blogger has been to Beautiful Country for exchanges. The rational discussions on Zhu took on a more sinister tone. One user inquired, "How should we view the potential exaggeration of the Dragon Nation's controllable nuclear fusion technology?" The top-voted response came from an anonymous researcher who claimed that the Dragon Nation's superconducting magnetic confinement ring was purchased secondhand from Europe and could not withstand the 1.2 billion degree Celsius high temperature. He even fabricated a story about a friend working at the nuclear fusion base, alleging that the equipment frequently malfunctioned. This half-truth, half-false internal information instantly sent many clueless netizens into a panic. Is this true? Could it really be a scam? Yet, just as this wave of slander began to gain momentum, it was swiftly shattered by a counterattack from Dragon Nation netizens. The first to strike were a group of hardcore users. Someone uncovered that nation.Technology Review had received funding from a think tank in beautiful country 3 years ago. The Weibo feed was filled with content praising Western technology, including remarks about the sweet air of beautiful country. Others traced the IP of the anonymous overseas researcher, discovering it pointed to Cherry Blossom Country and directly screenshotting in the comments. Is this what you call internal information? Go to hell. On TikTok, several actual nuclear physics graduate students launched live streams overnight, showcasing laboratory data. The pale purple light is due to the combustion of helium-3 fuel, which produces a different light effect than the deuterium-tritium fuel used in the West. If you don't understand, stop blabbering. I'm posting the paper link here for you to read. They even connected with researchers at the nuclear base, who filmed the reactor control room with their phones. It's now 2 a.m., and Jimmy #1 has been stably operating for 42 hours, with power still on a rise. Can this real-time data be faked? The live stream's audience surged past 100,000, with comments flooding in. Have you been slapped in the face? Blogger, hurry up and roll out of the Dragon Nation. It was widely known that videos could not be manipulated. Just as two opposing waves began to clash across the internet, Zero intervened. No one knew how they had become involved. At 2:30 in the morning, all the marketing accounts that had been the most vicious in their slander suddenly faced a collective backlash. Some accounts were exposed for simultaneously operating 20 sock puppet accounts specifically aimed at defaming domestic technology. The financial flow of the actual account operators was even revealed to be funneled to media groups in beautiful country. Screenshots of conversations from some public intellectuals' WeChat chats were released. The chat records clearly stated, "This time, we're slandering nuclear fusion. The price has gone up. Each comment costs 80 cents. Within an hour, the situation was completely reversed. The nation.Technology Review account was banned, with the notice stating, "Long-term dissemination of false information, suspected of endangering national security." A dozen leading, slanderous marketing accounts were permanently silenced, and the platform announced a special campaign to combat technological rumors. Previously uninformed netizens swiftly changed their tunes. Damn, I almost fell for it. Thank goodness. I've been on the internet long enough to know some things require patience. Let the bullets fly for a bit. I suggest we execute all these public intellectuals. The suggestion above is good. I'll consider it. Zhang Xiaobei casually commented, then closed his phone, pulling Sister By into a deep slumber. At 3 o'clock in the morning, the Ministry of Science and Technology of the Dragon Nation suddenly released an official statement. It included a real-time monitoring link for Jimmy #1, allowing anyone to view the operational data. They also announced that next week they would open the nuclear fusion base for visits, inviting domestic and international media and researchers for on-site inspections. The last line of the statement resonated powerfully. The technological breakthroughs of the Dragon Nation never rely on lies for support. While we welcome rational skepticism, we absolutely will not tolerate malicious slander. At that moment, in the underground nuclear base, academician Tong was so excited that he could not sleep throughout the night. Watching the online chaos unfold on his phone, he smiled at the researcher beside him. Did you see? In the past, when the West claimed we were incapable, some people believed it. Now that we have presented real results, if they wish to slander us again, the common people will not stand for it. The researcher nodded, gazing at academician Tong's bloodshot eyes, softly suggesting, "Academician Tong, you should get some rest. We will keep watch here." Meanwhile, far across the ocean in the White House, Jack, upon receiving the report from his subordinates, angrily smashed a soda bottle on the floor. He had never anticipated that the counterattack from Dragon Nation netizens would be so swift and fierce. It should not have happened. They had concealed everything so well. Yet he never realized that everything was under Zero's watchful eye, entirely unable to be hidden. The sky outside was darkening. But Jack knew that the technological hegemony of beautiful country was truly on the brink of collapse. Chapter 67. You'd better pray you really have Ultraman. In the eerie and frigid atmosphere of the presidential office in the White House, Jack slumped in his leather chair, darkly gazing out at the moonlight. He stared at the report of the total failure of the slander plan, his brow furrowing tightly. He then pressed the dial button. "I think it's time we meet." On the other end of the line, a sycophantic voice responded, laden with cautious flattery. "Yes, Mr. Jack. I will immediately arrange a private jet to beautiful country." Beep. The moment he hung up the phone, Jack abruptly raised his arm and slammed his palm down on the red button on the desk. He bellowed into the empty room. Fuck. These useless fools only take money and do nothing. The inability to convey even a single rumor stirred his ire. As he bellowed at the secretary outside the door, "Where's my cola?" The secretary, startled, hastily acknowledged and scurried away to prepare it. Left alone, Jack paced restlessly in his office, shadows flickering in his gaze. Meanwhile, the individual known as Unmentionable had just hung up the phone, their signature donkey-like expression instantly drooping. Frustrated, they tugged at their hair and roared at their subordinates. "Baka!" Jack himself called, likely concerning the controllable nuclear fusion issue in Dragon Country. "Prepare a private jet immediately." The subordinates bowed their heads in trepidation. Yes. No one knew what Jack and Unmentionable had conspired, but the next morning, the media in Sakura Country began live broadcasts. "I shall represent Sakura. Next week, I will visit and meet with local leaders. I want the entire world to know that we, Sakura Country, will not be silenced." Such audacious declarations detonated like a bomb, unleashing a tidal wave across Dragon Country. The topic of controllable nuclear fusion, which previously dominated trending searches, was swiftly eclipsed as new trending phrases skyrocketed to the top with alarming speed. Outright interference in Dragon Country. Reject all Sakura products. Boycott all nations that silence us. Dragon Country is indivisible. The internet erupted in fervor, with public outrage outpacing official responses. On Douyin, the view count of related videos surpassed 300 million within half an hour. The barrage of comments flooded in. "Damn, is this dog of a person tired of living? Has he forgotten the last administration? I will never buy anything from Sakura Country again. I'm smashing my Sakura refrigerator right now. I just canceled my flight to Sakura next week. The lost money is nothing. Supporting my nation. Has that fool been blinded by pig fat? Be careful up there. Your account will be gone soon. Ban me if you must. I speak the truth. I've been silenced." Soon after, a flood of comments from IPs showing XX appeared. But the tone was surprisingly amicable. "Please, don't come here to pollute our air." Exactly. You must be brain dead if you think collaborating with Little Sakura will yield good results. When will we be able to apply for Dragon Country IDs? Can't write, can't speak. My grandfather came here from his hometown back in the day. I've long wanted to be silenced. The online interactions became animated, veering off course. Wishing for XX sister. "Sorry, my DM got banned. This is my new account. Add me." Did the wish come true? If so, I'm joining in. I can cook and warm your bed. I wish for AX sister too. X sisters are not good here. Wow. Captured a wild XX sister. "Sister, don't be afraid. What color sack do you like?" In stark contrast to the online uproar, a confidential meeting was underway within the B City Administrative Office, the doors and windows tightly sealed, curtains drawn shut. Only a faint light seeped through the gaps. The proceedings were strictly confidential, leaving no knowledge of their content. However, the final decision reverberated through the entire military-industrial sector. "Old Chun, from today onwards, you will oversee the Skydome aircraft carrier project, with all resources prioritized for allocation. Active vessels will remain unutilized. Immediately dismantle the Jiangsu vessel under construction and rebuild it according to the new plan. We must integrate a complete controllable nuclear fusion reactor into the hull. The energy supply cannot falter. If one hull thruster isn't enough, install 10. If 10 aren't enough, install 100. Comrade Zhang Xiaobei's concept of bricks of great strength holds merit. The hull dimensions will be designed on a kilometer scale, with a target displacement of 1 million tons. Project codename, Kunlun Skydome Mothership. Standing at the center of the meeting, Old Chen's gaze was resolute as he saluted. "Rest assured, I will not fail the mission entrusted to me, and I will ensure the Kunlun sets sail at the earliest opportunity. Let those nations that silence us witness the true strength of Dragon Country." Following the meeting, Old Chen immediately dialed Zhang Xiaobei, barely containing his excitement. "Xiaobei, the higher-ups have approved. The Skydome aircraft carrier project is officially launched, codename Kunlun. Your vision is about to become a reality." At that moment, Zhang Xiaobei lay in bed scrolling through Dian, instantly invigorated by the call, exclaiming, "No way. Really? Old Chun, let me know if you need my assistance." After hanging up, Zhang Xiaobei gazed out at the setting sun, a smile creeping onto his lips. "Nations that silence us? Silence us." He resumed scrolling through short videos, fervently commenting below, "You better pray that your Sakura truly has Ultraman." Feeling a sudden sense of boredom, he decided to take action. He pulled out his phone and entered a different password. The next moment, the screen transitioned to an alternate system. There, the interface displayed no apps, only a virtual figure standing respectfully. 0. Gather all the dirt on that person who silences us from every corner of the internet. Anything that can be used against them, unearth it. Also, assist me in checking her recent schedule. If necessary, I shall take matters into my own hands. Understood, Master. The phone screen gradually dimmed as 0 commenced its task. As for 0's origin, it can only be said that the system provided information, prioritizing directives over the host. Thus, on the surface, 0 was attributed to the official domain. Yet, clandestinely, it quietly resided within Zhang Xiaobei's phone. A remnant of the night, he had confronted 500,000 online, only to discover his phone had frozen. It seemed odd. This phone was a secure device gifted by Old Chun. So how could it malfunction? When the phone rebooted, 0 made its appearance. Zhang Xiaobei, feeling justified, continued to utilize it, as it was ultimately still his possession. Report, Master. All data has been collected. Shall I proceed with a global synchronous release? Hold on. Let me take a look, huh? What? Zhang Xiaobei stared at the messages, a mix of images, text, and videos, instantly rendered speechless. This woman plays it so extravagantly, observing the interplay of black and white in the videos. He couldn't help but exclaim. 3 words, truly F-ing impressive. Chapter 68, the Kunlun Skydome Mothership. Along the coast of the Bohai Sea, once a vast expanse of salt flats, a super construction base has risen in just 3 days, destined to be recorded in the annals of human industrial history. As dawn broke, a 1,000,000-square-meter site was illuminated by a sea of lights. Thousands of colossal tower cranes stood like a forest of steel, the tallest reaching 300 meters. Tens of thousands of builders donned in blue uniforms and red hard hats moved about with purpose and order. The air buzzed with the sound of commands over walkie-talkies, the mechanical roar of machinery, and the clattering of steel. On the ground, the contours of the kilometer-scale hull began to take shape. Heavy special alloy components sprawled out like the ribs of a colossal dragon, with a single keel weighing an astonishing 8,000 tons. It required 3 super-heavy gantry cranes to hoist it into place, with a gap wide enough to accommodate 3 main battle tanks side by side. Attention all units. The transport convoy for the heart components has arrived at the North Gate. Activate the number 1 hoisting channel immediately. In the control tower, Old Chun held a walkie-talkie, his white hair fluttering in the cold winter morning breeze, but the fire in his eyes burned brightly. Behind him, a giant display screen showcased real-time 3D modeling generated by 0, rapidly updating data from million-ton buoyancy chambers to tiered weapon platforms, from the controllable nuclear fusion reactor chamber to the matrix layout of 100 hull thrusters. Every detail is continuously refined under the support of 0 computational power. At the lifting site, a controllable nuclear fusion reactor is enveloped within a specially designed shockproof chamber. It is gently propelled by 8 modular transport vehicles, each possessing a total pulling force of 200,000 tons. The seasoned driver, Old Wong, grips the steering wheel tightly, his eyes ablaze with excitement. With 30 years of specialized transportation experience, he rushed to the site from 1,000 miles away upon receiving the mission the night before, scarcely finding a moment to bid farewell to his spouse before donning his work attire and departing. Old Wong, you've been driving for 12 continuous hours. Don't you think it's time for a break? The captain's voice crackles through the intercom, yet Old Wong responds with palpable enthusiasm. Captain, I can't possibly sleep. Since leaving home, I've been too exhilarated to close my eyes. We must safely deliver the son of the Dragon Kingdom into the belly of Kunlun. As the reactor is hoisted, the entire base descends into a momentary hush. The 300-meter-high main hoisting tower gradually exerts its power, the steel cables taut in the morning light, resonating a deep hum against the biting winter wind by the sea. Inside the command tower, the young structural engineer, Xiao Lin, fixates on the stress data displayed on the screen. Having gone 40 hours without sleep, he bears heavy dark circles under his eyes. In pursuit of optimizing the reactor's installation interface, he and his team have discarded 12 iterations of their plans. Ultimately, with 0 assistance, they designed an adaptive cushioning base to secure it. Just 3 more meters. Shift to the left front. In stark contrast to the precise hoisting of the core capsule, the welding side of the ship's framework is ablaze with sparks. Hundreds of welders are dispersed across various nodes of the keel, clad in high-temperature protective gear and respiratory masks. Their welding torches emit blue flames extending half a meter, fusing specialized alloy plates into a cohesive whole. 28-year-old welder Xiao Li, with eyes fixed on the weld seam behind his mask, is drenched in sweat despite the winter chill, his back fully soaked. Originally scheduled to wed next week, he postponed the wedding immediately upon receiving the assignment. As he left home, he promised his fiancée, "The Kunlun must be built, and we will marry, but you must wait for me to finish. Once the Kunlun is completed, I will return to marry you." On the day of their parting, his fiancée's eyes glistened with tears. "I will wait for you. On the day the Kunlun sets sail, we shall wed." As the sun sets, the base's lights shine ever brighter. Elder Chun stands within the command tower, gazing at the magnificent construction scene before him, reminiscent of his youthful self from decades past. Back then, he was merely a young technician, laboring with his team in the Gobi Desert, subsisting on rations while conducting experiments. They lacked even a decent crane, yet now, 1,000-ton components are assembled like building blocks, and controllable nuclear fusion is on the verge of ignition within the ship's hull. 100 Hall thrusters will propel this million-ton aerospace carrier into the heavens. Elder Chin's eyes well up with emotion as he observes the tireless workers below and the imposing steel leviathan rising. Tell everyone to give it their all. The forces of division are provoking us, and the Western world watches. The sooner our Kunlun sets sail, the straighter the spine of the Dragon Kingdom will stand. As night deepens, the construction base remains aglow. The tower crane's arm traces elegant arcs across the night sky, and the flames from the welding torches illuminate both youthful and aged faces alike. Each scene gradually transforms the blueprint of this national heavy-duty apparatus into reality. No one complains of fatigue, nor do they concern themselves with losses, for they all understand that what they are constructing is not merely an aerospace carrier. It is the dignity of the Dragon Kingdom. It is the future of the nation. It is an absolute force that will instill fear in all divisive factions and external interlopers. In the distance, the ocean waves crash against the rocks. The Kunlun is forging its sword. Dawn is approaching. Chapter 69. Get in the car. In the real world, the steel giant on the shores of the Bohai Sea continues to rise. Within the Dragon Kingdom of the apocalyptic world, a resource frenzy capable of reshaping civilization has already erupted. On lands once besieged by zombies, hundreds of thousands of silver-gray drones blot out the sky. The misting nozzles suspended beneath their wings steadily dispense a pale blue solution. This is the zombie antidote that Zhang Xiaobei sees from the A3. After mass production optimization by the military-industrial system of the real world, it possesses lethal effects upon contact. The drone swarm navigates through predetermined flight paths, traversing from the Kunlun Mountains to the shores of the East China Sea, from the northern deserts to the southern waterways. The pale blue mist refracts a soft glow in the sunlight, and wherever it passes, the once staggering and howling zombies become rigid and topple to the ground. Under the influence of the solution, their skin rapidly loses vitality, ultimately transforming into a grayish-brown powder that merges with the soil. Within merely 2 hours, this purification operation covering 1,000,000 square kilometers declares its conclusion. As the last drone lands at the temporary airport in City F, there are no longer any active zombies within the Dragon Kingdom of the apocalyptic world. Report to the command center. Nationwide zombie eradication is complete. The voice from the frontline troops carries an unmistakable thrill. Meanwhile, in the survivor settlements scattered across the land, order is rapidly being restored. Following meticulous checks and gathering by the troops, the remaining 1,000,000 compatriots of the Dragon Kingdom have all been relocated to 20 standardized resettlement bases. Within the base, the tents of field hospitals stretch for miles, as military doctors, equipped with medicines and instruments brought from the real world, attend to the survivors' injuries. Large cooking vehicles emit steam, continuously delivering fragrant buns, hot porridge, and canned goods to everyone. Psychological support teams weave through the crowd, soothing the traumatized hearts of the survivors. Thank you, nation. Thank you, troops. An elderly engineer, now without a leg, clutches the military doctor's hand, tears brimming in his eyes. He once survived in a deserted laboratory, and now he has finally been reborn. Following directives from higher-ups, the survivor screening process is simultaneously underway. Regardless of whether one was once a cannibalistic demon or a wretched survivor, all are treated equally. For here, there is no law, only the might of the troops. After discussions among the higher authorities, everything shall be left in the past. After all, in the face of the sudden apocalypse, everyone simply wishes to survive. In the plaza of the resettlement base, a massive electronic screen scrolls recruitment announcements. Individuals possessing skills in mechanical maintenance, electrical operation, mineral extraction, water conservancy engineering, etc., will be prioritized for entry into the reconstruction talent pool with favorable treatment. People queue to register their information, their eyes alight with hope for the future. Former programmers, electricians, miners, and farmers eagerly showcase their skills, all yearning to contribute to the revival of civilization on this land that has survived catastrophe. The restoration projects for electricity and water conservancy commence first. Under the guidance of experts from the power department, troops and civilians work side by side. They repair substations damaged by zombies, clear blocked waterways, and erect temporary water supply networks. When the power supply lights up the resettlement base, thunderous cheers erupt in the plaza. As the clear river water flows through the pipes into storage tanks, children leap joyfully around the faucets. The shadows of the apocalypse are gradually dispelled by the warmth of everyday life. At a gigantic open-pit mine in the northwest, a bustling scene of mining has already unfolded. Once abandoned pits have been refurbished, with hundreds of massive mining machines transported from the real world lined up in neat rows. Hydraulic excavators towering 50 meters high swing their iron arms, capable of excavating dozens of tons of ore with a single scoop. Trucks of 1,000 tons, akin to steel behemoths, traverse the terrain, their cargo bays overflowing with black coal and are shimmering with metallic luster. The conveyor belt, stretching for several kilometers like a colossal steel dragon, incessantly transports the excavated ore to the sorting factory. After an initial screening, the materials are categorized and loaded into standardized containers. Attention, all mining points. The iron ore numbered 073 has completed its daily extraction task and must be immediately transported to the transfer station in City F. In the distant sky, a fleet of transport helicopters forms a three-dimensional logistics network with ground vehicles, continuously ferrying various mineral resources to City F. This is the sole transfer hub between the post-apocalyptic world and the realm of reality. Within the transfer station of City F, Zhang Xiaobei's black Mercedes S65L stands quietly. Lately, apart from idling in the community, his daily essential task has been the transportation of supplies. After all, he possesses a personal space of 100,000 cubic meters, allowing him to directly retrieve resources from the apocalypse. Upon returning to the real world, he can distribute them to warehouses across various locations. At this moment, he stands beside a towering stack of containers, conversing on the phone with Zhao Lai, the head of the post-apocalyptic world. Captain Zhao, I have reviewed today's mineral list. The reserves of iron, ore, copper, and rare earth minerals have been exceeded. Excellent. He raises his hand to activate his personal space, and a pale blue vortex unfurls in the open area. I'll take these for now. You all keep up the good work. These invaluable resources from the post-apocalyptic world vanish in an instant. Subsequently, Zhang Xiaobei glances at his Patek Philippe on his wrist. It is already 10 p.m. If he finishes his work early, he can still team up with Sister Bai for a round. In City B, at the Jinwu base, Zhang Xiaobei's Mercedes S65L glides out. Everyone on site is accustomed to this ostentatious commander. Report to the commander. Resources are ready for reception at various locations. Zhang Xiaobei lowers his window and smiles at the incoming individual. Xiaoro, you've grown since we last met. The newcomer is Qin Xiaoro, the communication secretary assigned to him by Elder Chen. Zhang Xiaobei is well aware of Elder Chen's intentions. Although he was once an external personnel, he is familiar with the internal rules of the system. There is no leader who employs a female secretary, and the one assigned to him for communication. Well, it's rather hard to summarize at a glance. Why is it hard to summarize? Because one glance is simply insufficient. Estimating her measurements to be around a D-cup, one cannot fathom how such a slender figure, standing at 170 centimeters and sporting glasses, could possess such curves. This conundrum has perplexed Zhang Xiaobei for days, which is also why he has been eager to volunteer at the base lately. Of course, this is not the sole reason. Primarily, if a large number of heavy transport vehicles suddenly appear in City B, it would inevitably attract unwarranted attention. With so many large vehicles parading through the streets, wouldn't it be obvious that there is something amiss in the ancient mountains? Thus, Zhang Xiaobei feels compelled to don his simulated battle armor every day after work and swiftly arrive at City B. Not just to see the grand spectacle, oh no, but to assist with the transportation. He sizes up his secretary, a warm smile gracing his face. Xiaoro, there's no time to explain. Hop in. Chapter 70. Speech. Counteraction. Qin Xiaoro obediently takes her seat in the passenger seat, as Zhang Xiaobei focuses intently on her fastening her seatbelt. Despite it being winter, the seatbelt remains stubbornly secured. Commander, shall we set off? Oh yes. Let us go. He then starts the vehicle, departing the base under the salute of the guards, heading straight for the T-City port. As Zhang Xiaobei's vehicle speeds through the city, the warning lights flashing, everyone silently makes way, watching as the car arrogantly leaves. Upon reaching the highway, He accelerates to 150 km/h. In truth, Zhang Xiaobei does not necessarily need to drive. He could fly directly from the Yinshan base to the T-City port in his simulated battle armor in the blink of an eye. However, he prefers to enjoy the scenery along the way. Xiaoro, how old are you this year? Commander, EM-22. 22. Good. Qin Zyro gazes curiously at the remarkably youthful commander before her. During her university years, she had become a selected student for ZY. She was supposed to embark on a promising career starting from the grassroots level. However, an unexpected twist of fate altered her life forever. After filling out a form one day, she vanished from public view, bidding farewell to her parents and classmates, venturing alone into the mountains. She had anticipated a secretive and challenging role, only to be informed post-interview that she had been assigned to a secretarial position. She was somewhat bewildered. Yet, the offered remuneration was irresistible. During her internship, the salary was set at 8,000 yuan. If she secured a permanent position with the approval of her superior, she would enjoy the benefits of a departmental head. Her salary would double. Such a fortune was almost unheard of within the system. However, the aura of mystery surrounding this unit was undeniable. It was not only located in the mountains, but also housed an enigmatic portal. Strange things often emerged from it, such as gigantic roosters and goats. Nonetheless, despite being a newcomer in the workplace, she understood one fundamental principle: to do more, listen more, and speak less, especially in such an organization. This exceptionally youthful and seemingly frivolous Supreme Commander struck her as a typical spoiled scion. She had encountered various leaders, but had never met one who was rarely seen during the day and only appeared at night, sometimes disappearing for several days, all while driving a lavish Mercedes and donning a Patek Philippe, casually smoking the exclusive Panda brand cigarettes. It was utterly absurd. Have you had a boyfriend? When the commander posed this question, Qin Zyro momentarily faltered. A boyfriend? Is that relevant to work? Zhang Xiaobei chuckled awkwardly. No, it's just a casual inquiry. I haven't dated. I've been focused on my studies since high school, striving to support the organization and align with its goals. Good. It's commendable that Comrade Xiao Ro holds such ideals. The two banter back and forth. The journey of over 200 kilometers at a constant speed exceeding 150 km/h takes just over an hour. They head straight for the port, where a special passageway opens, allowing Zhang Xiaobei's Mercedes to enter directly. Guided by armed police, they proceed to the edge of the dock. Zhang Xiaobei parks the car and steps out. Qin Zyro, in the passenger seat, promptly exits and takes the supplies list from Zhang Xiaobei, handing it over to the police officer in charge at the dock. Subsequently, everyone clears the area. Just as Qin Zyro is about to leave, Zhang Xiaobei stops her. No need to step back. I need to finish this quickly so I can drive you back to the base. Qin Zyro, looking perplexed, asks, then what is the purpose of my coming here? Zhang Xiaobei smirks. I'm here to enjoy the scenery, and you, my dear, are the scenery. Online discussions escalate over the next 2 days. When the latest statement from Kai Shi Mai Fu spreads across the blue star via satellite, the storm of public opinion reaches its zenith. At the press conference, the Prime Minister of the Sakura Nation not only reiterated the audacious plan to visit XX, but also crossed all red lines. Uttering forbidden words, the Sakura Nation will firmly support XXXX. Should we face external pressure, we will provide necessary military assistance and equipment. We, the Sakura, will safeguard the security of our allies. Platforms such as Weibo, Douyin, and Zhu are instantly inundated with waves of outrage. Kai Shi Mai Fu, I curse your mother. Support armed unification with Sakura. Support the nation's firm counteraction. Various trending topics dominate the search rankings at lightning speed. The fervor of anger swiftly transforms into tangible action. Across the nation, Sakura brand stores are left deserted. Sales of Sakura Nation products on e-commerce platforms plummet by 99%. Several purchasing agents proactively removed related product from their shelves. The foreign trade enterprises of the Cherry Blossom Nation find themselves engulfed in panic. Notifications of order cancellations arrive in droves as the clock strikes 3 in the afternoon. A press conference regarding foreign affairs in the Dragon Kingdom is convened punctually. The spokesperson, clad in a dark suit and bearing a grave expression, faces the cameras of the entire Blue Star media. Good afternoon, esteemed media friends. In light of a series of remarks made by Prime Minister Keishimi Ibufu of the Cherry Blossom Nation regarding XXXX and his audacious claims of providing military support, we hereby issue a stern statement and explicit response. First, XX is an inseparable part of the Dragon Kingdom. Any attempts at XXXX will be met with unequivocal opposition from the entire populace of the Dragon Kingdom. Any external forces engaging in XX are doomed to failure. The inappropriate comments made by Kashima Ibufu egregiously violate fundamental principles of international law and profoundly hurt the sentiments of the Dragon Kingdom citizens. This has irreparably damaged the relationship between our two nations. Second, to safeguard our national territorial integrity, we shall implement the following measures effective immediately. We will completely shut down all export channels to the Cherry Blossom Nation, suspending all categories of goods, technology, and resources exported to the Dragon Kingdom. We will also entirely close the import pathways for products from the Cherry Blossom Nation, ensuring that all related items are barred from entering the Dragon Kingdom's market. We formally urge all citizens of the Dragon Kingdom currently in the Cherry Blossom Nation to return home expeditiously. We will coordinate flights, vessels, and other means of transportation to provide assistance, ensuring the personal safety of our compatriots. All travel visa channels to the Cherry Blossom Nation will be permanently closed. All tourism exchanges will be suspended. Effective immediately, we terminate all official and unofficial trade collaborations with the Cherry Blossom Nation. Third, we will soon conduct regular military deployments and live-fire exercises in the relevant coastal waters. Let it be clearly stated, this deployment and exercise are by no means mere drills. Fishermen and merchant vessels in the pertinent waters must take precautions to avoid these areas to prevent any untoward incidents. Any forces attempting to breach the exercise zone or interfere with our actions will face severe consequences. We reserve the right to take all necessary measures. The people of the Dragon Kingdom cherish peace, but will never cower in the face of provocation. We steadfastly adhere to a path of peaceful development. Yet there is no room for compromise on matters concerning National XX. Should the Cherry Blossom Nation persist in its obstinacy, continue to condone separatist forces, and challenge our bottom line, it will undoubtedly pay a heavy price for its actions. We issue another warning. Cease all interference in the affairs of the Dragon Kingdom. Otherwise, all consequences arising therefrom will be borne solely by the Cherry Blossom Nation. The live broadcast of the press conference spreads across the internet, instantly causing a profound stir in the international community. The Dragon Kingdom has never enacted such thorough and resolute countermeasures, even in the face of pressure from Western powers. It has never displayed such a willingness to spare no expense. Media outlets worldwide urgently voice their reactions. The Dragon Kingdom's response surpasses expectations. The complete trade embargo and coastal military deployments demonstrate an unprecedented resolve. Western think tanks convene emergency meetings overnight, with analysts utterly baffled. While the breakthrough in controllable nuclear fusion is indeed significant, it hardly justifies the Dragon Kingdom's fierce stance. Has its military capability undergone a transformative leap? Why resort to measures akin to severing diplomatic ties over mere rhetoric? Does the Dragon Kingdom possess undisclosed trump cards? Far away in the Prime Minister's residence in the Cherry Blossom Nation, Kashima Ibufu has just received the original text of the Dragon Kingdom statement and feels as if struck by lightning. The arrogance on her face is instantly replaced by shock. She repeatedly reads phrases like closure of all trade relations and military deployments not for exercise, unable to believe her eyes. How dare they? How dare the Dragon Kingdom treat us in such a manner? Closing all trade relations? Are they not concerned about the economic repercussions? Her aides, trembling, present the latest economic report. Prime Minister, our exports to the Dragon Kingdom account for 32% of our total export volume. The electronics, automotive, and agricultural sectors are already witnessing a collapse of orders, with numerous large enterprises urgently requesting government intervention. Kashima Ibufu's complexion turns ashen. She had anticipated that the Dragon Kingdom would only issue verbal protests or slight boycotts, never foreseeing such devastating counteractions. Chapter 71. The Cherry Blossom Evacuation. The streets of the Cherry Blossom Nation ignite with fervent emotions overnight. In major cities such as Tokyo, Osaka, and Nagoya, tens of thousands of radical activists brandish banners proclaiming retaliate against the Dragon Kingdom with force, defend the dignity of the Cherry Blossom. They march, shouting piercing slogans. They smash Dragon Kingdom brand billboards along the roadside, besieging the Dragon Kingdom's embassy in the Cherry Blossom Nation and hurling stones. The cacophony of shattering glass, insults, and police sirens intertwines amidst the chaos. The entire Cherry Blossom Nation descends into pandemonium. Prime Minister Kazihima, order the troops to mobilize. Show the Dragon Kingdom our might. What a shutting down trade matter. We have the support of the beautiful nation. Crush the Dragon Kingdom. We cannot back down. The visit to Province T must proceed. Amidst the fervent cries, Kashima Ibufu, inside the Prime Minister's residence, turns pale. Watching the uncontrollable parade outside, anxiety surges within her. The Dragon Kingdom's countermeasures exceed expectations. Merely one day into the trade embargo, multiple key domestic industries are already showing signs of collapse. Now, with large-scale protests demanding military retaliation erupting, her previous unease intensifies into desperation. Immediately call Mr. Jack. Keisha trembles as she speaks to her aides. The moment the call connects, Jack's sinister voice resonates through the receiver. Do not worry. Proceed as planned. But the Dragon Kingdom's response is far too intense. Protests are already spiraling out of control domestically. Keisha exclaims anxiously. Spiraling out of control is precisely what we want. Jack chuckles lightly, his tone dripping with calculation. I have ordered the 7th Fleet to hasten towards the Western Pacific, deploying near your coastline. They wish to conduct live-fire exercises? Our beautiful nation has never feared anyone. Regarding the economy, I have activated a super tariff plan against the Dragon Kingdom. Together with our allies in the Alliance of Beautiful Nations, we will comprehensively blockade the Dragon Kingdom's trade routes. Jack's voice grows increasingly sinister. I will ensure they are simultaneously pressured from economic, military, and internal chaos fronts. A mere controllable nuclear fusion breakthrough cannot possibly resolve all their issues. Rest assured and prepare for your visit to Province T. The rest is up to me. As the call concludes, Keisha anxious heart suddenly finds relief. She straightens her back, the confusion in her eyes replaced by fervor, and promptly orders an emergency press conference. Facing the cameras, Keisha adopts a defiant stance. I hereby reaffirm that in 4 days, I will proceed as scheduled to visit Province T to meet with Commander Lin Baiking. This plan will not change due to external pressures. She shifts her tone, tearfully accusing. The Dragon Kingdom's unilateral closure of all trade relations is a grave violation of the decades-long achievements of our diplomatic interactions. It has caused irreversible harm. I strongly urge the Dragon Kingdom to immediately lift the embargo and cease its provocative actions. Otherwise, it will bear all serious consequences. This firm declaration instantly ignites the emotions of the cherry blossom populace. The previously chaotic protests grow even more fervent, and Keisha approval ratings soar. Countless radical activists spontaneously organize to rally in support of her courageous stance. As the land of cherry blossoms succumbed to fervor, the Ministry of Foreign Affairs of the Dragon Kingdom, along with its various embassies abroad, simultaneously issued a crimson announcement. Notice on the urgent evacuation of Dragon Kingdom citizens stranded in the land of cherry blossoms. To safeguard the safety and legal rights of our citizens in the land of cherry blossoms. In light of the current deterioration of bilateral relations and the emergence of violent conflicts against Chinese individuals within the borders of the land of cherry blossoms, we hereby initiate the emergency evacuation mechanism with the following details. 1. Evacuation target. All citizens holding Dragon Kingdom passports stranded in the land of cherry blossoms, including students, workers, businesspersons, and tourists. 2. Assembly points. The Dragon Kingdom Embassy in Chiyoda, Tokyo, and the Dragon Kingdom Consulate General in Chuo, Osaka. In other regions, please contact the nearest Dragon Kingdom consulate or dial the 24-hour emergency hotline at XXXXXX. We will arrange transportation accordingly. 3. Evacuation timeline. Assembly must be completed within 48 hours from the issuance of this notice, with evacuation transport commencing within 72 hours. Specific timings will be communicated by on-site personnel. 4. Important notes. Please bring valid identification, arrive at the assembly point at the designated time, and comply with the instructions of on-site staff. Avoid acting alone during transit, steer clear of protest crowds and conflict zones, and prioritize personal safety. The embassies will provide necessary food, drinking water, and medical support. Evacuation transport will be coordinated by the state, with no personal costs incurred. Individuals failing to assemble on time will assume responsibility for any risks incurred. The Dragon Kingdom government remains the steadfast support for our compatriots abroad. Please remain calm and evacuate in an orderly manner. The state will exert every effort to ensure the safe return of each citizen. Ministry of Foreign Affairs of the Dragon Kingdom, December 3rd, 2025. Upon the release of this announcement, it immediately resonated powerfully among Dragon Kingdom citizens stranded in the land of cherry blossoms. In a school in Tokyo, 22-year-old international student Chun Yuron stared blankly at her suitcase. In recent days, she had watched her fellow students from the land of cherry blossoms rush into the parade, shouting slogans that insulted the Dragon Kingdom, her unease growing ever stronger. The news of Chinese businesses being vandalized and compatriots being besieged left her sleepless through the night. You must come back. Forget about this education. On the phone, her parents' anxious voices urged, "The state has issued an evacuation order. Hurry to the embassy. We are waiting for you at home." After hanging up, Chinyaran hesitated no longer and promptly began to pack her belongings. A few changes of clothes, essential documents, and her laptop were hastily bundled. However, when she opened the ticketing app, she found that all flights to the Dragon Kingdom were marked as sold out or canceled. A wave of anxiety washed over her. Just then, her phone vibrated with a message from the Dragon Kingdom Embassy. Urgent notice. Due to the closure of flights between the two nations, a unified evacuation channel has been initiated. You have been included in the evacuation list. Please arrive at the Tokyo Assembly Point within 48 hours. East Side Plaza of the Dragon Kingdom Embassy, 3 Chome. Kazumigaseki, Chiyoda, Tokyo. Exercise caution during your journey. The state will provide full protection. Chinyaran immediately dialed the embassy's emergency hotline, but the line was busy. After 10 minutes of waiting, she finally got through. "Hello, I am Chinyaran, an international student from the Dragon Kingdom. Passport number GXXXXXXXXX. Currently in Shinjuku, Tokyo." She swiftly provided her information, and, after a patient verification by the staff, she was informed that a shuttle would be waiting at a designated location in Shinjuku that afternoon and was advised to arrive on time. With her heart slightly eased, Chinyaran exited the school, hailed a taxi, and relayed the shuttle assembly address. The driver, a middle-aged man from the land of cherry blossoms, glanced at Chinyaran and, in broken Chinese, asked, "Hey, are you from the Dragon Kingdom?" Ignoring him, she focused on the evacuation notice on her phone. This action provoked the driver, who abruptly slammed on the brakes and pulled the car to the side of the road. Turning to face her, a lewd grin spread across his face. "Baka, why don't you respond? The Dragon Kingdom is openly provoking us. Today, you will pay for their foolishness." With that, he reached out to grab Chinyaran's chest. Chapter 72. A New World Unfolds. Chinyaran, having anticipated such a move, swiftly retrieved the pepper spray she had prepared and sprayed it directly into the driver's eyes. "Ah!" The driver screamed, clutching his eyes, and Chinyaran seized the opportunity to fling open the car door and dashed into the crowd on the roadside. Clutching her suitcase, she did not dare to linger, running toward the assembly point. The streets were filled with parading crowds, and she kept her head down, striving to avoid the frenzied radicals. Only one thought occupied her mind: home. Such scenes were unfolding in various corners of the land of cherry blossoms. Some Chinese individuals encountered blockades on their way to the assembly point, but managed to break free with the help of fellow compatriots. Others decisively abandoned their long-standing businesses, hastily bringing their families to the gathering site. Still, some international students formed small groups, looking out for one another while evading conflict zones. However, a segment of sycophantic Chinese chose to remain in the land of cherry blossoms. They scoffed at the embassy's evacuation announcement, posting on social media, "The land of cherry blossoms is so wonderful. The Dragon Kingdom is merely instilling panic. So what if trade is halted? Life here is 100 times better than in the Dragon Kingdom. I won't go back. Staying here is the wise choice." They were enmeshed in their own fabricated fantasies, entirely oblivious to the brewing, larger crisis as the situation escalated. A month later, when they sought to flee this chaotic land, they discovered that the evacuation channel from the Dragon Kingdom had long since closed. The situation in the land of cherry blossoms was beyond their control. Their initial arrogance and prejudice ultimately exacted a heavy toll. At this moment, along the coastline of the Dragon Kingdom, dozens of warships had set sail from the harbor, commencing a planned military deployment. The surface of the sea was lined with warships, and carrier-based aircraft soared into the sky. Coastal missile defenses were erected, and radar systems spun continuously. The Wednesday afternoon sun shone warmly. Zhang Xiaobei lay sprawled on the sofa by the window, snoring evenly. "This is getting out of hand." Ji Peng stood at the office door, watching Zhang Xiaobei sleep with abandon on the sofa, his temples throbbing with frustration. He pulled out his phone and pressed the camera button once more. On the screen, Zhang Xiaobei sat with his shirt unbuttoned, his legs draped over the armrest of the sofa, exuding an air of careless nonchalance. Ji Peng's jealousy burned within him. He had worked tirelessly, leveraging his family connections and 4 years of hard work in the community to attain the position of deputy secretary. Every day was a whirlwind of activity. Yet Zhang Xiaobei, relying on some unknown background, had ascended to the director's seat at a young age. He was perpetually late, absent, and sleeping on the job. Yet no one dared to reprimand him. Just wait and see. He tucked his phone away, a glint of malice in his eyes. His uncle was currently in a probationary period and would likely be appointed as the deputy minister of the organization department in City F next month. At that time, He intended to submit all the evidence he had gathered during this period. Surely, such laziness combined with ample evidence would be enough to dismiss a mere community director? Since the previous director was reassigned, he had set his sights on this position. The community worker, Feng Mei, had already engaged in friendly discussions with him multiple times. He had even made promises. But unexpectedly, Zhang Xiaobei had appeared out of nowhere, thwarting his plans. He turned on his heel and left quietly, unaware that at the pantry door, Feng Liao, holding a cup of water, had just witnessed him taking pictures of Zhang Xiaobei's office. The young girl quickly recoiled in fright, until the sound of Ji Peng's footsteps faded into the distance. Zhang Xiaobei hastily made his way to the office door, gently pushing it open. "Hey, Director Zhang, wake up." Feng Liao approached the sofa, calling softly. Zhang Xiaobei rubbed his sleepy eyes and yawned. What's the matter? I just saw Vice Secretary Ji taking pictures at your door." Feng Liao lowered her voice. "He is in charge of the community discipline inspection, and you've been absent from your post quite often. He wouldn't be planning to report you, would he?" Upon hearing this, Zhang Xiaobei slowly sat up, looking at the young girl before him, a flicker of warmth stirring in his heart. Ever since he became the director, the atmosphere in the community had soured. The ladies he used to play mahjong with no longer gathered, and acquaintances were reduced to mere knots. His colleagues had also grown distant, no longer as warm as before. Only this little girl, who had recently joined the workforce, still spoke her mind as she used to. He smiled and waved his hand dismissively. "It's nothing, don't worry. What's this? Even if I'm sleeping here, if I wanted to, I could take a nap in the mayor's office." "Stop joking." Feng Liao laughed, her eyes crescent-shaped. "By the way, are you free tomorrow?" Zhang Xiaobei's drowsiness vanished in an instant, his heart leaping. This girl had witnessed him acquiring a Mercedes S65L. Surely she wouldn't. He leaned in playfully. "What? Are you inviting me out for a meal?" "Close enough." Feng Liao nodded, her cheeks flushed. "My mom has arranged another blind date for me, and I'm supposed to meet someone tomorrow night. I've heard he is the son of the director of the Municipal Bureau of Industry and Commerce, and I really don't want to go. Could you help me pretend to be my boyfriend to handle it?" Zhang Xiaobei's expression darkened. "Two hot pots. Deal." Feng Liao immediately agreed, turning to dash out of the office. Watching her cheerful silhouette, Zhang Xiaobei couldn't help but mutter, "A rabbit doesn't eat the grass near its burrow. But I'm not a rabbit." At that moment, a familiar system notification echoed in his mind. Ding! A new main quest has been released in the new world. Would the host like to accept it? What the heck? A new world? Zhang Xiaobei's eyes sparkled with excitement, his drowsiness completely vanishing. The last time he was unceremoniously thrown into a post-apocalyptic world was still fresh in his memory. This time, he had learned his lesson. Instead of hastily accepting, he cautiously inquired, "Are you going to throw me directly into the new world again? Can you share what kind of world it is? Is there any danger? What are the rewards?" No comment. The host only needs to choose to accept or decline. "Wait." Zhang Xiaobei grinned, his eyes brimming with anticipation. He pulled out his phone and directly dialed Chun Lao's number. "Chun Lao, a new mission has arrived. The system says we're heading to a new world." On the other end of the line, Chun Lao, who had been at the Kunlun spacecraft construction base, checking the progress of the thruster installation, immediately tensed up, excitement flickering across his face. "Where are you? I'll send someone to pick you up right away." "No need. I'll come find you directly." After hanging up, Zhang Xiaobei walked to the office window. Ensuring no one below was watching, he swiftly activated his mimetic battle armor. The silvery liquid metal enveloped his body instantaneously, forming a sleek outline of armor. He leaped into the air, soaring upwards like an arrow released from a bow, vanishing into the clouds in an instant. This spectacle was witnessed by several children playing in the community playground, who exclaimed in surprise, "Look, it's Dijia. No, that must be the Paw Patrol." Chapter 73. Where have all the people gone? Zhang Xiaobei darted through the skies above Bohai Bay like a silver lightning bolt. Below, the construction base of the Kunlun spacecraft had taken shape, with the kilometer-long hull glinting with a cold, metallic sheen in the sunlight. Thousands of tower cranes were still busy, the flames from welding torches dotting the steel behemoth like stars. The battle armor descended slowly onto the base, the liquid metal receding like a tide, revealing Zhang Xiaobei's figure. Chun Lao, who had been waiting, rushed over, his expression devoid of pleasantries, only a palpable gravity. "Let us go to the Jinyu base. We'll talk on the way." The two climbed into a black armored SUV, which sped toward the shipbuilding base, racing towards the Jinyu base in the Yinshan Mountains of B City. Inside the vehicle, Chun Lao and Zhang Xiaobei sat in the back seat, casually pressing the soundproof glass that separated them from the front seats. Zhang Xiaobei leaned back, briefly recounting the new mission released by the system. Chunlao, the system only mentioned going to a new world. It refused to disclose anything else, and every inquiry was met with silence. Chunlao nodded, his brow furrowed. He then took out a secure satellite phone and dialed 3 numbers in quick succession. With each connection, he spoke in a low, urgent tone, his words brief yet weighty. Initiate the cross-border operation plan, have the information department on standby, and temporarily grant me the highest authority at the Jinwu Base Command Center. Notify the security department to seal off all access to the command center. Unauthorized personnel are strictly prohibited from approaching. After hanging up, silence enveloped the vehicle for a brief moment. Outside, the scenes of construction at the base sped past. Heavy trucks, track cranes, and modular transport vehicles bustled about, with everyone racing against time for the rise of the Kunlun spacecraft. Meanwhile, Zhang Xiaobei, about to embark on a new journey, bore the weight of another unknown mission. The vehicle drove into a mountain tunnel, passing through numerous checkpoints and biometric scanners before finally arriving at the Jinwu base. The two walked straight into the command center's office. Just as they sat down, an officer wearing the insignia of a major entered, carrying a brown paper bag, and handed it to Chunlao. Chunlao, the items you requested are ready. The paper bag was a deep brown color, sealed with a conspicuous red tape. The words SSS classified were printed on it, with number 1 directive inscribed in smaller letters, exuding an air of mystery. Chunlao took the bag without hesitation and directly handed it to Zhang Xiaobei, his expression grave. Inside is a document personally penned by number 1, devoid of specific content, only containing the unique identity codes and the enduring beliefs of the Dragon Kingdom. He paused, lowering his voice further. If that new world also has the Dragon Kingdom, and if its historical lineage and cultural foundation is connected to ours, you must find a way to establish contact with their high-ranking officials and deliver this document to them. As long as they are true citizens of the Dragon Kingdom, they will understand our intentions upon seeing the codes contained within. We are not fighting alone. Perhaps in another timeline, there are compatriots awaiting our call. Zhang Xiaobei accepted the brown paper bag with both hands, feeling its weight. He did not open it, but solemnly tucked it into his personal space, nodding emphatically. Chunlao, you can rest assured, I will deliver it. Chunlao looked at his youthful yet resolute face, placing a hand on his shoulder. Xiaobei, this mission is not like the last. The new world is fraught with uncertainties and potentially greater dangers. Remember, regardless of how the mission unfolds, your safety must come first. Protect yourself above all else. And if you encounter an insurmountable crisis, don't resist. Prioritize your own safety. These words, devoid of flamboyant rhetoric, conveyed a genuine concern akin to that of a caring elder, warming Zhang Xiaobei's heart. Don't worry, Chunlao, I'm quite resilient. I managed to return unscathed from the last apocalyptic world. This time will surely be no different. When I return from the new world, I might even bring back something valuable for our Dragon Kingdom. Chunlao chuckled at his enthusiasm, then resumed his serious demeanor. Let's go to the disinfection chamber. The two traversed several sealed passages and arrived at a disinfection chamber, fully constructed from transparent tempered glass. The room was equipped with all necessary facilities, with the spraying devices at the corners ready at any moment. Go on in. Old Chen stood outside the glass house, his gaze fixed intently on Zhang Xiaobei. Remember my words, safety first. Zhang Xiaobei nodded, then turned and stepped inside the glass house. The heavy sealed door slowly closed, isolating him from the outside world. He took a deep breath, closed his eyes, and spoke to the system in his mind. Task accept. Ding. New main task confirmed. Cross-border teleportation initiated. At the moment the system's voice fell, nothing changed within the glass house. Old Chen instinctively widened his eyes. The Zhang Xiaobei who had been inside had vanished without a trace, leaving behind an empty glass house. Heat. Intense heat. Scorching heat. Zhang Xiaobei gradually opened his eyes, feeling waves of heat crashing over him. Upon opening his eyes, he was greeted by a colossal sun. What the hell? Such a gigantic sun? He swiftly checked the information panel of his adaptive battle armor. Temperature, 65 C, 65 degrees? Is this still blue star? The relentless waves of heat caused Zhang Xiaobei to feel somewhat uncomfortable. In the next moment, the adaptive battle armor activated its temperature control. Instantly, Zhang Xiaobei felt a comfortable 26 C envelop him. At that moment, the system's notification chimed. Ding, a new task has been issued. Welcome to the countdown to destruction. The temperature here is extraordinarily high. Survival for biological entities is unlikely. Have humans truly lost their chance to survive? Task content. Please locate a survivor base within 24 hours. Task reward. Antimatter annihilation cannon technology. Task failure. No penalties. As Zhang Xiaobei listened to the system's prompts, his head buzzed with confusion. Was it really that simple? Find someone? Surely that would be easy. However, what did this countdown to destruction mean? Gazing at the enormous sun above, a hint of concern stirred within him. He immediately activated the time confirmation feature of the adaptive battle armor. It was already 5 p.m. This meant the sun should be setting soon. Yet, looking at the still, bright sun in the sky, a sense of urgency welled within him. But he soon relaxed. After all, the system had stated to search for humans, indicating that this was still Blue Star. Time to get to work. He promptly activated the flight mode of the adaptive battle armor, transforming into a streak of silver light under the blazing sun, soaring rapidly through the air. However, the scene below increasingly unsettled Zhang Xiaobei. The light from the giant sun distorted the air in waves. The 65°C heat enveloped the entire desolate city like an invisible furnace. The asphalt roads cracked into spiderweb-like fissures. Molten black goo oozed slowly through the crevices. The concrete surface bulged, and certain sections crumbled, with sun-baked stones gleaming. Towering buildings leaned precariously, their glass facades scorched and peeling, exposing charred steel reinforcements. Abandoned vehicles on the streets were cracked, their tires long melted and stuck to the ground. Vegetation lay entirely carbonized and wilted, leaving only blackened trunks reaching skyward. The entire city was eerily silent, save for the oppressive heat waves, utterly deserted. Only the fierce glow of the giant sun cast a blinding stillness over the cracked earth. Zhang Xiaobei, undeterred, activated the scanning function of his adaptive battle armor. The conditions inside all buildings were laid bare. Yet, despite his increasing speed and expanding search area, there was still no sign of life. Where had everyone gone? Chapter 74. Underground Entrance. The adaptive battle armor streaked like a silver meteor across the scorching 65°C sky. Zhang Xiaobei did not pause. Swiftly tracing the familiar contours of the continental plates, embarking on a comprehensive exploration of this blue star. From the vast plains of the Eastern Hemisphere to the majestic mountains of the Western Hemisphere. From the icebound remnants of the Northern Hemisphere to the desiccated oceans of the Southern Hemisphere. He devoted a full hour to surveying every corner of the planet. The scanning system of the armor operated at maximum power throughout, penetrating hundreds of meters of rock layers, collapsed structures, and dried riverbeds. Yet, the only feedback received was a profound silence. No signs of life, no energy fluctuations. Not even the faintest signal from microorganisms was detected. What on earth was happening? Zhang Xiaobei hovered above the equator, gazing down at the cracked earth, his brow furrowed. The layout of the cities on the surface, the seams of continental plates, were almost identical to his familiar blue star. Yet, not a hint of vitality remained. No green vegetation to cover the land. No reflections of blue oceans. Only endless scorched earth and waves of heat. He abruptly ascended in altitude, breaking through the thinning atmosphere. When the armor hovered in low Earth orbit, Zhang Xiaobei finally discerned the complete visage of this planet. It indeed bore a resemblance to Blue Star, with a similar spherical contour and a distribution of landmasses. Even the poles still retained a smattering of white ice. However, the overall hue was a somber earth tone, devoid of the iconic blue water ring and green vegetation. It resembled a planet drained of its vitality. Not far away in space, the colossal sun radiated a deep red glow, nearly 3 times larger than a normal sun. The light carried a searing heat, as if it could engulf this planet on the brink of destruction at any moment. The abnormal sun has caused global temperatures to soar. Zhang Xiaobei muttered to himself, as the system's task prompt echoed once more in his mind. Since I am to find people, there must be survivors. His gaze darted rapidly, and a sudden flash of inspiration struck him. The extreme heat rendered the surface uninhabitable. If humanity wished to survive, they could only retreat underground. This thought quickly crossed his mind, and Zhang Xiaobei promptly altered his course, speeding towards City B of Long Country. As the capital, it would surely house the most advanced underground shelter facilities. The armor descended steadily before the ruins of the Government Affairs Office in City B. Once an imposing and solemn complex, it now lay in ruins, the main building's rooftop having collapsed, its walls riddled with spiderweb-like cracks. Exposed steel reinforcements glimmered ominously under the glare of the giant sun. Zhang Xiaobei cautiously entered the main building, activating the scanning function of his armor in full spectrum. The ground was thickly coated with dust, and footprints had long been buried by the passage of time. Only scattered fragments of documents occasionally testified to past human activity. In the debris of a collapsed office, he discovered a leather document folder trapped beneath steel reinforcements. It had been wedged into the metal drawer's crevice, narrowly escaping complete carbonization. Found it! A surge of joy welled up within Zhang Xiaobei as he carefully moved the steel reinforcements aside to retrieve the folder. The surface of the folder was already charred and brittle, crumbling to ash at the slightest touch. He held his breath, cautiously unfolding the document bag, revealing paper that had become frail and delicate. Most of the text was blurred beyond recognition, but a few characters remained legible. Long Country 2029 number 003 order. Underground plan. Due to solar storms causing extreme temperatures, all citizens to implement the underground plan. Resources have been depleted. All await the arrival of death. Fragmented words pieced together a startling narrative, causing Zhang Xiaobei's pupils to constrict sharply, a storm of emotions surging within him. 2029. This timeline was 4 years later than the reality he inhabited, and the keywords solar storm and underground plan awaiting death wove together a tale of despair. Clearly, this planet had encountered an anomalous solar storm in 2029, leading to a sudden spike in global temperatures. Humanity was forced to retreat underground, yet ultimately seemed to have succumbed to resource depletion, waiting for death's inevitable arrival. Based on the degradation of the paper and the extent of surface destruction, it was evident that it was now at least 2035 or later. Zhang Xiaobei quickly calculated, promptly using the photography function of his armor to capture all fragments for preservation. Without the slightest hesitation, he immediately ascended into the sky, soaring towards the Yinshan mountain range. The Golden Crow base in the real world is situated deep within the Yinshan Mountains, and should the Dragon Kingdom of this parallel world face a crisis, it is highly probable that this location will be transformed into an underground refuge. The battle armor flew along the crest of the Yinshan Mountains, with its scanning system primarily detecting subterranean energy signals and signs of human excavation. Half an hour later, an unusual alert suddenly appeared on the screen of the battle armor. In a secluded valley, faint energy fluctuations were detected, along with fresh signs of human activity on the ground. This is the place. Zhang Xiaobei descended into the valley, where he encountered a seemingly natural pile of collapsed rocks. However, a closer inspection revealed that the arrangement of the stones bore unmistakable signs of human intervention. Some of the stones still had fresh scratches on them. As he circled the pile of rocks, he soon discovered a concealed metal door. It was camouflaged as part of the mountainside, its surface covered with rocks and dirt. Yet, the battle armor's scan indicated that there was a hollow passage behind the door, with faint signs of life. There are people. A surge of excitement coursed through Zhang Xiaobei, who immediately activated the defense mode of his armor, the shield expanding instantaneously. While he prepared for an attack, he raised his mechanical arm and struck the metal door forcefully. Simultaneously, he shouted through the armor's loudspeaker, "Is anyone there?" Checking the water meter. Bang! 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 The heavy metal door emitted a dull thud, resonating clearly in the quiet valley. After just 5 strikes, the armor scanning system detected hurried footsteps approaching from behind the door. Judging by their movements, there were at least 3 individuals, armed and aiming at the door's direction. Zhang Xiaobei held his breath, adjusting the shield's strength to its maximum, ready to respond to any sudden developments. Clank! The lock on the inside of the metal door was released. Creak! A harsh grinding noise echoed as the door slowly pushed inward, revealing a narrow gap barely wide enough for a single person to pass through. A figure emerged from behind the door, clad in tattered gray protective gear. His complexion was sallow, lips cracked and peeling, and his eye sockets were deeply sunken. Clearly, he had suffered from a prolonged lack of nutrition and hydration. Yet his gaze was strikingly sharp. The man regarded Zhang Xiaobei with a mixture of wariness and resolve. In a hoarse voice, he demanded, "Who are you?" Upon hearing that familiar accent from the Dragon Kingdom, Zhang Xiaobei felt a wave of relief wash over him. Then a system prompt echoed in his mind. Ding! Congratulations, host, on completing this mission. Chapter 75, Initial Contact. Ding! Congratulations, host, on locating the survivor base and completing the mission. Mission duration, 2 hours. Evaluation, SSS. Wasn't flying high exhilarating? Next time, perhaps a trip to the moon. Does it seem simple? But this is merely the beginning. Reward granted. Complete technical blueprints for the antimatter annihilation cannon. Friendly reminder. Having a cannon without ammunition is of little use. New main quest initiated. Will the host accept? Accept. Absolutely. Zhang Xiaobei responded resolutely in his mind. Ding. New mission activated. Mission details. gain the trust of the Dragon Kingdom's upper echelons within 24 hours, and uncover the core truth behind the countdown to destruction. Mission reward. Complete technology for antimatter preparation. Mission failure. No penalties, is that all? Zhang Xiaobei felt a surge of joy. This was practically free. Truly, he has a powerful benefactor. Gazing at the three individuals still holding their weapons, he immediately softened his tone and addressed the leading soldier. Comrade, please don't shoot. We are all on the same side. His accent was pure, devoid of any foreign inflection, causing the leading soldier's pupils to constrict sharply. The tension in his shoulders instinctively relaxed, and the muzzle of his weapon dipped by a couple of inches. Yet, his vigilance remained unabated. Same side? State your name and identification number. We need to verify your identity. He paused, his gaze sweeping over the metallic sheen of Zhang Xiaobei's armor. His brow furrowing even deeper. And that strange armor you're wearing, take it off immediately. No problem. Zhang Xiaobei readily agreed, and with a thought. The camouflage armor instantly transformed into silvery gray liquid metal, flowing down his skin and vanishing. This spectacle left the three soldiers behind the door in utter shock. As if they had witnessed a ghost, the metallic shell that had enveloped them moments ago had seemingly evaporated into thin air, revealing a young man dressed in a white shirt and jeans. He had a handsome face and an open demeanor, appearing harmless. What is this? The leading soldier suppressed his astonishment and spoke in a hushed tone. Produce your identification. We need to verify immediately. Zhang Xiaobei scratched his head, somewhat embarrassed. My identification is from the 2025 version, which probably isn't valid in your timeline. Observing the continued wariness in their expressions, he added, however, for your safety, I suggest you report this to your superiors and take this along. As his words fell, he flicked his hand, and in the next moment, a deep brown leather envelope materialized in his grasp. The bold letters SSS Top Secret stood out prominently at the seal. The leading soldier's pupils constricted once more upon seeing the document. He had encountered this highest level of document sealing during his base's confidentiality training. No longer daring to exhibit any negligence, he swiftly lowered his rifle and rendered a standard military salute to Zhang Xiaobei. Comrade, please hold on. I will report to my superiors immediately. With that, he signaled to his two comrades to guard the door, then turned and hurried into the depths of the passage. Zhang Xiaobei, witnessing this, smiled at the two soldiers and casually sat down on a rock at the entrance. The next moment, hiss! Ouch! He sprang up, rubbing his backside. The scorching stone had nearly turned him into a delectable volcanic rock sausage. As he massaged his rear, he caught the looks from the two soldiers, which were filled with a mix of concern and disbelief. It's fine, I'll just wait here, not wanting to cause you any trouble. Subsequently, he retrieved a bottle of mineral water from his space, unscrewed the cap, and gulped down nearly half the bottle in one go. A refreshing sensation coursed down his throat, instantly dispelling the lingering heat on his skin. Ah, it's really hot. He sighed contentedly, casually tossing the remaining half bottle of water aside. This series of actions left the two soldiers at the door in a state of astonishment, their eyes wide with incredulity and longing. They fixated on the discarded, crystal-clear bottle of mineral water, their throats involuntarily bobbing up and down. Their cracked lips pressed together repeatedly. In this blue star, water has long become a luxury. The surface rivers and lakes had evaporated under the scorching temperatures. The underground water, after a decade of repeated filtration and recycling, had turned murky and yellowish, carrying an indescribable peculiar odor. To conserve resources, the underground city implemented strict water quota systems. Each adult was limited to a mere 500 milliliters of water per day. Yet, this young man before them had just chugged down nearly 400 milliliters of pure water in one go, and then casually discarded the remainder. Such waste. A blatant waste. What shocked them even more was that this bottle of water had seemingly appeared out of thin air, just like that miraculous metallic shell. Defying every law of physics they knew, their gazes remained glued to the bottle of mineral water, their eyes brimming with desire. Yet, due to military discipline, they did not dare to take a single step forward. Zhang Xiaobei, noting their expressions and glancing at the colossal sun hanging overhead, instantly understood the situation. In this sweltering world, the value of a bottle of pure water is akin to a fortune. A thought flickered in his mind as he retrieved 2 more bottles of mineral water from his spatial pocket. Rising, he approached the 2 individuals before him, tentatively extending the bottles. Comrades, it's exceedingly hot. Would you care for a drink? Their eyes instantly sparkled, yet they instinctively took a half step back. The elder soldier, his voice gravelly replied, No, we cannot. We have discipline and must not accept gifts from strangers. Nevertheless, His gaze remained fixated on the water bottle in Zhang Xiaobei's hand, betraying a hint of inner turmoil. Zhang Xiaobei chuckled softly, twisting open one bottle and taking a generous sip. He then opened the second bottle, drank again, and offered it forth. Rest assured, it's not poisoned. Consider it a token for answering a few trivial inquiries of mine. Feel free to respond if you can. If not, it matters not. As they beheld Zhang Xiaobei's candid expression, coupled with the faint mist of water in the air, they could no longer suppress their thirst. The elder soldier clenched his teeth, accepted the bottle, and saluted Zhang Xiaobei. Thank you. Please ask your questions. As long as they don't involve state secrets, we shall answer truthfully. The younger soldier also took the bottle, his hands trembling slightly as he cautiously sipped. The refreshing taste exploded on his tongue, prompting him to close his eyes, an expression of rapture crossing his face. What time is it? Zhang Xiaobei inquired first, his curiosity piqued. The elder soldier hesitated, instinctively glancing at his wristwatch. It's 5:45 p.m. Not the time, but the year and date. The year? They exchanged glances, confusion etched on their faces. Yet, the elder soldier replied earnestly, it's June 12th, 2041. Comrade, are you not aware of this? 2041. Chapter 76, Helium Flash Apocalypse. Zhang Xiaobei's pupils dilated sharply. Goodness, has so much time truly passed? He was rooted in the year 2025, and he now learned that this parallel world had advanced a staggering 16 years. From a solar storm that erupted in 2029 until now, a full 12 years had unfolded. These individuals had endured 12 years of extreme heat, scarcity of water, and despair underground. No wonder they coveted a single bottle of mineral water, nor why their faces were ashen and their lips chapped. Observing the two as they delicately sipped the water, Zhang Xiaobei felt a surge of admiration. So, how many people are there in your underground city? He asked, his tone instinctively softening. I cannot disclose specific numbers. The elder soldier shook his head, pausing before adding, but it's not many. Our numbers have been dwindling over the years. The weight of his words was palpable. What do you rely on for power? Is food sufficient? We generate electricity from geothermal energy underground, but it's scarce. We only have 4 hours of lighting each day. The younger soldier interjected. Our food primarily consists of artificially cultivated mushrooms and algae, which can fill our stomachs. Zhang Xiaobei nodded, refraining from probing further into sensitive topics, and instead casually discussed the conditions on the surface. The two men gradually relaxed, sensing that this enigmatic youth, though of unknown origin, Nomadis. Particularly intriguing was the effortless manner in which he produced pure water, igniting their curiosity. Meanwhile, deeper within the passage, the leading soldier sprinted to the security center of the underground city, seeking his squad leader, Zhao Gang. Squad leader, a significant event has transpired. A mysterious individual has appeared on the surface. He gasped. Zhao Gang, a robust man in his 40s with hawk-like eyes, furrowed his brow. What's the fuss? How could there be anyone on the surface at this hour? It's true, the soldier replied, speaking with a distinct accent from the Dragon Kingdom, presenting an SSS-level top-secret document. He hurriedly handed over the parchment envelope. Moreover, he possesses extraordinary abilities. He can conjure metallic shells and produce pure water from thin air. SSS-level document. Zhao Gang's pupils widened in shock. He swiftly took the envelope, scrutinizing its contents. Upon recognizing the format of the seal and the label, his expression turned grave. This was indeed a document of the highest classification. Immediately contained this information. No one must leak it. Shao Gong commanded. Then picked up the phone on his desk. Connect me to the regiment headquarters. The news spread like wildfire among the core management of the underground city. Due to the document's elevated status, no one dared to delay. Within a mere 15 minutes, the SSS confidential document was delivered to the hands of Li Yuntian, the highest authority in the underground city. A man in his 70s, with graying hair and a face etched with wrinkles, he retained a sharp glint in his eyes. Having once served as the president of the Dragon Kingdom Academy, he had taken command of the underground refuge plan in the wake of the solar storm, maintaining his post for 12 years. As he tremblingly opened the envelope, familiar handwriting and unique identifiers caused his hands to quiver uncontrollably. The document's format, the arrangement of the identifiers, even the texture of the paper matched precisely the highest standards he had helped establish. How could this be? Li Yuntian muttered, his eyes brimming with shock and confusion. How could someone on the surface possess our Dragon Kingdom's SSS-level document? Who exactly is this mysterious individual? Carefully, he peeled back the seal and retrieved a 3-page document. Gazing at the official printed text at the top of the pages, a sense of familiarity washed over him. Easing his tension, Dear compatriots from another world, greetings. This is a communication from the highest command of the Dragon Kingdom. I am X, holding the position of historical progress, modern developments. The more he read, the more astonished he became. This document was unequivocally authentic. It was from an alternate parallel universe, and the young man delivering the message served as the bridge between the two worlds. He cross-referenced the information, realizing that the historical developments in the letter bore striking similarities to his own nation's history. The two worlds were undeniably intertwined. This is a sign that the heavens have not forsaken our Dragon Kingdom. Quickly, bring him in. No, I shall go personally. Comrade Zhang, your abilities are truly extraordinary. Having grown familiar, the two soldiers gradually warmed to Zhang Xiaobei. The elder soldier was named Meng Deqiang, while the younger was Chunyun. Watching Meng Deqiang savor the last drop of mineral water, satisfaction evident on his face, he curiously inquired of Zhang Xiaobei, "How do you conjure water from thin air? What exactly do you do?" Zhang Xiaobei raised an eyebrow and smiled. "What do you think? But you too, having drunk my water, should you not reveal your secrets?" The young soldier, Chunyun, blushed, scratching his head. "Isn't that against protocol? With the ground temperature exceeding 60 degrees, reaching as high as 75 degrees during the day, how can we not be cautious with a living person appearing? Besides, you don't even know it's 2041. How can we be sure you're not a villain?" Zhang Xiaobei laughed heartily. "Can a villain provide you with pure water? By the way, may I ask what transpired in 2029? What caused the sun to change so drastically?" At the mention, Meng Deqiang's smile vanished, his expression darkening. "That was July 15th, 2029. I remember it vividly. That day at noon, the sun suddenly expanded, its color shifting from golden to deep red. The surface temperature skyrocketed to 40 degrees within hours, and it continued to rise relentlessly. At the outset, the government attributed the phenomenon to unusual solar activity, advising the populace to remain indoors. Chunyun interjected, his tone tinged with nostalgia. Yet within a month, temperatures soared beyond 50 degrees. Vast expanses of rivers, lakes, and seas began to evaporate, while flora withered en masse. Survival outdoors became utterly impossible. As public skepticism and unrest grew, scientists eventually revealed the unsettling truth. They proclaimed that the sun had, indeed, mutated. It was accelerating towards its transformation into a red giant. A red giant? Zhang Xiaobei's pupils dilated in shock. This marked the terminal phase of stellar evolution. Under normal circumstances, the sun would not reach this stage for another 5 billion years. How could this happen so swiftly? Who knows? Meng Deqiang sighed. The global scientific community was baffled. Despite extensive research, they could not discern the cause, only arriving at one grim conclusion. The sun would experience a helium flash within a century, at which point the entire blue planet would be vaporized. Chapter 77. Have you heard of telomerase? Zhang Xiaobei's mind bust, finally grasping the meaning behind the system's ominous countdown to destruction. From 2029 to 2041, there were 12 years left. This implied that this world had less than 80 years remaining. So, you all intend to hide underground? Or wait above ground for death? Meng Deqiang forced a smile. Every nation has simultaneously initiated underground cities. Our Dragon Nation was among the first to act. We painstakingly excavated 7 cities deep beneath the surface, 1,000 meters down, relocating all those we could save. Other nations either lacked the time or experienced collapses, resulting in countless fatalities. Initially, there was hope that a solution could be devised to halt the sun's transformation, or perhaps an interstellar vessel could be constructed for escape. Yet, 12 years have passed with no viable solutions, leaving us to cower underground, awaiting the day of the helium flash. Zhang Xiaobei was taken aback. This narrative was more absurd than a post-apocalyptic zombie film. The entire life cycle of a star accelerated suddenly, presenting an intractable dilemma. Just as the three conversed, hurried footsteps echoed from the depths of the passage. Meng Deqiang and Chunyun instinctively straightened, concealing their water bottles. "Where's Comrade Zhang?" An elderly yet vigorous voice called out, followed by a throng escorting a white-haired elder emerging from a corridor. It was none other than Li Yuntian. His face bore signs of fatigue, yet his eyes sparkled with remarkable intensity. Upon spotting Zhang Xiaobei, the elder hastened towards him, extending his gnarled hands to grasp as firmly. "Comrade Zhang, welcome." Li's voice resonated with unmistakable excitement, catching Zhang Xiaobei off guard. Just as Zhang was about to introduce himself, Li shook his head gently. "Follow me. This is not the place for idle chatter." Without further ado, he guided Zhang Xiaobei down the corridor, with Meng Deqiang and Chun Yun trailing closely behind. The passageway's entrance slowly sealed behind them, isolating them from the oppressive heat and silence outside. The corridor was lengthy, sloping gently downward. LED lights adorned the walls at regular intervals, casting a dim glow. The air was thick with a damp, earthy scent, mingled with a faint mustiness that felt stifling. They soon arrived at an elevator, its motor humming as it descended slowly. After a full 10 minutes, the space ahead opened up dramatically. A vast underground expanse unfolded before Zhang Xiaobei's eyes. This was indeed a city buried 1,000 meters beneath the earth. The city scale exceeded all imagination, stretching endlessly out of sight. Simple, uneven buildings clung to the rock walls, most being 3 or 4 stories of prefabricated structures. The streets were smooth, concrete surfaces. With sparse foot traffic, each passerby moved briskly, devoid of expression, their gazes hollow. The temperature here was noticeably cooler. Zhang Xiaobei estimated it to be around 30 degrees. Though not entirely comfortable, it was a paradise compared to the scorching 65 degrees above ground. However, the air was tainted with a peculiar, indescribable odor, reminiscent of decaying vegetation mixed with the stench of excrement, which was quite unsettling. This is the headquarters of the Dragon Nation's underground city, Li Yuntian explained as they walked, his tone tinged with bitterness. Built in haste 12 years ago, we have only 4 hours of lighting each day, and sustenance relies on soil-less cultivated mushrooms and algae. The water is recycled underground water, barely fit for consumption. Zhang Xiaobei surveyed the surroundings, observing several makeshift supply distribution points flanking the streets. People stood in long lines, each clutching a small plastic bucket. Others labored in open-air factories, mechanically assembling unknown components. There was no conversation, no smiles, only the numbing routine of survival. Is everyone aware of the helium flash countdown? Zhang Xiaobei inquired softly, curiosity piqued. Li Yuntian nodded, his gaze dimming. Yes, initially we kept it under wraps. However, once the news leaked, chaos ensued throughout the Dragon Nation. Now everyone is grown numb, struggling daily for a sip of water or a morsel of food. No one knows what tomorrow holds, let alone what awaits in 80 years. He paused, despair lacing his voice. This underground city is merely a vast prison. We are not living. We are merely existing in a state of desperate survival. If we cannot find a way to prevent the helium flash or escape the blue planet within 80 years, all will perish. Zhang Xiaobei fell silent, acutely aware of the pervasive despair in the air. It was a profound sense of helplessness, more suffocating than the presence of zombies in an apocalyptic world. Here existed the outlines of a city, human activity, yet devoid of any vitality or hope. Navigating through the crowded streets and the silent throngs, they arrived at a relatively tall building adorned with a metal plaque reading Underground City Command Center. Upon entering the building, the facilities were evidently improved. There was at least stable lighting and air conditioning, and the strange odor in the air had diminished significantly. Li Yuntian's office was on the 3rd floor, modest in size, containing only an old desk. He gestured for the accompanying staff to leave, closing the door behind them, then exhaled deeply, signaling for Zhang Xiaobei to take a seat. Now we can speak freely, Comrade Zhang. Li Yuntian's gaze bore into Zhang Xiaobei's, filled with anticipation. I come from a parallel world known as the Dragon Nation. Zhang Xiaobei confessed candidly. In my world, it is currently 2025, and the sun is functioning normally. The Dragon Nation is rapidly advancing, having even mastered controllable nuclear fusion technology. I possess a unique ability to traverse parallel worlds. My purpose here is twofold: to establish contact with you and to devise a means to assist you. Parallel world? Controllable nuclear fusion? Li Yuntian's pupils constricted sharply. Heaven has not forsaken our Dragon Nation, he exclaimed, rising in excitement, pacing the office. What we urgently need is water. The surface water has long since evaporated. We can only survive on underground rivers and condensation. After 12 years of recycling, the water quality is deteriorating and diminishing. The gravity of the situation weighs heavily. Neighboring countries have gone mad over water. The Sakura Nation, the Great Bear, and those smaller Southeast Asian nations launch nightly raids on our underground city to seize our water resources. The Dragon Nation originally constructed 7 interconnected underground cities, accommodating 7 billion people. He paused, revealing a figure that sent chills down Zhang Xiaobei's spine. Now, only 1 billion remain. 600 million are gone. Some perished in the conflicts over water resources, others succumbed to drought and famine, and many fell ill due to the poor water quality, with no medicine available. A tempest of emotions surged within Zhang Xiaobei, 600 million deaths over 12 years constituted an unspeakable tragedy. Yet, Li Lao shifted the tone of his conversation, a glimmer of light flickering in his eyes. Even in the direst of circumstances, there are still gains to be made. In our struggle for survival, our biotechnological advancements have surged forth. We have developed soil-less cultivation techniques, allowing us to grow vegetables and grains without the need for irrigation. Furthermore, there exists a type of non-aquatic rice, which, although its yield is modest, can barely sustain 1 billion people. Subsequently, we sought to employ gene editing to reduce humanity's dependency on water. But as our research progressed, we inadvertently veered off course. Veered off course? Zhang Xiaobei inquired curiously. Li Lao nodded, a complex expression washing over his face. We did not succeed in discovering water-saving genes, yet we unexpectedly stumbled upon a technology that extends lifespan. Extending lifespan? Zhang Xiaobei's eyes sparkled with excitement as he straightened in his seat. How is it achieved? Have you truly accomplished this? Observing his enthusiasm, Li Lao spoke slowly, articulating a term that Zhang Xiaobei found profoundly familiar. Have you heard of telomerase? Chapter 78. The True Meaning of Immortality. Li Lao sat in the chair behind his desk, his gaze deep and contemplative as he began. You should be aware of the basic function of telomerase, correct? With each cell division, telomeres shorten. And once they reach a critical length, the cell ages and dies. This is the root cause of human aging. Zhang Xiaobei nodded, his high school biology knowledge still somewhat fresh in his mind, though only superficially grasped. However, we found a breakthrough with HeLa cells. Li Lao's eyes suddenly sparkled with a fervor unique to researchers. Those cancer cells can proliferate indefinitely because their telomerase is abnormally activated, preventing telomere shortening. We spent 8 years deciphering its genetic code. Not only can we extract high-purity telomerase, but we can also precisely control its activity. It acts solely on the telomere repair of normal cells. He paused, a hint of pride in his voice. In simple terms, by delivering telomerase into the human body, it actively seeks out dividing cells, replenishing the shortened telomeres, and even promoting cellular regeneration. Theoretically, as long as we continuously supplement telomerase, cells can divide indefinitely, and human organs will never deteriorate. Clinical trials have confirmed this. This is the true meaning of immortality. Zhang Xiaobei was left speechless, his mind racing. Although he barely understood the details, the word immortality echoed repeatedly in his thoughts. He could only grasp that this technology was astonishingly powerful, far more remarkable than controllable nuclear fusion or antimatter weapons. After all, who wouldn't desire eternal life? Li Lao observed his astonishment, a bittersweet smile curling at the corners of his mouth. It sounds beautiful, doesn't it? But for us, it merely offers a few more years of desperate survival. His gaze dimmed once more, his voice tinged with sorrow. There are less than 80 years until the helium flash of the sun, at which point the entire blue planet will be vaporized. Even if we achieve immortality, no matter how formidable this technology is, it cannot avert the destruction of a star, nor alter our fate. The office fell into silence, Li Lao's words weighing heavily on Zhang Xiaobei's heart. He looked at the elderly man before him, a surge of profound responsibility swelling within him. Li Lao, do not lose hope. Zhang Xiaobei straightened his posture, his tone resolute. We hail from the same dragon nation. Regardless of the parallel world, we are one family. Since I have found my way here, I will certainly discover a means to assist you. Whether it be the helium flash of the sun or resource scarcity, there will always be solutions. Li Yuntian abruptly raised his head, a flicker of hope igniting in his murky eyes, akin to a drowning man grasping a lifeline. Do you truly have a solution? Can controllable nuclear fusion prevent the sun's anomaly? Or can you build an interstellar spacecraft to carry us away? The specifics require further research, but I assure you, we will not abandon you. Zhang Xiaobei smiled, standing up to address Li Lao. By the way, I came prepared with some provisions that should alleviate your immediate needs. Please arrange for a larger warehouse. The more spacious, the better. Though puzzled, Li Lao promptly issued the necessary orders. Half an hour later, the two arrived at the warehouse. This facility, originally designated for emergency supplies, spanned the size of 2 football fields, standing 10 meters tall, with a floor laid with heavy steel plates. A few soldiers stood guard at the entrance, casting curious glances at Zhang Xiaobei. This will suffice, Li Lao remarked. Do you find this warehouse adequate? Close enough. Zhang Xiaobei nodded, stepping inside. Taking a deep breath, he concentrated and waved his hand in the expansive warehouse. In the next instant, an astonishing scene unfolded. From above, a continuous stream of supplies materialized out of thin air, flooding into the warehouse like a tidal wave. Boxes of neatly packaged compressed biscuits, pure water, bundles of dehydrated vegetables, canned meats. Additionally, there were entire crates of medications and disinfectants, even fresh meat products. The supplies piled higher and higher, soon forming small mountains, filling the warehouse from the entrance to the very back. All the soldiers stared in astonishment, murmuring, "Is this magic?" Li Lao held his breath, his hands trembling slightly. He approached, picked up a bottle of pure water, unscrewed the cap, and took a sip. The cool, pristine taste blossomed on his tongue, a stark contrast to the recycled sewage of the underground city. He then opened a pack of compressed biscuits, the rich aroma of wheat wafting towards him. "Are these all for us?" Li Lao's voice caught in his throat, his eyes glistening with emotion. "Yes, for now," Zhang Xiaobei replied, his tone calm. "Though not plentiful, it should temporarily alleviate your resource shortages. Once I return, I'll devise ways to procure more water, food, medicine, and the equipment parts you require will also be secured." Observing Li Lao's exuberance, Zhang Xiaobei smiled. "In our Dragon Nation, we cannot bear to see our compatriots suffer from hunger or indignity, regardless of which world they hail from. All citizens of the Dragon Nation are the same." Li Lao could no longer contain himself, tears streaming down his cheeks. He wiped his eyes and retrieved a black USB drive from his pocket, presenting it to Zhang Xiaobei with both hands. His tone grave and imbued with a sense of solemn sacrifice. "Comrade Zhang, I understand this is quite absurd. You claim to come from another world, and I possess no evidence to substantiate this, yet I choose to believe you. This USB drive contains the complete data on the telomerase immortality technology, from the genetic decoding of HeLa cells to the extraction processes of telomerase. All the clinical data regarding human injections is included in its entirety." He paused, his voice trembling. "In our world, we may not be able to utilize this technology, but I hope it brings a different transformation to your Dragon Nation over there. May our Dragon Nation's civilization endure in another time and space." Zhang Xiaobei accepted the USB drive, its chill palpable in his hand. He could sense its weight, not merely the weight of metal, but the embodiment of a civilization's trust and hope in dire straits towards its kin. Gripping the USB drive tightly, he smiled at Li Lao, his gaze unwavering. "Li Lao, rest assured, I shall not only bring this technology back, but will also resolve your predicaments. Be it the sun's helium flash or the resource crisis, I will find a way to address it." He approached the warehouse entrance, surveying the scene of the underground city. Although it remained numb, the air seemed to carry a hint of vitality. Turning back to Li Lao, he said, "Perhaps it won't be long before you have the chance to visit our world. Behold the radiant sun, gaze upon the azure sky adorned with fluffy white clouds, and savor the delectable cuisine from our region." As Li Lao observed the youthful yet resolute countenance of Zhang Xiaobei, the despair that once lingered in his heart began to be replaced by a flicker of hope. He nodded emphatically, a renewed light igniting in his eyes. "Very well. I shall await your return." Chapter 79, Unraveling the Truth. In the warehouse, soldiers were meticulously handling an impressive mountain of supplies. Each face radiated a long-awaited joy. The sudden influx of resources dispelled the gloom and despair that had shrouded the underground city for over a decade. Li Yuntian stood nearby, directing operations and repeatedly instructing, "Distribute evenly according to the quotas, prioritizing the elderly and children, and ensure that all medical supplies are delivered to the medical area." As Zhang Xiaobei observed this scene, a smile momentarily graced his lips, only to be replaced by a furrowed brow. Having already established trust with Li Lao and being aware of the countdown to the helium flash, he wondered why the system had yet to signal the completion of his task. What on earth was going on? He muttered inwardly to the system. "I found survivors and gained the trust of the higher-ups. I even know that the impending destruction is due to the sun's helium flash. Isn't that enough to mark the task as complete? Where are my rewards?" Beep. The host has not yet uncovered the core truth. Please continue your quest. The system's cold notification echoed monotonously. Seriously? Zhang Xiaobei was bewildered. It's a helium flash. It's abundantly clear that the sun is on the brink of a helium flash. How? Is that not the core truth? Friendly reminder. The root cause of the helium flash has not been identified. Please continue your efforts. Me? You want me to study the sun? Zhang Xiaobei nearly leaped from his seat, inwardly cursing the system. Nevertheless, despite his grievances, the task remained to be accomplished. He turned to Li Yuntian, who was orchestrating the logistics, and hastily approached him, tugging at the elder's arm. "Li Lao, may I have a moment of your time? I have several inquiries to discuss." Taken aback, Li Yuntian, sensing Zhang Xiaobei's grave demeanor, instructed Zhao Gang to continue overseeing the operations and followed Zhang Xiaobei back to the office. What's the matter? Comrade Zhang, is there an issue with the supplies, or do you have a new proposal? He inquired as he took a seat. There are no issues with the supplies. Zhang Xiaobei shook his head, his tone serious. Concerning the sun's helium flash, do you have any more detailed research findings? For instance, the specific triggers of the sun's mutation. Have any unusual signals been detected? Or were there any extraordinary phenomena observed at that time? Only by knowing these can we devise a more precise rescue plan. Li Yuntian's eyes glimmered with appreciation at his comprehensive consideration. Indeed, we have only understood that the sun has been accelerating its evolution over the years, but we have yet to identify the fundamental cause. He approached the desk. Powering on the computer, Li Lao entered a series of encrypted passwords, accessing an internal site to retrieve data from the Dragon Kingdom's confidential database. Observe this. On July 15, 2029, the sun exhibited its first anomalous observational data. A spectral graph of the sun appeared on the screen, and Li Lao pointed to a segment of irregular peaks. At 10 a.m. that day, the sun abruptly emitted a surge of high-energy radiation. The surface temperature soared from 32 degrees to 45 within 3 hours, subsequently continuing to rise. He switched to another data set. Our astronomical telescope observed that the sun's volume was expanding at a rate of 0.001 per day. The consumption rate of hydrogen in its core is 1,000,000 times that of a normal star, completely defying stellar evolutionary patterns. Initially, we suspected an internal nuclear fusion crisis. However, subsequent observations revealed that there were no corresponding disruptions in the sun's gravitational or magnetic fields. Rather, they remained unusually stable. And there's this. Li Lao retrieved a report. In 2030, we launched a probe toward the sun. However, at a distance of 5 million kilometers from the sun's surface, the probe suddenly lost contact. The final images transmitted were merely chaotic energy ripples, devoid of any useful information. Zhang Xiaobei listened intently, his brow furrowing deeper. While the information was detailed, it merely described the phenomena following the sun's mutation, without addressing the reason for the mutation itself. He mentally questioned the system. Is this not sufficient? Does this not qualify as the core truth? Beep. It does not count. Please continue your efforts to uncover the truth behind the helium flash. I am truly at my wit's end. Zhang Xiaobei inwardly cursed. Abandoning hope for further system prompts, he closed his eyes and began to sift through all the information. The sun's sudden acceleration toward becoming a red giant. The abnormal consumption of hydrogen. The probe's loss of contact, transmitting energy ripples. These points felt interconnected, yet something seemed amiss. Normal stellar evolution could not transpire so abruptly. There must be some external intervention at play. With this thought, he abruptly opened his eyes, turning to Li Yuntian. Li Lao, prior to the sun's anomaly in 2029, were there any recorded extraordinary cosmic events on your end, such as unidentified flying objects, unusual space signals, or celestial collisions? Regardless of their scale, I wish to examine them all. Li Yuntian trembled slightly, instantly grasping Zhang Xiaobei's implication. Are you suggesting that the sun's mutation might not be a natural phenomenon? That possibility cannot be dismissed. Zhang Xiaobei nodded. The abrupt nature of stellar evolution suggests there may be undiscovered reasons behind it. The unusual cosmic events prior to 2029 could very well hold the key. Without hesitation, Li Lao began inputting search keywords into the computer. 2029 and prior, cosmic anomalies. The database swiftly loaded, and over 20 records appeared on screen. Zhang Xiaobei scrutinized each entry. In 2027, the Lunar Exploration Project collected rare minerals from the far side of the moon. In 2028, the International Space Station observed an asteroid colliding with Jupiter. In March 2029, a deep space probe launched by the Dragon Kingdom discovered a new exoplanet. These events appeared mundane, devoid of any anomalies. Could I have been mistaken? Zhang Xiaobei felt a twinge of disappointment, his finger poised to close the page. Just then, a blurry photograph caught his attention. Dated July 1st, 2025, it had been captured by the Dragon Kingdom's Tianyan radio telescope. The backdrop featured the vast cosmos, teeming with countless stars. Yet, in the central right portion of the photograph, there existed a slender, silver-gray object, approximately 6 kilometers long. Its shape resembled a dart. The surface was smooth, lacking any apparent seams or protrusions. Strangely, a faint purple halo enveloped the object, with subtle energy fluctuations at the halo's edge. Perhaps this is it. Zhang Xiaobei straightened up, narrowing his eyes as he focused intently on the photograph. Li Lao, what is the story behind this image? Was there any tracking of this object's trajectory at the time? Li Yuntian leaned closer to the screen, examining it carefully. At the time, we believed it to be a unique comet, due to its exceptionally high speed. Moreover, its trajectory was quite peculiar. It appeared to be heading directly toward the sun. Heading toward the sun? Zhang Xiaobei's pupils constricted sharply, and a daring hypothesis formed in his mind. What if this object was neither comet debris nor a man-made satellite, but rather an extraterrestrial civilization's probe? Or some form of energy device? Chapter 83, Atlas. Heading toward the sun? Zhang Xiaobei's pupils dilated with shock. A vague memory suddenly flashed through his mind. This past summer, in the real world, the entire internet had been abuzz with discussions about an interstellar visitor, Atlas, that was identified as fragmented information pertaining to a mysterious celestial body. Previously, I often scrolled through Douyin, where the term Atlas was frequently mentioned as an interstellar anomaly captured synchronously by radio telescopes across multiple countries around 2025. The records explicitly detailed its characteristics: a silvery gray, dart-shaped object approximately 6 kilometers in length, with a seamless surface surrounded by a faint purple energy halo. Moreover, its flight trajectory utterly defies the laws of celestial mechanics. Ultimately, its observed direction pointed directly towards the core of the solar system, the sun. At the time, he dismissed it as mere public speculation. But the photograph taken by the Heavenly Eye on July 1st, 2025, strikingly matched the characteristics described for Atlas. Oldly, Zhang Xiaobei exclaimed, his voice brimming with barely contained excitement, pointing at the elongated object in the photograph. This is not a comet. We have one in our world too. Its designation is Atlas. It is the interstellar anomaly observed by multiple countries in 2025. Li Yuntian was momentarily taken aback as he swiftly typed Atlas into his computer. Instantly, the screen displayed several highly classified old reports. These were internal communications from the Dragon Kingdom's Astronomy Bureau in 2025, consisting of only a few terse phrases. Observed interstellar unknown target Atlas, characteristics: dart-shaped, silvery gray, with a purple halo, trajectory directed towards the sun. Indeed, this designation exists. Li Yuntian's pupils constricted, suddenly grasping all the crucial implications. Are you suggesting that Atlas is the root cause of the sun's mutation? After it flew near the sun, it triggered solar storms and accelerated the evolution into a red giant? That I cannot ascertain, Zhang Xiaobei pondered, recalling the information. Our records on Atlas mention that the purple halo surrounding it is a high-intensity energy field. Perhaps it interfered with the stellar nuclear fusion processes. A normal star requires 5 billion years to reach the red giant phase. Yet, the emergence of Atlas has caused the sun to begin mutating within a mere 4 years. Clearly, the helium flashes appearing in your world are most likely its doing. At that moment, an alert sound echoed in Zhang Xiaobei's mind. Ding! The host has unveiled the core truth of the destruction countdown. Truth confirmed. Interstellar anomaly Atlas. It is the mastermind behind the sun's accelerated evolution into a red giant, initiating the helium flash countdown. Task completion rate, 100. Task rating, SSS. Reward issued. Complete technology for antimatter preparation. The timely system notification further solidified Zhang Xiaobei's thoughts. It had to be him. There was no doubt. Suddenly, Zhang Xiaobei's pupils widened with shock. Oh no, this world has Atlas. Our original world has it too, he exclaimed. Damn, are we also going to experience a helium flash? The thought raced through his mind, causing his heart to pound wildly. If this were true, it would be catastrophic. He hastily turned to the elderly Li Yuntian and said, Old Li, don't worry. I have an urgent matter to attend to. I need to confirm something, because we have this entity in our world too. Moreover, our timeline is in 2025. That is the very year it first appeared. What if our world also faces such a consequence? Li Yuntian immediately comprehended the gravity of the situation and promptly replied, All right, you go handle your affairs. If such a thing does occur, it must be addressed at the earliest opportunity. We cannot follow in your footsteps. Zhang Xiaobei nodded vigorously at Old Li. Rest assured, I will not allow such a thing to happen again. I must take my leave now. By the way, could you provide me with a complete set of solar mutation data? I need to bring it back for investigation. Okay, just give me a few minutes. A few minutes felt interminable as he anxiously awaited. Once Zhang Xiaobei received a USB drive filled with solar data, he swiftly departed the underground base under military escort. Only Li Yuntian remained, gazing at the retreating figure with hope. after leaving the base and bidding farewell to the soldiers stationed at the entrance. Zhang Xiaobei walked out of the cave. As he stepped outside, his body was once again enveloped in liquid silver metal. Amidst the astonished gazes of the onlookers, Zhang Xiaobei rapidly ascended, vanishing from sight. Meng Deqiang and Chun Yun watched in awe as this extraordinary feat unfolded, their mouths agape in shock. Suspended in midair, they gazed at the setting sun, which was radiating a fiery red hue, causing Zhang Xiaobei's heart to race. If this thing were to explode, will my mimetic battle armor withstand it? Muttering to himself, he was suddenly interrupted by another system notification. Ding. New task initiated. It is siphoning energy from the sun, accelerating the sun's decay and demise. Task objective. Employ any means necessary to thwart its energy drain and destroy it. Task deadline, 24 hours. Task prompt. Is a 6-kilometer scale significant? I can be much larger than that. Task reward. 10 quark-level quantum engraving machines. Task failure. Helium flash apocalypse will synchronize and initiate on Blue Star. Damn it! Zhang Xiaobei exclaimed, panic-stricken. What the hell? This isn't a joke. Wait. At that moment, Zhang Xiaobei was utterly bewildered. Previously, there had been no penalties. Suddenly, he was faced with a synchronized replication of the helium flash apocalypse in his original world. Was this feasible? Was this right? Regret washed over him as he cursed the system. Please don't destroy my homeland. Zhang Xiaobei's immediate thought was to return to the Dragon Kingdom and seek Chun Lao's assistance. However, when he attempted to activate the system to traverse back to Jinyu base for consultation, he discovered that the traversal had failed. System, please, don't do this. But his mind received no response from the system. Me? To confront the extraterrestrial civilization S vessel that is attacking the sun? Are you serious? Zhang Xiaobei's face reflected utter helplessness and despair. How is this any different from sending himself to his doom? As he gazed at the colossal, blood-red sun, slowly descending, a sense of confusion washed over him. I'm just a nobody. I can't let the apocalypse become a reality. In that moment, he appeared dejected, suspended in the air, before pulling out a pack of special white-shelled cigarettes. After lighting one, he took a deep drag and exhaled slowly. Watching the smoke dissipate gently in the evening breeze, Zhang Xiaobei's expression shifted from confusion and helplessness to determination. Damn it, when life is at stake, let's fight, brothers. With that, he discarded the cigarette, but his gaze fiercely fixed upon the colossal, blood-red sun, nearly vanished beyond the horizon. In the next instant, he vanished from his position. A silvery blur, moving at sublight speed, sped towards the sun. Chapter 81. It cannot be broken or defeated. As a mimetic battle armor tore through the cosmos at sublight speed, Zhang Xiaobei's senses were utterly transformed. There was no wind, no sound. The universe was enveloped in absolute silence. The once sparse stars elongated abruptly, transforming into radiant streaks of light, tracing beautiful arcs in the darkness. The temperature outside the battle armor plummeted from 29 degrees Celsius in the underground base to -270. The internal thermal regulation system activated instantly, shielding him from the bone-chilling cold. Distant nebulae appeared as hazy tufts of cotton, tinged with soft pinks and purples. Seemingly gentle, they were, in fact, regions of violent energy housing billions of stars. Ahead, the sun loomed ever closer at a visibly accelerating pace. Initially, just a scorching red dot in the sky, it gradually transformed into an enormous fireball occupying half his field of vision. The surface is awash with orange-red plasma, bubbling incessantly like boiling magma. High-energy rays bombard the defensive shield of the battle armor, as the gleaming silver exterior withstands the immense heat. A virtual panel before him continuously flashes high-temperature warnings. Current distance from the sun's surface, 50 million kilometers. Temperature, 1 million. Shield energy consumption rate increased by 300. Vacuum zero-point energy replenishment efficiency enhanced to 1,000. Zhang Xiaobei's mind is taut, his gaze fixed solely upon that blinding inferno. The near-light speed flight compresses time, causing the celestial lights to recede at a dizzying pace. The sun's outline sharpens, allowing him to discern sunspots slowly traversing its surface, resembling colossal black holes. Scanning initiated, he commands, activating the armor scanning system, as blue waves envelop the sun's entire front. Yet the results tighten his brow. The sun's surface reveals nothing out of the ordinary aside from typical flare eruptions and plasma flows. No energy fluctuations, nor traces of unidentified objects. Nothing on the front. Zhang Xiaobei grits his teeth. Could be truly on the backside? At this moment, the system countdown ticks to 22 hours, 17 minutes. He has no time to hesitate. Mentally directing the armor to pivot, following the sun's orbital path, he veers towards the rear. The sun's gravitational pull intensifies, compelling the armor's thrusters to operate at full capacity to stave off the imminent risk of being consumed. As he rounds the sun's edge, the sight before him causes his pupils to constrict sharply. An inexplicable sense of the uncanny surges within him. The sun's backside, devoid of the searing brilliance of its front, is instead shrouded in a faint gray halo. At the center of this halo, a massive object hovers silently. It is an elongated, cigar-shaped entity, approximately 6 kilometers long. It perfectly matches the 3 Atlas depicted in the photographs. Its surface is cloaked in a thick layer of black rock resembling basalt. The rock is marred with grooves and fissures, seemingly hewn from some asteroid's very core. Strangely, beneath this object, a gaping maw has split open. The jagged edges appear as if violently torn apart. From this chasm extends a thick, silver-black pipeline, 500 meters in diameter, glimmering with metallic sheen. The entire pipe plunges into the sun's photosphere, delving deep within. Scalding plasma flows along the pipe's exterior. Though the temperature is extreme, the pipe remains unscathed. Most astonishingly, one can clearly observe the sun's internal energy being incessantly siphoned into the vessel. What the hell? Zhang Xiaobei stands agape, fury igniting within him. So all this time, you've been here sipping orange juice. The absurdity of the scene is overwhelming. A 6-kilometer-long colossal spaceship with a 500-meter-wide straw embedded into the sun, voraciously draining energy. The high temperatures on Blue Star, the sun's accelerated evolution, the underground survival over 12 years, the deaths of 600 million. All because this thing is here, guzzling orange juice. You're enjoying yourself while Blue Star is on the brink of ruin. Zhang Xiaobei roars in outrage. Even though sound cannot traverse the vacuum of space, his fury feels almost palpable. Today, let it be known that feasting comes at a price. Ding. Target detected. Shall combat mode be initiated? The armor's notification chimes at the perfect moment. Activate. Damn it. No sooner has he spoken than the silver-gray armor enveloping him morphs instantly. Liquid metal surges wildly, reconfiguring as heavy alloy shoulder plates emerge, and 4 pairs of luminous wings unfurl from his back. The liquid metal in his hands coalesces into a colossal alloy blade, stretching 30 meters in length. The blade gleams with a chilling radiance, its edge razor-sharp, reflecting the sun's brilliance. In combat mode, all attributes of the armor surge dramatically. Speed, strength, defense, each triples. Zhang Xiaobei adjusts his trajectory, the 4 pairs of wings rapidly extending, resembling a silver lightning bolt as he hurtles towards the hull of the 3 Atlas to strike. Shatter for me. He channels all his might into the hilt, the alloy blade howling as it cleaves through the vacuum. He swings down fiercely at the spaceship's rocky exterior. This strike possesses the power to sever a 100-meter-tall building. Zhang Xiaobei can already envision the rocks splintering, the metal fracturing. Yet the next instant, with a dull thud, as the alloy blade strikes the rocky surface, it does not shatter as anticipated. Instead, it feels as though he has struck a mass of cotton. The immense recoil sends a jolt through his arm, and as he focuses, he sees the ship's rocky exterior tremble slightly. Then, a faint blue energy shield materializes out of thin air, encasing the entire vessel. The alloy blade strikes the shield, merely creating a gentle ripple, leaving not a single crack behind. What the hell? An energy shield? Zhang Xiaobei's eyes widen in disbelief. Unyielding, he swiftly withdraws the alloy blade and strikes again. I strike and strike, each blow fueled by fury. The blue energy shield ripples incessantly, yet remains impervious. The 3 Atlas remains utterly unyielding. The 500-meter-wide straw continues to ravenously siphon solar energy, wholly indifferent to the insignificant figure of Zhang Xiaobei, akin to a mere insect. Damn it, I can't even make a dent. Zhang Xiaobei, drenched in sweat, watches the system countdown plummet to 21 hours 53 minutes, the urgency mounting. He fixes his gaze upon the silver-black pipe, a sudden realization igniting in his mind. The shield envelopes the vessel, but surely it doesn't extend to the pipe? Yes. If I can sever your pipe, let us see how you continue to siphon. With this thought, he swiftly alters his direction. The 4 wings on his back flap powerfully, propelling him straight towards the 500-meter-wide straw. As he approaches, he faces a colossal silver pillar, thrusting directly into the sun's core. And he, akin to an ant darting towards a tree, finds himself with no path of retreat. Zhang Xiaobei grits his teeth, raises his alloy blade, and strikes fiercely at the pipe's wall. Break for me. However, the moment the blade contacts the pipe, once more, a faint blue energy shield illuminates, enveloping the pipe as well. The alloy blade strikes, still only generating ripples, leaving not a single scratch. Damn, even a pipe has a shield. Zhang Xiaobei is utterly flabbergasted. Yet, he remains undeterred, relentlessly swinging his blade. In a vacuum of space, a bizarre scene unfolds. A 6-kilometer-long, colossal rocky spaceship hovers behind the sun, a 500-meter-wide straw embedded into the sun, while a 2-meter-tall silver figure brandishes a 30-meter-long sword, hacking wildly at the ship and the straw, yet dealing not a shred of damage. The system countdown continues to tick down. 21 hours, 47 minutes, 21 hours, 46 minutes. Zhang Xiaobei, observing the dwindling time, grows increasingly anxious. What the hell do I do? I can't strike effectively. I just simply watch as Blue Star begins to undergo helium flash. Chapter 82. The true functionality of the mimetic battle armor. When the system countdown reaches 20 hours, 50 minutes, Zhang Xiaobei completely abandons his assault. The pale blue energy shield is utterly unbreakable. The 3 ITLS straw continues to voraciously consume solar energy. It seems Zhang Xiaobei's strikes are no more than inconsequential collisions of cosmic dust. Damn it, a nuclear bomb. It's worth a try. Gritting his teeth, he retrieves a nuclear bomb from his spatial storage. In the face of absolute energy explosion, even the most formidable shield must have its cracks. Zhang Xiaobei cradles the nuclear bomb, racing to the surface of the 3 ITLS, placing the bomb in the void. Then he turned and fled, his 4 pairs of luminous wings unfurling to their utmost, hurtling away from the sun at sublight speed. Countdown, 30 seconds. Detonate. He commanded in his mind, while simultaneously maximizing the armor's shield. After 30 seconds, a dazzling firework erupted in the cosmic void, capable of tearing through darkness. There was no sound, but the intense light instantly engulfed the entire spacecraft. A pure white flame, enveloped in billions of degrees of heat, expanded into a colossal fireball with a diameter of 100 kilometers. The plasma in the core area glowed a fierce red, gradually transitioning to gold, while faint blue high-energy particle streams radiated outward from the explosion point, forming an invisible shockwave that swept through millions of kilometers of emptiness. In its wake, interstellar dust was instantaneously vaporized, and even the plasma flows on the distant surface of the sun were disturbed by this force. A faint flare was momentarily ignited. Yet, this flare lasted merely 3 seconds before tranquility returned. The sun continued to burn steadily. As the blinding light faded, Zhang Xiaobei maneuvered his armor closer, only to be consumed by a profound sense of defeat at the sight before him. That 50-megaton nuclear bomb had not even disrupted the outer halo of the energy shield. The surface of the shield bore not a single crack, as if the explosion had merely been a jest. How could this not even make a dent? Zhang Xiaobei felt an overwhelming sense of helplessness wash over him. Blades could not cut it. Nuclear bombs could not destroy it. What on earth was this 3 ITLS made of? The system's countdown continued its relentless march. 20 hours, 27 minutes. He forced himself to calm down, closing his eyes to replay the mission prompt. Each word echoing in his mind. Mission prompt. Is a 6-kilometer scale large? I can be larger than you. Larger than you? Zhang murmured to himself. Could it be that it is not about greater attack power, but rather a larger size? As this thought dawned upon him, he suddenly opened his eyes, a flicker of wild joy flashing within. The core ability of the mimetic armor was precisely that. Mimicry. It could transform into any shape based on thought. So, what if the thought was to grow larger? Desperate times call for desperate measures. Gritting his teeth, Zhang Xiaobei commanded the armor. Enlarge proportionally for me. Subsequently, the virtual screen before him displayed the armor's panel. Command detected. Initiating size mimicry function, drawing upon 0-point energy from vacuum. Beginning enlargement. As the prompt echoed, Zhang Xiaobei felt a tremendous surge of energy flood into his body from all directions. It was the 0-point energy of the vacuum, the fundamental energy hidden within the universe. At this moment, it was being frantically siphoned and concentrated by the armor. The surrounding cosmic space began to exhibit strange distortions. Starlight was elongated and bent, forming circular trails of light. The once void vacuum rippled gently, and farther away, several minute-black fissures materialized out of thin air. These were the result of overloading absorption leading to vacuum collapse. However, This lasted merely 1,000th of a second before the surrounding energy swiftly repaired it, leaving no trace behind. Meanwhile, Zhang Xiaobei's body was expanding at a visible rate. 2 meters, 20 meters, 200 meters. When his size surpassed a kilometer, he could clearly perceive the 3 Atlas in his field of view beginning to shrink. The once 6-kilometer-long spacecraft now appeared as a small speedboat. 2,000 meters, 20,000 meters. Upon reaching a size of 20 kilometers, his body had become 3 times the size of the 3 Atlas. The 4 pairs of luminous wings unfurled like silver feathers covering the horizon, each flap generating powerful gusts of wind. It could grow even larger, Zhang Xiaobei thought. Urging his mind onward, continue to enlarge. The gathering speed of the zero-point energy accelerated, and the surrounding fissures in the vacuum became increasingly dense, like a black spider web enveloping him. Yet the silver-gray halo emanating from the armor kept all fissures at bay. 20 kilometers, 100 kilometers, 200 kilometers. Ultimately, Zhang Xiaobei's size stabilized at 200 kilometers. At this moment, he resembled a silver giant standing amidst the cosmos. Every detail of the armor magnified accordingly. The alloy shoulder plates loomed like towering peaks. The wings spread to a width of 500 kilometers, and the colossal alloy blade in his grasp grew to a length of 300 kilometers. The blade reflected the sun's radiance, as if it could cleave the very fabric of the cosmos. This sensation was extraordinary. He could distinctly sense every star that passed him, feeling the tug of the sun's gravitational field. A mere flick of his fingertips could rend the void, creating ephemeral rifts. Powerful, incredibly powerful. Zhang Xiaobei couldn't help but clench his fists, waves of energy rippling from his knuckles, causing the surrounding emptiness to tremble. So this was the true application of the mimetic armor. Meanwhile, within the internal sleep chamber of the 3 Atlas, a grayish-white, muscular creature standing 3 meters tall suddenly opened its eyes. Its head bore no discernible features, only smooth skin riddled with fine black veins. Upon hearing the ship's highest alert signal, it jolted awake from its slumber, brutally yanking out the nutrient tube embedded in its mouth. The tube, coated in viscous green slime, was flung to the ground, while the creature clutched the edge of the sleep chamber, violently retching. The expelled green liquid sizzled as it hit the metallic floor, emitting a corrosive sound. Not bothering to wipe the slime from its body, it stumbled toward the ship's control system. Its massive hands rapidly pounded the control panel covered in strange symbols. When the main screen activated, displaying the external view, the creature froze in place. Beneath its smooth head skin, the black veins writhed frantically, clearly in a state of utter shock. On the screen, a silver giant towering 200 kilometers stood imperiously in the void. A colossal hand was slowly reaching toward the 3 Atlas. That hand was several times larger than the entire spacecraft, carrying a momentum capable of tearing everything asunder, overshadowing the very sun. "Oh, my ancestors!" The creature emitted a sharp shriek, its voice laced with incredulous terror. What manner of monster is this? Damn it! How could such a thing exist in this star system? Panic-stricken, it frantically struck the control panel. "Hurry! Stop the charge! Cut off the energy conduits! Activate full-speed engines! Leave this place immediately! Quickly!" However, it was far too late. The energy conduits of the 3 Atlas had yet to withdraw from the sun when Zhang Xiaobei's enormous hand descended. Amidst the creature's desperate wails within the ship, that hand, clad in silver-gray armor, grasped the 6-kilometer-long 3 Atlas as if it were a mere toy. Crack! Though sound could not be heard in the vacuum, through the armor's energy transmission, Zhang Xiaobei could distinctly perceive the sound of shattering. That was the sound of the rock layers on the surface of the 3 Atlas fracturing under immense force. The pale blue energy shield flickered madly, radiating blinding light, yet it could no longer withstand the crushing pressure of the giant hand. Wasn't it quite sturdy just a moment ago? Zhang Xiaobei's voice resonated through the armor's energy field, forming an invisible sound wave. "Today, let me show you what it means to bully the small with the large." Chapter 83. Is it large? Call it. The silver giant hand firmly grasped the 6-kilometer-long 3 Atlas. The rock layers shattered, and the pale blue energy shield dimmed utterly under the colossal force. With a slight flex of his wrist, Zhang Xiaobei crushed the spacecraft in his palm. Crack! Crack! The surface layers of basalt peeled away, revealing the metallic sheen of the inner hull. "Bring it out." He let out a low growl, abruptly jerking his arm upward. The thick, 500-meter-long silver-black energy conduit was wrenched directly from the solar photosphere, carrying with it a torrent of searing plasma. At the point of rupture, a cascade of golden energy surged forth, etching a long, luminous trail across the void. It then rapidly contracted and dissipated, and the once turbulent surface of the sun, at the moment the conduit was extracted, curiously calmed somewhat. The orange-red plasma no longer surged wildly, and the rotation of sunspots slowed. Even the sun's radiance softened, as if it had finally broken free from shackles, savoring a fleeting moment of respite. Zhang Xiaobei held the three Atlas suspended in the void, his brow slightly raised. From a moment of attack to capture, this vessel had exhibited no defensive maneuvers whatsoever. Aside from its initial energy shield, not even its defensive weaponry had been activated. Could it truly be, as he suspected, merely an entirely automated unmanned ship? Driven by curiosity, he began to gently shake the spacecraft, as if playing a maraca. Clang! Crash! A cacophony of collisions echoed from within the vessel. Inside, a grayish-white creature clung desperately to the metallic railing beside the command console. Its whole body was thrown about, and green vomit streamed from the corners of its mouth. It cast a furtive glance toward the biological chamber, and the sight before it made its blood run cold. Hundreds of its kind were flung from their sleep pods, some still tethered to their nutrient tubes. Others collided with the hard metal walls, their bones shattering as they crumpled to the ground, unable to rise again. Some were pinned under rolling equipment, their bodies gradually contorting under the immense pressure, ultimately reducing to a puddle of indistinct flesh, completely devoid of life. No! The muscular creature emitted a heart-wrenching roar. Black veins throbbed violently beneath its skin. What manner of monster was this? Why was it so formidable? Struggling against dizziness and nausea, it crawled toward the command console, compelled to forsake all dignity as it screamed into the communicator. Your Excellency, please stop shaking. I beg you. If we have trespassed upon your territory, we shall depart at once. We will leave this place immediately. I implore you to spare us. We realize our error. Zhang Xiaobei's mimicry armor instantly detected the unfamiliar communication signal, and the system activated its translation feature. Your Excellency, please stop shaking. I beg you. If we have intruded upon your territory, we shall depart at once. We will leave the solar system immediately. I implore you to spare us. We realize our mistake. Now you realize your mistake? Zhang Xiaobei scoffed, his eyes filled with disdain. You wreak havoc here, turning my home planet into this state, and yet you claim to have made a mistake? He relayed his words back through the translation feature of his armor. When the response reached the creature's ears, it froze in place, its mind a blank slate. This gigantic creature was actually a native of the solar system. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. It accessed the ship's database, which clearly recorded Solar System Civilization Level 07. Unable to fully control its own home planet, let alone venture into interstellar space. It had not even evolved a creature of this colossal stature, standing at 200 kilometers tall. The ship's sensors frantically scanned Zhang Xiaobei, and the returned results sent chills through its being. Energy level, unknown. They were a Level 3 civilization, capable of detecting the energy fluctuations of the vast majority of civilizations in the universe. Yet, the energy level of this gigantic creature exceeded their detection range. This signified that the opposing civilization was at least 2 levels higher than theirs, reaching level 5 or above. Damn, they had indeed encountered a formidable opponent. The alien's heart wailed in despair. Its previous arrogance and hubris vanished, leaving only profound terror. I apologize. Noble Excellency, we were unaware this was your territory. We will leave immediately and shall never return. I beg you to spare our lives. Zhang Xiaobei had no intention of heeding its pleas for mercy. The system's mission explicitly required the destruction of 3 Atlas. Regardless of whether there were aliens inside or what civilization they belonged to, any who dared threaten the solar system must pay the price. Furthermore, while these alien civilizations appeared advanced, who could ascertain if there were hidden dangers? Should he succumb to greed and bring something back to Dragon Country, it could lead to uncontrollable consequences, and that was no trifling matter. In contrast, he had complete faith in the rewards provided by the system. Spare you? Too late. Without hesitation, Zhang Xiaobei exerted tremendous force with both hands. Crack! The 6-kilometer-long 3 Atlas was brutally snapped in half, like a brittle egg roll. A deluge of green liquid and metallic shards erupted from the fracture. Some creatures, unable to escape in time, screamed as they fell from the crevice, flailing helplessly in the void. Zhang shook the two severed sections of the ship vigorously, as though discarding refuse. Clattering, countless metallic fragments, remnants of equipment, and corpses of the Zuka race tumbled out from within the vessel. Under the sun's gravitational pull, these items slowly descended into the searing inferno, ultimately vaporized by the sun's intense heat, leaving not a trace behind. The sole surviving creature clung desperately to the edge of the fracture hull. Its brain was rattled by the violent shaking, and its black veins bulged from engorgement. It felt its kin and equipment plunging into the star, emitting desperate wails. Ultimately, unable to hold on any longer, its grip slackened, and it fell along the trajectory of gravity toward the sun. In the instant it entered the photosphere, it was transformed into a wisp of blue smoke by billions of degrees of searing heat. Zhang Xiaobei shook for a full 5 minutes, only ceasing his actions once he confirmed that no further movement emanated from within the ship. He gazed at the two fragmented sections of the hull, casually tossing them aside, allowing them to plummet into the sun, reduced to ashes. Just then, a cheerful notification chimed in his mind. Ding! Congratulations, host, on completing the mission, preventing 3 Ayatlas from siphoning energy and successfully destroying the target. Mission evaluation, SSS. System commentary, magnificent. Truly the essence of truth. Magnificent. Call me daddy. None of these alien civilizations are virtuous. They all deserve this treatment. Reward issued, 10 quark-level quantum etchers, stored in space. New mission activated. Would the host like to accept? Accept. Must accept. Zhang Xiaobei replied without hesitation, his eyes gleaming with excitement. Quark-level quantum etchers. These were artifacts capable of creating top-tier chips, breaking through technological barriers. With these 10 quark-level quantum etchers, Dragon Country's technological prowess would advance by decades. No, hundreds of years. As the content of the new mission appeared in his mind, Zhang Xiaobei couldn't help but burst into hearty laughter. Haha, little sovereign, it's you again. This mission is delightfully absurd. I absolutely adore it. Chapter 84, look, it's actually, ding, new mission triggered. This absurd world on the brink of destruction has entered its death throes. Since it is nearing annihilation, isn't it only reasonable to obliterate a cherry blossom? Mission content. Please destroy the entire cherry blossom territory in the most extravagant manner within 24 hours. Mission reward. Unknown. Mission hint. The best punishment is that which offers hope before delivering despair. Mission failure. No penalties. Upon reading the system's mission prompt, Zhang Xiaobei's face instantly lit up with joy. Father, why didn't you mention such things earlier? Even without a reward, I would still do it. Enough talk. I'm off to undertake this delightful task right now. Zhang Xiaobei, after finishing his words, once again gazed at the sun. Amidst the blinding radiance, the vessel known as 3 Ayatlas had been utterly consumed by flames. Subsequently, his body began to gradually shrink, reverting to its original height of 2 meters. Target, blue star, cherry blossoms, set forth. Thereafter, the sublight propulsion of his mimetic battle armor swiftly activated, and the luminous wings upon his back unfurled, vanishing from sight in an instant. How could one possibly bestow hope while simultaneously endowing despair? How could one exaggerate? As Zhang Xiaobei soared towards Blue Star, he pondered deeply. A nuclear bomb? Casting a glance at the storage bestowed by Elder Chun, he felt a flicker of temptation. Yet, in the next moment, he dismissed the notion. Burrowing directly into the underground city and wreaking havoc? No, that wouldn't suffice either. None of these ideas were adequate. He had to heed the system's requirements. He had explicitly stated the need for exaggeration, to offer both hope and despair. As Blue Star loomed ever closer, a sense of urgency began to brew within Zhang Xiaobei's heart. None of these approaches would do. Gradually, an ingenious idea blossomed in his mind, suspended in midair. Zhang Xiaobei suddenly paused. Ha, I am indeed a genius. Let us do it this way. He then activated his mimetic battle armor, transforming into a new form. 10 minutes later, above the land of the Cherry Blossom Nation, Zhang Xiaobei hovered, surveying the desolate landscape below. The ground cracked and dry, trees withered like kindling. Half of the city's structures on the island had collapsed. It was now 9 p.m., and the ground temperature had plummeted to 50 degrees. For humanity, having endured a decade of apocalypse, this was a bearable temperature. The entrance to the underground city in the outskirts of Tokyo was ablaze with lights, as over 10,000 soldiers donned in ochre military uniforms assembled in formation. Firearms, tanks, and troop carriers stood in meticulous rows. A stout, bearded colonel stood on a platform, holding a megaphone to rally the troops. Soldiers of the Empire, Our underground city is running out of water. If we endure any longer, we shall perish from thirst and heat. The eastern underground city of Dragon Country possesses the water we seek. There are beautiful women. There is ample food. The East Asian sick men, do not deserve to hide underground. Everyone, follow me. Cross the East Sea Trench. Conquer the underground city of Dragon Country. Seize water, land, and women, for the glorious future of our cherry blossom nation. Charge! We, the cherry blossoms, shall thrive. Onward, onward. The soldiers raised their weapons, fervently shouting, their eyes gleaming with avarice and longing for resources. The prolonged heat and scarcity of water had driven them to an insatiable frenzy of plunder. Soon, the soldiers boarded transport aircraft and armored vehicles, the engines roaring to life. The convoy surged westward along the parched riverbed, while planes skimmed low over the desolate terrain. The waters of the East Sea had long evaporated, leaving the exposed trench as a terrestrial passage between the two nations. However, just as the convoy ventured beyond the outskirts of Tokyo and the planes ascended to a height of 1 kilometer, a blinding silver light suddenly illuminated the sky. The radiance pierced through the clouds like the dawn's light, instantly brightening the night sky. The soldiers instinctively shielded their eyes. The vehicles screeched to a halt, and the aircraft were compelled to circle about. As the brilliance diminished slightly, they lowered their hands and gazed upward, witnessing a moment of profound astonishment. Mouths agape, breath suspended. In the night sky, a colossal figure, standing 53 meters tall, gracefully descended. Its form was adorned predominantly in red, silver, and purple hues. The lines were fluid and exuded a sense of power. The silver head was streamlined with soft contours. Embedded in the center of its forehead was a diamond-shaped blue crystal, radiating a gentle glow amidst the darkness. Its eyes were oval-shaped, resembling two flawless yellow gemstones, devoid of any impurities, yet emanating an aura of authority that looked down upon all beings. The red neck connected to broad shoulders, which were clad in heavy armor of alternating silver and gold. The torso was primarily red, with a diamond-shaped gem embedded in the chest, currently emanating a steady blue light. Its physique was muscular, embodying the beauty of strength and definition. It hovered midair, surrounded by a soft, golden luminescence. Each subtle rise and fall of its chest stirred invisible ripples of energy. This was the most sacred image in the childhood memories of countless citizens of the Cherry Blossom Nation. Ultraman Tiga. He. Before the crowd could fully regain their composure from the shock, a deep and commanding voice in the language of the cherry blossoms resonated through the energy field surrounding the giant, clearly penetrating the ears of every individual. My name is Tiga, from the M78 Nebula. I sense that your mother planet is on the brink of destruction alongside the sun. Thus, we have come to save you. Immediately summon all citizens of the underground city. My mother planet, along with countless brothers and sisters, is on its way. Ultraman Father has led warriors such as Taro, Leo, Dinah, and Gaia aboard a massive immigration spacecraft heading to this location. That spacecraft can accommodate all of you survivors. You have 2 hours to prepare. Bring your most cherished belongings and gather on the surface. Follow me to your new homeland. There, endless oceans await. There, gentle sunlight shines. There, only the Yamato people reside. The entire planet is prepared for you. As the words settled, the blue timer embedded in the giant's chest flickered slightly. The golden particles surrounding it grew increasingly radiant, as if affirming the truth of its declaration. Oh, Ultraman. It is truly Ultraman. The colonel, who had climbed onto the vehicle's roof to gaze up, trembled uncontrollably, collapsing to his knees atop the vehicle and repeatedly bowing towards the giant. Thank you, Ultraman. Thank you, Lord Tiga. Thank you for the salvation from the M78 Nebula. Baka, it is Tiga. He has come to save us. A soldier discarded his firearm, tears streaming down his face as he knelt on the ground. We are saved. Vavumte. A fervor swept through the entire assembly area. The army, poised to depart, descended into utter chaos. Soldiers leapt from vehicles and planes, cheering, weeping, and frantically sprinting towards the entrance of the underground city. They had to share this monumental news with their loved ones below. Hurry, inform the underground city. Ultraman has arrived. He will take us to a new homeland. Ultraman Father and Taro are on their way. There's a spacecraft that can hold everyone. Quickly, we only have 2 hours. Rush home to gather your belongings. Madam, you wouldn't want your husband to be trapped here, unable to reach the new planet, would you? Chapter 85. The Giant of Light, Tiga. The news spread like a tsunami through the underground cities of the Cherry Blossom Nation. In the Tokyo underground city, narrow corridors quickly filled with throngs of running people. Screams, cheers, and cries intertwined. A middle-aged man clutched the hand of his dark-skinned child, sprinting while shouting, "Son, do you see? This is Ultraman from the television. He has truly come to save us." The child, with his dark skin, widened his innocent eyes and nodded vigorously. "Yes, Daddy, Diga, I see him. He is so tall." In the Hokkaido underground city, the previously despondent populace erupted into tears upon receiving the news. "I knew it. With the apocalypse upon us, having an Ultraman makes perfect sense. They used to say it was just for children. Do you believe it now? That's a warrior from the M78 Nebula. They are here to take us away from this wretched place. Hurry home. Gather your wives and children." Meanwhile, the core command of the Cherry Blossom underground city was engulfed in deep suspicion. In the conference room of the Prime Minister's residence, the elderly Prime Minister slammed his hand on the table with fervor, his face ashen. "Absurd. Utterly absurd. M78 Nebula. What Ultraman? These are merely the science fiction dramas we produce. This must be a scheme of Dragon Country. They intend to lure us out of the underground city with this ruse, only to launch an attack." The Emperor, seated nearby, wore an expression of disdain, pressing the head of a woman clad in a kimono downwards with one hand. Indeed, the Prime Minister speaks true. For 12 long years, we have endured countless moments of despair, never once encountering a savior. This so-called Giant of Light is most likely a new weapon developed by the Dragon Kingdom, aimed at undermining our military and civilian morale. However, a hesitant Minister of Defense interjected, "The images relayed by the frontline soldiers are live broadcasts. The form of that giant, the energy fluctuations, are beyond the capabilities of our current technology. Moreover, it spoke in pure Sakura language. It even mentioned names we are familiar with, like Ultraman and Taro." "You fool!" The Prime Minister barked in outrage. "Are you a simpleton? How could there possibly be an Ultraman? Issue orders to seal all exits of the underground city, allowing no one to leave." The command swiftly spread throughout the underground cities, yet the fervor of the populace had become unstoppable. "That is Diga, the living giant of light." People surged past the soldiers' barricades, a tide rushing towards the surface exits. The existing order collapsed entirely. After 12 years of despair, this sudden redemption had become their singular obsession. In the blink of an eye, 2 hours had passed. The Prime Minister of the Sakura Kingdom and the Emperor, escorted by the guards, could not resist stepping out of the Tokyo underground city to witness the spectacle. Yet in the next moment, the scene before them rendered them frozen in place, their minds blank. Beneath the night sky, the 53-meter-tall giant of light hovered majestically in the air. The timer on its chest pulsed steadily, and the golden particles surrounding it sparkled like stars. Its figure loomed over the entire Tokyo metropolitan area, casting a colossal shadow upon the ground, yet exuding no sense of oppression. Instead, it radiated a sacred and dignified aura. On the surface, the area was already densely packed with throngs of people. Countless individuals knelt on the ground, offering reverent worship to the giant. Cheers and prayers echoed in unison, resounding through the night sky. "That, it is indeed real." The Prime Minister's voice trembled, his doubts evaporating in an instant. In its place surged profound shock and disbelief. "There truly exists an Ultraman." The Emperor's eyes widened, fixated on the giant above, his body trembling uncontrollably. He had seen this figure countless times in childhood animations, yet he had never imagined he would witness it in reality one day. The sleek contours, the iconic timer, the radiant light surrounding it. It was exactly like the Diga Ultraman from his memories. "It is real. He truly hails from the M78 Nebula," the Emperor murmured, his eyes filled with awe and ecstasy. "We are saved." The giant in the sky gazed down at the crowd below, a sea of dark figures, with vehicles continuously arriving from 2 other underground cities in the distance. Zhang Xiaobei stood silently, enduring the kneeling worship of the Sakura people. The flames of hope had reached their zenith. The next moment would be the time to extinguish it completely. In the Dragon Kingdom, at the Kunlun construction base, Zhang Xiaobei had traversed nearly 10 hours. Dozens of heavy transport aircraft and thousands of heavy trucks were in constant motion, transporting the exposed mineral resources of the apocalypse to the base. The prototype of the Kunlun had already risen majestically. The silvery gray hull stretched 3,000 meters long, its streamlined exterior gleaming with metallic luster. The frames of hundreds of Hall electric propulsion units had been installed. The internal nuclear fusion reaction chamber was undergoing final adjustments. Elder Chun gazed at this starship behemoth, tears glistening in his eyes, his heart surging with emotion. Since modern times, the Dragon Kingdom had endured humiliation and hardship, gathering strength amidst oppression and isolation. Now, with resources from parallel worlds and technology provided by Zhang Xiaobei, they were finally set to embark towards the stars and the sea. Elder Chun, an engineer clad in a white coat, approached swiftly, a hint of anxiety on his face. The Weapons Assembly Department requests instructions. Currently, our most advanced equipment includes the PL-15E long-range air-to-air missile shipboard variant, an improved version of the HPJ-45 130mm single-barrel naval gun, a lightweight adaptation of the Dongfeng 26B anti-ship ballistic missile, and 3 sets of LW-30 laser close-in defense systems. However, these are all selections based on existing naval weaponry, and if loaded onto the Kunlun, their power may be inadequate. The engineers' concerns were not unfounded. The Kunlun was designated as a space and sky mothership, not a traditional aircraft carrier. The existing weapon system would indeed be mismatched, akin to a large horse pulling a small cart. Elder Chen raised his hand, interrupting him, his gaze remaining fixed on the hull of the Kunlun. No rush. We will temporarily set aside the weapon systems and prioritize perfecting the controllable nuclear fusion and hull propulsion adaptation. He turned to look at the engineer, a glimmer of deep meaning in his eyes. We can afford to wait. I believe it will bring us unexpected surprises. Perhaps there will be better options than the Dongfeng or the laser cannon. The engineer paused for a moment, then quickly came to his senses, nodding respectfully. Understood. Elder Chan gazed towards the Golden Crow project base, murmuring softly, Xiaobei, the future of the Dragon Kingdom rests in your hands. In a Hev-Flash apocalypse world, Tokyo of the Sakura Kingdom, under the night sky, 40 million survivors crowded densely in the plains near the outskirts of Tokyo. 12 years ago, a prosperous nation of 1.2 billion people had been reduced to only 1/3 of its population in the face of high temperatures, water scarcity, and resource depletion. Each person bore a sallow complexion, cracked lips, yet their eyes burned with a near-manic excitement. They were about to be led away from this hell by the giant of light. Zhang Xiaobei surveyed the crowd below, a cold smile creeping upon his face. Yet, he maintained a demeanor of sacred authority. As his adaptive battle armor projected in Sakura language, I, Diga, by the command of my father, the Ultra Father, I have come to welcome you to your new homeland. The immigration ship will arrive in half an hour. Please confirm again that all personnel are accounted for. The arrangement for the ship's compartments are as follows. Elderly and children stand in the left area to be personally escorted on board by Ultraman Leo. Female survivors stand in the middle area to be escorted by Ultraman Taro. All men stand in the right area to be led on board by me personally. Form lines quickly within 30 minutes. This proclamation served as a powerful stimulant, instantly revitalizing the weary crowd. They forgot their hunger and fatigue. Their eyes filled only with expectations for the future. Even the boarding arrangements were so meticulously detailed. Ultraman truly had come to save us. Quick, take the children to the left. Dear, you go to the middle, and I will go to the right. We'll meet again in the new homeland. Don't push. Everyone can board. Lord Diga would never deceive us. The crowd hurriedly shifted, and the once chaotic lines swiftly divided into 3 distinct areas. The elderly held the hands of children. Women supported one another, and men straightened their hunched backs. Joy radiated from every face, their gazes towards Diga filled with fervent reverence. Zhang Xiaobei observed the bustling yet orderly crowd below, struggling to suppress his laughter. These fools genuinely believe it. Leo and Taro could never have imagined they would be used to deceive the Sakura people into grouping themselves for a death wait. 30 minutes later, the formation was completely delineated. 40 million people stood in neat rows, their eyes fixed on the giant of light above, eagerly anticipating the arrival of the immigration ship. Zhang Xiaobei cleared his throat and spoke again, his tone suddenly turning grave. Excellent. I appreciate everyone's cooperation. Now all of you, bow down before me, all of you. Upon uttering these words, the 40 million survivors were momentarily taken aback. Kneel down. An elderly man, clutching a child, wore a perplexed expression, instinctively scratching his head. Why must they kneel? Whispers began to ripple through the crowd, yet more individuals, after a brief moment of astonishment, unhesitatingly sank to their knees. This despicable nation, at its core, harbored an infinite reverence for the powerful. Before them stood Diga, their savior. To kneel was nothing. Some might even willingly offer their lives. Perhaps this was a ritual from the M78 Nebula? Lord Diga was indeed the most formidable among the Ultramen. To bow before him was not disgraceful. Within a mere minute, all 40 million survivors had fallen prostrate, foreheads pressed to the ground, their expressions steeped in reverence. Zhang Xiaobei, observing the scene from above, felt a surge of warmth in his eyes, overwhelmed by a profound, ineffable excitement and tremor. He recalled the years of invasion chronicled in history books. He remembered the ancestors who had perished amidst the flames of war. He thought of the dignity and homeland that had been trampled upon. He recalled the old photographs of the 300,000 compatriots displayed in the memorial he had visited in City Inn. Ancestors, Zhang Xiaobei cried out in his heart. Do you see? The vile nation that once trampled our land and slaughtered our kin is now kneeling before the direction of our dragon kingdom. The regrets you left unfulfilled, I shall resolve today. What followed was their moment of atonement. Zhang Xiaobei's voice transformed from sacred to laden with a chilling intent to kill. Kneel. This bow is for your past invasion's atonement. This bow is for your current greed's atonement. And the price of atonement is your lives. The crowd below was instantly bewildered. Atonement? Lord Digga, what do you mean? We are innocent. You came to save us. The 40 million kneeling Sakura people were thrown into utter panic. Confusion, fear, and cries of disbelief erupted. Their originally respectful demeanor was replaced by disorder. They fixated on the ominous black, oval object that had suddenly appeared in the hands of the giant in the sky. It was entirely black, its surface matte, exuding a heart-stopping aura of destruction. What is that? A sharp-eyed woman shrieked in terror, pointing at Zhang Xiaobei. Lord Digga, stop. We are the ones you wish to save. The elderly man, clutching the child, bowed and knocked his head on the ground, but only received the giant's frigid gaze in response. It must be a misunderstanding. It's a ritual. Some are still deceiving themselves, only to be interrupted by shouts from those nearby. What nonsense. P.S. holding a nuclear bomb. Run. Oh, so it's a nuclear bomb. Zhang Xiaobei, uninterested in further dialogue, watched as Digga hurled the first black object. It sliced through the air with a sharp sound, heading straight for the cluster of young men to the right. Get out of the way. A burly man, face adorned with excess flesh, suddenly shoved the person in front of him and stumbled off in flight. This action instantly triggered panic, leading to a chain reaction of stampedes. Everyone scattered like mad, their eyes filled with terror and dread. Someone slipped and fell, and before they could rise, they were crushed under the onslaught of the crowd. The sickening crunch of broken ribs mingled with desperate wails, soon drowned out by even louder screams. Some, driven by desperation, clutched at the arms of those nearby, forcibly dragging them back. Damn it. Thank you, Mr. Matsushita, for taking the hit. The person being pulled struggled, only to be knocked off balance and thrown into the throng. The nuclear bomb detonated 100 meters above the young men's group. A blinding white light engulfed the entire area, rendering everyone instantly blind. Then, a circular shockwave swept through. Men caught in flight were hurled into the air, their bodies contorted in the searing heat, their garments reduced to ashes in an instant. What followed was the flesh. Under the intense heat, the sound of sizzling fat echoed. Those who attempted to seek refuge in nearby, crumbling buildings were buried as the walls collapsed under the force of the shockwave. The sounds of bricks shattering, bones cracking, and desperate screams intertwined in a cacophony of horror. The densely packed group of young men was now reduced to a barren wasteland, trampled flat by the shockwave. Occasionally, a few twisted remains emitted wisps of smoke in the residual heat. The elderly and children on the left had long been petrified by the devastating sight of the nuclear explosion. The airburst had left their ears ringing. Children were knocked about in the chaos, only to be mercilessly trampled. Grandpa, I'm scared. The little boy's cries had barely escaped his lips before he was struck by the collapsing body of an elderly man. The old man used all his strength to shield his grandson, but could not withstand the relentless tide of people. He was soon trampled, blood oozing from his mouth. Before long, a second nuclear bomb arrived, hurtling toward them. The next moment, it detonated. Once again, a blinding flash of light and a rising mushroom cloud. The elderly and children near the center of the explosion were instantaneously vaporized by the extreme heat, leaving behind only faint wisps of green smoke. Those slightly farther away were knocked over by the shockwave. The cries of the elderly and children abruptly silenced. They fell upon the searing ground, their skin adhering to the scorched earth, struggling to rise. Yet, the subsequent heat radiation seared them into unconsciousness. The women in the middle, witnessing the devastation on both sides, were already pale with fright. Some curled up on the ground, trembling, while others frantically dashed toward the flanks, seeking lost family members. Please, I beg you, spare me. A mother clutched her child tightly in her arms, kneeling and banging her head on the ground in desperation. But her prayers were in vain. The third black object, heralding death's approach, descended upon the center of the crowd. As the white light erupted, the mother instinctively shielded her child beneath her. She felt the searing heat burning her back, pain radiating through her skin, yet she gritted her teeth, refusing to let go. But this futile protection was no match for the nuclear blast might. The intense heat penetrated her body. The child in her embrace ceased to breathe, and she too closed her eyes in agony and despair. Not a soul could escape. No sanctuary remained. Despair washed over everyone like a tidal wave. As the shockwaves from the 3 nuclear explosions gradually dissipated, the blinding light and mushroom clouds faded away. On the plain, not a single voice or cry remained. Once densely packed with 40 million people, now only desolation remained. Twisted metal, shattered bricks, and charred earth. Occasionally, fragments of bones flickered with embers, all bearing witness to the cataclysmic punishment that had transpired. The form of Digga in the sky slowly dimmed, reverting to a height of 2 meters. Zhang Zibei gazed down upon the silence below, his eyes betraying no emotion, only a hint of relief. Ancestors, blood for blood, I have succeeded. The greed and sins of this world, the Sakura nation, had finally met their obliteration in this devastation. Only a silent plain remained, narrating the tale of this long-awaited justice. Chapter 87, Transfer of Technology. Ding, congratulations on completing the mission. Light represents hope, but I'm sorry, this is not their light. Mission Evaluation, SSS. Your one-handed toss of a nuclear bomb was truly spectacular. Mission Rewards, Electromagnetic Shield Technology, X1. Carbon Nanotube, Superconducting Battery Storage Technology, X1. Friendly reminder, your practical development of the mimetic battle armor is less than 1/10,000th. A new mission has been released. Would you like to accept it? Zhang Xiaobei's eyes sparkled at the mention, as 2 exceptionally practical technologies were on offer. Accepted. Ding. A new mission has been published. Mission content. Develop a complete product based on the telomerase technology provided by the Helium Flash Doomsday World. In the current Blue Star Dragon Kingdom, many individuals continue to suffer from ailments. How can a nation swiftly ascend to the pinnacle of the world and stride into the cosmos? It is imperative to have a robust physique. Mission requirements. Implement all data within 1 month. Mission reward. Open a stable structural passage between the Helium Flash world and the Blue Star reality. You may now choose to traverse back to the original world. The host may traverse into the Helium Flash world at any time for technical consultations and material transport. Zhang Xiaobei's spirit soared. What a splendid opportunity. He cast a glance at the now ruined Cherry Blossom realm, feeling no nostalgia, and activated his return to the original world. In the next moment, he vanished from midair. In the Helium Flash Doomsday world, Li Yuntian, the head of the underground city in Dragon Kingdom B, was in a state of panic, listening to his subordinate's report. What? A nuclear explosion? Above the Cherry Blossom? Li Yuntian's face lit up with excitement. It was most likely Comrade Zhang. Ha ha ha. In the original world, at the Jinyu base in the Yinshan Mountains of Dragon Kingdom B, Zhang Xiaobei's figure materialized. In the isolation room of the Jinyu base, the medical team, already waiting, immediately surrounded him. Commander, please cooperate. We need to conduct a rapid test that will take 1 minute. The head of the medical team instructed with a grave tone, deftly operating the instruments. Zhang Xiaobei stood obediently, his gaze, however, drifting past the crowd to a figure in the corner clad in a black professional outfit, standing tall. He grinned, and as soon as the medical team confirmed everything was normal, he opened the door to the isolation room and strode out. Xiaoro, long time no see. You've grown. What time is it now? Qin Xiaoro, just putting away her clipboard, was momentarily taken aback by his casual remark. She raised her eyes to Zhang Xiaobei, whose youthful face bore traces of fatigue and excitement, and his usual teasing tone made her ears flush slightly. Suppressing her unusual feelings, she adopted a serious demeanor and reported. Commander Zhang, it has been 12 hours and 3 minutes since you left the base. The current time in Dragon Kingdom is 1:27 a.m. on December 6th, 2025. Only 12 hours? Zhang Xiaobei raised an eyebrow, rubbing his belly. Not too bad. The time ratio between the 2 realms is quite similar, so I didn't have to stay there too long. Feeling Zhang Xiaobei's gaze lingering on her chest, Qin Xiaoro's cheeks flushed crimson. She quickly changed the subject. Ulchin was notified the moment you returned and is on his way. Would you like to rest in your office first? All right, let us head to the office. By the way, could you give me something to eat? Starving. Preferably braised pork rice, with extra sauce. Qin Xiaoro nodded helplessly. I will arrange for the logistics department to prepare it right away. Upon entering his command office, Zhang Xiaobei unceremoniously flopped onto the sofa, stretching his weary limbs. Within 10 minutes, Chin Zyro arrived, carrying a thermal food container. As she opened the lid, a rich aroma of meat wafted through the air. Succulent braised pork was laid atop gleaming rice, complemented by a golden fried egg. Zhang Xiaobei's eyes lit up as he eagerly scooped up the food. Shortly thereafter, a knock echoed at the office door. Old Chen strode in briskly, his face alight with excitement. "Xiaobei, it's good to have you back. Was this mission too much of a challenge for you?" Zhang Xiaobei swallowed his food and wiped his mouth with a napkin. "Old Chen, I apologize for disturbing your rest at such a late hour. It wasn't too challenging. However, I did bring back quite a lot." He began to enumerate his findings, his tone brimming with pride. Complete technical blueprints for the antimatter annihilation cannon, comprehensive technology for antimatter preparation, and 10 quark-level quantum engraving machines, the kind ready for immediate production. Old Chen's breath quickened at the mention of antimatter. "Is it true? Truly? But that's not all," Zhang Xiaobei continued. "There's also the electromagnetic shield technology and carbon nanotube superconducting battery storage technology." He shifted his tone to a more solemn note. "Most notably the preparation technology for telomerase. This was not provided by the system, but rather stemmed from the Dragon Kingdom in the Helium Flash Doomsday world. They possess complete research data and practical experience." Subsequently, Zhang Xiaobei summarized the state of the Doomsday world. "Over there, Blue Star is now in 2041, with the sun being disturbed by alien spacecraft, hastening its entry into a red dwarf phase. The Dragon Kingdom's underground city is 12 years ahead, with an estimated 80 years until the sun undergoes helium flash. It's not merely a natural disaster, but also human-made calamities. Nearby nations such as the Mao, Southeast Asia, and the cherry blossom. But I've already dealt with the cherry blossom." Old Chen was left speechless, initially concerned for the plight of their compatriots in the Doomsday world, but soon applauding Zhang Xiaobei's decisiveness. Once Zhang Xiaobei detailed the new mission from the system, Old Chen regained his composure. "What are the System S requirements? Just tell me, and I'll arrange it immediately. The system requires us to implement all data on telomerase and develop a finished product within a month. Once the product is completed, we'll be rewarded with a stable structural passage between the two realms." "Excellent. Wonderful." A fervent light ignited in Old Chen's eyes as he paced excitedly. "With existing data and technology, this task is not daunting. We merely need to replicate the research and verify its safety." After exchanging a few pleasantries, Old Chen, unable to contain his excitement, hastily declared, "Xiaobei, you go rest. I'll gather the research personnel immediately and start working overnight." With that, he dashed out of the office. Zhang Xiaobei watched his hurried retreat, chuckling as he shook his head. He glanced at the Patek Philippe on his wrist, a memento from the blonde man of the zombie apocalypse world. It was 1:50 a.m., just in time to get a good night's sleep. But after a moment's thought, he furrowed his brow. No, last time Jim mentioned her husband would be returning to the country these days. After a brief deliberation, he rose and walked to the window, his mind whirring. He then boldly exited the base, activating the mimicry battle armor right in front of the guards. The silver-gray armor enveloped him instantly, and he took off into the sky, racing towards City F, Chapter 88. The target has entered the bathhouse. Meanwhile, Old Chen had already returned to his office. He picked up the phone, his voice urgent. "Notify all core research personnel of the Jinmu plan to assemble in the underground meeting room number 1 in 5 minutes. This is an important and urgent meeting. Drop everything you are doing. All high-energy physics, nuclear engineering, material science, and biomedical teams must bring their core members immediately." As a series of commands were issued, the underground research area of Jinmu Base erupted into a flurry of activity. Researchers who had been resting leapt into action upon receiving the notification, quickly throwing on their clothes and racing to the meeting room. Each face was devoid of fatigue, instead radiating curiosity and excitement for the unknown technologies. 5 minutes later, the conference room was filled to capacity. Along the long conference table, dozens of top-tier researchers gathered together. On the projection screen, the 6 core technologies brought back by Zhang Xiaobei were displayed one by one. Elder Chun stood at the head of the table, his gaze sweeping across the assembly as he solemnly declared, "The purpose of convening you all today is to address an epoch-defining technology and an urgent mission at hand. Time is of the essence, and the tasks at hand are formidable. Thus, we will proceed directly to the allocation of personnel and responsibilities." Academician Tong, Elder Chun turned his attention to the first elderly gentleman on his left, whose hair was as white as snow. "You are to lead the high-energy physics and nuclear engineering team in taking over the complete technical blueprints for the antimatter annihilation cannon and the comprehensive technology for antimatter production. You are to complete the technical disassembly within 72 hours. This is the core combat capability of the Kunlun. We must succeed without fail. Academician Tong sprang to his feet, his eyes shimmering with fervent determination. Rest assured, Elder Chun, we shall accomplish this task. Professori. Elder Chun pivoted towards the center of the table. The materials science and energy team is under your purview. The electromagnetic shield technology and carbon nanotube superconducting battery energy storage technology are entrusted to you. You are to produce the electromagnetic shield Model 110 within 7 days, passing all impact resistance tests. Within 15 days, complete the superconducting battery samples. Understood. Director Zhang. Elder Chun continued. You will spearhead the biomedical team, with all members stationed in the underground biological laboratory. The telomerase preparation technology has comprehensive data support, and your mission is to replicate the finished product within a month. Complete the safety and efficacy validation, as this is directly related to the opening of the interdimensional portal and is of paramount importance. Director Zhang clenched his fist, his tone resolute. Rest assured, Elder Chun. Our laboratory will be on standby 24/7. We will not disappoint your expectations. All teams will operate in 3 shifts, with unlimited resources at their disposal. The meeting is adjourned. Commence action immediately. As the conference concluded, the researchers surged out of the meeting room like a tidal wave. Elder Chun, without pausing for rest, hurried unceasingly towards the Strategic Command Center. There, the members of the Dragon Nation's think tank had long waited. It was now 2:30 a.m., and the command center was ablaze with light. All 27 members of the think tank were invigorated, displaying no signs of fatigue. Ladies and gentlemen, the situation is quite urgent. After taking his seat, Elder Chun cut straight to the heart of the matter. Our compatriots in the helium flash doomsday world are in dire straits. In 80 years, the solar helium flash will obliterate the entire planet. We must expedite the opening of a stable portal to facilitate their relocation. An elderly think tank member was the first to speak. Based on the existing information about that world, I propose we directly resettle them in the first doomsday world. The zombie world. We can prepare various equipment in the first parallel world to transform the water supply in anticipation of the migration. I would like to add, another military strategist interjected, the mineral resources in the first world are exceedingly abundant, particularly high-purity rare earths and heavy hydrogen ore, which would perfectly bridge our resource gap. The Dragon Nation in the second helium flash doomsday world possesses mature survival technologies and scientific research capabilities. Once relocated, they can swiftly integrate into our system, creating a complementary relationship. However, the key lies in eliminating threats. A geostrategic expert cautioned, aside from the Sakura Nation, which was eradicated by Zhang Xiaobei, there are other forces in that world eyeing the Dragon Nation's underground city with malice. It is imperative to thoroughly eliminate these threats before stabilizing the portal to ensure a safe migration environment. After nearly an hour of intense discussion, a resolution was finally reached to clear out the first zombie doomsday world as a resettlement point, facilitating a complete relocation. The Environmental Transformation Team will concurrently initiate the Water Purification and Virus Clearance Project in the first world. Once the portal is stabilized, we will migrate the populace of the Doomsday Dragon Nation in phases, prioritizing the elderly, the infirm, and the disabled, followed by the scientific personnel and military. A technical sharing mechanism will be established between the two worlds to realize mutual empowerment. The resolution was passed. Immediate execution is required. Elder Chun made the final decision, and the think tank members rose to begin deploying specific tasks. At this moment, above a public parking lot near F City, Zhang Xiaobei removed his battle armor, appearing like a specter beside his black S65L. He opened the car door, settled into the driver's seat, and turned the key. The engine emitted a deep, powerful roar as he sped off towards the riverbank. At a nearby street corner, inside an inconspicuous Jinbei van, 2 plainclothes national security personnel were intently monitoring the surveillance screen. Upon seeing Zhang Xiaobei's car start, one of them immediately picked up the walkie-talkie, reporting in a serious tone, "Director Lin, the target has safely returned to F City. He is currently driving along the Riverside Avenue, and the direction does not seem to lead home. Should we continue to track and protect?" On the other end of the walkie-talkie, Lin Changjun responded, "Continue following at a safe distance. Our primary concern is to ensure the target's safety." Understood. The national security personnel set down the walkie-talkie and promptly started their vehicle, following at a distance. "Where is he headed?" the younger staff member murmured. "The Riverside Avenue ends at the old city's bathing street. The only places still open at this hour are just a few. No sooner had he spoken than the Mercedes S65L suddenly activated its turn signal, slowly steering into a side road. The two staff members immediately reduced their speed, taking cover in the shadows at the road's entrance under the streetlights. The Mercedes came to a steady stop in front of a neon-lit establishment. The prominently displayed sign read Water Cube Bathing Center, illuminated with an alluring glow from the LED strips. Inside the bathing center, a greeter clad in a red uniform yawned. Upon seeing the special license plate Mercedes stop, she immediately tensed up. Zhang Xiaobei exited the car, casually tossing the car keys to the greeter while speaking. He then stepped into the establishment, and the glass door slowly closed behind him. Inside the Jinbei van, the two staff members were momentarily paralyzed. They exchanged bewildered glances, their expressions a mix of shock and embarrassment. Is this a bathing center? The younger staff member gulped. The older staff member furrowed his brow, a troubled expression crossing his face. This individual is a core protection target personally assigned by the director. His whereabouts should be reported accurately. However, is this place a bit too personal? He picked up the walkie-talkie, hesitated for a moment, but ultimately failed to press the button. Their responsibility was to protect Zhang Xiaobei from external threats. Yet now, the target had entered a bathing center. They couldn't possibly follow him inside to keep watch. What should they do? Should they report this? The younger staff member looked at his companion, his tone laden with awkwardness. If Director Lin finds out we followed the target into a bathing center, will he reprimand us? The older staff member gritted his teeth, ultimately pressing the talk button, stammering. Ellen Director, the target has arrived at the Riverside Side Road in the Old City and has not returned home. Instead, he has entered shop. On the other end of the walkie-talkie, Lin Changjun's impatient voice responded. What shop? What is so difficult to say? Just report the address and name of the establishment. A bathing center, the older staff member stuttered. It's called the Water Cube Bathing Center. Having said that, he quickly released the talk button. Instantly, an eerie silence enveloped both ends of the walkie-talkie. Inside the Jinbei van, the two staff members dared not breathe. They could only imagine the expression on Lin's face upon hearing the words bathing center. After all, Zhang Xiaobei was a pivotal figure possessing cross-world technology, crucial to the future of the Dragon Nation. No one anticipated that he would return to F-City in the dead of night, not to rest at home, but rather to venture into a bathing center. After a full 10 seconds, Lin Changjun's voice crackled through the walkie-talkie, laced with a mix of frustration and resignation. You two, just stay at the entrance. Keep a close watch on who enters and exits, and ensure his safety. As for what happens inside, Lin paused, his tone softening slightly. You need not involve yourselves. I will handle that. Once he exits, continue to track and protect him, ensuring he arrives home safely. Understood. The two staff members felt as if a great weight had been lifted, and they hurriedly responded in unison. They parked the Golden Cup car at the alleyway opposite the bathing center, extinguishing the headlights. To their surprise, Mr. Zhang harbored such a penchant for relaxation, indulging in a bath at 3 in the morning. A young staff member teased softly, curiosity gleaming in his eyes. Enough with the wild guesses, scolded an older colleague with a sharp glance. Our target is likely just exhausted and seeking a little respite. Let us focus on our duties and refrain from prying or peering where we shouldn't. The grand pool of the Water Cube Bathing Center exuded steam, the crystal-clear warm water enveloping him up to his chest, tinged with a faint scent of sulfur. Zhang Xiaobei propped the towel behind his back, sinking comfortably into the water. The fatigue from his recent return from the helium flash apocalypse was thoroughly washed away by the soothing currents. Sir, would you like a back scrub? The bath attendant, adorned with rubber gloves, approached with an enthusiastic tone. Absolutely, and I'll take the milk salt package as well. Zhang Xiaobei grinned widely, flipping over to lie on the scrubbing bed. Half an hour later, he emerged wrapped in a bathrobe and entered the reserved private room. Though modest in size, the decor was exquisite, with the lighting dim to create an intimate ambience. Reclining on the bed, he casually picked up the remote and switched on an action film. Just as he stretched out his legs, a gentle knock echoed at the door. Good evening, sir. I am technician number 23. It's a pleasure to serve you. May I come in? The soft, slightly bashful voice made Zhang Xiaobei glance up, and his heart raced in delight. There stood a young woman, perhaps in her early 20s, clad in a black off-shoulder sheer top paired with a gray bodycon skirt. The hem barely concealed her thighs, accentuating her alluring curves. Black stockings hugged her slender legs, the tops gently constricting at her thighs, adding a touch of seduction. Her long hair was casually tied back, revealing a smooth forehead and petite earlobes. With a hint of makeup, her large, bright eyes, set beneath elegantly arched brows, shyly regarded Zhang Xiaobei. Her cheeks bore a delicate blush, reminiscent of a ripe peach, both innocent and enticing. Absolutely stunning, Zhang Xiaobei exclaimed, nodding eagerly, unable to mask his admiration. With such beauty and grace, she could easily be mistaken for a celebrity. Who would have thought she was working as a technician in a bathing center? Lisa entered in response, closing the door behind her. As she approached the massage table, her steps were slightly hesitant. She picked up the massage cushion and placed it under Zhang Xiaobei's neck, her fingertips brushing against the skin for a fleeting moment before retracting, her ears flushing with warmth. How's the pressure? If it's too hard or too soft, please let me know at any time. Leaning closer, she wafted a fragrant aura towards him, her voice becoming even more enticing. No worries, do as you please. I can handle it. Zhang Xiaobei closed his eyes in comfort, relishing the sensation of her gentle fingers kneading his shoulders and neck. Though Lisa's technique was not particularly seasoned, her pressure was steady, albeit tinged with the awkwardness of a novice. They engaged in casual conversation. Your name is Lisa? It has a lovely ring to it, Zhang Xiaobei remarked. Thank you, sir, she replied, her voice still laced with shyness. Do you come here often? Occasionally, just to unwind. I'm utterly drained after a busy day, Zhang Xiaobei chuckled before abruptly changing the subject. Let us go, no more massage, let us head to the third floor. Lisa's movements halted abruptly, her face transforming from bashfulness to astonishment. Her eyes widened slightly, seemingly unprepared for a sudden proposition. After a few seconds of hesitation, her gaze flickered. Sir, the third floor is a private room, and the expenses are higher. Money is no issue. Zhang Xiaobei waved his hand dismissively, sitting up to meet her gaze. I merely wish for a quieter place to relax. Accompany me upstairs. Lisa bit her lip, pausing in silence for a moment before eventually nodding in agreement. All right. In high spirits, Zhang Xiaobei rose and casually wrapped an arm around her waist. Lisa's figure was delicate and soft, and even through the thin robe, he could feel her warmth. She tensed instinctively, wanting to shy away, but he tightened his embrace. Let us go, darling. As they ascended the stairs to the third floor, they encountered a bald man who was currently engaged in jovial banter with a girl. Upon catching sight of Lisa, his expression transformed into one of rapt admiration. The red bodycon skirt accentuated her fiery figure, while her black stockings outlined her long, shapely legs. With a lingering blush on her face, she appeared both shy and alluring, instantly rendering the girl beside him less appealing. The bald man abruptly pushed the girl aside, exclaiming, I'm not going. You can leave. He pointed at Lisa's retreating figure, addressing a nearby staff member. I'll wait for that guy to finish. I want her. I'll wait for her. Hearing the commotion, Lisa momentarily paused in her steps. Zhang Xiaobei glanced back with a chuckle, quickening his pace while still holding her waist. Looks like you're quite the catch. Lisa's cheeks flushed deeper, her gaze lowered, remaining silent, though her steps grew slightly frantic. The private room on the third floor was more spacious than those below, featuring a separate lounge area and audiovisual equipment. Zhang Xiaobei plopped on the bed, observing Lisa awkwardly standing to the side, clumsily preparing her tools. Unable to refrain, he inquired, You just started? Lisa's movements halted, her entire body heating up, her ears burning bright red. She nodded gently, her voice barely audible. Today is my first day. Just started? Excellent. That is fantastic. Zhang Xiaobei's eyes sparkled with excitement. Lisa bit her lip, remaining silent, her actions still a touch awkward. The reader might not appreciate this. Let us skip ahead an hour. An hour later, Zhang Xiaobei lay on the bed, thoroughly satisfied, still savoring the experience. Lisa, leaning against the wall, her cheeks still flushed, held a black garbage bag in her hand, her steps somewhat unsteady as she exited the room. Zhang Xiaobei watched her retreating figure, murmuring to himself. Love awakens with the chime of the clock, yet when it stops, the heart remains restless. In the backstage lounge of the bathing center, Lisa glanced around to ensure no one was present. Swiftly, she opened the black garbage bag, retrieving a test tube from her bag. Carefully, she filled it with the contents before sealing it tightly. She then took out a small low-temperature box, placing the test tube inside for safekeeping. Following this, she pulled out her phone, quickly composing a message. Peregrine report. Mission accomplished. After sending it successfully, she tidied her belongings, shedding the bodycon skirt and black stockings, donning her own clothes instead. Without a moment's pause, she departed from the bathing center. Meanwhile, in the downstairs private room, the bald man was still anxiously awaiting. Occasionally, he yelled at the duty manager, Why wasn't I informed about such a high-quality technician? Where is she? Where's that number 23 who went upstairs with that guy? The manager, caught off guard, replied hesitantly, long ago, I just heard she resigned. What? You mean she completed a session and immediately quit? The duty manager, looking innocent, explained, bro, I didn't know. Today was her first day. She said there were family matters to attend to and left right after her shift. I couldn't stop her. The bald man slammed his hand on the nearby coffee table in frustration. Damn it. If I knew, I would have fought that guy for earlier. Chapter 90. The General's Timely Return. With only 2 days remaining until the Cherry Blossom Delegation's visit, the Dragon Country's internet was already in a frenzy. Major social media platforms were inundated with trending topics related to the event, and the debates in the comment sections were nothing short of epic. Maintaining a high level of engagement. Support all national decisions. The blood debt owed by the Cherry Blossoms has yet to be settled. This visit must not yield any favorable outcomes for them. What's the rush? They are merely visiting. It's not like a war is about to break out. Can we not be rational? Rational? The person above must be a walking 500,000. Have you not noticed that for years, Sakura has been coveting our resources? They feign friendliness while engaging in covert maneuvers behind our backs. It's all just empty rhetoric. If they truly dare to act, what could Dragon Nation do? Wouldn't it just be the same old warnings? Get out of Dragon Nation. Are you unaware that we have been actively investigating Sakura spies lately? Prepare for your accounts to be frozen. Supportive, skeptical, mocking, and vitriolic comments intertwined. Each popular comment garnered thousands of replies, resulting in a heated exchange reminiscent of a grand debate. In just a few hours, the reading volume on related topics soared into the hundreds. Meanwhile, the actions of Dragon Nation were far more resolute than the online disputes. Major military channels released a flurry of live-fire exercise videos. A formation of J-20s skimmed low over the coastline, missiles clearly visible beneath their wings. Dongfeng missiles soared into the sky from the desert, trailing long flames that streaked across the horizon. Navy destroyers conducted live-fire drills in the South China Sea, with booming artillery and splashing waves. Concurrently, a nationwide investigation and repatriation of Sakura nationals residing in Dragon Nation commenced. Staff from the Immigration Bureau worked overtime to scrutinize identification information, issuing repatriation orders for those posing security risks or illegally overstaying, whisking them away to the airport overnight. More significantly, the State-Owned Asset Supervision and Administration Commission of Dragon Nation officially announced, from this day forth, all Sakura, wholly owned and controlled enterprises within the country shall cease operations, with specific resumption dates to be determined. During this period, the Commission will take charge to safeguard employees' legal rights and the security of core business assets. This announcement struck like thunder on a clear day, igniting a fresh wave of fervor on the internet. Well done. It was high time to deal with these treacherous enterprises. I support the State-Owned Asset Supervision and Administration Commission. I propose that all Sakura assets in Dragon Nation be confiscated to make amends for past losses. Opposition. Could this not affect Dragon Nation's international image? Would other foreign enterprises not panic? Let them panic. They must learn that Dragon Nation is not to be trifled with. Another round of verbal conflict escalated. Intriguingly, although the announcement clearly targeted Sakura enterprises, leaders of foreign firms in Dragon Nation found themselves on edge. The severity of Dragon Nation's actions served as a stark warning. None could guarantee their enterprises would not become the next focal point of scrutiny. Many companies began urgently assessing risks and even discreetly relocating portions of their assets. In response to Dragon Nation's series of measures, the Sakura government promptly lodged a strong protest. They summoned the Dragon Ambassador to Sakura, demanding an immediate cessation of unreasonable actions and compensation for corporate losses. However, the Dragon Ministry of Foreign Affairs succinctly replied, the related measures are based on national security considerations and comply with international law and domestic legal provisions. We hope Sakura respects the facts. They subsequently ignored Sakura's follow-up negotiations. Behind this unfolding drama, Zero was quietly executing a series of operations. As Dragon Nation's most advanced artificial intelligence, it was diligently gathering subversive sentiments and analyzing 500,000 relevant data points across the internet. From suspicious IP addresses and chat logs to financial flows and social networks, Zero employed algorithms to meticulously filter and accurately pinpoint targets. Within just one day, it identified thousands of suspicious individuals. The pertinent information was simultaneously relayed to the National Security Department, ready to be acted upon at a moment's notice. While the internet buzzed with debate and the international community closely monitored Dragon Nation's movements, the military channel unexpectedly announced a global live broadcast. Tonight at 8 p.m., we will air a special program. interpreting the current international situation and the latest developments in Dragon Nation's defense construction, featuring a mysterious guest. The announcement silenced the internet momentarily. Viewers eagerly prepared to tune in for the live broadcast. The mysterious guest, who warranted such high-profile promotion by the military channel, was undeniably significant. At precisely 8 p.m., the broadcast commenced. On screen, host Xiaobai smiled as he began. Good evening, dear viewers. Welcome to this special program. Today, we are honored to invite a heavyweight guest. He is none other than the illustrious Mr. Zhao Zhong. The camera panned to the opposite side of the sofa, where an elderly man with graying hair and adorned with numerous military medals sat upright. The guest was none other than the legendary figure from Dragon Nation's Strategic Support Force, the Bureau Chief. The live chat exploded. No way. It's really the Bureau Chief. I never imagined I would witness the Bureau Chief on Military Channel live in my lifetime. Is the Bureau Chief about to spill some secrets? My anticipation is through the roof. The chat flooded with excitement, and online viewership surged into the tens of millions. Many foreign netizens even found ways to circumvent restrictions to watch. After a brief introduction of the Bureau Chief's credentials, Xiaobai dove straight into the topic. Bureau Chief. With only 2 days remaining until the Sakura visit, both domestically and internationally, there is significant interest. What are your thoughts on this visit? Upon hearing this, the Bureau Chief's expression revealed a hint of discomfort. He then grabbed a bottle of mineral water and took several large gulps. Just then, the camera captured a close-up of the water bottle. Although it bore the label of ordinary mineral water through the transparent bottle, one could see the liquid inside bubbling with fine bubbles. Clearly not just water. Ha ha ha. The Bureau Chief is still the same, drinking liquor from a mineral water bottle. Is that mineral water? Why are there bubbles? Is the Bureau Chief about to speak the truth under the influence? The chat was inundated with laughter and knowing remarks. The Bureau Chief set down the bottle, cleared his throat, and began to think rapidly. Just last night, he had been secretly invited by higher-ups to enter the Jinwu base, where he beheld astonishing technological marvels. The aerospace mothership, the antimatter annihilation cannon. He could scarcely believe that Dragon Nation had achieved such formidable strength. The leadership had only told him one thing: report as you see fit. Clearing his throat again, the Bureau Chief's demeanor shifted to seriousness as he stated. First and foremost, I must clarify one point. Dragon Nation is a nation devoted to peace, consistently advocating for the resolution of international disputes through dialogue and negotiation. Of course, we will treat the Sakura visitors with courtesy. We will prioritize guiding communication, as these are minor matters. He paused for effect, then shifted his tone to one of utmost gravity. However, the reason I am participating in this live broadcast today is not to discuss the visit from Sakura, which is a trivial issue. Rather, I am here to announce a momentous development to our viewers, to the people of our nation, and indeed, to the entire world. The Southern Sky Gate project of Dragon Nation has achieved significant progress.